Chapter 1. The First Simulation. In a dilapidated room, a handsome youth clad in a scholar's robe lay on his bed, his brow furrowed in distress as he sighed deeply. This fate of mine, it shouldn't be like this. Ming was utterly speechless. While he was in his own home, preparing for an ordinary moment, he unexpectedly found himself transported to this intricate world. As if that weren't enough, his identity was equally perplexing. The original owner of this body was a 15-year-old impoverished scholar, an archetypal figure of a tragic hero, orphaned and alone. After 7 years of study, he felt invincible and was ready to take the imperial examination to bring glory to his family. However, on his journey, he was ambushed and robbed by a band of mountain bandits. To make matters worse, they intended to make him the husband of their formidable leader. Indeed, this leader was a robust woman, towering at 2 meters and weighing over 300 pounds, skilled in wielding a 9-hole broadknife. Yet, her name was Su Wanru, the most powerful figure in the Qingfeng gang, rumored to have reached the peak of body tempering. According to the information in his mind, this world boasted a highly developed martial arts system. Anyone with wealth and resources could cultivate their strength. The classification of martial realms was straightforward, progressing from weak to strong. Body tempering, qi condensation, inner strength, and outer strength. Beyond these stages, the original memories held no further information. The fact that someone at the peak of body tempering could control a mountain stronghold spoke volumes about the peculiarities of this world. Suanro, could it be that I, Ming, am destined to meet such a dire fate? To be honest, there was a flicker of anticipation within him. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to be the husband of a bandit leader. Yet, the thought of her immense physique brought him to despair. Perhaps it would be better to resign to destruction. Just as despair enveloped Ming, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. Ding! He froze, captivated by the enchanting sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the simulator. A golden opportunity was this his boon. Indeed, the Temporal Management Bureau had not forgotten about him, a traveler. In this day and age, how could one traverse realms without a golden finger? He quickly perused the information flooding his mind and understood in an instant. The simulator allowed him to replicate a life in reality. After each simulation, he could inherit the cultivation, resources, and memories of that life. Each use would incur a cooldown period of 72 hours. Moreover, completing simulation tasks would grant additional opportunities to simulate again, independent of the cooldown, though the appearance of such tasks relied entirely on luck. Lying in bed, Ming clenched his fists and resolutely initiated the simulation. Heaven, grant me liberation. Recalling his first encounter with Su Wanru, he felt a surge of excitement. Simulation initiated. Day 1. You sit up in bed, contemplating your situation, ultimately deciding to remain steadfast in the face of adversity. What is destined to come? Will come acceptance of fate is essential. After all, this is merely a simulation. You are acutely aware of your mission and have prepared for the inevitable sacrifice. At noon, the door swung open, revealing a burly man clad in iron armor, who presented you with a meal. Eat quickly. The boss wants me to inform you that she will come to see you as soon as she finishes her matters. In 3 days, the Qingfeng gang will hold a wedding. 3 days? How swift. The boss is truly in a hurry. Starving, you hastily seized your bowl and devoured a generous mouthful. After satisfying your hunger, you recline on the bed. Reflecting on your situation, you commence push-ups and squats to strengthen your body. I, Ming, have always been ambitious even as the husband of a bandit. Leader, I shall occupy the superior position, mainly because being beneath would be fatal. 300 pounds, who could withstand that? In the dead of night on the second day, you continue your training. The wooden door is abruptly flung open. A robust woman reeking of alcohol strides in. Darling, have you been waiting long? She sits beside you, sighing. Lately, there have been numerous matters in the Stronghold. I have little choice. But fret not, I have persuaded them. Tomorrow, we shall wed. Darling, how handsome you are. She playfully touches your nose, and you are met with a wave of sweat odor. Curse it, I endure. My lady, I have been orphaned since childhood. You're the first to show me kindness, and I am deeply moved. You instinctively flatter her. Su Wanru's expression shifts. Darling, you do not despise me? How could I? Why would I despise you? You retort, is it merely due to your appearance? Ha ha. I, Ming, am not a shallow hypocrite. I adore strong women like you. I feel a sense of safety with you. You shyly confess, your cheeks tinged with red. Su Wanru bursts into laughter. Good, good, good. Darling, I'm growing fonder of you. The next day, the wedding proceeds as planned. The entire Qingfeng gang is abuzz with excitement. You suppress your discomfort, restraining various negative emotions, and put forth your finest performance. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to ancestors. Into the bridal chamber. Princess Su Wanru scoops you up and tosses you onto the bed. A night of silence ensues. The next day, you're left in tears. True martial artists are formidable no matter how one maneuvers. The tragic fate remains unaltered. For 3 consecutive days, you are unable to rise from bed. Your plight is dire. Su Wanru visits daily, preparing chicken soup to nourish you and personally feeding you. After a week, you gradually regain your strength. Su Wanru, eager to see you, arrives. The sounds of merriment echo around you. Your body suffers 1,000 blows. Life feels devoid of meaning, and thoughts of death begin to seem preferable. After a month, you find yourself in a monotonous routine. Terrifyingly, you have grown accustomed to it. On the last day of the month, you stop Su Wanru, who is about to leave. My lady, my health is too fragile. I am unworthy of your robuste physique. My lady, I have heard of the numerous strong warriors in the Stronghold. May I not learn martial art from you? After a month of restraint, you finally unveil your core desire. Having traversed to this world teeming with martial prowess, how could you not aspire to strengthen yourself and enhance your abilities? Su Wanru, completely absorbed in your happiness, readily replies, no problem, I will have Wang Laosan personally instruct you. Even if your talent is lacking, I shall ensure you embark on the path of martial arts, she declares with authority. You curl into her embrace, sobbing softly. Success, at last success. This is hope. Chapter 2. Life is a play. During this time, you have gained insight. Aside from a few prodigies, most martial artists require various supplements to assist their body tempering cultivation, accelerating their progress and healing injuries sustained during training. Your efforts during this time have not been in vain. Wang Laosan respectfully states, rest assured, Sister Ro, I will ensure he is trained well. His demeanor is somewhat lewd. Su Wanru laughs heartily. No need. My darling is inherently obedient. After a few reminders, she departs. Wang Laosan glances at you. Kid, don't think that just because you've climbed into the leader's good graces, you can leap into the dragon's gate. In Qingfeng gang, everything depends on strength. You nod respectfully, keeping your posture low. First, play the role of a subordinate, then become the master. Your experience is invaluable. After a moment, a dozen youths arrive at the training ground, all appearing to be of your age, brimming with excitement and eagerness. All right, everyone is here today. I will discuss the fundamentals of body tempering. Wang Laosan shook his head and began imparting some fundamental martial arts knowledge. Body tempering is the process of repeatedly exercising to break through one's limits, resulting in a stronger physique. After expounding for a while, he clapped his hands and announced, now, follow my lead as I teach you the primary martial art of Qingfeng village, the Qingfeng fist. He assumed a stance, explaining as he practiced while you followed suit in your learning. The Qingfeng fist consists of 4 levels, corresponding to the lower, middle, upper, and peak realms of body tempering. For an ordinary person, it takes about a year to break through the lower realm, 10 years to reach the middle realm, and 20 years for the upper realm. Achieving the peak requires at least 50 years of diligent practice. During this period, one must not cease consuming medicinal foods. Any interruption would halt progress. To become literate is to be wealthy in martial prowess without money. One struggles to advance. For the sake of your dreams, you trained relentlessly, pouring every ounce of effort into perfecting your fist. By the 3rd month, with ample nourishment and medicinal supplements, you successfully broke through to the lower realm of body tempering, significantly enhancing your strength. Your physique grew robust, and a sense of exhilaration filled you. It appeared that your innate talent was quite commendable. During this time, you also devoted yourself to bringing joy to Su Wanru, thereby demonstrating your value. Seeing your potential, she became even more delighted and generously provided you with abundant training resources, including a body tempering pill. After consuming it, your cultivation advanced a step forward, saving you months of arduous practice. As time flowed on, you diligently studied and practiced without faltering. Enduring hardships, you pushed through despite the bitterness and fishy taste that made you want to retch. By the end of the first year, you achieved another breakthrough, smoothly entering the middle realm of body tempering. Now just a small step away from the upper realm, where Wang Laosan resided. As you cultivated, you continually engaged in combat with young challengers, enhancing your battle experience and integrating the techniques of the Qingfeng fist into your instinctual abilities. Gradually, your combat prowess grew stronger. Su Wanru appointed you as a small leader within the village, overseeing over 30 subordinates and wielding a measure of influence. By the third year, through your relentless efforts and the resources at your disposal, you advanced further into the upper realm of body tempering. Your strength surged, allowing you to withstand over 100 exchanges in combat with Wang Laosan of the same realm without defeat, filling you with confidence for the future. You believed you would surely achieve your aspirations and grow even more formidable. By the third year in 3 months, you had completely surpassed Wang Laosan, able to defeat him within 10 moves. Su Wanru regarded you as a trusted confidant, inviting you into the core of the village, and her esteem for you only grew. You also actively engaged with others, broadening your influence. Occasionally undertaking missions with commendable results, you brought significant benefits to the village. By the fifth year, your strength continued to rise, though you were still a step away from the peak of body tempering. You never wavered in your determination, feeling that within 3 years, you would surely make a breakthrough. However, the unfolding events strayed from your expectations. In the 6th year, the deputy leader of the village suddenly betrayed you, colluding with the officials from Julian City, 30 miles away, leading a group of soldiers to attack Qingfeng village. As the newly appointed leader, you charged to the front lines, resisting the well-equipped government troops. Utilizing the terrain to your advantage, you repelled over 10 assaults from the imperial forces. 3 months later, they abandoned their efforts. Enraged, Su Wanru led you and other confidants to eliminate all of the deputy leader's subordinates overnight. Following this conflict, the strength of Qingfeng village diminished significantly. After some hesitation, Su Wanru promoted you to the 4th leader, commanding over 500 subordinates. At this juncture, you firmly established your position within Qingfeng village. You deepened your connections with your subordinates, fostering relationships to enhance your influence, all while fervently practicing to elevate your own abilities. In the 7th year, the government launched another offensive. This time, they joined forces with 3 surrounding cities, executing a surprise attack under the guidance of the deputy leader. Qingfeng village suffered substantial losses, with more than half of its personnel decimated. In light of such circumstances, Su Wanru decisively led you in retreat. "Liliang, I will not forget you," she coldly declared in the dark, before mounting her horse and galloping into the distance. Li Liang was the deputy leader's real name. You followed Su Wanru as she led you away from Qingfeng village, unsure of her destination. 2 months later, you arrived at another stronghold. "Little sister, you have come." A young man in white greeted you at the foot of the mountain, concern etched on his face as he looked at Su Wanru. "Elder brother, it's all Li Liang's fault. Without him, Qingfeng village would not have fallen to the government in this manner," Su Wanru expressed, visibly displeased. The young man chuckled. "Do not worry. Little sister, I will help you avenge this grievance." As the conversation unfolded, Su Wanru suddenly pushed you forward. "Elder brother, let me introduce you. This is Ming, my husband." "Oh." The young man, Su Yu, looked astonished. "Little sister, you have good taste." After a moment of silence, he smiled. "Greetings, elder brother," you said, attempting to ingratiate yourself. "I owe all my progress to Wanru. Without her, I would still be a penniless scholar. Of course, being a scholar isn't without merit, but being with Wanru opens up a wider world." Su laughed heartily. "Interesting, this lad is quite amusing." In the following days, you finally grasped the depths of Su Wanru's background. She was the daughter of the chief of the largest underworld faction in Xiushui County, the Weihu Mountain, and Qingfeng village was merely a playful endeavor she had created. Weihu Mountain was the true essence of Su Wanru's existence. Chapter 3. The art of performance lacks finesse. The vast expanse of Weihu Mountain is home to nearly 10,000 subordinates, and its venerable leader, Su Batian, is a martial artist at the pinnacle of internal strength. executing each move with unparalleled vigor. His influence is profound throughout the entire Qiushui County, marking him as a true veteran of the world. Upon entering Weihu Mountain, you continue to stay by Su Wanru's side, fulfilling the role of her aide. Periodically, she rewards you with resources for cultivation, engages you in combat, and imparts skills, clearly demonstrating her intent to nurture your growth. After 3 months of diligent training, you achieve a significant breakthrough, now standing at the peak of body tempering with an impressive surge in strength and confidence. Upon learning of your advancement, Su Wanru is overjoyed. To reach such heights in merely 7 years is indeed a mark of talent. Consequently, Weihu Mountain begins to place greater importance on you, offering additional resources for your cultivation. Su Batian even grants you an audience, praising your potential and expressing hope for the future of the younger generation. With a grin, the silver-haired Su Batian pats your shoulder and suddenly remarks, "Wanru is 30 this year. You are not a child anymore. It is time to consider having a child." His expression darkens slightly as he continues, "The fortune teller claims I am destined for no grandchildren, but I refuse to believe such nonsense." While the eldest and second sons cannot bear children due to health issues, Wanru, he pauses, giving you an encouraging glance, "Go ahead and procreate. If you can grant me a grandchild, I will bestow upon you a powerful internal technique to help you break through to the qi condensation stage, along with 10 qi condensation pills, enough to sustain you for a decade of arduous training." Your eyes blaze with fervor. Indeed, breaking through to qi condensation requires internal skills, and without them, progress remains elusive. The qi condensation pills are vital resources, each one equivalent to a year of hard work for an ordinary martial artist. This opportunity must not slip through your fingers. Do not worry, Father. I will strive to make it happen. If all else fails, you are even willing to kneel and accept the role of a grandchild. Principles, dignity, and masculinity mean little to you. All that matters is the potential benefits. In this world, only those who are willing to seize opportunities survive. Returning to your quarters, you find Su Wanru still immersed in her studies. "My dear, come. Let me demonstrate my newly acquired skills." You charge towards her. The following afternoon, you stagger upright from your bed. Su Wanru is astonishingly powerful. Despite both of you being at the peak of body tempering, her resilience is remarkable and unparalleled. For the next 6 months, you work tirelessly, and Su Wanru, sensing your determination, occasionally prepares medicinal concoctions for you. She also frequently visits the distant mountain shrine to pray for a child. A year passes, yet Su Wanru remains unchanged. You ponder whether she might also be incapable, as 7 years should have been ample time for conception. The thought weighs heavily on your mind, distracting you from your nightly endeavors. In the 8th year, the second son of Weihu Mountain, Su Yu, returns, bringing with him a severed head. "Sister, Li Liang is dead. You must pull yourself together." He places the head down and departs, burdened with his thoughts. Strangely enough, 3 days later, Su Wanru miraculously becomes pregnant. Watching her belly grow day by day fills you with an inexplicable sense of yearning. Internal skills and resources, here I come. By the end of the 8th year, deep within the Stronghold, you pace nervously outside. Inside, Su Wanru is in labor. Su Yu casts an impatient glance your way. "You fool. Why are you so anxious?" Su Guanshan approaches and pats your shoulder reassuringly. "Xiao Ming, do not fret. The third sister is a martial artist. She will be fine." You nod in response. Concern? Would you truly be concerned for this woman? For the past 8 years, you have felt nothing but resentment, devoid of even a trace of affection. Your only concern lies with the resources promised by Su Batian. Seated calmly, Su Batian savors his tea, exclaiming, "Ha! They say I am fated for no grandchildren. Utter nonsense." Clearly, the elder is in high spirits. After a brief wait, the sound of a baby's cry pierces the air. The 3 men rush forward in excitement. This matter concerns the Su family's legacy and cannot be taken lightly. Su Batian is the first to rush in. Wonderful. Upon seeing the infant, his mood lifts dramatically as he gently flicks the baby's nose. A boy. The future of our Su family is destined for greatness. You follow closely behind, gazing at the wrinkled little one, and an unfamiliar emotion surges within you. A child, your own child, flowing with your blood. Is this what it feels like to be a father? Your heart races, unable to calm itself. Dear husband, Su Wanru calls out weakly. You hasten to her side, suppressing any lingering disdain or reluctance, maintaining the ade you have cultivated. Wanru, are you well? You wipe the sweat from her brow. You have truly endured much. Su Wanru smiles, yet tears begin to fall. You gently wipe her tears away. What is it? Are you too excited? It's just childbirth for you. Isn't it as simple as relieving oneself? You jest, prompting a chuckle from her. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes your back, and an overwhelming force surges within you, wreaking havoc upon your meridians, leaving you incapacitated. You spit blood and collapse, losing consciousness. Fool! Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Su Batian, cradling the child in one arm, laughs heartily. Su Yu and Su Guanshan join in his mirth, while only Su Wanru grits her teeth, tears streaming down her face. Human emotions are not akin to grass or wood. Who can remain indifferent? After 8 years of companionship, her feelings for you run deep, largely due to the emotional value you have provided, an irreplaceable commodity. When you finally regain consciousness, you discover yourself imprisoned in the dungeon of the Stronghold. You're not bound by chains or ropes, nor do you need to be. After all, with your meridians severed and your strength gone, a future seems bleak unless you can somehow gain an advantage. You scoff, youth still too young. Your lack of experience prevented you from discerning Su Batian's cunning and manipulative nature. Leaning against the earthen wall, your emotions are a tangle of confusion. The sound of footsteps approaches. The 5 members of the Su family arrive. Su Batian, Su Guanshan, Su Yu, Su Wanru, and your newborn son, Gu Ming. You should be grateful for the time you have been granted. Su Yu remarks, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. Su Batian produces a leather-bound tome and a vial of pills, tossing them your way. Here, as promised, your internal technique and the chi condensation pills. Chapter 4, Conclusion. Simulation Task. I, Su Batian, am a man of my word. What I promise, I shall deliver. As he spoke, he playfully teased the child in his arms. Su Guanshan drew a sword from behind, offering it to Su Wanru. Sister, it's time to end this. The resolution was clear. The Su family would not be confined to the confines of Weihu Mountain. My father has arranged a marriage with the chieftain of the Taixing Mountain Stronghold in Xiushui County, and in 3 days, their 4th son will join our family. Su Yu laughed heartily. Our 2 strongholds shall join forces to create a glorious future. Su Wanru's expression was complex as she gazed into his eyes, searching for something different. Damn it, you don't want to die, do you? After a moment of silence, Su Wanru picked up the sword, turning back with a smile. Brother, the 4th son must be quite handsome, right? Su Guanshan nodded. He has a decent appearance. Certainly better than this scheming fool. He pointed at you without hesitation. Su Wanru nodded and stepped closer. Let be destroyed. You grasp the inner strength within your hand, the condensing chi pill, and close your eyes. Gu Ming, in the next life, we must not meet again. Furthermore, your acting skills are lacking, truly inadequate. Su Wanru drew her sword, piercing your heart. You felt a piercing pain. Am I truly that poor an actor? In your final moments, this thought echoed in your mind. I need more practice. And then, you were dead. Simulation concluded. On the bed, Gu Ming touched his face. Alas, he was still dead. This simulation has concluded, achieved peak realm of body refinement. Acquired Clear Wind Fist 4th level. Gained all memories and combat experiences from the past 8 years. Obtained all memories from the past 8 years. No impact on self. Received a manual on inner strength and a bottle of condensing chi pills, 10 pills. Acquired 100 taels of gold and a set of clothing. Will you inherit this? Need that even be asked? Yes. Inherited. In the next moment, Gu Ming's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. The once frail figure now became robust, evolving from a delicate scholar to a formidable warrior. With the peak realm of body refinement within him, he possessed a flawless mastery of all martial experiences. The memories of 8 years of simulation flooded in, thankfully appearing like a film, allowing him to observe all information without personal impact. Some scenes, however, were quite shocking. TSK. Even with censorship, they were still quite something. Sitting on the bed, Ming reached out, and a book alongside a bottle of pills manifested before him. According to the simulator's description, all acquired items would be stored in the simulation space, accessible at any time. The simulation space was infinite but could only contain items obtained within the simulation. Opening the book, he glanced at the Inner Strength Manual. Basic Inner Strength was its name. It bore no extraordinary attributes and offered no enhancements. Its only virtue was its simplicity and comprehensibility. After a brief examination, Ming began his practice. The peak of body refinement was merely a starting point. In the realm of cultivation, naturally, the more, the better. Following the manual's description, he proceeded with the exercises. Half an hour later, a wisp of true energy emerged. Ming felt a surge of joy as he circulated this energy within his body. At that moment, he had become a condensing chi warrior, with true energy enveloping him. His offensive capabilities surpassed those of an ordinary body refinement practitioner. Putting away the manual, he retrieved the condensing chi pills. Should he consume one now? If used during the simulation, it could be leveraged multiple times. After a moment of hesitation, Ming decided to refrain. The condensing chi pills were precious, acquired by sheer luck last time. It would be wise to save them for a few more days. Calming his thoughts, he continued his training. Cultivating in the condensing chi realm was predominantly about endurance. By continuously circulating his inner power, he could amass more true energy, albeit through a rather tedious process. However, with the aid of condensing chi pills or rare treasures, the speed of cultivation could be accelerated. Yet, the underlying truth remained. Without funds, progress is hindered. While Ming felt the changes within the condensing chi realm, he practiced diligently. Time flew by, and at noon, upon hearing footsteps, he lay back on the bed, exiting his cultivation state. The door creaked open, and a burly man clad in iron armor entered. Resembling the figure from the simulation exactly, he handed over a meal, saying, "Eat quickly. The boss has asked me to tell you that she will come find you as soon as she finishes her business." What coincidence! The line was identical. Ming said nothing and chose to eat in silence. A man is iron. Food is steel. To skip a meal is to invite calamity. Just as the burly man was about to leave, a notification appeared before Ming, marked with an exclamation point. Upon closer inspection, it expanded, revealing a line of text. Simulation task, task description, pin the counterpart against the wall and maintain eye contact for 3 seconds. Task reward. 1 simulation opportunity. Task penalty. None. Excellent. The simulation task appeared directly. Ming hesitated for half a second. He decided to proceed. No misunderstandings. I am a serious person. He clenched his fist and seized the burly man. Take care. Huh? What the hell do you want? The burly man frowned, visibly displeased. Ming smiled, tugging him toward the earthen wall in the room. The burly man was bewildered. Wasn't he this guy supposed to be a frail scholar? How could he possess greater strength than himself? After all, he was in the mid-stage of body refinement. As doubt clouded his mind, Ming pressed one hand against the wall, bending slightly to peer into the man's eyes. The burly man sensed impending doom. What do you intend to do? I will call for help. Ming remained silent, merely smiling. 3 seconds passed, and with a sigh, he slapped the burly man on the head. Thud! The burly man collapsed to the ground, sleeping peacefully. Youth is indeed a blessing. They can fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Closing the door, Ming initiated the simulation. It would be long before he was discovered, so he must quickly enhance his strength and leave Qingfeng Stronghold. Beginning simulation, Day 1. You consumed a condensing chi pill in 1 gulp, circulating basic inner strength. You absorbed all the power of the pill. Night fell. You successfully refined the pill, enhancing your cultivation, nearing the mid-stage of condensing chi, feeling the surge of true energy. You were elated. You slapped the burly man on the ground. Just as you were about to proceed, the door swung open. Old Six, what are you? A few bandits immediately spotted the body nearby. Old Six. He.S. dead. With a sigh, you charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike landing. Soon there were 3 more bodies on the ground. From the very first simulation, yet committed murder and gained relevant experience and memories. Thus, you remained unperturbed. Chapter 5. Did you deceive me? You crouched down and began to search. Eventually, you acquire 100 taels of silver and a martial arts manual. It is a style of boxing known as heaven-shaking fist. The name is quite imposing, yet can only be practiced up to the peak of body refinement. Stowing away the boxing manual and the silver, you dash towards the central building of the bandit stronghold. Having simulated memories of your first encounter, you navigate through Qingfeng stronghold with ease, dispatching over 10 bandits before finally arriving at the assembly hall. With a single punch, you eliminate the 2 guards and kick open the grand door. Don't move, we're here to sweep out the vermin. Inside the hall, for bandits are taken aback. You cast a glance over them. These 4 are the leaders of Qingfeng stronghold: Su Wanru, Li Liang, the 3rd leader Li Zhan, and the 4th leader Wang Yang. It's you. Su Wanru draws her blade. Are you pretending? How interesting. It seems someone is targeting me. Su Wanru. She rises, her imposing figure trembling slightly. You pick up a knife from the ground. To ensure your compliance, we must resolve this swiftly. In a flash of steel, you swiftly eliminate the 3rd and 4th leaders, delivering a punch that shatters the heart of the 2nd leader. Su Wanru's jaw nearly drops in disbelief. You have achieved the mastery of gathering qi. You are indeed a master of qi gathering. Gazing at the white gas flowing from your blade, her expression shifts. The composure she once held dissipates. You cast her a sidelong glance. Raising your knife, Su Wanru, surrender all your resources. I might consider sparing your life. Su Wanru falls silent, ultimately lowering her weapon. I hope you keep your word. As she speaks, she retrieves a small porcelain vial from behind her. This is a bottle of qi-gathering pills given to me by my father. It could save you 10 years of arduous cultivation. You extend your hand to receive it. It appears identical to the one you refined before, indeed genuine. What else do you have? You continue to press. At this moment, a multitude of bandits gathers around, encircling the assembly hall, their gazes predatory. Su Wanru furrows her brow. You are too greedy, man. So what if you have gathered qi? With over 2,000 of us, you may not escape unscathed. You laugh heartily. I might perish, but before that, you shall meet your end first. Su Wanru's expression falters, and reluctantly, she produces a book from her bosom. This is the internal cultivation method of my Su family. If you desire it, take it. She tosses it to you. You catch it deftly and glance at it. Tai-Bai Ice Heart Technique, an ice attribute cultivation method that can be practiced up to the peak of internal vigor. A splendid find indeed. Stowing the technique away, you nod. Rest assured, I, Ming, never harm women. As you search the 3 corpses on the ground, you discover another martial arts manual and 200 taels of silver. Is this all? How meager. Is this all the money a leader carries? The martial art is yet another body refinement technique named through whole leg. You gather these resources and wave your hand. The sky is high and the road is long. We shall have no further entanglements. Su Wanru exhales in relief. Watching her departing figure, she finds herself somewhat entranced. So handsome, so dishing, suddenly. In her moment of distraction, a knife flies through the air, piercing her neck with ease. You approach with a smile, withdrawing the blade. I mention I do not kill women, but I apologize. You are rather androgynous. After searching her, you uncover another bottle of qi-gathering pills. Excellent. You are certain that Su Wanru has more hidden away, as her father is a master of internal vigor. However, now is not the time to act. You sever Su Wanru's head and grasp it as you exit the assembly hall. The surrounding bandits recoil in terror. Su Wanru is dead. Let Qingfeng stronghold disband. You declare loudly, kicking her head, which flies and shatters against a distant rock. Remember, it was I, a sword opening the heavens. Yi Guqing, who committed this act. After leaving a couple of witty remarks, you turn and depart. Along the way, you encounter more bandits. But each is swiftly dispatched, ensuring your path is clear. As dawn breaks, you continue your journey. Having left Qingfeng stronghold, you remain uncertain of your next destination. The scholar's memories are simple, his background unblemished. He is without parents, siblings, or many friends throughout his life. After some hesitation, you decide to head to Julian City. According to the information obtained from your previous simulation, this world comprises 4 nations. They are Nanxia, Dongzhou, Beiqin, and Xishan. You are currently within Nanxia. The 4 nations share the world, coexisting in conflict and cooperation. Since all originated from the Li dynasty a millennium ago, Many places bear striking resemblances, including local governance systems. Each nation is structured similarly: capital, province, prefecture, city, and countryside. Julian City is modest in scale, with its strongest inhabitant being merely at the peak of body refinement. To you, it poses little threat, making an ideal place to settle down. You also require a conducive environment for cultivation and enhancement of your strength. On the fourth day, you finally arrive at Julian City. Along the way, you have robbed a few bandits, exchanging your tattered scholar-esque robe for a clean black outfit, enhancing your gallant appearance, especially with the blade at your back, embodying the image of a young hero. Upon entering the city, you survey your surroundings. Unknowingly, you find yourself at an entertainment district. I, Ming, am of upright character. Ha ha ha. Entertainment is out of the question. Turning a corner, you venture into a nearby brothel. Upon entering, a throng of women approaches, eagerly attempting to entice you. Young hero, what kind of experience do you seek? Hearing their completely anachronistic banter, you feel somewhat exasperated. You produce a silver ingot, basic services. Under the lead of one of the women, you ascend to a room on the third floor. Seated in a chair, a woman in white pours you a drink and then closes the door behind her. You take a sip, ready to speak. But the woman approaches. Young hero, this is my first time. She lights a candle. Please be gentle. Ha ha ha. You dismiss her words as mere nonsense. After a series of actions, you find yourself lying on the bed, sipping wine while contemplating life. Did I traverse through time merely for this base desire? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As a time traveler armed with a simulator, my life cannot be squandered in such an insipid manner. I must strive to cultivate. You feel invigorated, filled with determination. Is the young hero satisfied? The woman in white asks while adjusting her attire. You deceive me. You shake your head. The woman smiles at you, remaining silent. But the silence is the finest response. Chapter 6. Tenderness, Departure, and Settling Down. After sipping 2 cups of wine, you don your boots. The gentle maiden implores, do not forget me, for I am called Wenru. When you return, you must seek me out. Wenru will await your return. As she assists you in donning your attire, she continues speaking. Wenru, such an intriguing name. What compels you to do this? You inquire. Wenru offers a bitter smile. I have no choice. My father is a gambler, indebted to the gaming house for 30,000 taels. My mother, although a woman, has disguised herself as a man to take the imperial examination. My sister married a worthless man who constantly demands money from our family. And my brother, what a similarly unfortunate soul, now gravely ill and reliant on medicine. Such tragedy. It is truly heart-wrenching. You cannot help but shed tears. Rest assured, when I return, I shall seek you out. Men's words are often deceitful. You reflect as you elegantly depart from the establishment known as Wanying Tower. You arrive at an inn and secure a room. The Wanying Tower provides meals and lodging. Its atmosphere does not appeal to you. You are a man of principles, valuing the separation of the mundane and the sacred. Here are the dishes you requested. The waiter in a short sleeve shirt announces. After a hearty meal, you sit on the bed, retrieving the condensation pills to commence your cultivation. By dawn, you have thoroughly refined 20 condensation pills, enabling your cultivation level to ascend to the mid-level of condensation, with a high level not far off. You examine the martial arts techniques acquired from the corpses you collected, yet quickly lose interest in their practice. In matters of combat, possessing the Tai-Bai Ice Heart technique suffices. Ultimately, one must prioritize the attainment of higher realms. You extract the Tai-Bai Ice Heart technique and begin to shift your focus to this new cultivation method. 3 days later, you conclude your transition in practice. Your inner true energy has transformed into Ice Attribute Ice Heart True Energy. With a full force strike, you can freeze your foe's heart veins, killing them without a trace. Grasping a jug of wine, you channel your true energy. Alas, this temperature is still insufficient for chilling. You suddenly recall that white wine should not be chilled. In the following days, you diligently continue your cultivation. Until a month later, the officials of Julian City suddenly search the town for a youth named Yiguqing. You remain unperturbed, as their searches seem half-hearted and insincere. Yet, this diminishes your sense of security considerably. It is time to depart from this place. Taking out a map of Qiushui County, you scrutinize it, shaking your head in resignation. Better not to take risks. You resolve to find a secluded spot to quietly reside until the end of your days. You do not intend to compete for cultivation resources unless absolutely necessary. For every action carries its own risks. After tidying up, you don a straw hat and black attire, leaving Julian City under the cover of night. You journey eastward. In the 5th month, you traverse through 15 county cities, arriving at a remote fishing village. Standing on the beach, gazing at the scattered fishing boats in the distance, and feeling the caress of the sea breeze, you resolve to settle here. From this day forth, you make your home in the fishing village known as Shanjiao Village. The reason behind its name eludes you. You offer the village chief a few taels of silver, and he, along with the villagers, builds you a house, leaving you with ample provisions. By the end of the 1st year, through relentless cultivation, you break through to the high level of condensation. After this, without the aid of condensation pills, further rapid breakthroughs become exceedingly challenging. As time passes, your outward identity is that of a failed scholar, a man who has lost hope in life. This raises no eyebrows among the villagers. Your existence remains monotonously dull, filled only with the cycles of cultivation, eating, and sleeping. The villagers find you peculiar, and gradually, few engage with you. Only the village chief, under your financial influence, ensures that his son Xiaohu delivers food and water to you periodically. In the 5th year, at the age of 20, after a full day of cultivation, you sit at your doorstep, fiddling with nearby stones while watching the children play in the distance. As you observe, a figure approaches. "Brother, I am earnest. Please accept me as your disciple." A slender youth gazes at you with unwavering determination. "No, thank you." This is Xiaohu, the chief's son, now 15 years old. "Brother, I am truly serious. Over these 5 years, I have read over 30 martial arts novels and listened to storytellers in the town tea house 30 times. I am well versed in the ways of the martial world." Xiaohu pleads further. He has long taken an interest in your cultivation. "What nonsense! You're 15 already. Just look at your father. He had you when he was your age." You continue your jesting. Xiaohu, overwhelmed, replies, "Brother, please stop." Ultimately, pursuing martial arts is not his true ambition. Watching his dejected figure depart, you find joy in the moment. Life, after all, should offer some amusements. In the 7th year, Xiaohu marries the butcher's daughter from the east end of the village, who is quite pleasing to the eye. Marrying at 17 is considered quite late. On the day of the wedding, you indulge in 3 cups of wine at the feast, relishing the experience. Xiaohu approaches with his wife to toast. "Brother, when I have a son, will you accept him as your disciple?" "Get lost." You shoo him away. In the 8th year, Xiaohu has a daughter instead of son and comes to you. "Brother, please help me name her." You're taken aback. In this era, the right to name a child is of great significance. Typically, names are chosen by the parents. It is uncommon to allow outsiders that privilege. "Brother, we lack education. You have read books, have you not?" Xiaohu chuckles. You nod, then ponder deeply. "Your surname is Bai, and you are Xiaohu. Hu Taigo. Why not call her Bai Ge? What do you think?" "Excellent, excellent. Bai Ge is a wonderful name," Xiaohu exclaims with excitement. You are somewhat speechless. Is it truly such an exhilarating matter over a mere pun? In the 10th year, your cultivation has greatly advanced, yet you have not reached the point of breakthrough. This year, Xiaohu's daughter turns 2. While out fishing, Xiaohu often brings Bai Ge to you for care. Gradually, you find yourself fond of the little one. "May you grow strong and healthy," you say, gifting her a small wooden sword with a smile. In the 12th year, late at night, as you are immersed in cultivation, a surge of energy jolts you awake. A breakthrough. You have finally transcended. At this moment, you stand at the pinnacle of condensation, with the next step leading you to inner strength. You are filled with anticipation. Chapter 7. The Plague, Departure, and Action. After reaching the pinnacle of qi condensation, your overall strength has significantly increased. The total amount of genuine energy within you has expanded more than tenfold. This energy clings to your hands, feet, and weapons, enabling you to unleash a far more formidable power. At this juncture, a sense of confidence begins to bloom within you. In the 15th year, a sudden plague swept through the village. In a single night, over 30 villagers perished. The residents of Shanjiao village were engulfed in terror. The fishermen, after much struggle, resolved to abandon the village. After all, this was a plague. It is contagious and deadly. You too pack your belongings, preparing to seek refuge elsewhere. Life is paramount. Everything else is trivial. On the eve of your departure, you visited the family of the village chief, who had cared for you. To your horror, you discovered that everyone had succumbed. The chief and his wife, the young Hu couple, and the innocent Bai Ge, who had yet to grow up. The world had changed drastically. After a decade of companionship, your bond with the chief's family was profound, and tears escaped your eyes. Take care, everyone. With a straw hat and a long knife, you left Shanjiao village. A few days later, at a relay station, you encountered a dozen well-equipped soldiers. From their conversations, you learned they intended to round up all the fleeing villagers for confinement. In these times, a plague is a terrifying specter. Once discovered, entire villages would face annihilation. It was precisely for this reason that the villagers had fled in desperation. You could not fathom the origins of the plague, nor did you wish to meddle in governmental affairs, so you slipped away quietly. You journeyed northward, and 3 months later, arrived at the northernmost small city of Nansha. The weather here was frigid, with biting winds. The townsfolk adorned themselves in heavy fur coats and winter attire, each household burning firewood for warmth. Though you possessed genuine energy, you could not withstand such coldness. After a period of adjustment, you resolved to settle here. Being a border town, it was quite remote, where 10 days could pass without a visitor. You purchased an uninhabited courtyard and made it your home. Subsequently, you offered a few taels of silver to your neighbors, employing them to gather firewood and deliver meals. You devoted yourself entirely to comprehending the Tai Bai ice heart technique, striving to break through to the next stage of internal gang. Internal gang. Genuine energy transforms into gang qi, capable of self-circulation and surrounding protection. Furthermore, it can attach to the body surface, augmenting offense and defense, with effects far surpassing that of genuine energy. In the 18th year, you had thoroughly acclimated to life in this northern city. Every day was a routine of chopping wood for warmth, practicing martial arts, and dining. The following day, you exerted every effort in your self-built training chamber, fervently circulating your genuine energy. Gradually, a white mist began to emanate from you, akin to boiling water, accompanied by a gentle warmth in your body. Bang! A sound erupted, and your cultivation broke through, entering the realm of internal gang. The ceaseless flow of genuine energy transformed entirely into gang qi. Part continued to circulate, while another portion enveloped your body, providing automatic protection. After breaking through to internal gang, you distinctly felt warmth surging through your body, and a sense of comfort enveloped you. I'm stronger now. You were quite pleased with your current physical state. The next day, a visitor arrived. At that moment, you were outside chopping wood when he forcefully kicked open your door. Are you Wang Tai-Dan? You grasped your axe, scrutinizing the intruder. Wang Tai-Dan is your alias from Shanjiao village. How did he discover this? The visitor, clad in a fur coat, was robustly built, exuding an imposing aura. You could not discern his cultivation level. Is he a master? Good sir, you must have mistaken the person. You chuckled lightly and resumed chopping wood. Mistaken? Not quite. Wang Tai-Dan, I possess concrete evidence of your flight from Shanjiao village. Shanjiao village is the origin of the plague. Over the years, countless lives have been lost. Should others learn of your true identity, your days would not be so tranquil. Your brow furrowed. Sir, if you have business, please state it plainly. If he intended to scheme against you, he could simply report it directly. Yet his current demeanor was evidently a threat, indicating ulterior motives. Clever. The burly man produced a piece of paper. Wang Tai-Dan. This document enumerates all the evidence confirming your identity. If you wish to survive, assist me in a matter. You set down your axe and approached. Speak. Help me kill a man. You narrowed your eyes, continuing to gaze at him. Elaborate. The man let out a sigh of relief and hastily revealed his predicament. He was the lord of the canal city, 30 miles to the south. 3 days prior, his daughter had been abducted by the bandits of Wulongzai, and before he could rescue her, she had been violated and murdered by them. He had exhausted all means, yet revenge eluded him. The lord of Wulongzai was a peak qi condensation warrior, commanding thousands of elite soldiers. Even the entire canal city could not stand against them, let alone a mere lord. After all, he was but an ordinary man, possessing no martial skills, only a rudimentary understanding of combat techniques. By chance, he had learned of your existence. After some investigation, he understood everything. After listening to the man's tale, you clenched your fists and inquired, "Lord, numerous experts reside in Wulongzai. It will not be easy to slay their leader. You have not disclosed this to anyone, have you?" "No, this matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you and me. Even in Canal City, only a handful know of my presence here." The man insisted, "Wang Tai-Dan, I only ask that you aid me in eliminating the leader. Once this matter is resolved, I will ensure your concerns are alleviated." You nodded. In the next moment, you swung a punch. Bang! The man was sent flying, crashing into the stone wall behind him. Picking up your axe, you approach him step by step. I do not take kindly to threats. Observing the Lord's terrified expression, you raise your axe. "With no cultivation, how dare you threaten me? You have severed all your escape routes. Are you truly foolish or simply brainless?" The Lord coughed up blood, rendered speechless. You brought the axe down. Thud. After swiftly erasing any traces nearby, you once again packed your belongings. Regardless, this place was no longer safe. It was time to relocate. In the dead of night, you changed your clothes and silently departed from the small city. Then, you journeyed northward. This time, you intended to head towards Beijing. The Qin and Xia kingdoms lie to the north and south of the mountain range known as Tai Bai Shan, which obstructs the path between them. Once you reach Qin, you can assume a new identity and continue your life unburdened. You held on to this hope. Chapter 8. Dharma named the path to northern Qin is arduous, with towering mountains and vast distances. Amidst the wilderness, fierce tigers occasionally roam. In the 19th year of your journey northward, you find yourself in a snowy expanse, where a fearsome roar echoes through the air. A fleeting glance reveals a massive black shadow leaping from a nearby tree. A black tiger charging at you with ferocity. Its gaze is terrifying, enough to instill fear in the hearts of ordinary men. You draw your long knife, feeling your vital energy surge forth, enveloping the blade. After deftly evading its first strike, you pivot and swing your knife. The black tiger's defenses are formidable, even with your enhanced energy. Your strikes feel as though they are colliding with stone. It is remarkably tough. Clenching your fists, you engage in combat, but the tiger quickly realizes your strength. After a few exchanges, it seizes an opportunity and dashes down a nearby slope, vanishing in an instant. Disappointment washes over you. You had yet to unleash your full potential in battle. Your supplies are dwindling, and the road ahead remains long. Tightening your clothing, you hasten your pace. Well done, my friend. A white figure suddenly appears, smiling at you. He is tall and clad in monk's robes, adorned with prayer beads, his head shaved, lips red and teeth white. Dressed minimally, yet exuding an aura of high cultivation. You glance at the bundle slung over his shoulder, and the next moment, you collapse to the ground, exclaiming, "I can't go on." The young monk approaches, puzzled. You appear strong and vigorous. There is no issue with your health. You shake your head and gesture to your mouth. "Master, you misunderstand. I have gone 3 days without food." Without hesitation, the young monk produces his bundle. "Here, this is the flatbread I've eaten over the past 3 days. Please enjoy it." You stare at the bite marks and the surrounding remnants, your mouth twitching. "Master, this is what you've been eating?" "Indeed," he replies with a gentle smile. "No matter how far one travels, a single bread suffices." Speechless, you rise and bow to him. "Farewell." "Wait, are you also heading to northern Qin? Let's journey together." The young monk catches up to you. "I am Dharmaname, the third-generation disciple of Qinglian Temple." "And you? Qinglian Temple?" You recall it as a Buddhist establishment in southern Xia. But your years of solitary cultivation have left you with scant knowledge of such matters. "I am Wang Ergu," you reply, sheathing your knife nonchalantly. "In the world of martial arts, one's alias is of great importance." "Brother Ergu, what brings you to northern Qin?" "Family visit." "Oh, you have relatives there?" "Indeed. And what else will you do in northern Qin?" "Take a life." Dharmaname chuckles, revealing a set of white teeth. Your interest piqued. You contemplate the implications of his strength compared to your own. After a moment, you decide to distance yourself from this troubling matter. It is best to avoid such entanglements. Paths may cross again. Brother Dharma name, you bid him farewell, quickening your pace. Wait, are you not curious why I wish to take a life? Curiosity can be perilous. You retort. Thus, the two of you travel together, with Dharma name chattering incessantly. You learn much from his tales. Dharma name, at 21 years of age, is a monk of Qingfeng Temple, at the pinnacle of external vital energy cultivation. His quest to northern Qin is to pursue a villain named Han Bupin, who has committed numerous atrocities near Honglian Temple, robbing and terrorizing the local populace. Initially, Qinglian Temple chose not to intervene, until he brazenly targeted a lay disciple of the temple. Thus, Dharma name took it upon himself to act. This temple seems to have a rather skewed sense of justice. Half a month later, you find yourselves in a cave, where you kindle a fire. You skillfully prepare a wolf you recently hunted, setting it to roast over the flames. Ba, Dharma name intones solemnly. Brother Dharma, what lies beyond the external vital energy realm? You inquire, curiosity piqued. He glances at you, responding nonchalantly. Beyond external vital energy is the innate state, marrow-washing, true bones, Grandmaster, Earth vital energy, Sky vital energy. Ah, I see. 10 realms in total. The realm of cultivation does not typically boast such an array. You shake your head. Now is not the time for reckless ambition. You must first attain the pinnacle of internal vital energy. You are acutely aware of the purpose of this simulation. You cannot afford to squander the opportunity. Soon, the wolf meat is ready. You tear off a leg and begin to eat. Though lacking seasoning, it is palatable, albeit somewhat sour. Dharma name sighs, Ba. With a wave of his hand, a stream of golden vital energy slices through a piece of meat, which he adeptly catches, devouring it heartily. You are taken aback. Master, do monks not abstain from meat? He shoots you a bemused glance. How can one cultivate without consuming meat? You are left speechless. It dawns on you that this fellow is quite the character, powerful in skill yet devoid of life experience, and rather talkative. The 20th year arrives, and at last, you emerge from the snow-covered mountains. Beyond Taibai Mountain lies northern Qin, where the air grows warmer ahead. Dharma name chuckles. Indeed, this world is peculiar. The temperature fluctuates. Cold in the middle, warm on either side. The reasoning eludes you. After a while longer, you part ways. Brother Urgu, we shall meet again. Dharma name smiles at you. Right? You reply, rolling your eyes before swiftly departing. 3 months later, you arrive at a small town in central northern Qin. After some inquiries, you settle in a village 20 miles outside the town. This is a genuine mountain village, sparsely populated, with simple folk, an environment you find quite appealing. This time, you do not seek provisions from others. Instead, you rely on your own efforts. During your 2 years in Taibai Mountain, you have grown fond of the thrill of hunting. It is akin to fishing. A day without hunting feels unsettling. You construct a modest dwelling at the foot of the mountain, embarking on a tranquil and arduous path of self-cultivation. Life may be monotonous, yet you find joy in it. In the 25th year, your vital energy expands significantly, enhancing your combat prowess. Simultaneously, you dedicate your spare time to perfecting both the shocking fist and the penetrating leg techniques to their zenith. Though the two body-refining martial arts offer only modest increases in strength, they prove beneficial nonetheless. Chapter 9. Sometimes it is possible in the 30th year. At the age of 45, you find yourself in peak physical condition. On this day, you diligently practice the Taibai Ice Heart technique, exerting yourself to the fullest without reservation. Swiftly, as your training progresses, you achieve a significant breakthrough, now standing at the intermediate level of internal strength. With continued effort, there remains hope of reaching the pinnacle of internal strength before your time comes to an end. Stretching your limbs, you feel an optimistic anticipation for the future. The quaint village you inhabit is called Heishan, not for the darkness of its mountains, but as a tribute to a prominent figure who once emerged from this land. Known as Heishan, your life here is exceedingly pleasant. You hunt for your own sustenance and fashion your own garments, finding contentment in every aspect. In the mid-30th year, you return to your modest courtyard, dragging the carcass of a large tiger, only to be greeted by an unexpected visitor. Wang Ganyang, what brings you here again? You exclaim, somewhat exasperated. Wang Ganyang is the village's renowned matchmaker, reputed to have facilitated unions for more than half of the couples in the village. Xiaozi, I am merely looking out for your best interests. You are no longer young. It is high time you found a woman to share your life with. She insists. If you give me the word, I will find someone for you immediately. Unbeknownst to you, women of all ages in the village, from the elderly to the youthful, harbor feelings for you. After years of a relentless persuasion, you remain unmoved. Oh, so you have feelings for me as well? You tease, gazing at her with feigned sincerity. Wang Ganyang bursts into laughter. You cheeky boy, what did you learn to jest? Though she is over 40 and past the age of romance. A thought crosses her mind. If Ergo were willing, perhaps it wouldn't be out of the question. You know I'm just jesting, you reply, discarding the tiger's body and shaking your head. Ganyang, my heart is set on my cultivation. I have no intention of marrying, so please give up this notion. You have always been a man of ambition, believing that a woman would only hinder your training. Ergo, think it over. Let me tell you Wang Ganyang persists, extolling the virtues of marriage and parenthood with grandiose tales, yet you remain resolute in your rejection. Eventually, she departs, frustrated, muttering about your stubbornness. In the 35th year, you have grown stronger yet also aged. Your skin no longer is smooth and delicate. Now, 50, you have firmly entered middle age. Throughout these 5 years, Wang Ganyang has not relented, visiting nearly every month to persuade you. But your resolve remains unshaken, and slowly, she too finds herself powerless against your determination. How absurd. I have traversed time and space, yet I'm still being pressured into marriage. You think, exasperated by her incessant nagging. In the 40th year, during a winter's day, whilst hunting in the mountains, you stumble upon an abandoned infant nestled in the snow, on the brink of death. Not my concern, you initially decide, but as you walk away, a sense of compassion tugs at your conscience. After all, saving the child would not detract from your own interests. Finding a flimsy excuse, you scoop up the infant, discovering to your surprise that it is a girl. Ah, how typical in this era that favors sons, you mused. You channel your internal energy to warm the child, and, upon returning to Heishan village, hand her over to the bewildered village chief. Egu, what is the meaning of this? He questions, perplexed. You simply gesture for him to manage the situation as the village chief, whether through adoption or official channels. With that, you turn and leave him speechless. Days later, you learn that the chief has taken in the girl, and you breathe a sigh of relief, returning to your training. In your 50th year, you have aged further, yet your cultivation flourishes, elevating you to the advanced level of internal strength, invigorating your vitality. At 65, you still appear youthful for your age, though the signs of time are evident upon your face. As you grow older, physical exertion becomes less appealing. Hunting seems less worthwhile than lounging at home. Your greatest joy transforms into basking in the sun, lounging on a chair you crafted, enjoying the dual benefits of relaxation and training. Food is no longer a concern. You have saved enough over the years to comfortably sustain your retirement. One day, as you close your eyes to soak in the warmth, a stone suddenly strikes you. Unfazed, you shift your position, dismissing it as a mere nuisance. Yet, when a barrage of stones follows, you can no longer ignore it. Lu Xiaomei, I warn you, cease your antics. You rise, voice raised in irritation. In the distance, a small girl clad in gray giggles and rushes toward you. Ergo, I came to see you because you looked lonely. Lu Xiaomei, the very girl you had rescued, is now 10 years old, spirited and full of life. I'm not lonely, you retort, reclining again with a chuckle. Is it true? She asks, eyes wide with disbelief. What is true? You respond, bemused. Lu Xiaomei whispers, I heard from Wang Ganyang that your reluctance to find a wife stems from fox spirit at home. She continues, that fox spirit drains your energy, leaving you no desire for marriage. Your martial pursuits are merely an excuse. Ah, Wang Ganyang, you exclaim, aghast at her slander. Xiaomei, don't listen to their words. Allow me to tell you a story. Once upon a time, in a place called Qingfeng Pass, the General Li Jing's wife was pregnant for 3 years without giving birth. You gently ruffle Lu Xiaomei's hair, delighted to share tales with her. In your advancing years, the yearning for conversation grows stronger, and Lu Xiaomei fills that void splendidly, eagerly listening to your stories. As the sun begins to set, your narrative reaches its conclusion, where Neza and A.O. Bing live happily ever after, and in due time, they welcome a chubby little boy named A.O. Yi. Ergo, is it possible for men to be together? Lu Xiaomei asks incredulously. Sometimes, it is indeed possible, you reply casually. Chapter 10. Breaking through the pinnacle of inner strength upon completing the tale, Lu Xiaomei departed, leaving you solitary in your abode as darkness enveloped the surroundings. You tucked away the chair and retreated to your chamber, contemplating the merits of companionship, for it would alleviate the pervasive solitude. With a sigh, you chastised yourself, realizing that indulging in such reflections was futile. Better to immerse yourself in cultivation. Seated cross-legged upon your bed, you resumed the practice of the Tai-Bai ice heart technique, striving diligently to transcend your limits. By the 55th year, you had acclimatized to a life of solitude, yet a tinge of regret lingered. 2 years prior, after Lu Xiaomei turned 13, she ceased her visits, as the societal norms dictated a separation between genders, tarnishing her reputation through constant association with you. This absence diminished the joy in your existence, leaving little in the way of anticipation. On a sunlit day, as you basked in the warmth while honing your skills, the sound of approaching footsteps caught your attention. Lu Xiaomei appeared, brimming with excitement. "Erga Grandpa, I am to be wed." Her sweet smile radiated joy. At 15, she had reached the age where marriage was customary. "Congratulations," you replied with a warm smile, retrieving a bamboo scroll from beneath your chair. "My age has rendered me immobile. I may not attend your wedding. This is but a token of my goodwill." Lu Xiaomei accepted the scroll, her eyes alight with recognition. "Ergu Grandpa, is this the collection of stories you once shared with me?" Many children in the village lacked the opportunity for education, yet you had imparted knowledge to her, making her one of the few literate girls in Heishan village. "Do you like it?" You inquired. "I love it. This is the finest gift I have ever received," she exclaimed, hugging the scroll tightly. "Erga Grandpa, I will wed Zhang Liming from the neighboring village. He is also 15, a scholar, and my grandfather assures me that the Zhang family runs a shop in the city, promising a prosperous life." Lu Xiaomei's words flowed with enthusiasm. "That certainly sounds delightful." You agreed. "However, the distance between our villages will hinder my visits. Please take care of yourself," she said, her voice quivering as tears welled in her eyes. You reassured her, wiping away her tears, for your bond was profound. "By the way, Erga Grandpa, I have prepared a gift for you." Suddenly, Lu Xiaomei revealed a piece of black cloth, unveiling a finely crafted wooden sword. "What do you think? It took me 3 years to create." You admired the exquisite craftsmanship, smiling. "It is truly beautiful. It is the best gift I have received in my lifetime." Upon closer inspection, you noticed an inscription on the hilt. "Ergu." After exchanging a few more words, Lu Xiaomei took her leave. Soon, she would become another bride, and remaining in the company of a solitary old man was unseemly, inviting unwarranted gossip. You wished her a lifetime of happiness, sighing as an inexplicable chill permeated the air. Clutching the wooden sword, you regarded it as a cherished treasure. A gift crafted with such dedication by a child deserved utmost reverence. As time flowed onward, you abstained from attending Lu Xiaomei's wedding, dedicating yourself to rigorous training at home, just a threshold away from achieving the final realm of inner strength. In the 60th year, through relentless effort, you finally discerned the sensation of impending breakthrough. One morning, while seeking an opportunity for advancement outside, a sudden sound of mourning drew your attention. Curiosity piqued, you inquired who has passed. It was the village chief. With keen eyesight, you recognized the name. The old man had reached 80 years, a remarkable age in these times. Resuming your seat, contemplative thoughts filled your mind. By the 65th year, after a morning ritual, a surge of energy propelled you into the pinnacle of inner strength. This was your utmost limit. Without subsequent techniques, you could never breach the realm of outer strength. You meticulously assessed your vitality at 80. Though diminished, it remained relatively robust, albeit with a crown of white hair. Realistically, You had but a decade left to live. Clad in white garments and bearing the wooden sword, you prepared to depart Heishan village, determined to make the most of your final years in pursuit of outer strength. As you exited the village, fate led you to encounter a middle-aged man who, upon recognizing you, expressed astonishment. "Are you Urga Grandpa?" You nodded, recalling him as Lu Haiju, the chief's second son. "I never anticipated you were still alive," Lu Haiju remarked. "You have outlived my father. Alas, had it not been for that incident, he might have lived a few more years." You smiled, casually inquiring, "What incident?" Lu Haiju appeared taken aback. "You do not know?" Narrowing your eyes, you sensed the weight of the matter. "Speak," you commanded. Reluctantly, Lu Haiju replied, 5 years ago, Xiaomei became pregnant. Her husband achieved scholarly success, and their future looked promising. However, while visiting a temple outside the city, she caught the attention of a young master from the Wang family and was subsequently violated. Xiaomei lost the child and, in despair, took her own life. The Wang family holds considerable power, dominating Tianming City. Xiaomei's husband issued a letter of divorce and married a daughter of the Wang family, enhancing his status. Lu Haiju continued, "My father was unable to bear the news and succumbed to grief. Is this truly the case?" You inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of chill coursing through your body. After years of restraint, the urge to act surged within you. "I am fine, do not worry," you reassured Lu Haiju, patting his shoulder as you clutched the wooden sword, resolutely advancing toward the distant mountains. Moments later, you arrived at 2 graves, one large and one small. The larger marked the grave of village chief Lu Yishou, while the smaller belonged to Lu Xiaomei. Her tombstone bore the name of her unborn daughter. Kneeling in silence, you paid your respects. Rising, you unsheathed the wooden sword. Your gaze I see. I seek not justice. I seek vengeance. Chapter 11. Resolution in the heart of Tianming City, the sole bastion within 100 miles. Surrounded by numerous villages akin to Heishan Village, the night breeze howled with an unsettling fervor. Armed solely with a wooden sword, you arrived at the doorstep of the Wang family, the most formidable clan within the city, comprising 351 souls. Grasping the wooden sword, you infused it with your vital energy, causing a chilling azure radiance to dance across its surface. With a swift motion, you charged forth. The 3 night watchmen, caught unawares, fell before you without a whisper. They were mere mortals, incapable of hindering your advance. Your movements were a blur as you weaved through the Wang estate. Your wooden blade claiming the lives of countless victims, regardless of gender or age, all succumbed to your wrath. Only through this carnage could you find solace and clarity in your thoughts. The slaughter unfolded relentlessly within the Wang residence. Countless bodies lay strewn across the ground. Although the Wang family was the city's largest power, their strongest member was merely at the body refinement stage, lacking the ability to condense energy. Thus your task was executed with alarming speed. In less than 15 minutes, over 100 lifeless forms adorned the estate. As you pressed on, a booming voice pierced the air. Who dares to act so recklessly? After severing the head of a middle-aged man, you turned to face a young man clad in golden robes, his brow furrowed with barely contained rage. To slay indiscriminately, where do you place the laws of the Great Qin? He coldly inquired. Your response was swift and decisive, a single strike of your blade. The young man's countenance shifted as he hastily drew his sword to defend himself, but his efforts were in vain, infused with your vital energy. The wooden sword cleaved him in twain. The laws of the Great Qin? You scoffed. If such laws were indeed effective, I would not be compelled to take lives tonight. You continued past the fallen, your assault unwavering. Gradually, the commotion roused some from their slumber, but their awakening proved futile. To you, the only consequence was a minor disturbance. After a relentless killing spree, your vital energy waned, yet you remained capable. With a forceful kick, you splintered the wooden door and entered the largest chamber of the Wang estate, where a young man lay asleep on the bed. According to your intelligence, this was none other than the young master of the Wang family. Prior to your arrival, you had gathered ample information about the Wang clan, thus feeling no trepidation. On the bed, a man and woman slept soundly, their rhythmic breathing filling the room. You plucked 2 marbles from the windowsill and with a flick of your hand, propel them forward. Empowered by your vital energy, the marbles pierced through their skulls, leaving gaping holes from which blood pooled upon the floor. Murder, merely a trivial act. Why go to such lengths? A voice suddenly resonated behind you. Turning slowly, you beheld a young man garbed in black, adorned with a white silk band around his head, and a jade pendant hanging at his waist. Surprised, yet wary, you noted his expression shift as he recognized you. Ah, an elder. You harbor a significant grudge against the Wang family, do you? In less than 15 minutes, you have taken 256 lives, he remarked calmly. As you regained your composure, a smile crept upon your lips. It is not such a profound grudge, merely vengeance for those the Wang family has wronged. The young man shook his head. Though the young master of the Wang family has committed many misdeeds, he is still bound by the laws of the Great Qing. Your actions are unjust, profoundly so. You raised your sword, sensing his formidable aura, yet you welcomed the chance for one final confrontation. With a deep sigh, the young man summoned a crimson glow, which cascaded to the ground, igniting into flames that engulfed the surrounding structures. The inferno blazed, creating a cacophony of chaos. You may proceed. I have dealt with the remaining 95, he gestured, allowing you passage. Elder, you are not young anymore. Perhaps it is time to seek tranquility. He chuckled lightly. Surveying the area, you indeed noted numerous corpses in places you had yet to traverse. You passed through him and stepped outside, but after a few strides, you turned back to inquire, who exactly are you? Merely a minor figure under the Great Qing's Tianji, he waved dismissively. Hurry along now. Linger too long, and you may find it difficult to leave. Casting a lingering glance at him, you turned and leaped away. A day later, you found yourself in another village, Qingshan Village, adjacent to Heishan, home to your sister-in-law's family. Zhang Liming had taken a leave of absence, remaining at home. At noon, you arrived at the Zhang residence. Outside, a group of children played house, reveling in their innocent roles of father and mother. Elder, whom do you seek? A young man emerged from within, clutching a scroll, his handsome features and refined demeanor evident. Is Zhang Liming here? You inquired with a smile. Yes, that would be me. What do you need? He replied, puzzled. With a swift motion, you answered him with a single strike of your blade. Zhang Liming had yet to comprehend the situation before he collapsed. His body cleaved in two, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. You had unraveled the truth behind this incident. None were innocent. After dispatching Zhang Liming, your gaze fell upon the children before the door. Two of them were his offspring with a woman from the Wang family. Inside, his parents and siblings awaited. You raised your sword, declaring, let all come to an end. With a flurry of blood, crimson splattered against door frames, walls, fields, and soil. A month later, clad in black attire, you wandered into a nearby Dao city, a Shui Dao. The administrative divisions of the Great Qing comprised Dao, Jun, and Cheng. Generally, the strongest in a city would reach the pinnacle of body refinement, while a Jun city would host those at the inner vital energy peak. And Dao cities were home to innate masters. The capital harbored even greater powers, with no apparent limit. Most martial arts sects and underworld factions flourished within their territories, scattered across the four nations. As you gaze at the imposing plaque above the gates of a Shui Dao city, you step forward. Perhaps the techniques beyond the inner vital energy lay within. 3 days later, you had discerned the power dynamics within a Shui Dao city. Like most factions, the government, families, and gangs existed in a delicate equilibrium. Each family and gang comprised various sects, forming alliances and rivalries. 3 significant families and 4 powerful gangs reigned supreme: the Zhongwu, Zheng families, and the Haish, Canglong, and Menghu gangs. Within these factions, each notable entity boasted innate guardians, offering opportunities for acquiring techniques and resources. Seated in a corner of a brothel, you sipped wine, deep in contemplation. Minutes later, a resolution crystallized within your mind. Chapter 12. The Canglong Gang holding a jar of wine. You ascend the stairs step by step. The Canglong Gang governs all brothels and gambling houses within the city of Shui, making it the most suitable choice for you. Other factions have stringent requirements regarding identity and background, yet the Canglong Gang is unconcerned with such matters. as long as you can accomplish their tasks and accumulate merits. You can exchange them for corresponding cultivation resources to enhance your strength. Old man, what are you up to? A middle-aged man intercepts you at the corner of the third-floor staircase. I wish to join the Songlong gang to earn a living, you reply with a chuckle, taking a sip of your wine, revealing your peak internal mastery. Ah, the middle-aged man's jaw nearly drops, observing the wrinkles on your face and the whiteness of your hair. His expression shifts. Old man, are you out of your mind? At your age, why not enjoy a life of leisure at home instead of mingling with gangsters? You stroke your beard. At 80 years old, this is precisely the age to venture forth. He chuckles in response. Very well, follow me. The middle-aged man leads you to the 6th floor to a vacant private room. Please wait, I shall summon someone. He glances at you with curiosity, clicking his tongue in amazement. As you sip your wine and wait, a young man clad in white, his face marred by scars, enters the room. My goodness, you really are an old man. The young man exclaims, his eyes wide. I must say, Master, you can't be serious. Your vitality is fading. Even if you break through to the external mastery, it won't prolong your life. At this rate, without a breakthrough, you shall meet your end in 10 years. He astutely perceives your remaining lifespan. You nod. Indeed, that is why I strive to live a few more years. The young man gives you a thumbs up. Impressive. Since you are willing, the Songlong gang will accept you. From this moment forth, you become the vice master of the Killing Heaven division of the Songlong gang. With command over more than 2,000 subordinates, you realize that the Songlong gang has various enterprises throughout the entire city. 5 days later, you receive a mission from the same young man, whose name is Sheng. In his 30s, he has already reached the external mastery realm. He personally brings you the task. Master Wang, here is the matter at hand. Sheng hands you token. Wang Fuwa is your new alias. In Heishui County, the Mixed Tiger Gang has been persistently harassing our enterprises, akin to a rabid dog. Your task is to fend off the Mixed Tiger Gang and protect our interests in Heishui County. As he speaks, he presents you with a thin booklet. This is a technique for external mastery. If you complete the task, we shall provide you with the second half of the technique, along with additional cultivation resources sufficient for a swift breakthrough to external mastery. The task spans 2.5 years. After weighing the pros and cons, you take the technique without hesitation. I will do it. Given the opportunity, you shall not let it slip away. The technique is named Ice Dragon Frost Technique, the pinnacle of internal mastery, capable of guiding you to the peak of innate strength. Your eyes gleam with determination. Whether these people doubt your success or tempt you with their techniques, it matters little to you. You shall proceed without hesitation. In the 65th year, you arrive in Heishui County and become the controller of the Songlong Gang's subsidiary forces there. The Mixed Tiger Gang also has support in this area, leading to constant conflict, with dozens perishing each month. Rather than making a grand show as a new official, you diligently gather intelligence and allocate manpower to counter the Mixed Tiger Gang's various actions. In this process, you cede most of the benefits to a few key leaders among your subordinates to win their favor. You maneuver with great steadiness, leaving no room for failure. In the 66th year, peace reigns with no incidents. In the 67th year, you exhaust every effort to repel multiple attacks from the Mixed Tiger Gang, safeguarding the majority of the Songlong Gang's interests in Heishui County. Throughout this ordeal, you engage in numerous battles, your physical capabilities significantly declining, yet you persist. You deeply comprehend the difficulty of maintaining one's resolve. Giving up is not an option. You believe you can succeed. Failure equates to death, and you are prepared for it. After all, having lived for 82 years is quite sufficient. In the 68th year, only 1 month remains. Mixed Tiger Gang, do not cause any trouble now. You muse while seated in a study within Heishui County, savoring tea. Ice Dragon Frost Technique. Your determination is unwavering. A few days later, in the dead of night, you hesitate about visiting a brothel. At 83 years old, you contemplate the ramifications of impulsive decisions on your cultivation. Having always favored 18-year-olds in your youth, you find it amusing that you still do in your old age. Truly, a man of such singular devotion is rare. Just then, one of your internal mastery subordinates rushes in. My lord, trouble is brewing. 3 peak external masters from the mixed tiger gang are coming. Peak external masters? 3 of them? You're left speechless. The intensity of this confrontation is daunting. Prepare for battle. You immediately rally your forces, ready to fight to the death. There is no time to hesitate or contemplate alternatives at this juncture. Soon, armed with a wooden sword, you arrive at a brothel in Heishui County. Bang! A corpse flies from the 3rd floor, landing at your feet. You kick the body aside and gaze up at the rooftop. Old scoundrel of the Zonglong gang, today marks your demise. A figure leaps through the window, descending upon you. Old scoundrel? You glance below. This description is fitting. Old turtle, meet your end. Today is your last day. 2 more figures charge from either side. You've brought us nothing but losses by meddling in our affairs. If you don't die, who will? You steady your thoughts, preparing for the impending confrontation. The 3 of them close in instantaneously. With swords gleaming, the battle commences. You grip your wooden sword, imbuing it with a potent aura, as you engage in a fierce struggle against them. Chapter 13. Conclusion. A bountiful harvest in the twilight of your years, your combat prowess has sharply declined. Yet your wealth of experience remains an invaluable asset. Your mastery of techniques and control over the rhythm of battle has reached an extraordinary level, allowing you to hold your ground against formidable foes for a limited time. However, the inevitability of your demise looms as time drags on. Your followers, numbering in the thousands, have arrived to engage in fierce combat with the Tiger Gang, yet their presence bears little impact on your fate. After all, you stand against 3 peak masters of the inner strength realm, while your side boasts but a single peak master. Support. Swiftly, you bellow, your voice echoing with urgency. A loyal subordinate shouts back, "My lord, reinforcements are en route." Good, you mutter, gritting your teeth, clutching a wooden sword as your vital energy surges. In a fleeting moment, you glimpse your own mortality, facing death at the hands of 3 adversaries of equal standing. You resolve to fight to the end. Drawing a deep breath, you unleash a power that far exceeds your norm. This is bad. He intends to counterattack in his final moments. Retreat. One of the Tiger Gang's peak masters exclaims, sensing the danger. Why is this old fool in such a haste? I want to toy with him a bit longer. Another mutters, withdraw. In 10 breaths, he is surely doomed. Indeed, at that moment, you harness every ounce of energy within, your body tearing apart and meridians constricting, sealing your fate. Yet, even in death, you vow to take one of them with you. You charge at a peak master with reckless abandon, each strike intent on delivering a fatal blow, perfectly predicting his every movement. Mad dog, this is utter nonsense. He curses, retreating. Silently, you press on, relentless in your assault. Gradually, your internal energy wanes. The adversary, wounded by your strikes, is on the brink of collapse. Leaping into the air, you land with your knee pressed firmly against his neck. With a sickening crack, he breathes his last, blood spilling from his mouth and staining your garments. Simultaneously, your strength ebbs away, the wooden sword now embedded in the ground, propping you up. Old fool, perish, you declare, as the remaining 2 adversaries exhale in relief and charge at you with fervor. Let it end, you whisper, closing your eyes. With a sudden crack, the wooden sword shatters, and you collapse into a pool of blood. Stop! A commanding voice pierces through your fading consciousness, but soon, sensation slips away. This time, it seems, you have truly met your end. Yet, to your dismay, death eludes you. Blurred and disoriented, you open your eyes to behold a vast mural of the Azure Dragon. Surveying your surroundings, you find yourself lying on a bed, your body still racked with pain, clinging to life, but assuredly not on the verge of death. Based on your assessments, you estimate a survival window of approximately 7 days. Lord Fugue, a deep voice suddenly resonates. A figure materializes before you, seated across, holding your frail hand. Lord Fugue, you are a hero of our Azure Dragon Gang. Struggling to lift your gaze, you find a stranger clad in a purple robe and veiled, obscuring her form and features, yet an alluring fragrance emanates from her. You attempt to speak, but no words emerge. The woman hastily produces a small booklet and a wooden box. Lord Fugue, this is our promise from the Azure Dragon Gang. This contains the latter part of the Ice Dragon Frost technique, along with a spirit concentration pill. Consuming it will enable you to swiftly break through to the outer strength realm. With determination, you grasp these precious items, a faint smile curling at your lips. The resources you desperately sought have finally arrived. Rest assured, Lord Fugue, the Azure Dragon Gang will never forsake those who have dared to sacrifice. Rising to her feet, the purple-clad woman commands, "Summon my men." Two imposing figures enter the room, their cultivation levels indiscernible. "Greetings, gang leader." Gang leader? Is this truly the leader? A master of innate realms? Relay my orders. Spare no effort in seeking resources and physicians. I want Lord Fugue to live for another decade. Her demeanor radiates authority, igniting hope within you. This leader certainly paints a tantalizing picture. 2 days later, you manage to rise and walk, yet your injuries remain unhealed and no physicians have arrived. It seems that promises are merely promises. You pick up the Ice Dragon Frost technique, flipping through its pages, and within this short span, you grasp it fully. Alas, your battered body and strained meridians render you incapable of practicing it. Setting the technique aside, you turn to the small wooden box. The spirit concentration pill is a true treasure, capable of granting you an instant breakthrough to the outer strength realm. Clutching the wooden box to your chest, you descend from the bed, retrieving a wooden sword from the corner. The sword, stained with blood, lies broken in two, a gift from your younger sister, a token crafted over 3 years. Now unfortunately shattered, you venture outside, scavenging for wood to forge a new weapon, yet each attempt ends in failure. 3 days pass, and you concede defeat. Cleaning the broken sword, you meticulously reshape it with a dagger, ultimately transforming it into 2 wooden daggers. Gazing at your newfound treasures, a smile graces your face, but soon, your body betrays you. Weakened and weary from the past 3 days of sporadic energy exertion, you stumble to the base of a tree in the courtyard and sit. After 83 years, I have no regrets. I am at peace. Cradling the wooden dagger, you close your eyes as the sensation of death envelopes you. Your consciousness, your thoughts, your very essence dissipates swiftly. This old fool has finally met his end. Quickly retrieve the techniques and pills. These are treasures for the gang. We cannot squander them on a worthless soul. How foolish. At his age, why risk it all? In your final moments, you overhear a conversation between 2 individuals. It appears that all the promises from the gang leader were but illusions. Ultimately, a promise is merely a promise. In the 68th year of your life, you succumb to your injuries, passing away at the age of 83. You have died. In the room, Ming's face radiates with excitement. This simulation has propelled him directly from the energy condensation phase to the peak of inner strength. Not only that, but with the spirit concentration pill, he too shall soon break through to the outer strength. A bountiful harvest, indeed, a most fruitful endeavor. Licking his lips, he gazes at the simulator. The simulation has concluded. Chapter 14, Inheritance and Slaughter. Achieved peak inner strength, acquired Water Dragon Ice Heart technique, highest inner strength. Acquired Ice Dragon Frost technique, highest innate level. Inheriting all memories and combat experiences from 68 years. Inheriting all memories from 68 years, no impact on self. Acquired 1 spirit concentration pill, no side effects. Acquired 300 taels of gold. 15 sets of clothing, 3 hats. Acquired 2 wooden daggers. Do you wish to inherit? Ming nodded vigorously. To inherit, all to inherit. He took off, soaring directly. Inheritance complete. With the simulator's prompt, his cultivation instantly broke through to the peak inner strength. The vital energy within him flowed endlessly in a perpetual cycle. Along with the accumulated experience from 83 years of cultivation, he can now perfectly master his current realm, his combat experience becoming even more formidable. The memories of slaughter and extermination lingered in his mind, absorbed in an instant. His combat power reached the level simulated. All items resided within the simulation space. Ming immediately took out the spirit concentration pill. As for the Ice Dragon Frost technique, he had already mastered it within the simulation, and, after inheriting the memories, he was well acquainted with every detail. The inheritance of memories was even more terrifying. The 83 years of memories, minute and intricate, resembled the most authentic virtual reality game, allowing him to recall every moment of his experiences and feel everything. This bestowed immense wealth upon Gu Ming. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Gu Ming opened the wooden box and consumed the spirit concentration pill in one gulp. A warm current surged through his body. He promptly activated the Ice Dragon Frost technique. Both the Ice Dragon Frost technique and the Water Dragon Ice technique belonged to the Ice attribute inner power. He succeeded in his practice at the first attempt, with the transition of techniques proceeding exceptionally smoothly and comfortably. As the vital energy continued to circulate, the energy from the spirit concentration pill was continuously refined. In less than 3 breaths, boom, a resounding explosion emanated from within Gu Ming. His cultivation successfully broke through, stepping into the low tier of external strength. With a gesture, a wisp of blue vital energy shot forth, extending 3 feet before halting. 3 feet, roughly 1 meter. This distance may not seem extensive, but in the future, it would naturally lengthen as his vital energy grew stronger and his cultivation advanced. In less than a day, he had directly broken through 4 major realms. Truly, I am a genius, Gu Ming shamelessly proclaimed. Grasping 2 wooden daggers in his hand, the memories from the simulation surged forth. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. Simulation is simulation. Reality is reality. Better not to dwell on it. He felt no familial affection for Liu Xiaomei and would not allow such emotions to bind or sway him. Such items were better suited for collection. Playing for real would only lead to defeat. Picking up the burly man's long knife from the ground, he grinned. With my cultivation having surpassed external strength, it is time to resolve everything. Using him as a camp husband, even planning to exploit him for offspring. Knowing full well he lacked acting skills, yet still utilizing him. Was this not foolishness? Even the mages could hardly bear to watch. Swish! The long knife swung, leaving a streak of blood on the ground. The bandit who had come to deliver food met his demise on the spot. Dying in his sleep could be considered a grace bestowed by Gu Ming. Kicking open the door, he stepped into the outside world. Meanwhile, a giant exclamation mark appeared. Gu Ming smirked. Such good fortune? Just finished a simulation, and now another simulation task presents itself. Surely I exhausted my bad luck in the last life, leading to my current self being a lucky charm, a monarch of fortune. Upon closer inspection, the exclamation mark revealed the specifics of this simulation task. Simulation task. Task description. Slay through the entirety of Qingfeng Stronghold to seek enlightenment. 0:2365. Task reward. 1 simulation opportunity. Task penalty. None exterminate Qingfeng Stronghold? Gu Ming swung the long knife. Precisely my intention. With a grin, he charged forward. During his first simulation, Gu Ming had spent several years in Qingfeng Stronghold, gaining intimate knowledge of its terrain and layout, leaving nothing unclear. Thus, his movements were naturally swift. Coupled with the power of external strength, he encountered no obstacles. Any bandit or mountain thief he faced was swiftly dispatched. In less than a minute, over 50 souls claimed their boxed lunches. Soon, Gu Ming arrived at the assembly hall. As in the previous simulation, the 4 leaders were engaged in discussion. Gu Ming eliminated the guards and shattered the door with a kick. Greetings, gentlemen. Happy New Year. I have come to bestow blessings upon you. Gazing at Gu Ming, clad in scholarly robes and wielding a long knife, Su Wanru was incredulous. Who are you? Concealing your strength to infiltrate Qingfeng Stronghold. What is your intention? Gu Ming could not be bothered to respond. He simply hurled the knife at her. Swish! The long knife pierced through her chest, ultimately embedding itself into the wall behind the table. Su Wanru collapsed. Run! The second in command, Li Liang, bellowed. The other 2, sensing danger, prepare to flee as well. Gu Ming pointed a finger, and a beam of cold light shot forth, swiftly obliterating the approaching third in command. This was his first encounter with the might of vital energy. In the external strength realm, vital energy could be projected outward. Upon contact, the ice attribute vital energy shattered the third in command's flesh and blood, reducing him to mere fragments. This was partly due to the third in command's weakness, without vital energy to protect him. It was akin to facing bullets unarmed. How violent! I like it. Taking a step forward, Ming dispatched the fourth-in-command, who stood frozen in shock. "Spare me, young hero. I'm not a bandit here. I'm a man of the government. I am an undercover agent from Julian City," he hastily proclaimed. "Is that so? No wonder you became a lackey. Turns out you were a spy all along." Unfortunately, Ming had no interest in such matters. Shaking his head, he pointed once more, eradicating him. Blood and flesh splattered. The death was gruesome. "Still too weak. My control over vital energy is lacking. The expenditure of vital energy in my attacks is excessive." Picking up a curved knife from the ground, he charged toward the remaining bandits in the stronghold. Kill, kill, kill. These individuals were all bandits. And Ming felt no pressure at all. The entire process was swift and ruthless. Yet, there were a substantial number of people in Qingfeng Stronghold, over 2,000 in total. Ultimately, he was limited by his own capacity. After half an hour, he still missed 2 individuals. Observing for a while, Ming noticed they were fleeing in the same direction. Thus, he searched the stronghold, seized an additional 100 taels of gold, and set the entire Qingfeng Stronghold ablaze. According to the experience gleaned for the previous simulation, he tracked the remaining 2 individuals, heading eastward. Another half an hour passed, and he successfully caught up with one of them. From several dozen meters away, he hurled a knife. The curved blade spun, severing the individual's head. The headless corpse collapsed, blood flowing profusely. Only one remained. 2,364-2365. After inspecting the surroundings, Ming determined the last individual's direction. He continued his pursuit. The final target moved slowly, avoiding the main paths and seemingly indifferent to danger. He traversed the most treacherous routes, leaving behind evidence of falls, jumps, and thorns that had torn at his flesh. The pursuit was arduous. Chapter 15. The third time moments later, Ming found himself beside a cliff where he spotted the bandit. Initially, he saw only a hand, desperately gripping a rock, his body suspended in midair with no other means of support. How tragic, Ming mused. The bandit, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Help me. Young hero, I was forced into this. I never wanted it to come to this." He choked back sobs. "I beg you, save me. I can barely hold on any longer." Ming chuckled softly and grasped the bandit's hand. "Come on, muster your strength." With ease, he pulled the bandit up. The young brigand gasped for air, reveling in the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. His heart raced, his tattered clothing revealing myriad wounds, an utterly pitiful sight, enough to make even a dog shake its head in dismay. "Thank you for saving me, young hero. I was a mountain thief with no choice. Now that you have rescued me, I feel reborn. From this day forth, I shall strive to be a good person, to live earnestly, and to spread the kindness you have shown me." The young bandit spoke earnestly. "I believe that if everyone contributes a little." But before he could finish his thought, Ming plunged a knife into his heart. The young bandit looked on in shock. "Young hero." His eyes widened, a mix of confusion, anger, and unwilling acceptance, with a final glimmer of relief. "Do not misunderstand. I merely feared you might fall and survive. After all, there are countless tales of treasures hidden at the bottom of cliffs, and many have gained powerful legacies from such leaps. Caution is essential." In the midst of his complex emotions, the young bandit ultimately succumbed to his injuries. Ming severed his head, sending the lifeless body tumbling down the cliff. "That was rather excessive, my friend." With the last bandit dead, all was concluded. The simulation task was complete. He could initiate another. The sky had yet to darken, and without a second thought, Ming settled beneath a nearby tree. "Let us begin." For the third simulation, he hoped for something beneficial. He rubbed his palms together, reminiscent of a fly. Starting simulation, day 1. You journey south. In this simulation, you prepare for seclusion and rigorous training. In these times, advancement is paramount. Adventuring? No thanks. In this vast world, strength reigns supreme. The cultivation of the outer gang realm involves daily practice. And even in the absence of resources like concentration pills, one can gradually enhance their abilities. You also resolve to find a suitable place to survive. A month later, you arrive at the southernmost city of Nanxia. The heat is unbearable here. It is the southernmost region of the continent, beyond which lies an endless primitive forest. The small town is sparsely populated, and the residents are kind, creating a comfortable atmosphere. You find yourself enamored with this place. After settling in, you utilized your few hundred taels of gold to stockpile ample resources, preparing to endure for 70 or 80 years. 2 months later, you constructed a secluded training chamber while continuing your cultivation. Moreover, you spent money on 2 female slaves, tasked with cooking, laundry, and maintaining your residence. Life began to fall into a steady rhythm. You brimmed with anticipation. As the first year drew to a close, you had become well acquainted with the small town of Nanshuan. Throughout the year, most of your time was devoted to cultivation. Though monotonous, your days were orderly and filled with hope. Regarding your progress, you calculated that a breakthrough to a minor realm would require at least 20 to 30 years of arduous training without resource assistance. Thus, whether you could reach the pinnacle of the outer gang realm in this lifetime would be a matter of fortune. After all, you could not guarantee that you would live to see your 100th birthday. According to the scriptures of your cultivation method, martial prowess in this world enhances strength, but does not extend lifespan in the early stages. In fact, it can significantly reduce it. Most individuals consider it a blessing to live to 80 years old. Both slaves were of ordinary appearance, 1 your age and the other 5 years your senior. They were reportedly wild folk from the southern forests, captured and trained for over a decade, costing you a full 1,000 taels. Their skills proved commendable. They performed all tasks flawlessly, earning your praise and admiration. On the last day of the year, the slaves, Xiao and Xiang, prepared a sumptuous feast and presented you with 3 jugs of fine wine. Clad in an elegant white robe, you sat contentedly at the table. Come, join me for a meal. You wave your hand, but the 2 slaves shook their heads. Master, we are but lowly slaves. How could we dare to dine with you? Upon hearing their words, you smiled faintly, pouring yourself a cup of wine. The 2 slaves lowered their heads, not daring to meet your gaze. Just as you were about to drink, you abruptly halted, rising from your seat to set the wine down. I believe I have treated you well, considering you as equals. Yet, why you seek to harm me? In a fit of anger, you smashed your wine cup, the liquid splattering as it shattered. With all the memories from your previous simulations intact and your extensive experience in the martial world, you instantly recognized the treachery in the wine. These 2 had poisoned you. Was it truly necessary? As their scheme unraveled, Xiao and Xiang trembled in fear, utterly at a loss. You chuckled coldly, turning to the window. Friends, since you've come, why not step forward and greet me? Are you afraid of death? With a loud crash, shadowy figures emerged. The wooden window shattered, revealing over 30 men clad in black, encircling you with drawn blades, exuding a menacing aura. You sensed an unusual presence. How intriguing. These 30 individuals had evidently tasted blood, having taken lives. The leader unsheathed a sword, declaring, "Boy, do you not understand that wealth should not be flaunted? In my Nanshuan city, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must lie low." You were rendered speechless, utterly at a loss for words. There were a total of 38 of them. The weakest among them was at the mid-tier of body refinement, while the strongest had reached the peak of qi condensation. What gave them such audacity? With a resounding clap, you slammed the table, sending 2 chopsticks flying, piercing through Xiang and Xiao's heads, killing them instantly. You then turned your attention to the 38 adversaries. You recognized them. The man who had just spoken was the owner of the shop where you purchased the slaves. They were affiliated with the Wolf Pack, the most powerful faction in Nanshuan City, controlling all shops, businesses, and boasting a manpower of 5,000, suppressing all opposition. Even the authorities had to show them respect. Brat, hand over all your money. Chapter 16. Annihilation of the gang. Liu Bing proclaimed loudly, exuding an imposing aura. They have observed you for an entire year and found nothing remarkable. You are merely a worthless wretch, accomplishing nothing, spending each day in solitary cultivation. Through the inquiry of 2 slaves, it was revealed that your so-called cultivation consisted merely of sequestering yourself in a room, oblivious to the world around you. According to his knowledge, how could an ordinary strongman behave in such a manner? Furthermore, you appear to be no more than 20 years of age. How could you possibly be a master? Most importantly, when you purchased the slaves, he distinctly saw the hundreds of taels of gold in your pocket. Although a few hundred taels might be insignificant to the wolf gang, To Liu Bing, even the smallest morsel is still meat. Considering all these factors, he resolved to take action. Moreover, he was not alone. The wolf gang would undoubtedly support him. Observing his self-assured demeanor, you could not fathom his line of reasoning. From a distance of over 2 meters, you extended a finger and declared, "A group of inept fools, unable even to discern my background. If you do not perish, who will?" With a resounding clash, a cold light erupted from your fingertip, piercing Liu Bing's heart instantly. You surged forward, your finger slicing through the air with precision. "Ah!" was the last cry of disbelief as, in less than 2 seconds, you obliterated everyone with your formidable aura. After a year of training, your internal energy had significantly increased, projecting outward to a remarkable 6 feet 6 inches. Indeed, with such power, killing was akin to slaughtering swine. The combat prowess was not even on the same level. All the members of the wolf gang were severed in half, their wounds marked by clear frost. The cuts were neat and smooth, standing amidst the corpses. You remained silent for a long while. Since they had offended you, it was only fitting to eradicate them completely. Truth be told, you rather enjoyed this place, alas. It was time for a change of scenery. Brushing off your clothes, you stepped over the bodies and departed the courtyard, making your way to the nearest wolf gang stronghold, where you unleashed your energy in a merciless assault. Many gang members were reveling in drink and merriment when your energy struck, sweeping through with fluid precision. Your aura sustained minimal loss while eliminating over 200 members of the wolf gang. Habitually searching the corpses, you acquired a portion of gold and silver treasures. There were also some martial techniques, but they proved to be of little value. Under the cloak of night, you traversed one wolf gang stronghold after another, slaying countless members and amassing a significant fortune. Regrettably, there were no cultivation resources to be found. Not a single spirit-condensing pill or bone-strengthening soup was in sight. It could only be said that the remote gang forces were exceedingly weak and impoverished, devoid of any spoils to reap. Half an hour later, you arrived at the final wolf gang stronghold, a gambling den in the city of Nanshuan, where most of the gang's powerful members were said to reside, including inner force practitioners. You hoped they might provide some intriguing resources. Gently, you knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "It's the new year. We're not conducting business today." The door swung open to reveal a sharp-featured man, who was promptly sent flying by your kick as you strode boldly inside. "Causing trouble? You seek death by provoking the wolf gang, do you not?" Upon entering, every person in the gambling den rose, their expressions cold and indifferent. The man you had kicked collided with 3 tables before collapsing, unconscious and surrounded by a pool of blood, appearing oddly serene. "Who are you?" A middle-aged man approached, eyeing you warily, having discerned your extraordinary nature. "Who is the leader of the wolf gang?" You inquired, determining it was indeed him. You gazed at the man and suddenly chuckled, then lunged forward, seizing him by the throat. "What resources do you possess? Present them for my perusal." "Sir, I believe there has been some misunderstanding between us." With a flick of your wrist, you slammed him to the ground. "Misunderstanding? Not at all. You may rest for a moment while I deal with your companions, and then we can reminisce." With a swift motion, you unleashed a strand of energy that severed the middle-aged man's legs. A chilling aura enveloped the entire gambling den. "He, the leader, is no match for him," someone gasped in disbelief. The middle-aged man, the leader of the wolf gang, was their strongest member, a low-tier inner force practitioner, feared by all around Nanshuan City. As they stood in shock, confusion, and silence, you charged forward, unleashing your energy from the first floor onward, annihilating every gang member within range. Blood flowed, splattering against the window frames, tables, and floor as you reveled in the carnage, akin to a demon from hell. "No, please spare me," the crowd pleaded frantically. Despite their desperate resistance, it was evidently futile. The gambling den housed numerous members, and you expended half of your internal energy before finally concluding the battle. After slaying the last person, you leaped from the 4th-floor hall, landing beside the gang leader, who was surrounded by corpses, his face and clothing drenched in blood. Who are you?" Chun Dulong, the leader of the wolf gang, gritted his teeth, struggling to comprehend your identity and purpose. You placed a foot on his neck and inquired, "Have you given any thought to our earlier conversation?" Do you possess any suitable cultivation resources? My dear leader, should you satisfy me, I might spare your life. I, Wang Ergu, am a man of my word. Upon hearing your words, Chen Dulong closed his eyes in despair. If you wish to kill me with a swift motion, your energy surged forth, obliterating his body. Since he was unwilling to comply, there was no point in coercing him further. After a brief search of the gambling den, you found little of value. What a waste of time. Departing with the 1,000 taels of gold you had obtained, you hesitated briefly before heading eastward. The south lay beyond an untamed forest, devoid of anything worthwhile. You wished to avoid such a lifestyle and sought a more tranquil locale. With a flicker of movement, you departed from Nanshuan City under the cover of night, leaving behind thousands of corpses. By the end of the first month of the second year, you journeyed through various terrains and eventually arrived at a small village near the eastern border of Nansha. This place was equally remote, sparsely populated, and the villagers still relied on hunting and farming for sustenance. With a modest sum of silver, you secured a reasonably comfortable living environment at the edge of the village, thus commencing a long and arduous path of cultivation. The village was named Tianbao for no particular reason. Everyone simply called it by that name. Your life here was as monotonous as ever, devoting all your time to the pursuit of cultivation. Chapter 17. Unexpected gains. To venture out was utterly out of the question. Socializing? Spare me. As for women, away with them. For you, life comprises but two pursuits, cultivation and existence. At the end of the second year, you sat before your bed, lifting a bronze mirror, whose panda has wandered out. Such pronounced dark circles under your eyes, my friend. You appear as if adorned with a smoky eye makeup. This year, you have truly been relentless, devoting 23.5 hours each day to your practice, leaving merely half an hour for sustenance and bodily needs. Sleep? I am already a formidable external cultivator. I merely need to circulate my energy. Sleep is a luxury I can forego. This was your initial conviction. Yet now, you find yourself regretting it. Such intense training is unsustainable, even for an external cultivator. Stepping out of the courtyard, you wearily made your way to the nearby tavern. Why does this cultivation feel like it is drawing me closer to death? Your progress is minimal. Your external energy barely reaches 9 feet and 6 inches, and your speed is still woefully insufficient. Innkeeper, a jug of the strongest liquor you possess, if you please. After seating yourself, you called out. At this moment, only alcohol can numb your senses. It is imperative to revise my training regimen. After all, life is long, and I cannot continue at this relentless pace. I must allow myself some relaxation. Clenching your fist, you sense your deteriorating physical condition and resolve to change. Clang! A jug of wine was placed before you by the bearded innkeeper. Here you go, enjoy. You looked up. Excellent. The innkeeper, taken aback by your appearance, exclaimed, Young man, moderation is key. Do not take your vitality for granted. Youth often leads to neglect and an old age. You waved him off. Enough, enough. I have no need for women. The innkeeper chuckled and hastily retreated. You swiftly poured yourself a cup. Gulp, gulp. After a few swigs, you felt elated. Indeed, only alcohol can dull my nerves. The spirit of intoxication is upon me. As you drank, a ragged blind man approached, leaning on his cane, and smoothly took a seat beside you. Young man, would you care for a fortune reading? No charge if it's inaccurate. The blind man revealed a set of 6 yellowed teeth. What can you predict? You sipped your drink, casually inquiring. The blind man replied calmly. All things in the world can be divined. Could he be a master? A hidden sage? After all, you truly could not discern his cultivation level. With that thought, clarity washed over you. You produced a silver ingot. Here, tell me, what heights may I reach in this lifetime? The blind man slowly accepted the silver, then grasped one of your hands, only to release it 2 seconds later. Young man, how peculiar. You have clearly perished, yet here you are alive. The blind man's eyes widened. The hexagrams and the 4 symbols indicate that, according to fate, you should have died 2 years ago. Your heart trembled. 2 years ago was precisely when you had traversed into this realm. By conventional logic, the original Ming must either have perished or returned to his own world. This old man can even deduce this. He is a master, at least to the third or fourth tier. Ahem. Please continue your reading. Do not dwell on these inconsequential matters. You took another sip of your drink, casually suggesting. The blind man nodded, counting on his fingers, lost in thought. Minutes later, he shook his head and retrieved your silver. Young man, I cannot ascertain your fate. With that, he leaned on his cane and departed. The old fellow, quite dedicated indeed. He refused payment for an inaccurate reading. In this life and the next, you have never encountered someone with such professional integrity. He cannot read my future? How utterly baffling. You continued to drink heartily. In the third year, you began to balance work and leisure, cultivating while nurturing your health. Yet the intensity remained high. By the fifth year, your life had become increasingly carefree. Alongside your cultivation, you had developed a new passion, fishing. Each day, you ventured to the riverbank to cast your line. Regrettably, it had been an exercise in futility. However, it mattered little. Regardless of the catch, simply sitting there brought you tranquility, sheer bliss. At the close of the fifth year, as the sun dipped low, you were still by the river, fishing. Fortune smiled upon you today. Your bucket held 15 3-pound blackfish. Among them were 3 eels, one of which bore distinct markings, all of which you released back into the water. While fishing, you circulated your energy, diligently practicing. This time, you truly managed to multitask. Suddenly, from afar, a loud shout pierced the air. Trouble. Bandits have invaded the village. A villager on a black horse rode past, spreading the alarming news throughout the settlement. You grasped your fishing rod, hesitating. Perhaps I should wait a moment longer. Maybe the next second will yield a bite. Bandits in the village. You paid it little mind. In these times, even bandits targeting villages lacked true power. After a brief wait, you indeed spotted the bandits' group, numerous and chaotic, riding in. With a glance, you dismissed them. However, this band of ruffians did not intend to overlook you. One rode closer. Hey, you there fishing? You're dead meat. I loathe fishermen. You were taken aback. Is it necessary to kill me over a mere fishing endeavor? With a shrug, you pointed, unleashing your energy, obliterating both man and horse. After 5 years of training, you could now project energy to a distance of 13 feet, though still not at the intermediate external level. Your strength had undeniably increased. It had been a while since you had fought. Today seemed a fitting occasion for some excitement. You rose, releasing the fish from your bucket, your form leaping forth at great speed. Estimating over 200 individuals, you resolved to settle matters swiftly. You calculated the energy within you, and in the blink of an eye, you arrived near the bandits. Retreat. Its energy, he is an external cultivator. As you approached, the bandits finally recognized your cultivation level and hastily fled. External cultivation is beyond their capacity to confront. You laughed maniacally, blue energy shooting forth, annihilating numerous bandits, relishing the thrill of the battle. 235 bandits in total, with the strongest among them merely at the inner realm. Their strength rather mediocre. You relished the carnage. Your energy swept through a vast area. Before long, all the bandits lay dead, their bodies piled together. A sight to behold. You clench your fist, then suddenly relaxed. I become unhinged. Murdering, to you, stirred no emotion. As commonplace as eating or drinking. Shaking your head, you instinctively began to search the corpses, only to discover an unexpected treasure. Chapter 18. The art of poisonous cultivation in the hands of that bandit chief, a master of the inner strength realm. You acquired a unique martial art known as the art of poisonous cultivation. This discipline, a form of toxic technique, serves as a body tempering method. By stimulating the skin and flesh with various toxins, one can achieve a state of invulnerability to poisons and enhance physical strength. The practice itself is straightforward. It involves seeking out potent toxins and integrating them into your body. At that point, every movement will carry this toxin, even your vital energy. The more toxins you assimilate, the stronger the effect. Intrigued, you thoroughly examined the technique and, upon confirming its validity, returned to the riverbank to retrieve the still wriggling tattooed eel. This creature is akin to a venomous snake. Eager to experiment, you brought it back to your courtyard. Extracting the poison from a snake, you added a small amount to your bathing tub and immersed yourself. This technique requires no additional medicinal herbs, only the toxin and the incantation. As you soaked in the toxic water, you silently recited the incantation. Soon, the diluted snake venom began to seep through your skin into your body, a process that was excruciating. Even you found it difficult to endure, yet you persisted. For the sake of strength, any sacrifice was deemed necessary. After half an hour, the water in the tub had turned pitch black, signaling the end of your training session. Indeed, your physical strength had increased, and your skin had improved notably. Experiencing this transformation, you were astonished. More remarkably, you realized that from this moment forth, you could release the venom at will, even excreting it directly. Your resistance to other toxins would also be greatly enhanced. Satisfied with the results, you resolved to continue your ascension. After tidying up, you promptly set off for the back mountains, recalling that many poisonous creatures resided there, providing ample opportunity for further cultivation. By the 6th year, you had integrated 31 types of toxins, primarily sourced from animals, with some derived from plants. Having absorbed numerous toxins, your skin became increasingly smooth and radiant, elevating your appearance several notches. Your physical strength had multiplied tenfold, rivaling those who specialized in body refining techniques. More significantly, the amalgamation of toxins within you rendered your power formidable. In your tests, a mere fraction could obliterate many skilled opponents. With the current attributes, as long as the toxins were potent and abundant, even your protective vital energy could be corroded. Your interest deepened. In the 10th year, your cultivation remained stagnant, a situation you had anticipated. Throughout these years, the changes within you had been monumental. The toxins surrounding Tianbao village had been completely collected, totaling 89 varieties. The art of poisonous cultivation had enhanced your appearance and strength, leaving you quite pleased with these transformations. One night, deep into the hours, you diligently practiced the ice dragon frost technique when suddenly a tremendous roar echoed from outside. Frowning, you felt a powerful presence sweeping towards you. Upon stepping out of your courtyard, you beheld a frenzied figure engaged in a violent rampage. Armed with a spear, this individual radiated blue light, causing buildings in the village to collapse and claiming the lives of countless villagers. Confounded, you wonder what was transpiring. Just then, the figure sensed your gaze and slowly turned towards you. Draped in a blue robe, tall and handsome with pale skin, he emanated a chilling aura. "Is it you?" he asked coldly, charging forward. This must be a master of the outer strength realm. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, you turned and fled, your speed augmented by your vital energy. Yet his pace surpassed yours. With a resounding clang, the spear whizzed past as you leapt to the side, narrowly evading the attack. "You killed my beloved brother. You shall not be forgiven," the blue-robed man declared. "In this world, only I possess the right to slay him." How peculiar his words sounded. Was that brother perhaps the bandit who had uttered not a single line? You speculated inwardly, while adopting a defensive stance, wary of him. Could you contend against someone 3 minor realms above you? Gritting your teeth, you summoned your vital energy, enveloping yourself in a cloud of toxic mist. Indeed, he had cultivated the art of poisonous cultivation. The blue-robed man, seething with anger, charged forth with his spear. Without a weapon, you could only confront him barehanded. After exchanging several blows, you realized he was overwhelmingly powerful, his strength extraordinary. Sustaining direct hits was futile. However, it became clear that his cultivation was indeed at the outer strength level. Although you felt fragile before him, your toxins could still inflict harm. With your vital energy, you observed as his protective aura was eroded, the toxins damaging his flesh. The blue-robed man also noticed this. "Fool, you don't think you can kill me, do you?" Stepping back, he produced a pill and swallowed it. Instantly, all the toxins were purged from his system, and his aura intensified, turning even more ferocious. "This is dire. This fellow is far too affluent in resources." Following this encounter, you grasped the significance of resources. He could heal and replenish while you were merely a life at stake. Clenching your teeth, you persevered, continuing to battle. You care so much for your brother. Could he be your son? You taunted while evading his strikes. Or perhaps you harbor feelings for him, but lack the courage to express them. "You must bear up it." The blue-robed man was incensed. Do not insult my brother. All right, you chuckled, seizing the opportunity. You misinterpret. I am here to insult you. During the ensuing exchanges, you evaded while hurling insults at him and his brother, visibly provoking the blue-robed man, who gradually lost his composure. Utilizing your toxins, you deftly maneuvered around him. With your formidable mental resilience and extensive combat experience, you funneled a multitude of toxins into the blue-robed man's body. His movements grew increasingly erratic, and his attacks became more frenzied. In a moment of oversight, you exposed a vulnerability. Without hesitation, he lunged, his spear piercing through your abdomen. Gritting your teeth, you surged forward, delivering a powerful strike to his heart, a blow you had meticulously prepared for, laying the groundwork for this moment. The effect was unmistakable. Chapter 19. Bountiful Harvest. Surge in power, a hand imbued with venom repelled the man in the blue robe. More critically, a torrent of toxic energy surged into his body, incessantly inflicting harm upon him. You despicable! The blue-robed man reacted, albeit too late. The poison coursed through his meridians, sapping his strength. Unforgivable, unforgivable! He gasped as he exerted all his might to maneuver the spear in his grasp. His complexion turned pallid as he spat out blood, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick. It was a near exchange of blows. Taking a deep breath, you withdrew the spear from your body, immediately employing your internal techniques to staunch the bleeding, then hastily retrieved various herbs to apply to your wounds. After tending to your injuries for a while, you limped toward the blue-robed man. This battle had been perilously close. A moment's inattention could have cost you your life. Fortunately, the opponent's lack of composure and impulsiveness had unwittingly afforded you numerous opportunities. Had his mind been sharper, you would have long since met your end. Stumbling to the side of the blue-robed man, you cast a glance at him. He had already succumbed, his heartbeat extinguished, his features marred by blood, a grim testament to his poisoning and internal injuries. You crouched down, searching his person, ultimately unearthing 2 manuals and a dozen vials of elixirs. Fortune smiles upon me. As you opened the 2 manuals, flipping through their pages, your excitement grew. You examined the vials, some for healing, others for replenishing energy, and many more for cultivation. This fellow was certainly affluent. What a bountiful harvest! After tallying your gains, you discovered an advanced heart technique, a spear technique, 10 bottles of spirit-condensing pills, 100 in total, 5 bottles of innate pills, 10 of them, and 20 bottles of chi-replenishing pills, alongside 2 bottles of blood-revitalizing powder for treating injuries. Each elixir bore a description, and you promptly sprinkled the blood-revitalizing powder onto your wounds, feeling significantly better. After regaining a portion of your strength, you surveyed your surroundings. The entire village lay in ruins, the death toll staggering. While nursing your injuries and recovering your energy, you found yourself capable of action after several breaths. Do not blame me. Shaking your head, you charged at the remaining villagers, ruthlessly eliminating all survivors. There was no choice. Through your techniques, you had discerned your adversary's identity. This man belonged to the Southern Xia's Heavenly Alliance, having reached the peak of external energy at a young age, with techniques capable of leading one to the realm of masters. His standing in the Heavenly Alliance was undoubtedly significant. The Heavenly Alliance was among the most formidable sects in Southern Xia, said to be guarded by celestial-level experts. I am truly astounded, celestial level. With a disparity of 6 major realms, you were utterly outmatched. After purging Tianbao village of all its inhabitants, you crushed the blue-robed man and set everything ablaze before hastily retreating eastward. To the east lay the great Zhou kingdom, where formidable powers were also abundant, and the distribution of forces was more intricate. It would be prudent to endure as long as possible. 3 months later, you had completely recuperated and journeyed eastward, traversing the border between southern Xia and eastern Zhou, arriving smoothly in the territory of the Great Zhou. In a natural cave deep within the mountains, you retrieved the 2 manuals and a plethora of elixirs. Taking a deep breath, let the training commence. With an abundance of elixirs at your disposal, it was imperative to utilize them. Moreover, the manual capable of leading one to masterhood must also be studied. By the end of the 11th year, after 9 months of arduous training in the cave, Your cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of external energy, and you had revised your techniques to the heaven and earth four directions, five elements formula. This technique not only enhanced your cultivation, but also possessed the property of strengthening one's physique, which accounted for the blue-robed man's formidable strength. In your pursuit of cultivation, you relentlessly gathered toxins to fortify your body. The 10,000 poisons nurturing technique was indeed powerful. Without it, your demise would have been inevitable. After 9 months, the toxins you had assimilated reached a staggering 99 varieties. At year's end, sitting outside the cave and gazing at the moon on the horizon, you reflected, this is the essence of striving. In the pursuit of cultivation without resources, progress is painfully slow. Yet to acquire resources, one must engage in battle and vie for them, thus inviting the risk of death. Both paths bear their respective advantages and disadvantages. At this moment, you had tasted the fruits of such endeavors, and your thoughts surged with vigor. I found my path to take. You chuckled softly, your gaze growing complex. I must remain steady, my friend. Having resided here for 9 months, it was time to change your territory. The Heavenly Alliance was not a foe you could confront directly. For safety's sake, you needed to tread cautiously. In the 12th year, you delved deeper into Eastern Zhou, wandering through remote towns, changing locations for training at regular intervals. By the 15th year, with the aid of various resources, you experienced another breakthrough, achieving the high stage of external energy. That same year, the toxins within you surged to 150 varieties. The process of toxin absorption was excruciating, comparable to enduring various tortures. Yet, after the storm comes the rainbow. The effects of 150 toxins were indeed formidable. You had become extraordinarily handsome. Revealing your true visage not only attracted the opposite sex, but also piqued the interest of the same sex. Your physical strength had multiplied tenfold, and you found that ordinary energy could no longer harm you. As for conventional weapons, they were utterly inconsequential. The only source of concern was the spear technique, thunderous gun of the heavens. It comprised 9 levels, and mastering the 9th level would enable you to suppress all opponents of the same realm, even allowing for the possibility of slaying those of higher tiers. The destructive power of this technique was terrifying. Should you pursue its mastery? You grasped the spear wielded by the blue-robed man, measuring its 2-meter length and weighing 1,000 pounds. The spearhead could also be launched, making it an unpredictable weapon. I must train. In this world, power reigns supreme. With ample time at your disposal, it was essential to make the most of it. By the end of the 20th year, you had exhausted the spirit-condensing pills in your possession, yet had not quite breached the peak of external energy, though you were close. Over the course of 5 years, your combat prowess had significantly enhanced, with 180 varieties of toxins coursing through you, and having reached the 3rd level of the thunderous gun of the heavens. You were confident that you could dispatch the blue-robed man with a single thrust. That year, you arrived in the easternmost city of the Great Zhou, known as Weicheng. Clad in black, donning a conical hat and mask, and bearing an iron spear, you traversed the streets, embodying the guise of a typical wanderer of the martial world. 10 years have passed, and the Heavenly Alliance has yet to find me. But I cannot afford to be complacent. While surveying your surroundings, your thoughts wandered. After taking a few steps, you stumbled upon a modest arena, where a banner proclaimed, "Martial Arts Competition for Marriage." A young maiden stood atop the platform, waiting in serene anticipation. You were taken aback, not by her beauty, but by a monk who leaped onto the stage. "Amitaha dir Moiden. May I partake in this competition for your hand?" Chapter 20. Exposure, Combat. An escape you approached, arms crossed, observing the scene before you. The monk before you was the same one you encountered during the last simulation. Yet, given the current timeline, he should have been in northern Qing committing acts of violence. How could he possibly be in eastern Zhou? Was it possible that your presence had triggered some kind of butterfly effect? The young monk jested, "Dear benefactor, as a monk, how could you possibly take a wife?" The maiden shook her head, gazing at him with a playful smile. The monk waved his hand dismissively. "Who says that a monk cannot marry and have children? Such beliefs are merely the biases of society." He sighed, a bitter smile crossing his face. "This world places too many shackles upon us. Why must we confine ourselves to them? The crowd looked on in astonishment. Had the monk lost his senses? After all, monks are human too. Observing his youthful exuberance, it was evident he harbored his own desires, albeit bound by the constraints of his garb. The notion of a monk seeking a wife was indeed ludicrous. Listening to the murmurs around you, you found yourself deep in thought. Recalling the peculiarities of the monk from your previous simulation, it was clear that he operated outside conventional norms. This time, however, you discerned his true level of cultivation. Just as he claimed, he was indeed at the pinnacle of external gang chi. Well, since the young lady is unwilling, this monk must concede, he said with a resigned smile, turning to leave with an air of nonchalance that you found somewhat unsettling. Is that all? You thought, feeling a tinge of regret. You had hoped for a more entertaining spectacle. Just as you prepared to depart, the young maiden leaped before you, exclaiming, "Sir, are you not curious to give a try?" Her smile was enchanting, her posture inviting. "Not at all. I am too old for such frivolities," you replied, viewing romantic pursuits as trivial distractions unworthy of your time. As you continued on your way, she interjected, "Please do not leave. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them." You were taken aback. "My dear benefactor, I too am a monk, you lie. You have hair and the scent of alcohol. How could you possibly be a monk?" She retorted, her persistence unwavering. Furrowing your brow, you stepped closer, grasping her neck firmly. "I have said I will not marry. I advise you to abandon this notion." The amalgamation of toxins within your body brought forth pain during each integration, compounded by years of evasion and suppression, leaving your mental state somewhat frayed. As she gazed into your cold eyes, she swallowed hard. "All right, I shall not trouble you further." Releasing her, you turned to leave, pondering the annoyance she represented. Should you eliminate her? No, that would be imprudent. Your identity remained undisclosed, and an act of violence would undoubtedly attract attention, given the obvious conflict between you. After wandering the city for a time, you arrived at an inn, eager to cleanse yourself and rest. Nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Submerged in the bath, you habitually introduced a new toxin into the water. Reciting incantations, you engaged in self-cultivation. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed your face as you lifted your gaze to see an unfamiliar figure atop the ceiling. Even more bizarrely, a slender cylindrical pipe emerged, from which a dense fog began to billow. Was that some sort of narcotic typically reserved for television dramas? Your expression remained impassive. This was a critical moment for toxin absorption, and you were too pained to retaliate. Before long, the smoke enveloped you, but alas, your resistance to toxins was formidable, rendering their feeble effects utterly ineffective. The only outcome they could achieve was unconsciousness, and these two fools were truly courting disaster. After fully assimilating the toxin, you exited the bath, donned your garments, and in the next instant, leaped to the rooftop. A surge of formidable energy radiated from your being. With a resounding crash, you sent two figures sprawling into the distance, crashing into a nearby building in a pitiful state. You reached out, conjuring a mask from the energy surrounding you, donning it before descending in pursuit. Amidst the rubble, two figures were just rising, a monk and a woman, the same monk and the combat initiating maiden. With flowing hair and clad in white, you regarded them coldly. "I had no desire to kill, yet you have compelled my hand before you could finish your thought." A dark projectile hurtled towards you from afar. You caught it deftly. It was an arrow. Furrowing your brow, you turned to the source of the shot. "Vile scoundrel, after 10 years, you finally reveal yourself." A deep voice boomed, and a shadowy figure appeared beside you, launching a frenzied assault. "For the deaths of my comrades in the Heavenly Alliance, regardless of who you are, you shall perish." You released a surge of energy to intercept, instantly gauging the true strength of your opponent. Preternatural, this adversary was indeed a master of innate skills. Were they affiliated with the Heavenly Alliance? You readied yourself, your figure weaving in and out as copious amounts of toxic mist surged forth from your body to counter their attacks. After testing the waters, a smile crept across your face. This mere preternatural being was hardly a challenge. Their power and defenses were inferior to your own. They were truly pathetic. No longer holding back, you gathered a cerulean light in your hand, delivering a ferocious strike. With a resounding crash, the assailant raised a blade in defense, only for it to shatter under your might, forcing them to kneel in defeat, blood spilling from their mouth until their head drooped lifelessly. You rifled through their belongings, retrieving 10 vials of elixirs, a martial arts manual, and a sword technique. Having collected the resources, you turned and dashed into the inn, securing your belongings, strapping on your long spear, and preparing to flee. I must escape. It seemed Eastern Zhou was no longer a safe haven. You resolved to head north toward northern Qin. Wait, just as you were about to depart, the monk's voice called out from behind, "Benefactor, having slain a member of the Heavenly Alliance, your fate is sealed. Fleeing will avail you nothing. Indeed, my friend, one person's strength is limited. Let us brainstorm together for a solution." The maiden interjected, stepping closer to you, clutching a strand of your hair. "Even in death, I shall remain by your side. Are you out of your mind?" You could not fathom her reasoning, tightening your grip on the spear across your back as you made your escape. "Do not leave, benefactor. Let's join forces." The monk and maiden pursued relentlessly. 3 days later, you journeyed eastward, arriving at the farthest reaches of Eastern Zhou. These two were like a persistent adhesive, refusing to leave despite your attempts to shake them off. Should you resort to violence, you knew you could not overcome the monk. Though he too was at the pinnacle of external gang chi, his defenses were formidable. Even you found it challenging to breach his defenses, which were more robust than those of innate guardians. Of course, it was equally difficult for him to take your life. Chapter 21. Across the seas you have come to understand the situation. The woman, Gongsun Jiejia, has developed an infatuation with you, while the monk Fa Ming is also enamored with her, which is why he has chosen to accompany you on your journey. By the coast, Fa Ming gazes at you with a hint of confusion. "Master Ergo, were you not planning to head to Beijing? Why the sudden desire to purchase a ship?" He extracts a chicken leg, munching as he speaks. "I have been to Beijing. Aside from the cold, it is quite tolerable. The view of the snow-capped mountains is rather splendid." You ignore his chatter, casting a silent glance at the trinket beside you. "Gongsun Jiejia, must you be so bothersome? Can you refrain from clinging to my shoulder?" She shakes her head defiantly. "You smell delightful. It is enchanting. I wish to embrace you for eternity." You are left speechless and exasperated. This is the terrifying nature of the 10,000 poisons cultivation technique. Even while wearing a mask, a face veil, and makeup, your striking appearance seems to attract women regardless. A bitter smile forms within you. Once your cultivation level rises, you shall deal with them. Before long, you purchase a grand vessel, along with a dozen maidservants and numerous resources, setting sail eastward. On board, Fa Ming marvels. "Master Ergo, you are truly wealthy." You feel a pang of regret. Having acquired these items has left your finances in disarray. There was a desire to visit Beijing, but time has slipped away. By the time you reach the border, the Heavenly Earth Alliance would have already caught wind of your arrival. Contemplating your options, the uncharted Eastern Zhou, Eastern Sea presents itself as an alternative. Legends speak of terrifying spirits here, with countless fishermen perishing each year, accompanied by occasional tsunamis, gales, and rampant natural disasters. "Gongsun Jiejia, get off me. I need to cultivate." You tug at her, yet she clings to you like a stubborn leech. Frustration mounts within you. The first time you encountered her, she was merely at the chi consolidation stage. That night, she advanced to the outer gang phase, but now, despite your utmost efforts, you cannot seem to overcome her. Suddenly, you grasp her face, feeling her warm skin, which does not resemble that of a mere mask. Could she be a celestial being, having mastered a miraculous technique, appearing youthful but actually over a century old? "Ah, young master, what are you doing?" Gongsun Jiejia opens her eyes, her cheeks flushed. "Have you come to a realization, young Master Wang?" You respond with a smile. "Naturally, Gongsun, your beauty is captivating. Any man would be moved." "How insufferable!" Her expression shifts, and she chooses to distance herself. You breathe a sigh of relief. At least she possesses some modesty. Returning to your quarters, you retrieve the cultivation resources obtained from that innate master. 30 spirit concentration pills and 108 pills. The cultivation technique at hand is the 4 directions and 5 elements technique, while the sword art pales in comparison to the thunderous spear. Grabbing a handful of spirit concentration pills, you consume them eagerly. Drugs bring me joy. As the technique flows through you, you embark on an intense session of cultivation. By mid-year 21, you sail eastward across the seemingly endless expanse of the eastern sea of the Great Zhou. After over 6 months, there appears to be no change in the landscape. The scenery seems eternally stagnant. Inside your cabin, you devote yourself entirely to your cultivation, the technique surging rapidly, sparks flying. Bang! With an exhilarating sensation, after 6 months, you finally break through to the pinnacle of the outer gang stage. With this comprehensive enhancement, you feel even more exhilarated. This is merely the beginning. With the innate pills on hand, a direct breakthrough from the outer gang pinnacle is within reach. However, the quantity of innate pills required for a smooth transition is substantial, at least 10. Currently, you possess a total of 105, which is more than sufficient. Taking a deep breath, you extract 10 innate pills and toss them into your mouth. A strange sensation courses through your body as the potency of the pills erupts, filling you with overwhelming pleasure. Yet amidst this ecstasy, an ominous feeling arises. This is far too intense. It feels as though your meridians might burst. Everything goes dark, and you lose consciousness. When you awaken, you find yourself lying in bed, Gongsun Jieja seated beside you, playing with your right hand, adorned with numerous lipstick marks. Wang Guodan. Upon seeing you awake, Gongsun Jieja exclaims, "You're utterly reckless, swallowing 10 innate pills before even breaking through. Most individuals would refine them one by one. How could you be so indiscreet?" You shake your head, your mind still hazy, grasping her sleeve. "That is unimportant. Why do you call me Wang Guodan? My name is Wang, ergo." Gongsun Jieja playfully taps your lips. "Very well, Gu Ming, do continue your slumber." You're taken aback. How does she know your real name? Your expression shifts to one of embarrassment. This is the first time your true identity has been revealed, leaving you feeling strangely awkward, yet somewhat exhilarated. Do not overthink it. I merely found a longevity token in your belongings, which conveniently bore your name. The longevity token? You recall it indeed belonged to the original owner. Its exquisite appearance had captivated you, prompting you to keep it. Well then, Gongsun Jieja, you saved my life. I, Wang ergo, shall not forget it. You declare earnestly, lifting the covers to ensure your body remains untouched. Gongsun Jieja is left speechless. "Very well, Wang ergo. Do continue your rest." As you step out of the room, her laughter echoes behind you. "This woman is quite delightful," you ponder. You suddenly realize, "I'm not so young anymore. Perhaps it is time to find a partner." She seems strong, perfect for a life of ease. After all, one must eat well, especially when teeth are not as sharp as they once were. Previously, your impression of Gongsun Jieja was far from favorable, but now it has softened considerably. As time continues to flow, you keenly feel the changes brought by your innate cultivation. First and foremost, the most apparent transformation is strength. After reaching the innate level, a protective layer of true innate energy forms around your body, providing astonishing defense. Additionally, longevity is a notable change. Most innates can live untroubled to 90 years, retaining peak combat capability even in their twilight years. Many other changes abound, yet they hold little significance for you. By the 22nd year, you have drifted at sea for 2 years, with everything proceeding normally and without incident. You have depleted your remaining innate pills, achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of innate cultivation. Chapter 22. Departure and giving. How fortunate it is to possess resources. After consuming numerous concentration pills and innate pills, you seem to have glimpsed the true essence of martial arts in this world. Through 2 years of diligent practice, your thunderstorm gun has ascended to the 4th level. During this time, you have also discovered various toxins in the water, accumulating a total of 200 kinds. Indeed, you feel exhilarated and more robust. The title of Dharma name appears to you as nothing more than a mere dog, easily subdued with a single hand. Yet, among everyone aboard the ship, the one who remains most enigmatic to you is Gongsun Jieja. Despite having reached the mid-stage of innate cultivation, her prowess remains inscrutable. Furthermore, she possesses an uncanny ability to sense your nefarious thoughts before you even act upon them. Reclining on the deck, you bask in the sun, gazing at Gongsun Jiejie as she stares into the distance. For reasons unknown, over the past 2 years, you have found her increasingly appealing. A warm sensation stirs within you. As you watch her, she suddenly turns to you and smiles faintly, asking, "What is it? Are you thinking impure thoughts again?" She approaches you, and a gust of sea breeze lifts her white dress, accentuating her flawless silhouette. You squint in anticipation, but suddenly everything goes dark. It is truly dark. Gongsun Jiejie draws near, retracting her emanating black aura. Wang Ergu, why haven't you practiced today? Over these 2 years, you have diligently practiced almost every day. You have become a master of time management. This is one of the few moments of leisure you have. After a while, one must strive again. Life can be exceedingly monotonous and necessitates occasional relaxation. Seated beside you, Gongsun Jiejie suddenly inquires, "Gu Ming, why do you strive so hard? In my past, you are the most diligent person I have encountered. Are you aware of the agony endured while cultivating the 10,000 poisons body refinement? No one under heaven can persevere through such torment. Yet you have endured for 17 years, suffering through over 200 instances of this pain. You close your eyes, reflecting on the past 20 years of life, and then smile. Is there a need for a reason to work hard? One simply does what one desires. I merely wish to avoid regrets. Before your transmigration, you were an ordinary person, harboring no expectations for life or the future. However, after experiencing a series of events, your horizons have broadened, granting you the opportunity to witness more beautiful vistas. You would never squander any chance to grow stronger. Absolutely not. You are indeed quite extraordinary. Gongsun Jiejie takes your hand. I truly wish to be with you forever. To drift endlessly upon this vast ocean until our final breaths, until the world crumbles, and all things wither away. As she speaks, tears begin to well in her eyes. Instinctively, you reach out to wipe them away, but your hand halts mid-air. A surge of aura emerges, evaporating her tears. Gongsun Jiejie closes her eyes and gradually falls asleep. With a long sigh, you cover her with a blanket. It seems she is a woman with a story, but that is of little importance. What truly matters is whether I can gain anything from her. Inevitably, over these 2 years, you have developed other thoughts, yet opportunities have eluded you. In the 25th year, you continue to drift upon the sea. Life is exceedingly dull, truly dreary. The Dharma name is on the verge of madness. His heart is more restless than anyone else's, spending each day fishing for amusement, utterly devoid of a monk's demeanor. Gongsun Jiejie remains as calm as ever. Her attitude towards you has not changed. Yet there is always a sense of distance that you cannot articulate. Yet it brings you a strange comfort. Years have passed, yet your cultivation has not advanced. You remain at the mid-stage of innate cultivation. Your marksmanship has improved slightly, nearing the 5th level, and your toxin collection has risen to 205. On this day, on the deck, Gongsun Jiejie hands something to the Dharma name. The monk is overjoyed. Thank you for your great kindness, senior. I am eternally grateful. If the mountains do not shift, then the waters will flow. We shall part ways here. As he speaks, he steps onto the aura and leaps from the ship. You say nothing. You have observed over the years that the Dharma name has always been under Gongsun Jiejie's control, imprisoned in a unique manner. It seems he has finally achieved liberation. Wang Ergu, from now on, this ship will only have the 2 of us. Gongsun Jiejie approaches, smiling. Huh? You respond, puzzled by the departure of the Dharma name and the absence of other servants and cooks. Gongsun Jiejie claps her hands, and the sound of splashing fills the air. Everyone aboard, aside from you, has been eliminated and cast into the sea. You gaze at her in confusion. I do not like crowds. Your brow furrows. I cannot cook. I can. There are enough resources here for us to live for 10 years. Would you care to join me and enjoy these 10 years? Gongsun Jiejie extends her right hand towards you. You understand? I have never been one to refuse. You let out a hearty laugh, lifting her up and carrying her into the adjacent room. From that day forth, your relationship progresses rapidly, and life becomes infinitely more interesting. Beyond your cultivation, you find yourself engaging in numerous delightful activities, cooking together, stargazing, sharing heartfelt confessions, discussing worldly affairs, and recounting various stories. Time accelerates under this newfound rhythm. And before you know it, 10 years have swiftly elapsed. In the 35th year, you lift a mirror in your room, gazing at the youthful visage reflected within, feeling a sense of wonder. Remarkably, you are now 50 years old, yet still appear so youthful, a rarity indeed. The 10,000 poisons body refinement is indeed formidable. It is all thanks to this technique. Over the decade, your toxin accumulation has reached 300 varieties, and your appearance and aura have ascended to a new level, becoming more ethereal and transcendent, as if you were a celestial being descended from the heavens. At 50, your cultivation remains at the mid-stage of innate. Without resources to aid you, advancement can only rely on your own arduous efforts, a process destined to be lengthy. The thunderstorm gun has just broken through to the 6th level, with its aura extending 300 feet or approximately 100 meters. You have grown stronger, yet at this moment, your mood is somewhat dismal, for she is about to depart. Ming, we shall meet again. Gongsun Jieja approaches, cupping your face in her hands. Do not think of me. She hands you a small package, until we meet again. Wait. You intercept her, embracing her tightly. Who are you truly? Tell me your name. After 15 years of companionship, you have grown accustomed to her presence, an affection both profound and absurd. Chapter 23. Ling Cho, Breakthrough. Departure. Ling Cho, as Gongsun Jieja slipped from your embrace, turned away and transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from your sight. Ling Cho, you had never heard of such a name. This woman, it was astonishing. Within mere seconds, she had disappeared. Was this truly humanity? Was this not a world of martial arts? Indeed, high martial arts were still martial arts. A sense of unease settled within you, as you found it difficult to adapt to this reality. Sitting upon the vessel, you retrieved the small parcel Ling Cho had given you. Upon opening it, you beheld 2 small porcelain vials, each adorned with a label. Supreme Innate Pill, 10 pieces, each capable of replacing 10 years of arduous cultivation. One may refine a single piece annually. Cleansing Marrow Pill, 1 piece which upon consumption will cleanse the entire body's meridians without side effects, completely refined in 5 years. These were the only items contained within. Once utilized, they would enable you to naturally break through to the cleansing marrow realm. You grasped an innate pill, holding it before your eyes as sunlight filtered through the crystalline pill, casting reflections upon the nearby mast. Ling Cho, I shall find you. Taking a deep breath, you made your way to the helm, steering the ship westward. You then sorted through the scant supplies, preparing for a new phase of cultivation. To hasten your progress, you discarded many items aboard the vessel, and occasionally employed your martial energy to propel the ship, which also served as practice. In the 36th year, you refined an innate pill, experiencing a breakthrough into the high tier of innate cultivation. By the 38th year, having refined 2 more innate pills, you ascended to the pinnacle of innate cultivation. Feeling the powerful innate true energy enveloping your body, you inhaled deeply and extracted a cleansing marrow pill. Time, the most worthless and meaningless of commodities. With a resolute gulp, you swallowed it. Days and nights of relentless cultivation ensued. In the 40th year, a vague sensation of impending breakthrough washed over you, yet it remained merely an illusion. You did not achieve the breakthrough. By the 43rd year, concentrating all your energy on a deep night, you finally refined the entirety of the cleansing marrow pill's medicinal power. At this juncture, you had completely broken through. Your body felt invigorated, pores expanded, expelling a great deal of impurities. After cleansing with your martial energy, you felt as light as a swallow, utterly refreshed. At this moment, your physical form and total martial energy saw a significant enhancement, with your martial energy extending outward for 200 meters. Within that range, death would be imperceptible. It was unimaginable how powerful those geniuses, who had resources at their disposal from a young age, must be. You sighed, then continued your journey of cultivation. 8 years slipped by, and you pondered the whereabouts of Ling Cho. With a heavy heart, you withdrew your long spear and practiced upon the ship, moving with great speed and force. With a final thrust, You pierced a blackbird 200 meters away. The explosion of martial energy stirred waves upon the sea. No one shall deter me from finding you. You vowed. In the 45th year, at last, you glimpsed the coastline. You donned a clean white garment, adorned a black mask, and leapt from a ship. After drifting upon the sea for so many years, it was time to set foot on land. Throughout these years, you had no opportunity to accumulate toxins. Your total remained 300. However, the thunderclap gun had grown even more formidable, now having reached the 7th tier, bestowing upon you greater power. Clad in white, with your long spear in tow and hair flowing freely, you traversed the small town. As you walked, you unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. He knelt by the roadside, pleading desperately for a morsel of food. Dressed in tattered gray, his hair was a wild mess. He appeared utterly wretched. You approached him step by step. F.A. Ming, it has been a while. Indeed, it was F.A. Ming, now devoid of cultivation and everything else. Upon hearing that familiar name, F.A. Ming glanced at you, his expression devoid of emotion. My lord, you must be mistaken. His transformation was profound, both in appearance and spirit. You felt no affection for him, extending a tendril of martial energy to press against his heart. Tell me, where has Ling Cho gone? Ling Cho? F.A. Ming laughed heartily. Do you truly not know, or are you merely pretending? You furrowed your brow. Should I know? F.A. Ming remained silent. If you do not know, then may you never know. Feeling a surge of displeasure, you severed one of his arms. Tell me, and I shall grant you one moment of dignity. F.A. Ming grimaced, coldly retorting. You plead with me, kneeling upon the ground. Perhaps if your esteemed self is in a good mood, I might consider divulging. He had lost his sanity. Utterly deranged, martial energy surged forth, effortlessly slicing through his neck, and you departed coldly, continuing onward. Along the way, you relentlessly sought information regarding the Heavenly Alliance and Ling Cho. A month later, in a city of the Eastern Zhou, on the 3rd floor of an inn, you sat by the window, sipping tea slowly. Just moments ago, you had successfully acquired the information you desired. 10 years prior, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Ling Cho, had infiltrated the Southern Xia Heavenly Alliance, slaying a supreme elder of the celestial tidal realm with a single sword strike and obliterating 10 earthly tidal elders with one blow. In a single night, she suppressed all powerful figures of the Heavenly Alliance, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands. No one understood why she had acted thus. The Four Nations martial world was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Yet the events had transpired, and the Southern Xia court could not remain idle. They issued a nationwide warrant for Ling Cho's capture, but all knew it was merely a facade, for Ling Cho was too powerful. 50 years prior, she ascended to the position of leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, purging all opposition overnight, seizing control of everything, and leading the sect in continuous campaigns, establishing herself as the foremost figure of the demonic path within just 5 years. In the tales of the martial world, Ling Cho was said to be a man. You sipped your tea thoughtfully, yet she is a woman. Did she act thus for my sake? One must possess a modicum of confidence. After her actions 10 years ago, Ling Cho once again retreated from the martial world and had not made a move since. Ling Cho, I will undoubtedly find you. You clenched your fists and continued westward. The headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect lies in the Western Merchants. It is highly probable that Ling Cho may be there as well. Calming the turbulent martial energy within you, you force yourself to achieve tranquility. This wealthy lady, I am resolute. If I could win her over a second time, I would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources for the latter half of my life. Feeling the remaining supreme, innate pills in your pocket, you brimmed with determination. In the 46th year, you traversed Southern Xia, enduring countless hardships, and finally arrived in the Western Merchants. The climate here was significantly warmer and exceedingly pleasant. As you walked along the mountain paths, you pressed onward. Chapter 24. Su, Harvest, Western Merchant. After taking a few steps, you squint your eyes and reach out, grasping a grayish-white little snake in your hand. It is yet another unfamiliar toxin. Indeed, the Western Merchant territory is a land of fortune for me. Having only arrived a few days ago, I have already discovered 5 unknown toxins. Truly marvelous. You continue to weave through the forest. Days later, you pass by a mountain stronghold, where the sounds of fierce combat echo from within. Standing atop a stone, you glance over and see a young man clad in a green shirt engaged in a chaotic battle with a group of bandits. He remains composed, his expression unchanging, as his sword occasionally releases streaks of azure sword energy, effortlessly slaying dozens at a time. The bandits stand no chance. The strongest among them is merely at the inner strength stage, utterly incapable of contending with the youth who systematically dispatches them. It is evident that the young man has reached the pinnacle of outer strength. Defeating them poses no challenge whatsoever. Bored, you lose interest after a couple of glances and continue on your way. At that moment, the young man also notices you. After dispatching the remaining bandits with a single strike, he rushes towards you, calling out, "Brother, wait." You look at him, somewhat puzzled. "Brother, might I have a glimpse of your face beneath that mask?" He inquires, licking his lips. Even from hundreds of meters away, he has discerned your presence. Despite your masked visage, your aura is undeniably captivating. He raises his sword. "If you do not speak, I shall assume your acquiescence." The bloodstained blade inches closer to your face. Boring. With a surge of energy, you strike her down effortlessly, approaching her fallen form and coldly stating, "Miss, may I see what lies beneath your garments?" Indeed, this individual is one who masquerades as a man. The girl's face pales. "You jest, sir." You take a step back, shaking your head without uttering another word, and proceed onward. As your figure retreats, her eyes dart around, and she discreetly lifts her clothing, revealing a small cloth bag. "Qing, kill him," she commands softly, tapping the bag. In an instant, a snake, no larger than a thumb, darts from the bag, slithering and lunging towards you. You perceive the impending strike and extend your right hand, capturing the green serpent. The toxin is decent, possessing some potential. You cast a quick glance, crush it, and stow it away in your waist pouch before advancing toward the girl. Indeed, such women exist in reality. Her expression shifts as she gazes into your fierce eyes. "No, I was merely jesting. Ah, jest. A murderess jest." Had you not possessed the art of 10,000 poisons, you would have long since perished. A surge of energy bursts forth, piercing through her heart. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she gazes at you, ultimately collapsing in a pitiful heap. She dies abruptly. Approaching her lifeless body, you begin to search. Her form still radiates warmth, and after some time, you extract a small bag containing a tome of techniques, a strange token, a collection of pills, and a sum of silver coins. Holding the peculiar token, you smirk. "Is this one of the 5 Poison Sect?" The 5 Poison Sect is among the most formidable demonic forces in the Western Merchant region, second only to the Heavenly Demon Sect, wielding several formidable masters to maintain their dominion. What luck I possess! After securing the token, you inspect the remaining items. 1 sword technique, a manual for training poisons, and a mental cultivation method. However, the sword and mental techniques bear little use, as you already possess the comprehensive art of the 5 elements. The manual for training poisons, however, piques your interest. It details how to masterfully control poisons using one's own blood and energy, integrating them into oneself for perfect manipulation. The remaining pills are suitable only for those at the outer strength stage, of no use to you. After organizing your findings, you place your right hand upon the girl's body, unleashing a torrent of energy that thoroughly obliterates her form. Soon enough, wild beasts of the forest will take care of the remnants. Rising to your feet, you return to the previous stronghold. After the girl's chaotic slaughter, the remaining bandits are now disposing of the corpses, their faces gaunt, expressions numb. Farewell. A vast cloud of gray smoke emanates from you, propelled by your energy, sweeping through the entire stronghold. This is the toxic mist I have cultivated over many years, 300 varieties amalgamated. Within the same realm, those who encounter it shall perish, and even those at the marrow cleansing stage may find themselves tested. Not long after, enveloped by the toxic fog, all the bandits succumb to its effects, one by one, meeting a gruesome fate. When the time is ripe, you retract the toxic mist and scour the stronghold, confirming there are no survivors. Finally, you ignite a blaze to consume everything. In the mountains, you capture a wolf, forcing it to consume the girl's remains. ensuring no trace is left behind before you depart. On the journey, you repeatedly peruse the tome on the art of poison cultivation, quickly mastering all steps. Only practical application remains. A month later, you arrive at a small town in central Western Merchant. In the dead of night, within an inn, you soak in a tub filled with toxins, a 10-centimeter-long white snake wriggling in your right hand, ultimately coiling around your fingertip. This snake was discovered on your travels, and you have begun to master it through the art of poison cultivation, allowing it limited obedience, though it is not yet entirely adept. The snake's venom is not particularly potent, but under your care, it will grow increasingly formidable. You reach out, summoning your spear, opening its tip to allow the white snake to slither inside. Ha ha ha. This is reminiscent of Qingfeng's serpent staff. You reattach the spearhead seamlessly. The little white snake nestled inside, poised for an attack. From this day forth, you shall be called Su. Su, bite him. Su, shoot. Su, open wide. As you continue to nurture Su, preparing her to become a capable white serpent, you soon absorb all the toxins, bringing your total toxin count to 311. The art of 10,000 poisons is indeed extraordinary. Now, at over 60 years of age, you still appear youthful. Your complexion so tender it is almost embarrassing. Should Su Wanru catch sight of you, she might very well lose her life on the spot. The possibilities of the marrow cleansing stage suggest one could live to 100. The future stretches ahead, and Ling Cho, I shall surely find you. Donning your clothing, your resolve strengthens. Without resources to assist, the pace of cultivation is indeed slow. You cannot help but reminisce about the days of being pampered, a truly authentic experience. Chapter 25. He Kaitian in the 47th year, you wandered through the western commercial lands for a considerable duration, yet you were unable to uncover any trace of Ling Cho. She was immensely powerful, a veritable myth in the martial arts realm, and the disparity in your statuses rendered any pursuit futile. An insurmountable chasm lay between you, akin to countless mountains. A deep sense of helplessness washed over you. Was it destined that I would never partake in a life of ease? At present, your cultivation was merely at the lower tier of marrow washing, with many more realms to traverse and a lengthy period of practice ahead. Resigned, you sighed and chose to retreat to a village in the western commercial lands, resolved to spend the remainder of your days in solitude. In that same year, you clandestinely subdued 3 mountain strongholds, commanding them to gather toxins for your cultivation. Searching alone proved tedious, and having subordinates would undoubtedly expedite the process. By the 50th year, your progress in cultivation remained sluggish. You had accumulated 325 types of toxins. At 65, you still appeared as youthful as 18, which was indeed peculiar. In the 60th year, you had yet to breach the mid-tier of marrow washing. Without resources to aid you, advancement was as slow as a tortoise's crawl. The toxin count had risen to 350, but recent discoveries dwindled, despite your subordinates scouring 4 nations with minimal success. Notably, the Thunderclap gun had ascended to the 7th tier and was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th. Your companion, Su, had grown increasingly intelligent and alarmingly. Her size had expanded to 2 meters over the span of a decade. It seemed she could no longer evade the barrel of the gun, a fact that left you somewhat regretful, as you could not replicate the methods of the infamous Qingfeng. In the mountain village, snow fell in flurries as you sat before the hearth, continuously circulating the elemental techniques of the 5 phases. A 2-meter-long white serpent coiled in a heap, quietly resting before you. Winter had arrived, bringing with it bitter cold, and Su had entered hibernation. Yet, her slumber could be interrupted at any moment, for you were always able to provide sustenance. What a twist of fate it was. You had initially hoped to nurture a formidable weapon, only to find yourself with a pet. This companionship was not without its merits. It alleviated the loneliness that might have otherwise plagued you during these 15 years. Pausing your cultivation, you reached out to caress Su's scales, your gaze softening. Su, open your mouth. In the 70th year, after enduring a grueling period of cultivation, you finally broke through to a minor realm, entering the mid-tier of marrow washing. Upon careful reflection, you realized that further breakthroughs would require no less than 30 years. At 85, Your body remained robust, and your visage retained a striking handsomeness. Had you ventured out more often, others would undoubtedly have noticed your unusual vitality. With 355 types of toxins accumulated, you sensed you had reached a limit. In the past 2 years, your subordinates had yielded nothing, and it appeared this figure would remain stagnant for quite some time. The thunderclap gun had once again ascended, now at the 8th tier, providing you with even greater enhancements to your power. Your physical prowess far surpassed that of other martial artists at the same realm, with astonishing defensive capabilities. Susu had now grown to 5 meters in length, resembling a python. This creature had shared over 20 years of your life, showing no signs of aging. It seemed she could live on. You looked forward to this prospect with anticipation. During one summer, you found yourself fishing by a small river outside the village. After a prolonged wait, your wooden bucket remained empty. Suddenly, a splash broke the surface as a white python leaped from the water, slithering beside you and regurgitating a black fish. Good girl, you praised, patting Susu on the head. She nuzzled against your arm, visibly excited. As age crept upon you, fishing became a game of patience. As long as you remained steady, you were bound to catch something. However, as the sun began to set, your efforts bore no fruit. Yet Susu had caught 3 buckets filled with fish. She playfully struck you with her tail, hissing mockingly, as if taunting your ineptitude. You cheeky serpent. You're truly insufferable today. Unable to contain your amusement, you summoned a gust of energy to pull her closer, playfully wrestling with her. Just then, a cry for help pierced the air. Glancing over, you spotted a woman in white lying amidst the brush across the river, struggling to crawl towards you. Her anguished cries echoing in the stillness. Another glitch scenario, you thought, exasperated. Rescuing her would undoubtedly complicate your life, while neglecting her would leave you vulnerable to potential repercussions if her plight were discovered. With such a desperate pursuit behind her, she must possess a secret worth uncovering. After a moment of contemplation, you resolved to take action. With a lifespan of merely a century at the marrow washing stage, you could not afford to remain idle for long. Rather than succumb to fate, it was better to seize the moment. This old body of mine truly is a burden, you muttered as you leapt across to her side. The woman was bloodied and in a pitiful state. Upon seeing you, her expression brightened. Thank you, noble hero, for saving my life. You refrained from responding, instead searching her person. The woman's face paled as she exclaimed, Hero, how can you take advantage of me in my time of need? Such beastly behavior. Though angered, she was powerless to resist. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you. You replied, continuing your search. After several minutes of thorough examination, you found nothing of value. The woman's face flushed with embarrassment, and she appeared on the verge of collapse. Why are you being pursued? You offer her a pill to aid her recovery, sensing she had concealed something of significance. I know a secret, she stammered. Ah, so you were merely a target for silencing, you thought, your interest waning as you had anticipated something of greater value. Our paths may cross again, but for now, I must take my leave. You meticulously erased your traces, preparing to depart when a cloud of poisonous mist enveloped the area, ensuring no loose ends remained. You sensed distinctly that this woman possessed considerable power. If even an outer realm practitioner was being hunted, her pursuers must be formidable. Despite your own prowess in marrow washing, caution was prudent. Ultimately, there was little gain from this encounter, rendering the risk unworthy. Wait, the woman could no longer contain herself. Seeing you about to leave, she called out, I know a technique that can aid you in advancing to the celestial realm. Are you not intrigued? Technique? Your interest piqued. Pray, enlighten me. The woman sighed in relief. If you take me away from here, I will share it with you. A fair exchange, you shall not lose out. You scrutinized her carefully. Then, with a sardonic smile, you tightened your grip around her neck. Why not tell me now? If you do, I may allow you to live. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise this instant. Chapter 26. The Great Joy Technique. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from you, the woman in white was taken aback. You? I told you in the previous chapter, hurry and take me away. They're about to catch up with us. She implored desperately. Young lady, your sincerity is lacking. If that is the case, you might as well wait here for your demise. You toss her onto the ground and turn to leave. Wait, I have something to tell you. Taking a deep breath, she finally relented. You picked her up, meticulously erasing all traces within a 300-meter radius, and fled into the distance, with Su hot on your heels. Speak, you asked expressionlessly, while channeling your energy, leaping with great agility, even briefly hovering in the air. The woman in white gazed at your exquisite features, her heart racing, and quickly clung to your body. My name is Hitsalian, a direct disciple of the White Lotus Sect's Grandmaster. Her revelation left you momentarily speechless. The White Lotus Sect, one of the foremost demonic forces among the four nations, only slightly weaker than the Heavenly Demon Sect. Damn it, this woman is being pursued by such a faction. For a moment, you felt an impulse to discard her and abandon her fate. Continue. You gritted your teeth, casting her a cold glance. 3 days ago, I stole the White Lotus Sect's secret technique, the Great Joy Technique, and fled here. Your lips twitched. A dual cultivation secret technique? Hitsalian nodded. Precisely. By dual cultivating with a male warrior, one can break through their realm. The Great Joy Technique. Silence enveloped the night. As you spoke, you had already returned to your residence, and you strapped on your iron spear, ignoring everything else, continuing your flight. Susukota, landing on you with a leap, wrapping herself tightly around you. With 2 additional burdens on you, the pressure was manageable. You continued to employ your agility, sprinting swiftly. Speak, reveal the technique to me. You urge her without haste. All right. Hitsalian clutched your clothing tightly, gazing at the serpent head on your shoulder, swallowing hard. The joyful Buddhist sect, the form of prajna. The heavens are vast, the earth is wide. All things have their origins. You diligently memorized her words, simultaneously cross-referencing with your own elemental techniques, realizing that this indeed was a dual cultivation secret technique. Without any doubt. Soon, Hitsalian divulged the entirety of the Great Joy Technique, and you committed every detail to memory. What she described aligned perfectly with your thoughts. It was simply a straightforward dual cultivation method, beneficial for both parties involved, devoid of any yin-yang absorption or compensation. Entirely legitimate. As a direct disciple of the White Lotus Sect's Grandmaster, you had the opportunity to practice this technique. Why resort to theft? Hitsalian sneered. Only the saintess of the White Lotus Sect is qualified to cultivate the secret techniques. We disciples are limited to ordinary methods. Saintess? You remained silent, continuing onward with her. 3 days later, you arrived at a mountain stronghold you had conquered on the northern side of the Western Commerce region. You commanded your subordinates to prepare hot water, medicinal herbs, and various supplies. You also sent Su away. Then, you carried Hitsalian into a room. What? What are you planning to do? A sense of foreboding washed over Hitsalian. Of course, to cultivate. The Great Joy Technique is merely a secret technique, not a formal cultivation method, and can be practiced alongside any technique. You threw her onto the bed and immediately commenced your practice. Hitsalian struggled and resisted. No, you scoundrel, worthless. 3 hours later, everything came to an end. Lying on the bed, you felt utterly drained, your energy coursing restlessly. Soon, a portion of your energy began to surge wildly, flowing through your meridians and into Hitsalian's body. A sense of dread washed over you. This woman was indeed deceiving herself. In the blink of an eye, your cultivation level had dropped to the low tier of marrow cleansing. You were devoid of all strength. Even the slightest movement of your eyes was taxing. Meanwhile, Hitsalian beside you appeared invigorated, reveling in her newfound power. Ha! No matter how powerful you are, you have still fallen into my trap. Hitsalian laughed maniacally. I knew this trick would work without fail. Her cultivation level was no longer concealed, fully unleashed. You were astonished to discover she had reached the high tier of marrow cleansing. How absurd! Your brow furrowed. Could it be that no one was actually pursuing her? Was everything merely an act? Hitsalian lay on your chest. Are you happy? Once we cultivate a few more times, I will be able to absorb all your cultivation and ascend to the pinnacle of marrow cleansing. Wong Ergo, you're truly my lucky star. So this is how you wish to play, is it? Aware of her exposed identity? It seems this woman had targeted you long ago. You sighed inwardly, still not meticulous enough, my dear disciple. But it was not too late to salvage the situation. What are you staring at? Hitsalian pulled a dagger from her pocket. I shall sever your hands and feet now, ensuring you can never escape my grasp. She traced the dagger along your nose, suddenly shaking her head. No, it's better to seal your meridians first, without hands and feet. You would be inconvenient as my servant. What a beautiful face indeed. You could no longer tolerate her taunts. At that moment, you had also regained your composure. With energy surging, you flipped over, instantly pinning her beneath you. Enough with the noise. Grasping her arm with your right hand, you forcefully tore it away, blood spraying forth as you brutally severed her hand. A wisp of poisonous mist then billowed out, enveloping Hitsalian. Hitsalian stared at you incredulously. Impossible. After I absorbed your yang energy, your body should not be able to recover. Indeed, this was not a dual cultivation technique, but rather a one-sided absorption. The reason you remained unharmed was likely due to the 10,000 poisons nourishing body technique. This technique significantly enhanced your physical strength and toxin resistance, thereby increasing your resilience against such malevolent arts. Damn it, an elderly man like myself, over 80 years old, has fallen victim to this. Reveal the technique for yin-yang absorption, you demanded. Realizing the situation, Hitsalian chuckled. I never regurgitate what I have consumed. And do you dare to kill me? To be frank, I am the saintess of the White Lotus sect. I carry the sole pursuit fragrance of the sect. Should you kill me, the White Lotus sect will not spare you. Wang Ergu, I advise you to cease those foolish actions. Let me go, and I might consider sparing your life, allowing you to be my servant. To become my consort is a fortune you have cultivated in your past life. Hitsalian proclaimed haughtily, completely disregarding you. Your eyes turned crimson, one hand tightening around her neck. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. With a whistle, Su pushed open the door and approached your side. Chapter 27, 99 years old, Ling Chao's crisis as the fierce energy surged. You ruthlessly sliced through her flesh, employing toxins to torment Hitsalian mercilessly. Each piece of her meat was devoured by Su, who relentlessly assisted you in the assault with her tail. Your incessant inquiries echoed, akin to a rabid dog, while Hitsalian spat blood, her eyes rolling back in distress. You compelled yourself to maintain composure, intensifying your torment of her. After 2 decades of arduous cultivation, having finally broken through to the mid-stage of marrow cleansing, it was intolerable that this woman had taken it from you. Hitsalian, a true saintess of the White Lotus sect, possessed an indomitable will. No matter how much you tortured her, she remained steadfast, refusing to divulge the remaining dual cultivation techniques. Internally, you acknowledged her resilience, a true warrior indeed. The following day, as you prepared to line up the 3,000 brothers in your camp, Hitsalian finally broke. Stop it, I'll speak, she exclaimed. You retracted your hand, shaking it as if reluctant to part. You waste my emotions. Speak. With a sob, Hitsalian pitifully divulged the method of yang harvesting, a set of dual cultivation secrets entirely distinct from the Great Joy technique. Taking a deep breath, you pressed on. How can I reclaim my cultivation? She lamented. The secrets of my White Lotus sect solely concern yang harvesting. There is no yin harvesting involved. Even if you kill me, you cannot recover your cultivation. Her words cast doubt upon your thoughts, and as you processed them, your expression shifted. Su crawled over, silently extending her tail, and yet another round of fierce battle ensued. Hitsalian cursed vehemently, you fool. How can there be such a vile person in this world? Kill me, just kill me. You scoffed coldly for 24 years. You've stolen my time, and yet you dare to be defiant? Here, have this. With that, Su produced a pile, which you manipulated with your energy, slapping it onto Hitsalian. She crumbled, despair consuming her. Her journey from an ordinary peasant child to the saintess of the White Lotus sect had been fraught with countless hardships, but never had she encountered such revulsion, terror, and suffering. Every action you took pushed her to her physiological and psychological limits. At last, on the 10th day, Hitsalian, barely clinging to life, succumbed. She could no longer endure, having revealed all her resources to you a day prior. Yet, even with all the information you had gathered, you were not satisfied. You commanded your subordinates to retrieve more while continuing to experiment with various toxins on her. Neurotoxins, renal toxins, control, drowsiness, lethality, corrosion. On the 15th day, in that small room, Heatsalian had withered away, her body frail, her eyes dull, repeatedly murmuring, "Kill me." This day, your subordinates returned, and, as you opened the package, you discovered a technique, a vial of elixir, and a bottle of poison. The technique, titled White Lotus Annihilation Technique, was a secret art of the White Lotus sect, capable of advancing to the highest celestial realm, surpassing your earthly elemental techniques in every aspect. The elixir was a marrow-cleansing pill, totaling 30 pieces. The poison consisted of 50 deadly toxins, all unfamiliar to you, promising to enhance your myriad poisons cultivation. These spoils were commendable. After thorough examination, you confirmed there were no issues, and with a single gesture, you extinguished Heatsalian's life. You infused her corpse with a multitude of toxins, directly contaminating and interfering with the soul-retrieving incense essence, ensuring your concealment. Diligently, you attended to the aftermath, taking an entire month to erase all traces. Confident in your meticulousness, you felt if discovered, you would have no defense. At over 80 years old, enduring such a harrowing ordeal left you speechless. In the 71st year, you departed from the West Merchant and returned to the North Qin, establishing a solitary abode at the foot of a snow-capped mountain, dedicating yourself to cultivation once more. Not entirely alone, Susu accompanied you, and life was relatively pleasant. You commenced your practice of the White Lotus Annihilation Technique, refining the marrow-cleansing elixirs, continuing to merge with toxins while mastering the Thunderstorm Spear. By the 75th year, you completed the transition of your cultivation method with ease. For 5 years, the White Lotus sect had remained silent, indicating your disguise was effective, bringing you inner satisfaction and prompting even more diligent training. By the 80th year, you reached the age of 95. With the aid of the marrow cleansing elixir, you finally broke through back to the mid-stage of marrow cleansing. It was a hard-earned victory. In the 84th year, however, the unrestrained nature of your cultivation led to your body reaching its limits. At 99 years old, you calculated this body could only withstand another 3 months, then it would all be over. Over the years, your gains were substantial. Your cultivation stood at the mid-stage of marrow cleansing, with 390 varieties of toxins, rendering you, at 90, remarkably youthful, a phenomenon against reason. The Thunderstorm Spear had also reached the 9th layer just yesterday. In this life, you harbored no regrets. Yet, as you reflected, the image of Ling Cho surfaced in your mind. After 49 years, she remained unforgettable. Meeting her at 35, you drifted together on a boat for 5 years. And after that, you spent 10 years in a soft life. In a quaint courtyard you had built with your own hands, you grilled meat in your room. Lost in cherished memories, you reached out to caress Susu's head, gazing at her now towering 5-meter frame, entranced by a time filled with modest regrets, yet immense happiness. With a roar, 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 Susu flicked her tail, gently comforting your back. After 38 years of cohabitation, this serpent had become a part of you, growing increasingly astute. You mused, as one ages, one tends to reflect more. Surely, this is a normal phenomenon. After a while, as you prepared to indulge in your meal, an unusual sound echoed from above. You stepped outside to investigate and were met with a group of martial artists, rushing with urgency. Intrigued, yet sensing an ominous air, you seized a young man in white and inquired, "Young lad, what transpired?" The boy, surprised by your presence, noted your extraordinary aura before hurriedly responding, "Senior, 3 days ago, the 4 great royal families, 8 top sects, and 10 prominent clans besieged Kunlun Mountain. The leader of the heavenly demons sect, Ling Cho, was repelled by 300 celestial warriors, gravely injured and near death. We are on our way to offer our strength for the righteous cause." Chapter 28. The search and sorrow. Hearing the news, your heart quivered. "Predecessor, the situation is urgent. I must take my leave," the young man exclaimed anxiously. You remained silent for a considerable time, before returning to the small dwelling and retrieving the iron spear, which had never before been used in battle. After donning a set of black attire and a conical hat, you turned to Su, who followed you with a puzzled expression. After hastily gathering your belongings, you addressed her, "Foolish serpent, you are free now. Go find a secluded place and live the life you have always yearned for." As a python, Susu had been infused with numerous toxins, making her a formidable force in the wild. At 5 meters in length, her survival was assured. Yet, she coiled tightly around you, shaking her head vigorously, revealing a piece of freshly shed skin. She too had aged. In an unprecedented moment, you sense her emotions. "Take me with you. I am nearing my end." Indeed, Susu had aged, having grown from a small snake to her current form. Her lifespan long since exhausted. Gazing into her soulful eyes, you gently tapped her head, saying, "I am about to perish. You must go. It is not worth it." With a deep sigh, you set off towards the West Merchant. Susu chased after you fervently, but could not catch up. 3 days later, having exerted all your strength, you finally crossed the snowy mountains and arrived at the West Merchant. After enduring countless trials, you entered a small town, eagerly inquiring about Ling Cho. And then, a middle-aged swordsman scoffed. "Ling Cho has been besieged by 300 heavenly stars and is gravely injured. Even a child could take his life." Consequently, the major sects dispatched their most talented young disciples, none over the age of 30, yet all possessing remarkable abilities. It would be a fitting conclusion for Ling Cho if they were to end his life. You fell silent once more. After listening for a while, you made your way directly to the headquarters of the Heavenly Devil Sect at Kunlun Mountain. 10 days later, you arrived at a desolate ruin where the blood had yet to dry, surrounded by corpses, all clad in the attire of the Heavenly Devil Sect. A sense of dread gripped your heart as you clenched your fists, continuing your search for Ling Cho's whereabouts. 5 days later, outside a small town, you heard a commotion. A crowd had gathered around an open space, pointing and whispering. Approaching, you witnessed a group of young swordsmen excitedly observing a battle. A white snake against an inner strength practitioner. The white snake bore numerous scars, while the young practitioner toyed with her effortlessly. It was Susu. Her venom was potent, yet it could not harm a human warrior. She was suited for ambushes. Your expression darkened. An invisible, colorless, and odorless poison mist slowly enveloped the area, and soon, everyone within 100 meters collapsed, foaming at the mouth, succumbing to the poison. You stepped on the young practitioner, declaring, "My snake is only for me to bully." With a surge of energy, you crushed him, followed by another wave of toxins that dissolved the surrounding corpses. You cradled the barely conscious Susu, who was covered in sword and knife wounds, her scales shedding in patches. She extended her tail weakly, yearning to touch your back but unable to reach you. Lowering your head, she gently rubbed against your hair. But soon, her head drooped lifelessly. I'm so sorry. You bowed your head, kneeling on the ground, feeling utterly fragile. Susu had pursued you, only to meet misfortune. "I truly deserve this fate." "Fear not, Susu. I shall join you soon." You carried Susu to a distant forest and buried her. As the soil covered her, she vanished from your sight. With the iron spear on your back, you continue to wander through the West Merchant, your time dwindling. You were uncertain whether you would ever have the chance to find her again. You refused to give up. You had no regrets in your actions. To you, every moment was worth it. A month passed, yet you still failed to find Ling Cho. Simultaneously, you felt a significant change in your body. During this time, you had forcibly activated your inner energy, and your strength was waning. Your time was running out. Do I still have a chance? As you journeyed, you could not help but sigh. If you did not see Ling Cho before your death, it would haunt you for eternity, becoming your greatest regret. You pressed on, traversing several small towns and mountain ranges. On a night 5 days later, utterly exhausted, rain began to pour heavily, accompanied by thunder. You hastened your steps and finally spotted a dilapidated mountain shrine. You rushed toward it, pushing open the creaking door. Scanning the small temple, you found only a young beggar. You froze for a moment, then approached the beggar, trembling. You are. You sensed a familiar aura and scent. Your body was overwhelmed with toxins, making you acutely aware of the fragrance. This beggar was indeed Ling Cho. You were more certain than anyone else. Upon hearing your voice and sensing your presence, the young beggar lifted her head, eyes narrowing with suspicion, radiating an aggressive energy. Yet, her expression quickly shifted to disbelief. You are. Her mouth agape. She struggled to comprehend. You set down your spear and sat beside her. It is I. Taking her hand, tears welled up in her eyes. I found you. I found you. After 49 years, you had finally reunited with her. Ling Cho wished to say something, but the words caught in her throat. You noticed the myriad of wounds on her hands. Feeling her utter weakness, she had lost all her powers. In that moment, she truly appeared as a beggar. You gazed at her still beautiful face, placing her hand over your heart. Indeed, indeed. Ling Cho was at a loss for how to react to you, but she implored, Gu Ming, you must leave. They will soon pursue you. Do not let me drag you down. You shook your head, saying nothing, simply content to be near her. In this moment of closeness, you felt a sense of fulfillment. Yet, all beauty must inevitably shatter. Though broken mirrors can be reunited, separation is also inescapable. A series of footsteps echoed, and shadows surrounded the dilapidated shrine. Chapter 29. Annihilation, Conclusion, and Death. A torrent of intense vital energy surged from all directions, shattering the temple structure and surrounding buildings. The force of the impact came in waves. You unleashed your vital energy to shield Ling Cho. Amidst the ruins, you slowly rose to your feet. Who are you to dare obstruct us in our righteous quest? Do you know how many innocent lives Ling Cho has taken? How many families have been destroyed because of her? Stand aside. We, the righteous, wish to avoid harming the innocent. You still have time to leave. Young man, do not be foolish. Today, the 8 major sects, 10 great families, and 4 royal clans gather here. Ling Cho is destined to die. This is the will of the heavens. The crowd urged you loudly, attempting to comfort you. Yet, you understood their reluctance to engage was rooted in fear of you. The vital energy that had just surged forth was a collective strike, yet you had withstood it. Anyone would be cautious. You placed your hat atop Ling Chao's head and draped your black cloak over her before carrying her on your back. Do you understand what you are doing? Ling Chao's voice was somber. You gently tightened a rope around her to conceal her. I know. Am I heavy? No, you are light, much lighter than my weapon. You smiled faintly. In the past, you brought about the downfall of the Heavenly Alliance. Today, I shall die for you. We are clear between us. As you spoke, you released a cloud of poison, but the heavy rain hindered its potency, significantly diminishing your combat effectiveness. Reluctantly, you retracted the poison mist and gripped your iron spear tightly. You are overly confident. My destruction of the Heavenly Alliance was merely for amusement. Following you to the sea was the same. You are merely a toy to me. Do not overthink it. Ling Chao's tone was melodic. You dismissed her words. That is your perspective. I trust only my own feelings. You raised your spear, kill. How long had it been since you fought with all your might? Your heart surged with passion, blood boiling. The spear in your hand erupted with a series of thunderous blasts, akin to a tempest. This is the thunderous gun of the Heavenly Alliance. You are a fool who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Do you know that this woman was responsible for the Alliance's destruction? A young Taoist from Zhengyang Palace glowered at you as he brandished a soft sword, charging forward. Surrounded by an aura of potent vital energy, you struck like a dragon, instantly piercing his heart. Get lost. The vital energy intensified, obliterating his body. You surveyed your surroundings. Over 20 individuals stood before you, each a master of marrow cleansing. The strongest among them at the pinnacle of this realm, a young man bearing a sword. Everyone attack. With so many of us, can he really kill us all? A monk from the 10,000 Buddhas sect retorted, then charged at you wielding a 3-section staff. The other prodigies followed suit, no longer engaged in lofty discussions. You braced yourself. Poisonous mist enveloped your body, surging forth as the spear trembled, continuously attacking, defending, and releasing vital energy. With a swift thrust, you pierced the Taoist's head, then unleashed a strand of vital energy, sending the weakest disciple of the Western merchant royal family sprawling. These individuals were the strongest of their respective sects, families, and royal lineages, yet they paled in comparison to you. They were too young. The eldest among them was merely 27. Their martial arts were not yet perfected, placing them at a level of mediocrity in your eyes. After a fierce battle, the ground was littered with corpses. Ling Cho covered her mouth in disbelief. Gu Ming, you will surely perish this time. You have doomed the future of the 10 families, 8 sects, and 4 royal clans. You crushed the last disciple of the Gu family with your spear, your expression unchanging. Regardless, I am to die. It is worth it. After slaying these foes, your vital energy had diminished by more than half. The spear stood firmly in the ground as you stood in the pouring rain, warily gazing into the distance. You sensed another presence. Ling Cho, why are all the righteous forces attacking your heavenly demon sect? What about the other dark forces? I recall the 5 Poison sect and the White Lotus sect, among others. You were perplexed. Ling Cho shook her head. When my powers peaked, I eradicated a host of dark masters, stepping upon their corpses to become the foremost among the dark. It is commendable they do not take advantage of my plight. Just as you comprehended this, a frail silhouette emerged in the distance, wielding an iron rod. Benefactor, you have slain the prodigy of my Buddhist sect. This is a capital offense. Perfect. Today, I shall take your life to pave the way for my disciple. With Jingxin dead, the position of the Buddha's son can only belong to my disciple. Though he would face criticism from the abbot and various powers for not intervening, it mattered little. As long as my disciple ascends to the position of Buddha's son, everything. In the midst of the downpour, the middle-aged monk laughed heartily. Everything is worth it. You remained on high alert. Ling Cho sighed behind you. Gu Ming, he is at the Earth Vitality realm. No matter what, you cannot match him. You nodded, 3 major realms apart. Indeed, it is quite difficult. As you spoke, the Earth Vitality Master from the Buddhist sect had already charged forward. His countenance was fierce, radiating an overwhelming aura of violence. Devoid of the demeanor of a Buddhist disciple, he resembled a dark master instead. In your panic, you could only employ your spear techniques, continuously resisting. His speed was too swift, leaving you no opportunity to counterattack. Bang! A dark light surged forth, bypassing numerous obstacles, shattering your protective vital energy and forcefully embedding itself in your chest. You strained with all your might, your face contorted in agony. Bang! A power far beyond your capacity erupted, sending you careening backward into the ruins behind you. You coughed blood, severely injured, with death looming. Is it still not possible? Old brother? 3 major realms apart, it was indeed beyond your capability. The middle-aged monk stepped from the shadows, applauding you. Intriguing. Your physical strength rivals that of a peak true bone warrior. Moreover, your bone age exceeds 90 years, yet you still appear youthful. He approached you step by step. Is it the 10,000 poisons cultivation technique? He clicked his tongue in amazement. Is there truly someone who can endure the pain of toxins entering their body? Truly astonishing. The Earth Vitality Force radiated around him as he chuckled, bowing slightly. Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Ling Cho, the foremost among the dark. Please, D. You tightly grasped Ling Cho's hand and closed your eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed. You opened your eyes to find the monk before you lifeless. On the other side, Ling Cho withdrew her right hand. Cough, cough, cough. Although I have lost my powers. Do you think a mere earth vitality can kill me? An absurd thought, she declared with authority, but soon her strength waned, her breath growing weaker. Chapter 30, The Conclusion. A grand harvest you struggled to gaze at Ling Cho, only to discover that she could no longer endure. She collapsed into your embrace, exclaiming, "Damn it, I refuse to accept this. If there is an afterlife, I shall kill them all, leaving none behind." With those final words, she succumbed entirely, lifeless in your arms. You gently cradled her body, your mouth still spewing blood. If there is an afterlife, you close your eyes, choosing silence. Your injuries worsened, feeling as though a mountain pressed down upon you, a feeble self unable to bear the weight. Your consciousness faded gradually. You were dead. Beneath the tree, Gu Ming squinted. He had not anticipated such a grand spectacle from this simulation. Nan Xia, Bei Qin, Shishang, Dong Zhou, everyone had attended. They even confronted the foremost expert of the demonic path. How extraordinary this life was. This simulation has concluded. You have attained the mid-tier realm of marrow cleansing. You have acquired the 4 directions and 5 elements technique. You have obtained the White Lotus annihilation technique. You have received the Thunderstorm Spear 9th layer. You have acquired an Iron Spear. You have obtained the 10,000 Poisons Cultivation Method, 390 kinds of toxins. You have secured the memories and experiences of 84 years of cultivation. You have secured the memories and experiences of 84 years of combat. You have obtained all memories of this lifetime. You have acquired 10 marrow cleansing pills. You have obtained 30 concentration pills. You have acquired 200 breath pills. You have obtained 50 blood boiling pills. You have acquired 900 tails of gold, 500 sets of various clothing, and a bloodstained hat. You have obtained 3,000 pounds of grain, 8,000 tons of drinking water, 300 jars of liquor, and 500 pounds of tea. You have acquired a pet white snake. Su. Do you wish to inherit? Need it be said? Ming bit his lip decisively. Inherit. Inheritance successful. In the blink of an eye, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. Ecstasy enveloped him. Vital energy surged ceaselessly, his physique terrifyingly potent. With a mere thought, he severed a large tree 300 meters away with a swift and fierce blast of energy. Ming cast his gaze toward the simulation space. All the rewards lay within, including Snake. He reached out, and Su materialized, adeptly climbing onto his shoulder, gently nudging his head. Ming beamed. Su, you're so well-behaved. As he gently stroked her head, he felt a surge of novelty. Before his reincarnation, he had harbored a fear of snakes. Yet now, after the first simulation concluded, he had become immune to all forms of fear, having amassed vast combat experience and a knowledge of taking lives. In this life, his sole fear was of being insufficiently powerful. Good girl. Su was simply too obedient. Most importantly, as a pet, she was a reward, easily summoned or released from storage. Regrettably, all items could only be released in his vicinity. Otherwise, he could have employed them directly in battle. Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. He glanced again at the simulation space. The sheer quantity of items was overwhelming. After reviewing the simulation memories meticulously, he realized that while these items were not physically with him, they were long-term his name. Peculiar. The criteria for such possessions seemed utterly arbitrary. Yet, speaking of the White Lotus sect as Saintus, he looked once more at He Kai Lien in the image, feeling a surge of warmth, alluring. Adorned in a new black outfit, he stored Su away and donned his hat, continuing onward. Although he had eradicated the Qingfeng village, the Weihu Mountain remained. He resolved to perform good deeds anonymously, nurturing kindness, ensuring that their family could reunite. Now, in the cooling period of the simulator, it would be unwise not to take advantage of it. What genius I am! Just one day after my arrival, I have ascended from an ordinary person to the mid-tier of marrow cleansing, leaping 6 major realms in a single day. Remarkable. Along the path, Ming felt a swell of pride. Though he had not practiced any specific movement techniques, his formidable realm allowed him to travel swiftly. In just a few hours, he arrived at the familiar Weihu Mountain. Gazing at the Stronghold, a smile graced his lips as he leapt into the air, an invisible, tasteless poison mist emanating from him, enveloping the entire mountain. Weihu Mountain was far too weak. The strongest among them barely reached the pinnacle of internal vitality. In his presence, they were utterly unimpressive. After a brief survey, thousands perished at his hands, and his toxins consumed less than 1/10 of his supply. The expenditure of his vital energy was negligible, and it could be swiftly replenished, high against the low, vanquishing the foolish elementary. After subduing Weihu Mountain, Ming continued his campaign, spending another day capturing its other branches and erasing all traces of Subatian. The next morning, everything had concluded. Walking along a mountain path, Ming felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet in just one day, he had transformed into a merciless demon. What a surreal sensation. This time, his target was Shishang, the stronghold of the demonic sections. The Heavenly Demon Sect, the White Lotus Sect, and the 5 Poison Sect were all present. He practiced the White Lotus Sect's annihilation technique and reached the mid-tier of marrow cleansing at the age of 15, rendering him an undeniable genius in any faction. With the right maneuvers, he might glean substantial rewards from the White Lotus Sect. Naturally, this process would require utmost caution. At the very least, it was something he would not undertake in reality, merely a convenience for simulation. A day later, Gu Ming arrived at a small town. Simulator cooling time, 12 hours. In an inn, he withdrew his gaze from the simulator. 72 hours of cooling time was rather pleasant. Tomorrow, he could resume simulations. Guest, the hot water is ready, said a handsome young attendant respectfully. Gu Ming nodded, signaling him to leave. Yet, the attendant lingered, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Sir, would you like a complimentary bath scrub? Greed sparkled in his eyes. Gu Ming froze. He had no intention of engaging in such activities. Get lost. Touching his pale right cheek, he felt a pang of revulsion. The 390 kinds of toxins had greatly enhanced his appearance and aura, attracting no small amount of trouble. Even with a mask, he could not conceal it. Curse my irresistible charm. Stripping off his garments, he stepped into the steaming bath. Whether it was Ling Cho or the monks of Duan Temple, they all claimed that the 10,000 poisons cultivation method was excruciating. Was it truly that abstract? Coincidentally, he had collected a new toxin along the way. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Ming tossed the toxin into the bath. He then recited the incantation. The diluted toxin began to merge into his body, coursing through his meridians in rhythmic pulses. My goodness! In less than a second, Gu Ming could no longer withstand it and hurriedly halted. The sensation was beyond human endurance. Logically, with over 300 toxins within him, his resistance should be formidable. Why then did it hurt so much? Chapter 31. For the fourth time, the world's greatest. Now that things have come to this point, it is unimaginable how painful it must have been for him during his initial training. Although Gu Ming possesses memories, he lacks the specific sensations, relying solely on his expressions and the narrative from his recollections. After all, if he could inherit sensations, those memories would undoubtedly have a profound impact on him. That would be akin to a resurrection rather than mere simulation. As the vital energy surged forth, he sought to retract the toxins, preparing for the forthcoming simulation. Just then, an exclamation mark appeared, provoking a sense of foreboding within Gu Ming. With a flicker of thought, the exclamation mark expanded, revealing its contents. Simulation task, task description. Integrate a toxin into your body through the 10,000 poisons body cultivation technique. Task reward. 1 simulation opportunity. Task penalty. None. Are they forcing my hand? The opportunity for simulation is exceedingly precious. I cannot afford to miss it. Gritting his teeth, Gu Ming plunged into action. This time, he employed a copious amount of toxins to numb his nerves and dull his pain, thereby lessening the difficulty. Yet, he still underestimated the challenge. After a single breath, the toxins began to pulse and flow through his body, and Gu Ming could no longer contain himself. Ah! His cry of torment echoed, a sound so harrowing it sent shivers down the spine. In the adjacent room, a young man clad in white sipped his tea. Ha ha ha! So handsome, yet so reckless. To make such a commotion, this man must surely have a considerable future. Downstairs, a young waiter who had just delivered food also heard the outcry, his face marked with regret. What a fine cabbage, wasted on a swine. Beside him, the innkeeper patted his shoulder. Little stool, I recall you brought him in, right? What a pity. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll treat you to a meal at the drunken immortal pavilion. The young waiter shook his head. Innkeeper, you misunderstand. I prefer women. But that fellow is truly captivating. With a sigh, he returned to his duties. Gu Ming's cry was too soul-stirring. The entire inn, filled with men, women, and children, spent the night restless, pondering the source of such anguish. This pain was insufferable. Gu Ming, with no other recourse, abandoned the simulation task. The next day, Gu Ming sat up in bed. How could it be this painful? Armed with a wealth of combat experience from his simulations, he believed his will to be unyielding. Yet he still faltered. However, the version of himself in the simulation had endured over 300 times. What the hell? Could it be that the simulated me was merely a program, devoid of the burden of pain? Gu Ming speculated. Lying back on his bed, he resolved to do nothing further. After a while, a knock sounded at the door. Sir, your breakfast is ready. He rose to open the door, only to find that all the rooms on the 3rd floor were ajar, with a crowd of curious onlookers sizing him up. Gu Ming accepted his breakfast, somewhat perplexed. TSK, TSK, TSK. People these days are far too nosy. After finishing his meal, he resumed his journey westward, departing from the small town. Though he left, his legend persisted, destined to be told for generations to come. On the road, Ming continued his search for additional toxins. Fortune favored him as he acquired 5 more, bringing his total to 6. As he traveled further, he drew closer to the next simulation. After surveying his surroundings, he approached a tree. Just as the cooling period was about to end, a sudden clamor of hooves echoed in the distance, followed by a band of bandits on galloping steeds. Ming refrained from striking, opting instead to simulate. Though it seemed to last an eternity, in reality, it was but a fleeting moment. For the 4th time, could he ascend to become the world's greatest? Ming chuckled softly and immediately initiated the simulation. Day 1. You rise and effortlessly dispatch all the bandits. Over 500 well-equipped individuals, only to discover they are not bandits at all, but soldiers. From their various correspondences, you discern their identities. They are a small contingent of the Dasha Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, tasked with gathering forces with the local government soldiers 300 miles away to besiege a stronghold. Regardless, they genuinely intended to kill me. You unleash the toxins, enveloping all the corpses, corroding them until they dissolve into a puddle of liquid. Before long, these liquids will evaporate and vanish completely. After some contemplation, you ultimately decide to venture to the Western Merchant. After all, a visit to the White Lotus sect is worthwhile, having endured the 10,000 poisons body cultivation technique. You are confident you can withstand other forms of torment. 10 days later, you arrive at the Western Merchant, successfully locating a stronghold of the White Lotus sect based on your previous simulation memories. An inn in the wilderness, donning a mask and a shadowy black robe. You stroll in. A middle-aged man regards you with suspicion. Are you here to deliver a message? You gently release a trace of vital energy. I wish to see the sect leader. Feeling the familiar aura, the middle-aged man, possessing innate talent, is bewildered. What are you talking about? What sect leader? You intensify your energy, the aura of the White Lotus annihilation technique, growing more ferocious at that moment. The middle-aged man finally comprehends. 10 years ago, he had the fortune to meet the sect leader once, and the vital energy emanating from you is strikingly similar. Who are you? He inquires cautiously. My identity is confidential. You need only inform the leader. You step into the inn with a sense of ownership, treating it as your own abode. The middle-aged man's demeanor toward you becomes increasingly nuanced. You do not regard him as an outsider, commanding him to gather toxins and prepare hot water. That night, you absorb all the toxins collected during this period, feeling the pain of the toxins merging with your body, yet it remains bearable. Once everything concludes, your total toxin count reaches 400. You appear more attractive, yet a sense of disquiet lingers within you. Being handsome is of little use, as it has only brought you trouble thus far, yielding no benefits. On the 15th day, a woman clad in purple enters the inn. You glance over, the hue indeed possessing allure. Young master, are you the one seeking to meet the sect leader? The woman spots you and directly inquires. You nod, descending the stairs while donning your mask. Approaching her, I have urgent matters to discuss with the sect leader. As you speak, you release a trace of vital energy. The woman in purple is taken aback. You are. Having been by the sect leader and the Saintess's side for many years, she instantly recognizes the aura of the White Lotus annihilation technique. My identity is confidential. You calmly assert, becoming increasingly enigmatic. This evokes a sensation akin to playing a game of werewolf. One must not reveal themselves. For those who do are doomed. I understand. The woman in purple gazes deeply at you. Shall we meet the sect leader now? The leader is currently resting in a small town not far from here. Chapter 32. Nangang Wanya. Touch whoever is a fool. Now is the time to meet. You have long devised a strategy and remain utterly unperturbed. At worst is merely death. Are you afraid of dying? Evidently you are not, for you are an incomprehensibly foolish being. Under the guidance of the woman in the purple dress, you traverse through the woods and mountain paths, eventually arriving at a sparsely populated small town. Outside an inn, you immediately spot the leader. It is strikingly obvious. Dressed in a red gown, she is breathtakingly beautiful, exuding a charm akin to that of Heat Silian. She is undeniably captivating. As you both approach, the woman in the purple dress speaks. Leader, This is the person mentioned by the emissary some time ago. The red gown leader steps before you, pressing closely against your body, and suddenly reaches out to remove your mask. Indeed, the aura of the 10,000 poisons nourishing body technique emanates from you. With such an enticing appearance, you must have absorbed a plethora of toxins. You have truly suffered. You shake your head. As long as it holds significance, what does suffering matter? Having said that, you cease to conceal your aura and unleash your full strength. Sensing the profound power of the White Lotus annihilation technique within you, the red gown leader falls silent. Who exactly are you? Who am I? You let out a hearty laugh. The heavens have their cycles, and the four seas are ever present. The wind and snow usher in the spring, while the earth remains indifferent. I shall no longer feign. I lay my cards on the table. You bow respectfully and continue. I'm a reincarnator. In my past life, I encountered someone named Decisive, who claimed to be the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect. However, she too faced a life-and-death crisis and passed the White Lotus annihilation technique to me. You calmly recount this rather absurd tale. Ultimately, in a small temple, I was killed by a monk of the Duanan temple while protecting Decisive. When I awakened once more, I found myself returned to the present with all the gains from my previous life. Upon hearing your words, the red gown leader's gaze shifts, and she seizes your arm. The four directions and 5 elements technique, the thunderbolt spear, the White Lotus annihilation technique, and several other lesser martial arts. The leader coldly remarks, "Do I appear to be a fool? Oh, you do not believe me?" You chuckle, directly retrieving an iron spear before her. What of it? This is one of the abilities I acquired upon my rebirth, allowing me to store items in a special space for retrieval at will. The leader gazes at you with icy detachment. In the next moment, a scream pierces the air as the woman in the purple dress suddenly collapses, her body transforming into a pool of blood. Moreover, the townspeople around you also fall simultaneously, slain by the leader in a gruesome manner. Bring forth that emissary and eliminate everyone aware of this matter. Swish, swish, swish. Around you, a group of women clad in black dresses, marked with the White Lotus emblem, swiftly depart. You smile. It seems this woman has been convinced. Now that you have been reborn, why not seek a place to conceal yourself instead of coming to my White Lotus sect? The leader poses a most critical question. I am fond of Decisive. I cherish everything about her. You declare with deep emotion, reminiscing about the torment Decisive endured at your hands in your past life, your feelings growing ever more sincere. However, the leader clearly does not believe your fabrications. Furthermore, the temperature around you significantly drops. Well, it appears you have discerned that I am merely acting, have you? Is my acting truly so lacking? You drop the pretense. I wish to join the White Lotus sect for sustenance. After all, I am alone, lacking any resources, and my cultivation speed is exceedingly slow. The leader bursts into laughter. Excellent. Let us go. From this moment onward, you shall be my 7th guardian. With a wave of her hand, she releases a surge of energy, taking you along with her as you traverse the air towards the distance. Days later, the leader brings you deep into a mountain in the western commerce region, where a deadly miasma pervades the air. Yet, with 400 types of toxins coursing through your body, your resistance is formidable, and you remain undaunted. In addition to the toxic fog, various venomous insects surround you, and lurking in the shadows are figures whose cultivation levels you cannot discern. The leader leads you to a pavilion. I understand your intentions. Henceforth, you may focus solely on your cultivation here, and you need not worry about resources. She claps her hands, and 10 graceful women approach, placing 10 glass vials by your side. Here are 100 supreme cleansing pills, perfectly complementing the White Lotus annihilation technique. A wealthy benefactor, a patron. You can hardly contain your drool. I'm most grateful to the leader for this. Leader, she steps before you, lifting your chin. I do not favor this title. From now on, you shall call me sister upon our meetings. You're left with goosebumps, realizing that the intensity in her gaze has become incredibly frenzied. Could she possibly be mentally unstable? Very well, sister. I adore you, sister. You respond, somewhat bashfully. At times, certain sacrifices are permissible. At the very least, this leader is far superior to Su Wanru. My name is Nangong Wanya. Remember it well. Now, cultivate at your leisure. If you need anything, just inform them, and they will fulfill all your requirements. After leaving a few words, Nangong Wanya sways her long skirt and departs. Nangong Wanya, touch whoever is a fool. You're startled by this name. The leader of the demonic path, the White Lotus sect, bears such a name. It is exceedingly incongruous. In that instant, you even begin to doubt if she is a transmigrator. Not far away, Nangong Wanya notices your reaction, smiles faintly, and vanishes into the architectural expanse. Unaware of all this, you plunge into a frenzied state of cultivation. Regardless of who she is or what her intentions may be, strengthening oneself is the essence of all things. In this lifetime, you vow to reach the pinnacle. As the first year concludes, you have made modest progress in your cultivation. With the assistance of the White Lotus sect, you have absorbed 50 more toxins, enhancing your appearance and fortifying your physique. In the second year, you sense an impending breakthrough, yet no matter how you cultivate, you cannot achieve it. One night, under the moonlight, you unleash your energy freely, then break through in the process. Surely, the pressure was too immense. As you ascend to the high tier of cleansing pills, you ponder, then proceed to take a bath. Over these 2 years, Susu has also been nurtured under your full guidance. Now, her form has exceeded 7 meters, robust and imposing. As the weather turns hot, you greatly enjoy being encircled by Susu, pressed against her scales while cultivating. The cooling effect is simply delightful. Chapter 33. Breakthrough in Cultivation, Abundance of Resources. The allure of soft rice in the third year. On this day, you were diligently honing your skills when the door to your room was abruptly flung open. A disheveled figure stumbled in, Ming. She collapsed onto you, spewing forth a stream of black blood before losing consciousness. You were momentarily taken aback. The woman before you was Nangong Wenya, your benefactor. Alas, who had inflicted such a grievous wound upon her. A ghastly gash marred her chest, ribs protruding, and you could even glimpse your own heart still pulsating. Remarkably, she clung to life. Her vitality was undeniably tenacious. You thought, she must not perish. If she were to die, who would provide for you? The past 2 years of indulging in a life of ease had been too delightful to abandon for solitary cultivation once more. You gently laid Nangong Wenya upon the bed, meticulously tending to her wounds, administering warmth and medicine. There were moments of unavoidable contact, and you couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. If there were a ranking, her figure would undoubtedly claim the top spot, followed by He Tsalian, Ling Cho, and lastly, Su Wanru. Yet, something felt amiss. Why did it seem that every advancement you made was intertwined with women? You found yourself at a loss, pondering whether you were destined to be a man of soft rice, a natural at living off others. But as your mother had said, soft rice was truly delightful. As you cultivated while caring for Nangong Wenya, her recovery was swift. She was nearly healed within 10 days. One night, as you were integrating a new toxin, Susu, perched beside you with a banana in her mouth, was struggling to peel it, a task you had assigned to her as a new challenge. As a python, her dexterity was paramount, for there would surely come a moment when her skills would prove invaluable. At that critical juncture in your training, a figure burst in unexpectedly. Ming, you truly possess remarkable perseverance, Nangong Wenya remarked, her gaze scrutinizing your form. The myriad poisons cultivation technique has birthed countless practitioners over the years, yet none have succeeded in assimilating even a single toxin due to the excruciating pain it entails. She reached out, her hand resting upon your shoulder. Even I, with over 800 years of cultivation experience, find it unbearable. Her incredulity was palpable as she regarded you. Yet you have integrated over 400 varieties. Do you truly not fear pain? Engrossed in your practice, you had no time to respond. Ming, we shall converse at another time. With a furrowed brow, she departed. Minutes later, you fully absorbed the toxin, reflecting on her words. 800 years of cultivation experience. Had you become something other than human? Was it merely the Tiangang realm that held such formidable power? You were blissfully unaware of the depths of your own potential. The following day, you had the disciples of the White Lotus sect gather extensive information on martial arts realms. And it was only then that you comprehended the extent of longevity achievable by martial artists. The specifics were astonishing. True Bone Realm granted 150 years. Master Realm 200, Earth Gang 500, and Heaven Gang 1,000 years. The strength was formidable, and your heart swelled with anticipation. With the resources at hand, you were drawing ever closer to the True Bone Realm. In the 5th year, after consuming a significant quantity of marrow-cleansing pills, you finally reached the pinnacle of marrow cleansing. You had integrated 550 toxins, yet it felt insufficient. The world was rife with toxins, yet only a scant few could be harnessed for your use. After a moment of contemplation, you resumed your arduous training, striving toward the True Bone Realm. By the 6th year, late at night, you encountered a gravely injured Nangong Wenyao once more. Her wounds were as horrific as before. You tended to her, cleaning her wounds and applying medicine with utmost care. In the process, you detected a trace of Ling Chao's aura, leading you to suspect she had been harmed by him. Yet, this was of no consequence to you. In this life, you had no ties to Ling Chao and sought solely to elevate your cultivation and enhance your power. In the subsequent years, 8th, 9th, and 10th, Nangong Wenyao would frequently return to you in a state of injury, and you would always care for her tenderly. Throughout this time, her attitude toward you grew increasingly nuanced. You could distinctly feel the sensation of being pampered by a wealthy patron, an indulgence that was utterly intoxicating. As the 10th year drew to a close, your spirit was taut with anticipation. You had devoted yourself wholeheartedly. Finally, on the last day, you broke through, entering a new realm, the True Bone Realm. With a lifespan of 150 years, your physical strength surged, and your body's recovery capabilities reached unprecedented heights. You were thoroughly satisfied with your current state and looked toward the future with eager expectation. Thus far, you had integrated a total of 1,000 toxins. This was your limit. Even the White Lotus sect could only gather so many for you. Susu's form continued to grow, now measuring 15 meters in length, a true giant serpent. Her shimmering scales evoking joy in all who beheld her. One morning, Nangong Wenyao approached clad in a red dress, seemingly never having worn any other color. Ming, congratulations on your breakthrough to the True Bone Realm. Your future is boundless, she said, her smile radiating warmth, yet you always felt an underlying danger, as if she might consume you at any moment. This woman was perilous, and you were acutely aware of it, yet you remained unfazed. In this world, one must give to receive. No one acts benevolently without reason. You had long grasped this truth. Likewise, you replied, clasping your hands in respect. Nangong Wenyao turned her gaze to Susu behind you. If I am not mistaken, you have tamed her using the secret techniques of the Five Poisons sect, haven't you? Indeed. You admitted without hesitation, as there was no need for concealment. A colossal python resided beside the leader of the Five Poisons sect, a sacred beast nurtured over 3,000 years by the 4th generation leader. You had encountered it several times. It measured 50 meters long, with a single horn atop its head. Nangong Wenyao chuckled. Take your time. I believe your serpent will grow ever larger. The way she spoke seemed slightly off-kilter. After a brief exchange, she handed you a small porcelain vial. Inside are 100 supreme True Bone pills, essential resources for cultivation in the True Bone Realm. One can replace 10 years of arduous training. I hope you grow stronger and serve me soon. You accepted the True Bone pills, responding with resolute confidence. Rest assured, I shall be invincible. As she gazed into your eyes, Nangong Wenyao leaned closer. Actually, I have a little nickname. Would you like to know? I'm also called for my use. As a seasoned veteran, you instantly grasped her insinuation. This woman, over 800 years old, harbored impure thoughts. Was she finally succumbing to the temptation of youthful vigor? You had long been prepared for such an eventuality. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Chapter 34. Sudden changes enough of the jesting. Ming, continue with your training. I have faith in you. Nangong Wenyao remarked briefly before departing the loft, leaving behind some resources. Are you truly coming here for this? You mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment. In the ensuing days, you dedicated yourself to rigorous training, striving to strengthen your abilities. Yet, upon reaching the True Bone stage, even with ample resources, You found it impossible to achieve a swift breakthrough. This phase demanded patience and perseverance. In addition to enhancing your cultivation, you discovered a technique within the White Lotus Annihilation Sutra, which you diligently practiced. This technique, named Step-by-Step Blooming Lotus, comprised predominantly of body techniques, prompting your decision to pursue it. Your body skill had always been a weakness, and it was high time to rectify that. Step by step, Blooming Lotus consists of 5 levels, each representing a monumental leap forward. You committed yourself wholeheartedly to its practice. By the 15th year, although your cultivation had not advanced, your proficiency in Step-by-Step Blooming Lotus had reached the 2nd level, significantly enhancing your close combat capabilities. In the 18th year, having attained the 3rd level, you felt your strength amplify, though the pace of your progress began to slow. One day, Nangong Wenyao visited again. You calculated that her last visit was quite some time ago. Over the years, she had suffered little injury, and her visits had become infrequent, leaving you with a sense of regret. Is there something you wish to discuss? You casually inquired as you meditated upon her arrival. Nangong Wenyao gazed at you with an entranced expression. You truly are a reincarnated being. Sitting beside you, she gently caressed Susu and continued. I just received word that the Qingfeng Temple of Nansha has indeed dispatched a monk named Faheo to capture someone. The reason aligns with your previous statements. The individual named Han Bupin has offended the Qingfeng Temple. They should have arrived at the snowy mountains of Beijing by now. You nodded, feeling indifferent. However, the gravity of the situation struck Nangong Wenyao profoundly, leaving her in turmoil. Ming, you turned to her. If you have something to say, please do. Never mind, she replied, rising with a forlorn expression before departing. This woman harbors untold stories, you thought, smirking slightly. For an extended period thereafter, you did not see her again. By the 20th year, you reflected on the passage of time. The last time you simulated this moment, you had already ventured to the Eastern Zhou, where you met Ling Cho and indulged in a life of ease. In that same year, after a decade of arduous training and with the aid of various resources, you broke through to the intermediate true bone stage. The time ahead was still ample, filling you with hope. By the 30th year, although your cultivation remained stagnant, step by step, Blooming Lotus had ascended to the 5th level. The accumulation of toxins had reached 1,200 varieties. Within a toxic mist, you dashed through the surroundings, each step covering dozens of meters. To your astonishment, you found yourself able to tread upon the manifestations of white lotuses, enabling you to traverse the air as long as your vital energy was sufficiently abundant. In a forest, you unleashed a powerful palm strike. With a burst of vital energy, a lotus flower erupted from your hand, spanning a radius of 20 meters. The lotus detonated in the heart of the woods, leaving devastation within 100 meters. Vital energy served as your basic attack, while step by step, Blooming Lotus was classified as a skill. You reveled in this sensation, unleashing palm strike after palm strike, creating numerous craters around you. You were elated, returning to the loft. Your efforts continued unabated. Unbeknownst to you, 30 years had passed, and you had grown accustomed to this life. I wish to remain here forever. You mused before an unsettling feeling washed over you. After all, one must not tempt fate with such proclamations. Time flowed onward. In the 35th year as you trained, an acute sense of danger enveloped you. A sword aura descended from above. Your reflexes kicked in, and you swiftly retracted the 20-meter-long Susu, fleeing the loft. Boom! As you escaped, the surrounding structures crumbled, and the fierce sword aura struck, propelling you into a nearby stream with a violent plunge. Amidst the haze, you beheld hundreds of figures engaged in frenzied slaughter. The maidens who had tended to your needs and gathered toxins perished one by one. Crash! You splashed into the water, thoroughly drenched. Such a force could only be described as earth-shattering. Emerging from the water, you realized that had you not absorbed 1,200 varieties of toxins, greatly enhancing your physical resilience, you would likely have perished from that impact. Even so, you were grievously wounded and utterly defenseless. Run, flee. You summoned Susu, clutching her tightly. Susu darted away, her speed remarkable, occasionally leaping distances of dozens of meters. Regrettably, it proved insufficiently swift. In the air, you sensed a lethal threat, glancing back. Another sword aura pursued you. Damn it! Without a second thought, you withdrew Susu, acknowledging her limited power to withstand such an assault. In the face of mortality, you remained remarkably composed. You summoned 3,000 gene of grain packed in sacks, 900 taels of gold, and 8,000 tons of water. Within the simulation space, you extracted everything, forming a protective barrier, and simultaneously activated your vital energy to safeguard your vital points, fortifying your defense. You released a copious amount of toxins, truly exerting every ounce of your strength. Boom! A tremendous force collided with you. Amidst the swirling grain and shredded garments, you were drenched and hurled into a distant bamboo grove. Your body was riddled with sword wounds, grotesque and terrifying. Gradually, your strength waned and consciousness faded. Cease. In the fleeting moment before you succumbed, a familiar voice reached your ears. Nangong, what are you doing here? Soon after, a more harrowing explosion resonated. Time became an abstract concept. When you opened your eyes, you felt an overwhelming relief. Against all odds, you had survived. Yet, your body remained severely injured. Any movement brought searing pain. Ming, are you all right? In a daze, you recognized Nangong Wenya's voice. Your mind swirled in confusion, and you drifted back into unconsciousness. Awakening and fading in and out occurred repeatedly, leaving you in a state of delirium. In those moments of consciousness, you sensed someone holding your hand. In the 36th year, you finally emerged from this state. In a cavern illuminated by green candle flames, you opened your eyes to find Nangong Wenya leaning over, gripping your hand tightly. You are awake. Upon hearing your breath, Nangong Wenya sprang to life, her face alight with joy as she gazed at you. Chapter 35. The sword aura enters the body. What has happened to you? You inquired with a furrowed brow. That day had been chaotic, and you could only faintly discern a human silhouette, knowing nothing else. Nangong Wanya chuckled bitterly. I'm sorry. You've been dragged into this. Every hero under heaven wishes to see me perish. They will not let any opportunity slip by. The sword master of Xingyang Palace learned of your existence and sought to eliminate you to disturb me. Truly, you have become a casualty of this turmoil. You felt speechless. Had Nangong Wanya arrived just a moment later, you would have met your demise. As you assessed your physical state, discomfort washed over you. Although your consciousness had returned and you could move freely, there remained a sword aura within you that could not be eradicated. Moreover, this aura incessantly churned, tearing at your meridians and flesh, causing you to endure agony every single moment. Nangong Wanya grasped your hand firmly and stated solemnly, Ming, I will ensure your recovery. Although the sword master of Xingyang Palace was formidable, it was not insurmountable. There exist 3 masters of sword in the world capable of dispelling it. Hope flickered within you. Nangong Wanya's brow furrowed further with concern. One is the sword master of Xingyang Palace, and the other is the leader of Wyman. However, they are both righteous figures and would never come to your aid. Thus, only one remained. You echoed her thoughts. Nangong Wanya nodded. She is my old adversary. We have clashed for many years. Who is she? You pondered, your mind racing with possibilities. Ling Cho, the leader of the heavenly demon sect, the foremost figure of the demonic path. Is that so? You mused. Yet, Ling Cho's whereabouts were elusive, making her hard to locate. Nangong Wanya continued, but fear not. Regardless of the cost, I will heal you. You inhaled deeply and gazed at her with confusion. Nangong Wanya, what is your true intention? I cannot believe your kindness is without reason. Speak plainly. Should I perish, I shall accept it. This sentiment had lingered in your heart for far too long. Now, stripped of any combat capability, you sought to unearth the enigma that plagued your mind. Nangong Wanya released your hand and fell silent for what felt like an eternity. Actually, I'm not of this world, just as you are not. Her revelation stunned you momentarily, but realization dawned quickly. You are also a traveler. Indeed, no wonder she bore the name Nangong Wanya. Before my crossing, I had a brother who bore a striking resemblance to you. Her gaze grew increasingly complex as she sighed. Initially, I intended to use secret arts to seize your achievements in cultivation, but gradually, that desire faded. I merely wished to quietly observe you. Even if I did nothing or spoke not a word, I would find contentment. Is that true? You squinted, skepticism clouding your heart. Nangong Wanya pressed on. My true name is Nangong Qingru. I adopted the name Nangong Wanya solely to ascertain your identity. Ah, I see. She rose with unwavering resolve, declaring, I have dispatched the entire White Lotus sect to investigate Ling Chao's whereabouts. You will recover. With that, she departed, burdened by her thoughts. You lay in bed, grappling with your inability to comprehend certain matters. Nangong Qingru's initial demeanor towards you was hardly akin to that of sister. Moreover, the most pressing question lingered. While one may live a mere 100 years on Blue Star, perhaps extending to a maximum of 120, how could Nangong Qingru, now over 800 years old, still possess memories from her past life while being a leader of a demonic sect? Doubt clouded your mind. Regardless, should death come now, it would not be in vain. You shook your head and pulled the covers over yourself. The sword aura within you rendered cultivation impossible, stripping life of its flavor. Without the ability to cultivate, I might as well perish. Yet, death was not an option. For your safety, Nangong Qingru had brought you to the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, a place teeming with masters. Even if you wished to die, it would be a formidable challenge. In your leisure, you began to peruse historical texts, seeking to understand the power dynamics and structure of this world. In the 38th year, enlightenment dawned upon you. The martial world of the four nations was broadly divided into two factions, the righteous and the demonic. The righteous path was led by the 8 great sects, the 4 royal families, and the 10 prominent clans, while the demonic path was dominated by the 4 great demon sects. Among the righteous, Xingyang Palace, Guanyue Palace, the Dao sect, Wanfo Temple, Duanan Temple, Yidao sect, Fengyan sect, Weiman, the 4 royal families, the Ying family of Beichin, the Zi family of Shishang, the Si family of Nanxia, and the Ji family of Dongzhou, the 10 prominent clans, Zhao, Qin, Feng, Guchun, Gue, Morong, Li Baiyang. As for the demonic path, Tianma sect, Wudu sect, White Lotus sect, and Shenlong sect. They were the mightiest, each housing at least 10 formidable figures. Below them were first-rate powers, each possessing a single formidable figure, including entities like the Tiandi Alliance and Qinglian Temple. The one who harmed you was none other than the sword master of Xingyang Palace, the strongest warrior of each generation, raised as a killing machine, known simply as the sword master. With this newfound knowledge, a profound sense of reflection enveloped you. The current state of the world saw the demonic path rampant, primarily due to Ling Chao's emergence, who quelled all opposition. Few could contend with her. Yet, she ultimately perished, 300 formidable figures uniting merely to inflict injury upon her. This woman's combat prowess was terrifying. Even if Nangong Qingru were to locate her, persuading her to assist you would be a monumental task. After all, you shared no emotional ties with her. Unless Nangong Qingru were to pay an exorbitant price. Was that even feasible? You have been questioning Nangong Qingru's motives for the past 2 years. Yet the true nature of her intentions eluded your grasp. In the 39th year, upon your bed, you lay as Nangong Qingru applied medicine to your wounds. Gu Ming, your willpower is truly remarkable, she remarked, visibly moved. You shrugged nonchalantly. I've grown accustomed to it. Indeed, you had become accustomed. When did you first watch the Divine General and his troops? Nangong Qingru suddenly inquired. Probably during my 3rd grade years. Specifics are a blur now. As you reminisced, you realized the memories felt distant and hazy. I believe I was around that age too. Besides the Divine General and his troops, I eagerly awaited each night for shows like Little Cart, Bighorn Bull, Toot Happy Sheep, and Pig Hero. There was also a remote-controlled racing show, though the characters seemed to wear hats. You couldn't recall the title. The shows like Bears Can't Stop and Happy Superman seemed to have appeared only after 3rd grade. You and Nangong Qingru exchanged light-hearted banter, this topic becoming a frequent point of discussion during your time together. Recollecting your childhood, indeed, opened a treasure trove of endless conversation. Chapter 36, Meeting Ling Chou. Resolving entanglements. In the 40th year, you have reached the age of 55. The reason behind the 10,000 poisons body nourishing technique is that you remain youthful. And after extensive reading and enduring injuries, your aura has become even more scholarly. At first glance, you appear to be a delicate scholar, a fragile figure. To alleviate the torment of the sword's aura, you have resorted to daily medication, both internal and external, transforming yourself into a veritable apothecary. By the end of the 40th year, at the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, you were engrossed in reading the history of the Western Shang. Prior to this, your readings have been limited to various martial arts scriptures, and only in the recent months did you turn to historical texts. The revelations were astonishing. Alas, this world is indeed terrifying. The four nations bear not only familiar names, but also familiar rulers from your previous life. The Emperor of Northern Qin is none other than Ing Zheng, though he is not the first emperor. The Crown Prince Fusu and the second Prince Huai. The civil and military officials are equally recognizable. Left Chancellor Li Si, Shang Yang, General Meng Tian, and Bai Qi. The sovereign of Southern Xia is the revered Yu the Great, known as the Emperor Yu. In the eastern Zhou stands King Wu, and in the western Shang is the infamous King Zhou. In summary, it is a chaotic and bewildering panorama. After finishing the last volume of Western Shang history, you felt a wave of emotion surge within you. This world is truly bizarre. You rose from your seat and exited the cave. Young master, please enjoy some tea. A maid appeared at the entrance, respectfully presenting you with a steaming cup of green tea. Thank you, you remarked casually, clutching the warm tea as you proceeded. You intended to take a moment in the garden. Since cultivation was not an option, you decided to indulge freely. As you took a few steps, a figure suddenly descended from the skies beside you. Ming, I have good news. It was Nangong Qingru, clad in a blood-red gown that accentuated her form, her mood seemingly buoyant. I have successfully contacted Ling Cho, and she has agreed to assist. You sighed? It may not be necessary. No, it is quite necessary. Nangong Qingru grasped your face with both hands, her grip firm. Without the sword's aura, your body is too frail. The 10,000 poisons body nourishing technique has lost its efficacy. It will be quite inconvenient. TSK. This woman knows how to drive a point home. Under her insistence and your affinity for green tea, you set off to meet Ling Cho. On the third day of the 50th year, you arrived atop a snow-capped mountain situated between southern Xia and northern Qin. The cold here was unbearable. Without the protection of the sword's aura, your discomfort was exacerbated. Even dressed in 5 layers, you still felt frigid. Wearing a mask, you rubbed your hands vigorously, resembling a fly in its helplessness. Unable to bear the sight, Nangong Qingru began to channel energy into you, and soon you felt warmth envelop you, a soothing comfort spreading throughout your body. After walking a few steps, you reached the summit of the mountain. Amidst the swirling snow, you beheld Ling Cho. Draped in black, she stood alone on the snow, her demeanor cold and detached, surrounded by a constant swirl of sword energy, exuding an air of aggression. Nangong Qingru led you forward. Ling Cho, I have brought him. Ling Cho glanced at you. Indeed, it is the sword aura of Xingyang Palace. A nauseating feeling washed over you, vowing one day to eliminate them all. Ling Cho spoke coldly. Nangong Qingru waved her hand dismissively. Enough with the idle talk. The person is here. You should act swiftly. I do not wish for him to endure the agony of the sword aura tearing his meridians. Ling Cho nodded, placing her hand on your shoulder. A stream of sword aura surged within you, and in the next moment, accompanied by a shattering sound, an overwhelming sensation of relief washed over you. Indeed, it felt as though you were about to burst with joy. The sword aura of the wielder dissipated. Your strength was fully restored. You regained the power of the true bone mid-stage, the familiar sword aura of the White Lotus annihilation technique, and the formidable physique bestowed by the 10,000 poisons body nourishing technique. Just then, a hand stretched towards your face, icy fingers brushing against your mask, tracing its edge and pressing against your cheek. Nangong Qingru's expression shifted. Ling Cho, what do you intend to do? Ling Cho sneered. Nangong Qingru, it is said that you have taken a young paramour. To have captivated such an experienced woman like you, I am curious to see what his face looks like, given the price you are willing to pay. Nangong Qingru felt a surge of humiliation. Stop. Bang. The power of the heavenly aura erupted. shattering your mask to dust. Your face, as handsome as any reader could imagine, was thus exposed to the biting wind. Ling Chao's eyes widened. Standing in the snow, she seemed momentarily at a loss. You contemplated the idea of smearing a bit of nasal mucus on her face, but thought better of it. Ling Cho, we part ways here, with no debts between us. Nangong Qingru grasped your hand, turning coldly. When we meet again, we shall be foes, not friends. Hold on. Ling Cho unsheathed her sword. Nangong Qingru, you may leave, but he stays. Her smile deepened, the curve of her lips becoming increasingly enchanting. A gentle breeze stirred her hair, adding a unique charm to her presence. You were momentarily entranced. To be frank, while Ling Chao's beauty is exquisite, it pales in comparison to Nangong Qingru's. Yet at this moment, her commanding presence overshadowed all else. Ling Cho, what exactly do you intend? Nangong Qingru stood protectively in front of you, her aura fierce, the heavenly powers swirling around her, truly incensed. Ling Cho spoke with an even tone. As I said, you may leave, the person I will take. The tension between the two women reached a boiling point. I propose we refrain from infighting, for we are both leaders of the demonic sect, and neither of us is a saint. You interjected, attempting to mediate. Nangong Qingru chuckled, retracting her aura. You desire my treasure? Very well, Ling Cho, if you can slay the sword wielder of Xingyang Palace. I shall willingly offer him to you. Slay the sword wielder? A sudden shock coursed through you. The sword wielder resided deep within Xingyang Palace, and confronting them would not be a mere one-on-one affair, but a battle against the entire Xingyang Palace. Very well, I shall bring his head to you. Ling Cho sheathed her sword, casting a deep gaze upon you. Clean yourself up and await my return. With that, she leapt from the snow-capped mountain, transforming into a streak of light as she departed. This woman is truly unhinged. As you reflected, you realized her previous affections for you were equally perplexing. Was it the allure granted by the 10,000 poisons body nourishing technique? Or perhaps I bear an uncanny resemblance to someone from her memories, much like how Nangong Qingru perceives me as a substitute. You pondered aimlessly. Chapter 37. Have you truly killed? Beside him, Nangong Qingru let out a sigh of relief. This madman has finally departed. Ming, we must also leave. Rest assured, I will never allow her to take you away. Ha ha ha. The masters of Xingyang Palace are countless, with 20 at the pinnacle of Tiangang. She is but one person. Her journey there will surely lead to her demise. Nangong Qingru tugged at your sleeve, and you nodded, following her as you departed the snowy mountains. Upon returning to the Western Shang's White Lotus sect, you continued to harness its resources for your cultivation. Over the years, Nangong Qingru collected even more resources for you through the Five Poison sect, perfectly suited to your needs. You devoted yourself wholeheartedly to your training, unwilling to squander even a second of time. You sought to make up for the wasted moments. Nangong Qingru often advised you to exercise restraint, but you paid her no heed. Why should one temper the joy of cultivation? I am happy. I am immensely joyful. By the 51st year, the total toxins within you had reached a staggering 1,600 varieties. Your appearance and aura had ascended to new heights. Nangong Qingru spent her days observing your training, and you noted her neglect of the affairs of the White Lotus sect, this woman. What to do with this uncontainable charm of mine? At times, you pondered how delightful this soft meal truly was. Life is fleeting. One must indulge fully. At the end of the 51st year, Nangong Qingru sought you out once more. Clad in her crimson gown, she asked, Ming, is there something you wish to know? I believe it is necessary for me to tell you. As you soaked in the bath, you shrugged, do tell. Today, someone sent a genius to me, perfectly fulfilling the requirements for a saintess of my sect. Nangong Qingru's voice was gentle. Her name is He Xilian. He Xilian? You recalled the name. It seemed appropriate for the time. Oh, your indifferent response followed. She is exceptional and diligent, of that I can assure you. Yet I still killed her. Nangong Qingru's tone shifted abruptly as she stepped closer, her face inches from yours. In your past life, you were close to her, and I cannot interfere. But in this life, you are solely mine. You belong to me alone. She caressed your cheek, her voice growing colder. No one in this world can share you with me. Ayandra, this was not mere madness. This was utter folly. Terror gripped your heart as you comprehended the workings of her mind. You endeavored to calm yourself and said with a smile, "Rest assured, my dear." That night, you made many promises to her, and Nangong Qingru beamed with joy. In the 55th year, your cultivation had yet to break through, but you remained unperturbed, for mastery takes time. You had integrated several additional toxins, enhancing your allure. On this particular day, as you trained alone in the courtyard, a peculiar noise interrupted your focus, followed by the sudden appearance of a figure. It was Nangong Qingru. She regarded a shadow ahead with caution. "Ling Cho, what brings you here?" Ling Cho, clad in black, stood in the air, casually tossing down a severed head along with a sword. Nangong Qingru's expression changed dramatically. "What is this?" She suddenly looked up. Disbelief etched on her face. "Madwoman, you lunatic!" Ling Cho sauntered before you, turning to Nangong Qingru. "The sword bearer has been slain. He now belongs to me." She pointed at you, her demeanor icy. Nangong Qingru struggled to comprehend. "You have truly lost your mind. Zhengyang Palace is the leader of the righteous path, with a long-standing legacy. By killing the sword-bearer, you have slapped the entire righteous sect in the face. You will die for this." Ling Cho shook her head with a cold laugh. "What of death? Enough with the nonsense. This man is mine from now on." She grasped your hand and turned to leave. You struggled slightly. Nangong Qingru was somewhat better. At least she occasionally indulged in toxic baths. Ling Cho appeared to be the leader of the heavenly demon sect, yet you had never seen her with her subordinates. She was always alone. However, from a safety perspective, it was unwise. Both were foolish and mentally unstable, making it unsafe to follow either. Impossible. Nangong Qingru grasped you firmly. "If you wish to take him, you must kill me." Tiangang power surged forth, coalescing into a white lotus above her head, which bloomed, releasing an even more potent, terrifying aura. "Kill you?" Ling Cho glanced at her, suddenly drawing her sword, merely slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Tension mounted, and battle was imminent. You felt exasperated. "Ladies, you longed to suggest that the three of you could live harmoniously, which would be far superior. But the timing was inopportune. You were too weak. Uttering such words would render you a mere puppet. Let's take a step back and see the vastness of the sea. After holding your tongue for so long, you uttered a platitude. Neither took you seriously. The atmosphere grew increasingly sharp. Soon, the 18 Tiangang masters of the White Lotus sect arrived, encircling Ling Cho. With a sweeping motion of her sword, Ling Chao's fierce blade shattered all in its path, instantly repelling Nangong Qingru and the 18 Tiangang. Just as she prepared to strike, you stepped in front of her. Enough. Having spent 55 years with Nangong Qingru, though your relationship was peculiar and unconsummated, you could not stand idly by while Ling Cho harmed her. "I will leave with you. Spare them." You grasped Ling Chao's right hand, and she slowly turned her head to meet your gaze. "Very well." An even more formidable aura enveloped you, lifting you into the air as you departed from the White Lotus sect. On the ground, Nangong Qingru's eyes brimmed with tears. "Gu Ming, you are mine. You are mine." "Ling Cho, I will kill you." After leaving the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, you continued to wander through the western Shang. Days later, you found yourself on a narrow mountain path. Ling Cho led you forward step by step, and you followed closely, your emotions tangled. As you walked, Ling Cho suddenly produced a mask from her chest and handed it to you. "Wear this." You reached out to take it. It was a half mask of a malevolent spirit, fearsome in appearance, covering the left side of your face, obscuring half your eye, cheek, nose, and mouth. "What is this?" You looked at her in confusion. "This is a mask crafted for you by Master Ayuzi at my request. It incorporates a special red iron that can contain the aura you possess." "What aura?" Ling Cho replied without hesitation. "Your flamboyance." You were at a loss for words but donned the mask, sighing inwardly. "From this day forth, I shall be but an unremarkable masked knight." Chapter 38. The chaos of battle as you continue your journey. The conversation ebbs and flows sporadically. Did you truly slay the sword-bearer of the Zhengyang Palace? Did you not witness his severed head? When you committed murder, did not the 20 or so pinnacle celestial warriors of Zhengyang Palace attempt to stop you? Ling Cho shook her head. They did attempt, but clearly they were unsuccessful. This woman is indeed formidable. You fall silent, reflecting that, on the whole, Ling Cho seems relatively sane, at least not prone to various deranged behaviors. Or so you think. The two of you proceed until you arrive at a modest inn in a small town. Ling Cho places her long sword upon the table and calls to the waiter, 10 jugs of wine and 2 platters of meat. You sit across from her, silently observing. Unperturbed, Ling Cho picks up a cloth and begins to meticulously clean her sword and its sheath, her movements deliberate and unhurried. Before long, the food and drink arrive. Ling Cho sheathes her sword and states, simply eat. You sigh and pick up your chopsticks, only to have a sudden jostle from behind cause the morsel to fall to the floor. Brothers, let us keep drinking. One of them exclaims, just 10 days ago, I passed by a bandit hideout, and they dared to rob me. I can't tolerate that after just learning the swordplay. Your displeasure surfaces as you stand and turn to face the intruders. There are 3 in total, indulging in food and drink. The one who confronts you, a scruffy middle-aged man with merely the cultivation of internal chi. Pretty boy, what are you staring at? Want to join us for a drink? Another man at the table suddenly interjects, come, sit in my lap. I have seen many beauties in my life, but you are a first. You can't help but chuckle. With a subtle raise of your right hand, you summon a surge of chi. Swish! The energy pierces through the hearts of the 3, and you do not relent, releasing toxins that slowly torment them. How is it that the people of the martial world lack even basic awareness these days? A man as handsome as me dares to venture out alone? Of course, I have my confidence. Big brother, we were wrong. We were wrong. Please spare us. The trio cries out in agony, drawing the attention of many around. Numerous patrons choose to flee, for in this era, witnessing chaos can be perilous. You resume your seat opposite Ling Cho and pour yourself a cup of wine, while the cries of the 3 behind you suddenly cease. They have been corroded by your toxins, reduced to a pool of blood that quickly evaporates, leaving no trace. Ling Cho appears indifferent to your actions, engrossed in her drinking. You are taken aback. The last time you simulated with this woman, she did not drink nearly as much. 7 jugs of wine consumed by Ling Cho alone. She appears thoroughly satisfied. What do you fancy? She suddenly inquires. Huh? You genuinely do not comprehend the thought process of this leader. Among the cities and villages of the 4 nations, where would you prefer? We could find a place to seclude ourselves and spend the remainder of our lives. She speaks calmly. You are currently at the mid-level of true bone, with an estimated age of around 70 years. Given your previous severe injuries, even with the lifespan of a true bone realm of 150 years, you may only live to 120. Thus, you have but 50 years remaining. No matter how hard you strive, you will not surpass the master realm in that time. Rather than that, it would be better to hide away with me for 50 years. After 50 years, I too shall be nearing my end. Ling Chao's tone carries a hint of melancholy. You find yourself at a loss for words. She speaks the truth. In 50 years, you would certainly not reach the master realm. Yet, you refuse to surrender. You will exert every effort to continue your cultivation. I follow you for your resources, yet you wish to retreat with me? This is utterly exasperating. After finishing the meal, Ling Cho stands, sword in hand. I recall that the Eastern Zhou is a splendid place with an endless sea. After saying this, she turns and walks eastward without looking back. What can you do? Running is not an option. You can only follow. Thus, you amble toward the Eastern Zhou, encountering numerous challenges and battles along the way. You persist in your training daily, never wavering. 56 years pass. You meander to the border of the Western Zhou, poised to enter the southern summer. If all goes well within a year, you shall reach the Eastern Zhou. Indeed, it feels as though you have walked a lifetime. This woman has an insatiable penchant for walking. Is it not more enjoyable to utilize lightness skills? In a forest, you walk alongside Ling Cho when she suddenly halts. Without hesitation, she draws her sword. Ming, take cover. Just as you grasp the situation, a multitude of celestial warriors appears around you, clad in garments of various hues, encircling Ling Cho. Ling Cho, you are exceedingly audacious. While it is permissible to slay those demonic beings, you must not provoke the Zhengyang Palace. Among the crowd, a white-robed Taoist speaks with a chilling tone, Today, the 8 major sects for royal families and 10 prominent clans, a total of 355 celestial warriors, will unite to eliminate you and your heavenly demon sect, erasing you from history. Ling Cho's expression remains unchanged as she quietly assesses them. Ling Yun, cease your prattle. Attack and kill him. A monk beside Ling Yun bellows, wielding a flexible whip, unleashing a barrage of lethal cheese serpents. Kill. Slay the demons and eradicate the evil. As righteous practitioners, it is our duty. Evil shall be vanquished. You are filled with trepidation. This spectacle is unlike any you have witnessed in 5 lifetimes. It is exhilarating. You hastily retreat. Witnessing the battle of celestial warriors is a life-threatening endeavor. I merely wish to cultivate in peace. I swear my next life, I shan't rely on others again. As you ponder this, the battle erupts behind you. Ling Cho engages multiple foes, dispatching them with reckless abandon. Her sword Qi flies forth, claiming lives with each strike. You stand in awe, facing celestial warriors. Ling Cho is utterly formidable, cutting through them as if they were mere cabbages, having slain dozens in mere moments. You quicken your pace. Moments later, a figure collapses before you, covered in sword wounds, agony etched upon his face. Kill me, he pleads, struggling to meet your gaze. You discern the multitude of sword Qi within him. When you had only harbored a single strand, it had caused you immense pain, yet he bears at least hundreds. You release toxins and step closer, reasoning that aiding the celestial warrior in finding peace and perhaps looting his body would not be excessive. Chapter 39. Fishing Village Seclusion. Su Su's transformation. Visitors from Zhengyang Palace. A sudden explosion erupted as you drew closer, causing you to lose your footing and tumble to the ground, your mask slipping from your face. You retrieved the mask and caught sight of a shattered corpse in the distance. Looking up, you beheld Ling Cho, drenched in blood, continuing her slaughter. Shaking your head, you resolved to act swiftly. The figures ahead writhed in agony, and with an impassive expression, you unleashed a strand of vital energy. The middle-aged man, sensing your movement, exhibited a smile of relief as he opened his eyes, but what a pity. Your vital energy arrived as promised. Yet in his final moments, his expression morphed into one of disbelief. Before he could utter another word, you severed his head. No need to thank me. I'm a good person. You rummaged through his belongings, yielding little more than a token. The sword lying on the ground caught your eye, and you picked it up without hesitation. Examining the token, you noted its palm-sized form, adorned with elegant characters on both sides, while the edges were densely lined with broken swords, oddly lacking tips, leaving only the hilt and a fragment of the blade. Perplexed, you donned your mask once more and continued onward, departing from that place. 2 days later, you found yourself alone in the territory of Nanxia. You pondered Ling Cho's fate. Last time, she survived the onslaught of over 300 celestial warriors. What about this time? Doubts lingered in your heart. It has nothing to do with me. Seated in an inn, you sipped your drink, lamenting only the absence of Nangguang Qingru. Resolute, you decided not to seek anyone out henceforth, dedicating the remaining time to rigorous training. A month later, you pressed forward at full speed and arrived at Dongzhou, settling in a small fishing village on the easternmost island. Simultaneously, you learned of the outcome of that battle. A month prior, Ling Cho had single-handedly stormed Zhengyang Palace, slaying the swordsman before the eyes of over 20 celestial warriors. Enraged, the righteous factions united 8 major sects, 4 royal families, and 10 prominent clans, launching an assault with 355 celestial warriors against Ling Cho. The righteous side suffered heavy losses, with fewer than 100 surviving. Ling Cho perished as well, slain by a flurry of swords, leaving not a trace of her remains. On the beach, you sat, the sea breeze tousling your hair, reflecting on a half-mask in your hand. Death is inevitable, regardless of one's strength. After stowing the mask away, you returned to your dwelling to resume your training. In the 58th year of your life, you had acclimated to the fishing village lifestyle, occasionally venturing out to fish and play with Su Su, dedicating most of your time to cultivation. Fortunately, Su Su was still alive, having grown remarkably over the years. Now 30 meters long, robust, and formidable. You could stand atop her head, gliding through the waters on her back. Her size attracted the attention of the villagers, so your residence was situated far from the village, close to the beach, on the fringes of the land. Your cultivation progressed slowly. A breakthrough seemed distant. In the 60th year, you reached the age of 85. Your health remained robust, and you had not aged noticeably. You reveled in this life, immersed in its simplicity. By the 90th year, you were still alive, and at last, you achieved a breakthrough, stepping into the higher realms of true bone. One day, amidst the ocean, you stood on Su's back, riding the waves. The surf crashed against you, invigorating your spirit. At 105 years old, I am still this wild. You relished the moment, and Su shared in your exhilaration, occasionally letting out a joyful cry. After a whirl in the water, you suddenly noticed a change in Su. On the shore, you tugged at one of her whiskers, exclaiming, "Why do you have whiskers now? A girl cannot grow whiskers." Moments ago, there was nothing, yet upon returning to the shore, a smooth, black whisker had sprouted from her chin, a bizarre sight indeed. A white snake sporting a black whisker was an incongruous image. "Aya!" Su called out, and in the next moment, another black whisker sprouted from her jaw. Something was amiss. Su, why have your scales darkened? Approaching her midsection, you indeed discovered a patch of black scales. Could it be that she was on the verge of transformation? Whiskers. Could she be becoming a dragon? You leapt atop her head but found no signs of emerging horns. Let's take it slow. A forgotten legend echoed in your mind. A snake becomes a python. A python transforms into a dragon, and a dragon gives rise to its offspring. Just then, you spotted a figure in the distance. Quickly and seating Susu. You prepared to return home. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and you turned to see two swords slicing through the space towards you. You reacted swiftly, brandishing your iron spear. Two assailants approached, their backgrounds obscured, yet their cultivation slightly superior to yours, true bone peak. However, their strength was no match for you. After exchanging a few strikes, they succumbed to the toxins you unleashed, collapsing into a lifeless heap. You rifled through their belongings, ultimately discovering a token belonging to Zhengyang Palace. What does this mean? They must be aware of my association with Ling Cho, intent on capturing me. But is it not a bit late for that? It has been over 30 years, old friend. Seizing the two, you returned to your dwelling and retrieved the implements hanging on the wall. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, and you savored the sound. Will you speak? Will you speak? You further weakened their bodies, relishing their torment. Remarkable, I must say. You disciples of Zhengyang Palace possess commendable willpower. One of the middle-aged men on the left could no longer endure it. Foolish wretch, why don't you ask us? If you don't ask, we might just spill a few secrets. You withdrew your weapon, smiling. Then I shall inquire. Why seek my life? Their minds, shattered by your cruelty, dared not conceal the truth. It is not your death we seek, but your capture. That is not the crux of the matter. I demand to know the reason. The middle-aged man on the right side, 5 years after Ling Chao's demise, the leader of the White Lotus sect, Nangguan Qingru, mastered dark arts, swiftly unifying all, seizing control of the demonic forces. In recent years, she has claimed countless lives, prompting Zhengyang Palace to rally the righteous factions for a decisive strike against the demonic path. After our investigations, we discovered your whereabouts. Chapter 40. Traversing Interceptions. The royal family of the great Xia Nangguan Qingru has cultivated an evil technique. The entire righteous path is wary of this woman. She possesses considerable power. From the opponent's words, you glean the righteous path strategy. They aim to utilize you to disrupt Nangguan Qingru and eradicate the demonic sect. Such an outcome is utterly impossible. You resolve firmly. Another round of intense questioning ensues, and the two captives scream in agony. Yet the information you extract is scant. The True Bone realm holds a significant position within the Zhengyang Palace, marking them as core disciples. It appears that those above have executed their plans with great subtlety. After swiftly dispatching the two, you tidy up briefly before making your way directly to the Western merchants. You have no intention of self-destruction. At most, you aim to rendezvous with Nangguan Qingru, minimizing your influence over her. You unleash the utmost potential of the Lotus Step, accelerating your pace. It has been decades since you last saw the infatuated Nangguan Qingru. You wonder how she fares. Your heart brims with anticipation, and you hasten your journey. 7 days later, you traverse vast territories of the eastern Zhou, arriving in Nanxia, continuing westward. Regrettably, you encounter yet another obstruction here. A group of middle-aged individuals, 10 in total, clad in black robes, each bearing a sword. The leader, gazing at you with half a mask, greets you. Young hero, the White Lotus sect has harmed countless lives, and their leader, Nangong Qingru, is... Before he can finish, you brandish the iron spear from behind. There is no need for further words. Let us engage. Among the 10, the strongest is a master, while the remaining 9 are true bone practitioners. You ponder whether you can withstand their onslaught. You prepare yourself for battle. Since you have chosen the path of evil, I, Gu Haichuan, must lead these young ones to slay demons, declares the master, his voice filled with sorrow. Please, you raise your iron spear. More from the Gu family, it seems. If they are so eager to meet their demise, you shall oblige. Channeling all your might into the thunderous roar spear, you summon the formidable energy within, unleashing a powerful thrust that sends the leading middle-aged man staggering back. Gu Haichuan, incredulous, trembles as he raises his sword once more. Such strength, young hero. They charge at you in unison. You discern Gu Haichuan's capabilities, although his realm surpasses yours. His actual combat prowess is somewhat lacking. With the enhancement from the 10,000 poisons body cultivation, you feel no fear. The second round of combat commences. This time, you are resolute, refusing to hold back as you unleash your full power. With a swift movement of your spear, you effortlessly repel 9 of the Gu family disciples of equal standing, the toxic mist enveloping them and leading to their swift demise. You then surge towards Gu Haichuan, your strength intensifying. He retreats step by step, clearly outmatched. With a hint of reluctance, he casts a glance at you. With such resolve and talent, why have you chosen this path? Young hero, you are the strongest youth I have ever encountered, capable of transcending realms in battle and having cultivated the 10,000 poisons body cultivation. Yet the righteous path is fraught with trials. You grow impatient, thrusting your spear with overwhelming force, piercing through his chest and pinning him to a distant tree. Gu Haichuan coughs blood, his condition worsening. You extract your spear. I am over 100 years old. Please refrain from calling me young hero. He coughs up more blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. He is dead. You search the bodies on the ground, retrieving 10 identical tokens from the Gu family of little worth. Notably, alongside these tokens, you discover a letter and a martial art technique from Gu Haichuan. You glance at the letter. Guhan? I do not recognize this name. Discarding it, you quickly peruse the martial art technique in your hands. It is the Gu family's Heavenly King Radiance technique, a remarkable method that can potentially elevate one to the peak of the Tiangang realm. Most significantly, this technique possesses the extraordinary ability to cleanse the marrow and reconstruct the bones, essentially enhancing a person's innate qualities and comprehension. It can be practiced alongside any internal cultivation. Regrettably, the time required is exceedingly long. The complete Heavenly King Radiance technique comprises 9 tiers, each demanding a century for full mastery. 900 years. Such an eternity. However, I could utilize a simulator for training. That is also a viable option. You chuckle softly, stowing the technique away in your pack before continuing westward. After your departure, the corpses around you succumb to your toxic mist, eroding and leaving no trace behind. The journey ahead remains arduous, with persistent attempts from the righteous path's experts to intercept you. Fortunately, most of them are relatively weak, the strongest barely reaching the peak of the Master Realm. While you may not be able to defeat such opponents, you can still evade them. You remove your mask, don a wide-brimmed hat and face covering to obscure your identity. Yet they always manage to locate you. You cannot fathom when they employed their methods against you. Half a month later, a ghastly scar mars your face as you arrive at the western border of Nanxia, expressionless. This journey has been exceedingly difficult, and you can hardly recall how many lives you have taken. Perhaps the journey to the west in search of scriptures is no different. You reflect, taking a deep breath to adjust your mindset before proceeding. As you traverse the mountains and near the western merchants, a voice suddenly calls out, "You possess some skill to have reached this point." A young nobleman, adorned in a yellow robe and exuding an elegant aura, descend from a tree, wielding a curved blade to block your path. A true bone? You're momentarily taken aback. Are you disappointed? I may not be as formidable as those before, but slaying you is not beyond my means. The yellow-robed nobleman smiles, raising his blade. Qingfeng, I look forward to your guidance. Qingfeng, now you comprehend his identity. In Nanxia, there is but one family with the surname Si, the royal family. The emperor of Nanxia, Emperor Yu, is named Ming. This man must be his descendant. You draw your iron spear, unleashing your internal energy as blossoms of lotus form around you, gradually converging at the spear's tip. With a swift motion, you strike first, unleashing the thunderous roar spear along with its formidable techniques, while the lotus step blooms in tandem. A series of explosions erupts, accompanied by a dense toxic mist that spreads around you. With a resounding crash, after exchanging several blows, you strike his head with a palm, shattering it. What grants you such confidence? Gazing at Qingfeng's lifeless form on the ground, you find the situation bewildering. Chapter 41. Moving forward, this member of the great Xia royal family possesses some strength, yet it is only slightly superior to that of an ordinary true bone practitioner, unable even to engage in battles beyond their level. What audacity they have to impede my path. Their demeanor is insufferably pretentious, although you may hold them in contempt. That does not preclude you from scavenging their remains. After all, they are of royal lineage, and to miss this opportunity would be a lifelong regret. After a series of actions, you acquire a bottle of exquisite true bone pills, numbering a commendable 200, enough to last a lifetime. Additionally, you discover a sword technique titled Heavenly Gate Interruption, which stands out with its unique attributes. Comprising 15 levels, each level focuses solely on various forms of offense, with not a single defensive move in sight. Its aggressiveness surpasses the capabilities of your current weapon, the Thunderclap Spear. Moreover, there are numerous illustrations of diminutive figures. Upon perusing them, you find the taste of the individual lacking. Their preference is rather impoverished, leaving much to be desired. You stow away these two items and dispose of the corpses and illustrations scattered about before making a hasty retreat. After all, you have just slain a member of the great Xia royal family. While their identity remains unclear, the royal family is fiercely protective of its reputation. That day, you enter the territory of the Western merchants. On your way to the White Lotus sect, you fortuitously encounter a group of disciples from the sect. They immediately sense the power of your White Lotus annihilation technique and hastily approach. Is that you, Protector Ming? You nod, recalling that you are indeed one of the sect's protectors. Our leader has specifically sent us to escort you, a man cloaked in black robes declares, producing a token you recognize as unique to Nangong Qingru. Let us proceed, you reply, shaking your head as you follow them onward. The journey is marked by an unusual silence, with little conversation to be had. However, after some time, you furrow your brow and inquire, I hope this path leads to the headquarters? The cloaked figure affirms, indeed, the headquarters is currently under siege, and our leader has established a new base. We are headed there. A sense of doubt stirs within you. While you cannot ascertain if they are lying, an instinctive feeling warns you of potential danger. You halt, gripping your iron spear tightly. The group of 25 White Lotus disciples, with the strongest among them being the one who spoke to you, is a low-tier master. The others are all true bone practitioners. What troubles you, Protector? The cloaked man asks, his voice gravelly. Ah, I see now, it has been exposed, you fools. A voice from the distance interrupts, followed by a towering figure emerging from the shadows. Stop pretending. Let us seize this brat. I've heard that even peak masters cannot capture him. With our current level, we must exert every effort. 6 more figures materialize, encircling you. You narrow your eyes. This situation is becoming increasingly precarious. 7 individuals, each a master, some mid-tier, some high-tier, but thankfully none at their peak. Once again, you find yourself in a cross-boundary confrontation. Sighing, you mobilize every part of your being. Ming, the righteous path cannot contend with you. I wonder if my 7 little dragons from the Divine Dragon sect possess such capability. Divine Dragon sect. Their mention leaves you momentarily bewildered. Wasn't the divine dragon sect subdued by Nangong Qingru? You refrain from probing further, recognizing that your primary concern is survival. Toxic mists begin to emanate from your body, enveloping the area. Everyone holds their breath, their protective auras swirling to counteract the encroaching toxins. In less than a second, several figures collapse, succumbing to the poison, including 3 low-tier masters. Only 5 masters remain, 3 mid-tier and 2 high-tier. Ming, truly impressive tactics, using the 10,000 poisons nourishing technique. The 5 immediately spring into action, their diverse auras converging upon you. Gritting your teeth, you forsake defense, channeling all your aura mingled with toxins to unleash your most formidable strike. You have no intention of lingering here. Swift resolution is the key. The iron spear, charged with your full aura, slices through the air, producing a deafening crack. The expressions of the 5 shift dramatically, their confidence wavering. This momentum would injure even a peak master upon contact. After several rounds of combat, you exploit a gap in one opponent's defense, piercing through their lower body with a single thrust, ending their life. That individual was a high-tier master. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 seize this moment to strike with fervor. You sustain a grievous wound, blood spilling forth and further corroding the ground beneath. The battle rages on, your focus unwavering, leaving no room for error. Minutes later, leaning against a tree, a vivid trace of blood stains your lips, and the ground is littered with corpses. Following this encounter, your aura is utterly depleted, not a drop remaining within you. Retrieving your iron spear, you scavenge the bodies, acquiring a wealth of cultivation resources and technique manuals. Ultimately, you summon Susu. Take me to find. Before you can finish, unconsciousness overtakes you. Susu, wide-eyed and contemplative, her 2 whiskers fluttering in the breeze, extends her tongue to lick your wound before swallowing you whole. Carrying you westward, time passes, and you awaken, your strength partially restored, as is your aura. At least you are no longer devoid of combat capability. Yet the surrounding space is unbearably foul. Susu, a sudden realization dawns upon you, prompting an exclamation. With a swift compression of your body, you are expelled, crashing onto the ground. Susu gazes at you with innocent eyes, and your body is slick with her saliva, sticky and odorous. Indeed, no matter how beautiful one may be, an unpleasant odor cannot be avoided. You immediately cleanse yourself with your aura, releasing a fragrant toxin, which brings a modicum of relief. Surveying your surroundings, you recognize that you remain within the forest you previously traversed. The distance to the White Lotus sect headquarters is not far, merely a 3-day journey ahead. Stowing away Susu, you touch the scars marring your face, your expression growing increasingly cold. So, the righteous path, is it? Wait for me. I shall find Nangong Qingru and settle accounts with you. It seems inevitable that you will never have the chance to exact revenge with your own hands. Yet an alternative path remains viable. As you journey onward, you channel the White Lotus Annihilation technique to regain your strength. 2 days later, you draw ever closer to the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. Chapter 42. The Principled Zibiu. Truly, it feels akin to a pilgrimage to the west. The closer one approaches the destination, the more perilous the journey becomes. You let out a sigh, engulfed in frustration. Beneath your feet lies a forest reeking with miasma, the ground a treacherous marsh teeming with venomous creatures. Employing the technique of step-by-step, blossoming lotus, you deftly navigate between the trees. After what feels like an eternity, you finally escape the repugnant region and arrive at a straight official road. Yet, as you emerge, a throng of individuals comes into view. You place a hand on your forehead, perplexed. Is fate truly compelling me to meet my end here? At over 100 years of age, is it so difficult to lead a mundane existence? Before you stands a battalion of soldiers clad in ebony armor, with a flamboyant carriage at their center. Casting a fleeting glance, you contemplate a stealthy retreat. Ming, why do you run? A coarse voice emanates from within the carriage. In an instant, the carriage shatters, and a crimson figure leaps forth, effortlessly traversing 100 meters in mere strides to stand before you. You scrutinize the newcomer, gripping your iron spear tightly. The figure is tall, with well-defined features and adorned in armor, reminiscent of Yin Yiquan, yet exuding an even more untamed aura, brimming with murderous intent and formidable presence. With a hearty pat on his armor, the man grins at you. I am Zibiu, here today to witness your prowess, Guxiong. If you can withstand 3 of my axe strikes, I shall grant you your freedom. You regard him warily, bemused that someone of his lowly master rank would dare utter such words. Moreover, his name, Zibiu, suggests he hails from the royal lineage of the Western merchants. Since you seek death, I, Wang Ergu, shall not refuse. I have always relished in facilitating the demise of others. You grasp your severely damaged iron spear. A loyal companion, you have fought alongside countless times, now marred with scars and on the brink of ruin after this battle. Ming, you have long revealed your presence. Cease your nonsensical chatter about Wang Ergu. Zibiu seizes a colossal axe adorned with 7 stars, its blade glimmering with a crimson hue. You charge forward first with Zibiu, his excitement palpable, raising the axe in a sweeping arc crash. The iron spear meets the axe with a resounding clash. You are taken aback. How can this fellow possess such strength if he is merely a low-tier master? Typically, one of that rank would be no match for you. As you retreat a step, your expression turns icy. It seems you have encountered an elite foe. Just then, your iron spear shatters, its head drooping uselessly. An atmosphere of awkwardness ensues. Zibiu bursts into laughter. Bring him a weapon. I do not kill those unarmed. Instantly, 2 soldiers step forth, hoisting a massive iron spear that appears exceedingly heavy. Ming, take it. This is the golden grasp T. Lu spear once wielded by General Huang Feihu of our army. Weighing 8,000 pounds, it has been forged over 3 years by Master Oyezi, utilizing a myriad of materials including cold iron, red iron, and bin iron. What a remarkable weapon. Yet, Huang Feihu, isn't he a character from the Investiture of the Gods? The thought ignites a fire within you, and without hesitation, you stride forward to seize the spear. Zibiu, my gratitude. This sensation feels profoundly strange. If the roles were reversed, you wouldn't have merely gifted an opponent a weapon. You would have seized the opportunity to strike and annihilate his entire lineage. I, Zibiu, am steadfast in my principles. No one can compel my submission, he declares with a smile. Come again, he urges. With a newfound weapon in hand, you feel invigorated and ready to unleash your full potential. You thrust the golden grasp T. Lu spear, swinging it around before delivering a powerful strike against Zibiu's axe. Clang! Sparks fly as your head spins from the impact. This adversary possesses immense strength. Exhilarating, Zibiu bellows and charges at you, and the 2 of you engage in a fierce combat, alternating between defense and offense, seeking any opportunity for a counterattack. Unfortunately, his defense remains impenetrable, yet he cannot gain the upper hand against you either, resulting in a stalemate. After some time, both of you withdraw, Zibiu's eyes aflame with intensity. Ming, depart now. You have withstood several hundred of my strikes. From this day forth, I shall not lay a finger on you. When we meet again, let's share a drink together. I have always believed that those who wield such weapons cannot be villains, nor can they be mere pretty boys. There must be some misunderstanding. His words resonate with a romanticism that seems to transcend the mundane reality. You reflect on the encounter, bearing the weight of the 8,000-pound golden grasp T. Lu spear as you depart, pondering the perplexing strength of a mere master. Is it truly possible for such individuals to exist? The emergence of Zibiu has profoundly influenced your worldview. And the spear, the golden grasp T. Lu spear, measuring 2 meters, black and white intertwined, embellished with crimson patterns, signifies its extraordinary nature. You marvel at its magnificence. Less than half a day later, you successfully return to the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, having initially departed in the company of Ling Cho. After 39 years of separation, a sense of anticipation fills your heart. In truth, you harbor no aversion towards Nangong Wenru. In fact, you find her quite endearing, for she has treated you exceptionally well. The sweetness of living off her generosity is not lost upon you. Yet, her possessiveness is rather overwhelming. Lost in thought, you arrive before the White Lotus sect headquarters. a sprawling complex nestled within the mountains, with peculiar structures ascending to the highest peaks, where you once resided in a cave. Who goes there? As you draw near, a figure rushes towards you. You remove your black cloak and mask. It is I. Despite the passage of 39 years, the individual recognizes you instantly. After all, the sect leader has lived for over 8 centuries, having openly kept a youthful companion, making it difficult not to notice. Ah, it is the 7th guardian. The disciple hastily bows and replies, "Guardian, please follow me." The sect leader is currently contending with assaults from those of the righteous path. If she learns of your return, she will surely be overjoyed. You nod in understanding. Soon, word of your return spreads like wildfire throughout the White Lotus sect. Ultimately, 3 powerful guardians personally come to greet you. Within the cavern of the highest building, the 3 guardians sit across from you, while 4 exquisitely beautiful maidens serve steaming cups of tea. 7th guardian, what are the scars on your face? One inquires, noticing the marks. You touch the 2 scars lightly. It is nothing of concern. The expressions of the 3 shift slightly. How can this be nothing? The sect leader's preference lies in your appearance. Should you become less comely, failing to align with her aesthetic, you may find yourself in peril. This is indeed a grave matter. Chapter 43. Reunion and rigorous training. After engaging in a conversation with the 3 venerable kings of the Tiangang realm, you finally grasp the situation surrounding Nangong Qingru. 39 years ago, you were taken by Ling Cho, whose spirit was severely impacted, prompting her to unhesitatingly practice the malevolent teachings of the White Lotus sect. Truly sinister practices. According to the 3 kings, that particular technique affects one's cultivation, lifespan, and physical form in every conceivable aspect. Upon finishing your tea, a sense of unease began to stir within you. Nangong Qingru. The 7 protectors are currently rampant, defying the righteous path. The sect leader is preoccupied with maintaining peace across the realm. So for now, please reside here, they advised. The sect leader will return to meet you shortly. Indeed, rest assured, I have a vial of sacred medicine for healing wounds, a gift for you, they added. The 3 venerable kings resumed their discussions while you casually conversed with them, crossing your legs in a relaxed manner. Suddenly, a thought struck you, prompting the question, esteemed seniors, do you know the difference between masters of the same realm? On my way back, I encountered a member of the Western merchant royal family. Though he was merely a low-tier master, he felt more formidable than a peak master, you remarked, frowning. The king on the far left, the king of the golden wheel, responded, it's quite simple. Once warriors reach the master level, they diverge into 2 paths. One path follows the footsteps of predecessors, allowing for rapid cultivation but leading to a mundane existence with limited accomplishments. Most masters in the world tread this route. The other path involves self-creation, embracing an eclectic array of martial essences for personal use. At the pinnacle of true bone, one crafts a cultivation method that resonates with oneself, perpetually extending and breaking through, ultimately reaching the realms of D-Gang and Tiangang. While forging one's own path may be slow, it often yields substantial strength. The most renowned example is, of course, Ling Cho from back in the day. The king of the silver will remarked wistfully. She developed her own sword technique, stepping into the realm of sword masters, subsequently breaking through D-Gang and Tiangang, reigning supreme across the realm. In one-on-one encounters, no one could rival her. Indeed, you mused, recalling that you had never heard of Ling Cho losing a duel. It seemed the previous encounter with Zibu Yu was indicative of such a state. A sense of yearning arose within you. With your simulator and boundless time, why not pursue such a path? 3 days later, while immersed in your training, a familiar scent wafted through the air. Raising your head, you found a figure clad in white before you, a woman whose arrival had gone unnoticed. Her hair cascaded loosely, her garments wrinkled and tattered, even bearing a distinct scent of blood, indicative of a harrowing battle. You gazed at her silently. I have returned. Nangong Qingru brushed her hair aside, revealing her forehead and eyes. She seemed poised to speak, but faltered, ultimately exhaling a sigh. It's good that you're back. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she embraced you tightly. Ming, do not leave me again. I cannot bear it without you. Her tears soaked your attire. Gently patting her back, you felt a complex mix of emotions. When did this woman develop such profound feelings for you? I have lost you 3 times. From now on, no one shall take you from me again. 3 times? You echoed, your eyes widening in disbelief. Was she also a reincarnated soul? After all, you had only departed from her once, during the incident with Ling Cho. When could the other 2 instances have occurred? You were bewildered, yet sensing Nangong Qingrou's fervent emotions, you refrained from speaking, your gaze darkening. That night, you both tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. You were at a loss. Here you were, an elder over 100 years of age, subjected to such turmoil by the younger generation. The following morning, sunlight streamed onto the bed as you lazily opened your eyes, feeling refreshed. Nangong Qingrou had left, her whereabouts unknown. Yet, she had left behind a trove of precious resources, including top-tier true bone elixirs and supreme recovery potions. Moreover, there were numerous toxins marked with the insignia of the 5 Poison sect. It seemed she had indeed raided the sect. You smiled slightly, thinking, as long as it's not for free, that's fine, I detest freeloaders. Stretching lazily, you called out, bring me water for a bath. For the entirety of that day, you focused on merging the toxins. The sheer volume overwhelmed you, far exceeding what you possessed. The process of integrating them into your body was painfully intense, yet you endured the suffering. 3 days later, you successfully integrated over 2,000 types of toxins. At this juncture, your total toxin count surpassed 4,000. Your facial scars had vanished, rendering your appearance even more peculiar. In the dead of night, gazing into the mirror, you caressed your right cheek, bemused. This is indistinguishable between the genders now. I assenti it. To describe it more vividly, it resembled a Pro-Max version of those youthful idols. Ah, while I'm still young, might as well enjoy a few more years of indulgence. You murmured. With 4,000 toxins coursing through you, your strength and defenses had significantly augmented. Should you face Zibuyu again, you felt an unshakable confidence in subduing him with a single strike. The next day, you summoned your attendants, instructing them to bring forth a plethora of cultivation techniques. Having resolved to forge your own path, preparation was paramount. Subsequently, you retrieved the Daxiao royal family's Heavenly Gate Severance, a technique of 15 layers. Each move purely offensive, perfectly suited to your style. In addition to Heavenly Gate Severance, you also obtained the Gu family's Heavenly King Radiance technique, the White Lotus Annihilation technique. Heavenly Gate Severance and Heavenly King Radiance technique would be your primary focus henceforth. You dedicated all your time to cultivation, tirelessly day and night. The external conflicts faded from your mind. Your strength was still insufficient, and knowing about them would only serve to amplify your frustration. By the 95th year, you had turned 110. Through your diligent training, Heavenly Gate Severance had reached the 3rd layer, and your cultivation progress was steady. With continued effort, a breakthrough to the pinnacle of true bone might still be attainable in this lifetime. The Heavenly King Radiance technique, however, showed no advancement. The first level alone required 100 years of practice. During these 5 years, under Nangong Qingrou's nurturing, your previously compromised foundation due to severe injuries had been partially restored, granting you a few more years of life. Everything was gradually improving, yet a sense of unease lingered within you. After all, the current situation was indeed dire. In the 100th year, your Heavenly Gate Severance cultivation reached the 5th layer, with progress slowing considerably thereafter. The effects of the 5th layer were formidable, comparable to the 9th level of the Thunderstorm Spear. Chapter 44. Peril and Ling Cho. You retrieve the dust-covered golden pistol, gently polishing it. It seems I may find it difficult to make use of you in the future, my dear. Sword will certainly be my choice henceforth. Over the years, you have maintained a fondness for firearms. They were rather convenient for explosive surprises. A sudden sound of footsteps echoes from outside the room. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust permeates the air. Your expression shifts as you set down the golden pistol and open the door. Hurry, protector. We must flee. A woman in a black veil struggles to speak. Before you can utter a word, a massive black serpent lunges from afar, lifting you onto its head and swiftly carrying you alongside the veiled woman. The serpent moves with astounding speed, leaping from a mountain peak and crashing down to the riverbank below, continuing its rapid advance, undulating its body. The entire sequence unfolds too swiftly for you to comprehend. You are the leader of the five poisoned sect? You gaze at the serpent's horn atop its head, questioning. Nangong Qingru once spoke of you. Indeed, I am the leader of the five poisoned sect, see Ming. The veiled woman replies calmly. A sudden sense of foreboding washes over you. What are you planning? See Ming smiles, her demeanor betraying no sign of injury. Can you not tell? I have bewitched the guards of the White Lotus sect, bringing you here to present you to the Zhengyang Palace. A bunch of fools, with countless righteous experts and a sense of justice. How dare they resist? No matter how they struggle, it will only lead to death. See Ming's heart harbors resentment. Why must they target the righteous path? A bunch of brainless fools. Nangong Qingru, I could just... She rants madly, her words laced with profanity, entirely lacking the composure of a sect leader. You gaze at her delicate form. A perplexing thought springs to mind. Among the four great demonic sects, 3 leaders are women, and all remarkably beautiful. Is this world not serious? Perhaps it's like an animated series? You cannot help but harbor doubts. Si Ming suddenly grips your neck, licking her lips. No wonder Nangong Qingru has taken a liking to you. You are indeed captivating. She chuckles lewdly. With a lifespan not exceeding 150 years, you are still a youthful specimen. How audacious of her! Her other hand incessantly pinches your face, as if toying with a child, laughing uproariously. Madwoman, lunatic, they are all fools. You shut your eyes, searching for an opportunity. The river beneath you is long, connecting to the vast Guanyu River in the west, which, like the East Sea, is rife with legends. Boundless and enigmatic, Susu swims with remarkable speed. You contemplate that perhaps you may have a chance. The black serpent dashes forward, the river waters crashing against its sides. Occasionally, black fish leap forth, striking your face. Cold, icy fish. Was that intentional? Seeming tightly squeezes your mouth, ignoring your protest. What a delightful texture. If you weren't so useful, I could hardly restrain myself. Fool, truly a fool. You involuntarily recall the last time you encountered a disciple of the five poisoned sect disguised as a man. They were equally foolish. Minutes pass. The serpent suddenly convulses. A beam of sword light descends from above, striking down violently. Buzz! You react swiftly, seizing the opportunity to leap off the serpent. Si Ming, the primary target of the sword light, cannot spare you a glance, focusing entirely on defense. Bang! An explosion resounds, and the water surface is littered with flesh and blood. The serpent, nurtured by the five poisoned sect for 3 millennia, lies lifeless. You observe this scene calmly from beneath the water, then immediately summon Susu. Is it beneficial for you to consume that flesh? You grasp one of Susu's whiskers, inquiring. Susu shakes her head. Very well, then we must flee. Susu comprehends and propels herself through the water with great speed. Swoosh! After a brief escape, a dark projectile hurtles toward you. You vaguely perceive it as an arrow. Susu dodges hastily, yet is ultimately struck, letting out a cry of pain as a large portion of her flesh is torn away, white scales swept away by the waves. Who could it be? You withdraw Susu, your heart racing. Another arrow appears overhead, this time aimed at you. Lotuses bloom beneath your feet as you invoke the step of lotus and burst forth from the water, racing toward the distant shore. Just as you depart, the riverbed erupts in colossal waves, one after another, appearing exceedingly terrifying. Ming, follow me. A tall man clad in black, adorned with a black iron mask and bearing a black bow, suddenly materializes, speaking coldly. It was he who loosed the arrow. And you are? You scan your surroundings, noting the figure in the distance relentlessly assaulting Si Ming, sword lights shooting forth, leaving her body utterly shattered, ultimately disintegrating into countless fragments. The masked man notices this, his heart filled with dread and disbelief. Impossible. You should be dead. The sword light approaches suddenly. The masked man is struck back by a blade, collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. The figure descends beside you. Ming, are you all right? You gaze at her, wide-eyed in astonishment. Ling Cho, I'm just relieved you're alive. I told you, last time, during the simulation. Ling Cho survived amid the onslaught of over 300 celestial generals, and surely she can do so again. Ling Cho remains clad in black, her hair styled in a ponytail. After all these years, she appears even more resolute. I'm still here, I have always been. Ling Cho turns away, suddenly spitting blood. Her body tilts, on the verge of collapsing. You catch her, what happened? Upon contact, you discover her body is riddled with countless wounds. Her meridians in disarray. There remain no less than 300 residual strands of vital energy. 300! You cannot fathom the extent of her suffering. Ling Chao's face is ashen. Gu Ming, you must leave this place. The righteous are gathering all their strength to eradicate the demonic path. Nangong Qingru cannot hold on. You must go. With those words, she succumbs to unconsciousness. Your expression shifts dramatically. A surge of vital energy erupts, striking down the gravely injured masked man nearby. Then, out of habit, you search his body, but this time find nothing of value, only a red talisman. After clearing the area, you carry Ling Cho away. Chapter 45. The Truth. Understanding in the stillness of the night. You and Ling Cho find refuge in a humble shrine. Your complexion is far from favorable. This very shrine is where you and Ling Cho met your demise in the previous simulation. Ling Cho lies in your embrace, her face devoid of color, her body convulsing uncontrollably. A profound sorrow envelopes you as you tirelessly concoct toxins to alleviate her suffering. Yet her condition seems impervious to your efforts. Though your time with Ling Cho has been fleeting, she has once again saved you. You are not a virtuous person, but you abide by a singular principle. Those who show you kindness deserve your utmost gratitude, while those who wrong you will face your relentless vengeance. The fire crackles, filling the air with its sharp sounds. Suddenly, a thunderclap shatters the night, followed swiftly by torrential rain. You clutch Ling Cho tightly, channeling your vital energy in a desperate attempt to soothe her. In an unexpected moment, Ling Cho convulses violently before slowly opening her eyes. Gu Ming, she utters, a trickle of green blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. With unwavering determination, she gazes at you and implores, you must live. You wipe the blood from her face, bewildered by her words. Why do you want to save me? Your curiosity does not dwell on why you still draw breath, but rather on the enigma of her affection for you, or her desire to possess you. Ling Cho gasps, expelling another mouthful of blood, yet fails to answer your question. She succumbs once more to death, her lifeless form resting in your arms. Perhaps for her, death is a release. The excruciating torment of over 300 sword auras finally coming to an end. You sigh in confusion, lifting her body to prepare for burial, to grant her a peaceful rest. At that moment, the dilapidated door of the shrine bursts open, revealing a familiar figure rushing in, Nangong Qingru. She gazes upon Ling Chao's lifeless form on your back, her expression shifting dramatically. She has passed? You nod in response, donning your conical hat as you step out of the shrine. Nangong Qingru quickly matches your pace, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy to shield you both from the storm. After a brief journey, you arrive at a nearby mountain. With a swift motion, you channel your energy to carve a deep pit in the earth. Gently, you lay her to rest within the soil, lingering for a moment to gaze upon her face. Finally, you retrieve a sword from her side, a long blade stained with blood. That is the Unyielding sword, forged over 951 years, Nangong Qingru remarks. 951 years. You had not anticipated her age to be so advanced. This sword has claimed countless lives and has been reforged with precious materials over 3,000 times. Use it. She will be pleased to know it is in your hands. She encourages. Inspecting the sword, you draw it with a swift motion. It weighs less than 10 pounds and stretches 157 centimeters. Its scabbard adorned with radiant snow lotuses, and the hilt entwined with a black dragon, the blade embellished with a multitude of starry imprints. Do you know her well? You inquire, sheathing the sword and securing it at your back. As Nangong Qingru buries Ling Cho with her energy, she shares. I have known her for a very long time. We were born in the same year, both orphaned, each losing our families. At 15, she joined the White Lotus sect, while Ling Cho aligned with the celestial demon sect. Together, they vowed to change this wretched world. You had not anticipated the depth of their shared history. Gu Ming, do you know why she is so fond of you? Nangong Qingro asks. You shake your head. This question has long plagued your thoughts. In the celestial demon sect, Ling Cho encountered a young man named Zhou Bu. They trained together, embarking on missions side by side. He was exceptionally caring, especially towards her. At 20, they ventured to Nansha to eliminate a target, only to discover that the foe was 2 realms stronger than anticipated. They were powerless. Ultimately, Zhou Bu sacrificed himself to buy Ling Cho time to escape, allowing her to survive. A tale as old as time. It was only when you saved her that she revealed how strikingly you resembled Zhou Bu in every aspect. No wonder Ling Cho survived. It was Nangong Qingro who saved her. It seems you have become a mere stand-in. Your expression shifts as you grasp a handful of earth, placing it atop Ling Chao's grave. Regardless of the circumstances, she ultimately saved you. She is now gone. And some matters, no matter how much they weigh on your heart, are futile to dwell upon. Raising your gaze to Nangong Qingro, you inquire, "And what of you?" She rests her hand on your shoulder, her eyes glazed over as she becomes lost in memories. Eventually, she shakes her head, her expression darkening. "Before my journey here, I encountered another Zhou Bu who perished to save me. The same fate befell her during her time in the White Lotus sect. You possess all of their shared traits," Nangong Qingro reveals. "By heavens," you murmur, feeling at a loss for words. Indeed, sometimes appearances hold great significance. The impact of a white moonlight never diminishes. Nangong Qingro clutches your hand, stating, "I cannot discern if my actions are right, but I know I must do this. I will not allow you to slip away from me, no matter the cost." Her gaze is filled with deep emotion, yet a sense of revulsion stirs within you. After decades of companionship, you share a profound bond with this infatuated woman, yet you cannot bear the thought of being merely a substitute. It is nauseating. She senses your discomfort and tightens her grip, saying, "See, the possessiveness you exhibit mirrors his perfectly." You turn away, gazing up at the rain cascading from the heavens, reluctant to speak. Nangong Qingro's smile broadens. At that moment, a multitude of figures appears around you. It is the righteous masters. Nangong Qingro, your White Lotus sect, Five Poison sect, Divine Dragon sect, and Celestial Demon sect have all been utterly vanquished by us. As the current leader of Zhenyang Palace, El Chuncio declares with righteous fervor, drawing his sword, "Let us attack. She is gravely wounded. Do not let her escape." The throng of righteous warriors advances menacingly. You count. There are 157 heavenly auras among them. The situation appears dire. You wonder if Nangong Qingro can withstand this onslaught. A sense of uncertainty washes over you. Nangong Qingro radiate en overwhelming aura, transforming into blossoms of white lotus that hover before her, exuding a chilling and toxic energy. "Come forth," she challenges, ready to face the impending threat. You stand before Ling Chao's grave, silently observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 46. Offering assistance, surviving. There is no longer a need to flee. When you first accompanied Ling Cho, you bore no grievances against the righteous path. It was only natural that they would not pursue you after your departure. But now circumstances have shifted. From Eastern Zhou to Western Shang, along this journey, you have taken the lives of too many righteous disciples. Zhenyang Palace. The Gu family, the Si family. You sit before Ling Chao's grave, drawing forth her unfathomable sword. Ending it all like this seems fitting. In this life, you harbor no regrets. The battle unfolds before you. As Nangong Qingro faces 100 foes alone, her white lotus continuously exploding, forcing the righteous forces into retreat, an aura of invincibility faintly emanating from her. Yet, you perceive the peril she faces. She cannot endure much longer. Among her adversaries, 30 formidable Tiangang warriors display an effortless disregard for her attacks, as if toying with her. To these righteous individuals, both Ling Cho and Nangong Qingro are but mere tools, eliminating dissenters, employing subterfuge, consolidating interests. You gaze at the unfathomable sword in your hand, contemplating for an extended period. At that moment, a throng of figures approaches, encircling you. Villain, you have slain members of the Sea family. Today, without the protection of the Demon Lord, let us see who will save you. A middle-aged man in a white robe steps forward, his narrow eyes fixed upon you, brimming with malice. Undoubtedly, he is a member of the Sea family, a scion of the southern Xia royal lineage. You remain silent, for words seem unnecessary. Si Zheng draws his long sword, sneering, intent on taking your life. You do not meet his gaze, simply awaiting the inevitable. Whoosh! At a crucial moment, a brilliant light descends, annihilating all martial artists surrounding you. You look up to see Nangong Qingru. Thus, she becomes beset by 30 Tian gang adversaries, sustaining grave injuries, ultimately plummeting from the sky to land at your feet. You reach out, embracing her. Nangong Qingru coughs up blood, staining your face, revealing a gaping wound in her chest, her vital organs obliterated. You hold her tightly, Nangong Qingru forces a faint smile. Ming, if there's a next life, please do not seek me out. And before you have matured, stay away from Ling Chou. Her final words escape her lips, and she can no longer endure, her head falling weakly against you. She has departed this world. Your heart aches profoundly. You realize that her perception of you as a mere substitute is of no consequence. After over 50 years of companionship, such trivialities hold no weight. Your voice trembles with sorrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cadre of Tian gang experts approaches, each gaze fixated upon you. For the first time, you're the focus of so many powerful individuals. In the face of life and death, you harbor no fear. Nangong Qingru fought valiantly, yet none of her foes have perished. Alas, she indeed pales in comparison to Ling Chou. Truly a remarkable being. Even in such a state, she remains captivating. A Tian gang warrior remarks, "Ha. Men are drawn to beauty, and women, too, are enamored by handsome men. Only with his visage could Ling Chou and Nangong Qingru become so infatuated." Laughter ripples through the crowd. You remain indifferent, quietly laying Nangong Qingru's body to rest. Enough. The demonic faction has been vanquished. Let us eliminate this lad to prevent future troubles. El Chunxiu of Zhenyang Palace waves his hand. A warrior from the Murong family strides forth, asserting that such matters need not trouble a Tian gang master. He extends his right palm, prepared to deliver a lethal strike. You brace yourself for death. In this life it suffices. But at that moment, an unfamiliar figure suddenly intervenes, blocking your path. Gentlemen, this youth has also been misled by the demonic faction. He is over 100 years old, yet merely possesses the true bone realm, a man on the brink of death. Let him live. You gaze questioningly at the figure's back. Who is this? Could it be that they have recognized their misjudgment and seek to manipulate you? You ponder internally. El Chunxiu of Zhenyang Palace narrows his eyes. Guhan. What do you mean? He has slaughtered countless righteous individuals, including many from your Gu family. You are well aware of this. In fact, it was he who killed your family's former patriarch, your father, during his battle with Ling Chou. Guhan remains silent, steadfastly maintaining a respectful stance before you. El Chunxiu appears displeased. Since this lad poses no significant threat, let him go. Yet another young man approaches, clad in a black robe, cheerfully proclaiming. From the distance, Zibue, who had been observing, adds, what harm could a gun-wielding individual pose? He must have been bewitched by the demonic faction. Indeed, with such handsomeness, how could he possibly be wicked? Let us depart. There is still much of the demonic realm awaiting our acquisition. El Chunxiu casts a deep glance at them. Very well, since so many of our peers have spoken, let him live. With that, he rises to leave. Guhan exhales deeply, continuing to bow. Thank you all for your intercession. From this day forth, you shall all be my friends. He smiles, offering multiple assurances. The crowd gradually disperses. Zibue has plans to challenge you again, set for 20 years hence. 20 years, will you still be alive? Slowly, only 3 individuals remain. Guhan, the youth in the black robe, and a middle-aged man, also clad in black. Guhan respectfully addresses the youth in the black robe. I am immensely grateful for your intervention, Your Highness, in sparing my son's life. The Gu family is eternally indebted. My son, a sudden shock reverberates through you. When did another father emerge? Didn't I lose both parents? He must have thought that the Gu family's assistance stemmed from their past aid against the Tian gang warrior. Yet, this additional connection is unforeseen, merely a trifling matter. Ingma waves his hand, elegantly departing. Brother Gu, congratulations. With the inner demons vanquished, you will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Tian gang, becoming one of the world's great masters. Zhao Che beside him offers his congratulations. Gu Han smiles without emotion, and after exchanging pleasantries, he too departs. Gu Han turns to you, his expression shifting slightly. Gu Ming, I have caused you much suffering. For these years, I have been in seclusion, unaware of your circumstances. Had I known, I would not have allowed you to endure such calamity. You say nothing, but instead begin to excavate Ling Chao's grave, using your gang qi to carry away the bodies of both women. There are matters to discuss later. I shall first inter them. This place has been compromised. It is no longer suitable as a resting place. Chapter 47. Tranquility, Assistance, Cultivation. Though both women regard you as a mere substitute, your feelings for them remain genuine, particularly towards Nangong Qingru. With their lifeless bodies, you inter them in a secluded forest, burying everything without erecting a monument, and departed with the unyielding sword. Gu Han had been awaiting your return. With a sigh, he led you away from the West merchants, journeying northward towards northern Qin. As one of the 10 great families, the Gu family primarily resides in northern Qin. Throughout the journey, Gu Han incessantly recounted the circumstances of the Gu family. The Gu family maintains a favorable relationship with the royal family of Qin, while the Zhao family is a significant branch of the royal lineage, hence their willingness to extend assistance. The primary reason for sparing your life lies in their recognition of Gu Han's innate talent. He is the foremost genius of the Gu family in millennia. More attuned to the family's inherited martial arts, the Heavenly Monarch's Radiance technique, possessing a unique physique that allowed him to attain the 9th level of mastery within merely 30 years, showcasing unparalleled aptitude and comprehension. At the age of 30, while traversing the martial world in northern Qin, he formed a bond with a courtesan, who eventually left her profession to accompany him in his adventures. They encountered numerous trials together. However, that same year, an incident arose within the Gu family, necessitating Gu Han's temporary departure, leaving the pregnant woman behind. Upon his return after resolving the matter, he discovered that she had perished, along with the child she carried. Overwhelmed with grief, Gu Han utilized the family's influence to seek justice, ultimately invoking the might of the Deqin Zhentian division, only to uncover that the perpetrator was a notorious rogue of the martial world. Gu Han exacted his revenge personally, and the matter was laid to rest, allowing him to retreat into seclusion for profound cultivation. Over a century later, having ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he emerged from his retreat, only to learn from his elder brother, Gu Long, that the woman had been assassinated on the orders of their father, and the child was executed as well. Devastated, Gu Han lost all motivation for cultivation, leading a life of debauchery, until mere days ago, when he received news that his elder brother had discovered decades prior that the child had indeed survived and grown into a favored consort of the White Lotus sect. Stirred by this revelation, Gu Han killed Gu Long, slaughtered hundreds within the Gu family, and seized control through sheer force, ultimately seeking you out in the West merchants. This encompasses all that Gu Han has confided in you. You listened in awe, realizing the depth of his tragic tale. So that's why he is without parents. There were indeed hidden layers to this story. So, what do you intend to do with me? On the road to northern Qin, you inquired suddenly. Without hesitation, Gu Han replied, "What do you wish to accomplish? I would sacrifice this life to assist you." Such audacity. You yearn for vengeance for Nangong, Qingru, and the others. Yet it feels far from feasible. Gazing into Gu Han's earnest eyes, you ultimately offered a bittersweet smile. My talents may be limited, but my yearning for martial arts remains steadfast. I must continue to cultivate and ascend to greater heights. Gu Han nodded. What do you require? I shall have the Gu family procure it. If they cannot, I shall seek the emperor. You pondered, realizing that the Gu family is deeply intertwined with the northern Qin royal family, granting them such confidence in seeking assistance. Days later, you return to the Gu family, having ascended to the status of a young master, second only to none. A young master over a century old. It is quite remarkable. Guhan provided you with abundant resources for cultivation, summoned numerous physicians to restore your health, and even brought forth a renowned figure. Within the inner sanctum of the Gu family, an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and complexion rosy, approached you with a deer staff in hand. Guhan led the way respectfully. Esteemed medical ancestor, this is my disciple, Ming. The medical ancestor. You scrutinized the venerable elder. Ming, this is the revered divine physician, Bien Ke, honored by the emperor. So, it is Bien Ke. This world is truly extraordinary. A bow before the medical ancestor. Your demeanor was humble, and your etiquette was proper. Bien Ke, observing you closely before stating. This young gentleman has mastered the unparalleled art of the myriad poisons, rendering his physique remarkably robust and defensive capabilities astounding. Yet within him lingers a remnant of the celestial sword's aura. It appears he had once been subjected to the sword's melting, but it is not entirely eradicated. Moreover, he has endured numerous battles since, accumulating hidden injuries. With a discerning gaze, he identified your malady, then leisurely retrieved a brush from his pocket. Master Gu, I shall prescribe a remedy for your esteemed disciple, with daily consumption and abstaining from combat. He may yet live out his natural lifespan. As he gestured, a line of golden characters materialized in the air. You were astonished. This individual is also a celestial strength master. Guhan swiftly memorized it, casting you a meaningful glance. Together, you both bowed in gratitude. Thank you, divine physician. And thus it is settled. Though you had anticipated this, you were still somewhat taken aback. Truly, the medical ancestor is remarkable. From that day forth, utilizing all that the Gu family had to offer, you commenced an even more rigorous regimen of cultivation, diligently taking medicine to nurture your body. Year 110, you are now 125 years old. Your appearance remains youthful, likely to endure even in death. Throughout these years, the Gu family, and even Qingfeng, have expended an enormous amount of resources on your behalf, and you have observed that Guhan genuinely cherishes you. Yet, for reasons unknown, he remains unable to break through his cultivation, still trapped at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Your transformations over these years have been profound. Though your cultivation has yet to reach a breakthrough, it is imminent. In the end, you are certain to ascend. The heavenly gate has now been cultivated to the 7th layer, thanks to Guhan's daily practice sessions with you, enhancing your proficiency. Your primary martial art remains the White Lotus destruction technique. After years of training, altering your foundational technique would be cumbersome, and besides, this technique is among the very finest, perfectly suited to you. With the support of Qingfeng, the number of toxins you have assimilated has surged dramatically, now reaching 8,000 varieties, further fortifying your body. Even ordinary celestial strength masters find it impossible to breach your defenses, and you can effortlessly shatter their barriers. This quantity of toxins is indeed the limit. And then there's the final aspect, the Heavenly Monarch's Radiance technique. This technique conceals profound mysteries. On the surface, it demands time in exchange for talent, requiring 900 years for mastery. Yet there exists a shortcut, the corresponding elixir, the Tian Luo pill. In conjunction with the elixir, it significantly accelerates the pace of cultivation, conserving time. Now, your Heavenly Monarch's Radiance technique has reached the 2nd layer, and the enhancement of your aptitude is strikingly evident. You revel in this transformation. Throughout these years, you have devoted yourself to cultivation, striving to prolong your life, never engaging in combat. Aside from cultivation, you have spent your remaining time immersed in literature, studying the vast array of martial arts within Qingfeng and the Gu family, preparing for your next ascent to mastery. Chapter 48, Ingzheng, as anticipated. Under the extremities of your efforts, you have finally transcended. At this moment, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of true bones, with the next step leading to mastery. Savoring the considerable enhancement of your strength, you find great satisfaction. However, there has been no progress with the toxins. The Heavenly King's Radiant technique remains unchanged. The 8th level of the Heavenly Gate is now within your grasp. In your current state, if you exert yourself fully, typical earthly masters would stand no chance. Only those at the peak of earthly mastery could survive in your presence. You ponder quietly, though untested. Your extensive observations of earthly masters over the past days have led you to a similar conclusion. As I embark on my path to mastery, it seems that only the heavenly masters will be able to contend with me. Upon witnessing your breakthrough, Gu Han rejoiced, hosting a grand banquet at the Gu family estate, inviting many influential figures from the four nations to gather. That night, Gu Han indulged in copious amounts of drink, and you encountered numerous prominent personalities. During the feast, ZBUF and the Western merchants jovially draped his arm around your shoulder, lamenting, "What a pity. I hear you have taken up swordsmanship." He expressed his sentiments. What is a sword? Merely a trinket for women, a mere embroidery needle, lacking the thrill of a spear, hammer, or axe. That is the true arsenal for men like us. He did not finish his thought, glancing at your androgynous beauty. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. With your looks, practicing swordsmanship may suffice. You shook your head and raised a cup in salute. Brother Z, I sought you out today, primarily to seek your insights on the path of mastery. ZBUA responded with hearty laughter. A trivial matter. But before we proceed, you must acquiesce to one request of mine. Observing his mischievous demeanor, you felt an ominous premonition. Protect your backside. Let us spar. Engage in a duel with me. After a brief moment of contemplation, ZBUA declared, "So, it is a fight after all." You exhaled in relief, then instructed to clear the table of food and drink. Brother Z, I'm unable to fully recover from my injuries. A battle is out of the question. Yet I can indulge you in a little game. Extending your right hand, you proposed, "Let us arm wrestle." ZBUS scoffed, "Competing in strength? I have been the strongest since childhood." With both hands clasped, in less than a second, he wilted, retracting his hand. "You monstrous freak, your strength is excessive. I see now, it is the 5 poisons cultivation." ZBUA begrudgingly remarked, "Damn it, I refuse to believe this. When I return, I shall train diligently. I will surely succeed too." He merely smiled. Subsequently, ZBUS shared his experiences of transcending to mastery. From true bones to mastery, he dedicated a total of 80 years. A genius, he reached the pinnacle of true bones by the age of 50. Over these 80 years, he immersed himself in extensive martial literature and engaged in numerous battles, ultimately creating the mighty overlord technique during a moment of desperation, stepping into mastery. Among all masters in the Western merchants, only those who forged their own paths and surpassed him in realm could best him. The rest were mere insects. You furrowed your brow. ZBU's journey to mastery bore resemblance to Gu Han's. The self-made masters of the world often follow this pattern, study, fight, and grasp the essence of life and death, creating their own martial path. After a moment of reflection, you resumed feasting and drinking, as you had no other course of action but to tread the path of those who came before. That night, many guests arrived, including those who once besieged Nangong Qingru, and even El Chuanxiu from Zhengyang Palace, who presented you with 100 varieties of poisons as a gift. The other factions followed suit. It seemed Gu Han's reputation in the righteous path was quite formidable, though you had not witnessed his combat prowess. You were in no doubt of his abilities. In this world, without strength, one is disregarded. To attract such attention from so many, he must possess exceptional qualities. After the banquet concluded, Gu Han escorted you to the Gu family hall. "I shall take you to meet someone." You then noticed at some point, the hall was filled with soldiers clad in black armor, their expressions grave, lurking in the shadows like specters. You recalled their appearance, quickly connecting them to the young man you encountered during the second simulation in Beijing. Are they all from the Heavenly Guard? In recent years, you learned that the Heavenly Guard is an exclusive violent institution serving the Emperor of the Great Qin, comprising an abundance of elite personnel akin to the Jinyui, wielding substantial power. Similar organizations exist in the Western Merchants, Southern Xia, and Eastern Zhou. As you proceeded forward, you deduced the identity of the individual you were about to meet. Clearly, it was none other than the current Emperor of the Great Qin, Yingzheng. In this realm, Yingzheng did not achieve the feat of unifying the 6 states, nor did he construct the Great Wall or burn books and bury scholars. He was simply a typical ruler of the Great Qin, albeit with somewhat terrifying methods. As you pondered, you arrived at the Gu family hall. Before you stood a young man, eyes closed in meditation. He was tall and handsome, his appearance only slightly inferior to yours. Yet his commanding aura compensated for this shortcoming. He was adorned in a black dragon emperor robe, crowned with a royal diadem, the tassels occasionally swaying. My charming ancestor. Gu Han pays his respects to your majesty. Gu Han bowed deeply, without the formality of kneeling. You followed suit. Inclining your body, I pay my respects to your majesty. Ying Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Now that brother Gu has found his beloved son, in due time he shall attain fulfillment, breaking through to the peak of earthly mastery, and the world shall gain another unparalleled master. Tilting his head, resting his chin on his hand, he spoke with unruffled calm, truly a cause for celebration. The term unparalleled master refers to those who have forged their own path to break through to the pinnacle of earthly mastery. Such individuals are exceedingly rare across the four nations, historically numbering fewer than 50. Once, Ling Chou was one, as was El Chunxiu, the head of Zhengyang Palace. Wen Zhong, the Grand Master of the Western Merchants, was another. Ho Yi from southern Xia also fits this mold. He was the leader of the Qiong tribe in the eastern primitive forests of southern Xia, emerging with an archery technique that returned to its roots, later being captivated by the charisma of Emperor Yu. Zhang Zia from eastern Zhou was another. It seems this is the reason why Ying Zheng places such importance on Gu Han. Gu Han lowered his head, resolutely stating, "My strength, the strength of the Gu family, is the strength of your majesty." Ying Zheng burst into laughter. "Excellent. I trust you will aid me in vanquishing the three nations and unifying the world." His gaze then turned to you. Brother Gu's child is indeed quite remarkable. The technique of the 10,000 poisons cultivation has existed for a millennium, yet no one has ever successfully mastered it. Even those who endure the suffering and integrate the toxins inevitably succumb to collapse and death. Ying Zheng rapped the table, his gaze fixed on you with palpable excitement. Chapter 49. Hu Hai, the princess, and the mask 3 days prior, my army obliterated 35 tribes in the north and collected numerous toxins, which I have now delivered to you. Gu Ming, I have heard from my brother that you have integrated over 8,000 types of toxins. Truly astonishing. I hope you continue to strive for even greater accomplishments. You performed a bow, expressing your gratitude to His Majesty. Ying Zheng clapped his hands, and a group of subordinate officials from Zhan Tianxi approached, placing 5 wooden boxes before you. I have heard that your passion for martial arts remains undiminished, and you even aspire to embark on the path of self-mastery. These are the unparalleled martial arts techniques accumulated by the Great Qin over the years. I hope they prove beneficial to you. These techniques refer specifically to those that can be cultivated to the pinnacle of the Tian gang. Most of these arts were created by self-made masters, later refined by their successors to lower the barriers to entry, making them accessible to a broader audience. This sovereign truly holds a fondness for Gu Han. Such affection is indeed evident. After exchanging a few more words, Ying Zheng dismissed you, indicating that he and Gu Han had pressing matters to discuss. As you wandered through the Gu residence, you encountered several individuals from the Zhan Tianxi, some of whom appeared to be servants of the Gu family. This leads me to believe that Gu Han's control over the Gu family was undoubtedly aided by Ying Zheng. Observing this, many speculations arose within your mind. After taking a few steps, you suddenly spotted a shadowy figure lurking on the rooftop, seemingly spying on Ying Zheng and Gu Han, though the distance was considerable, and the doors and windows were closed. It was indeed a ghostly sight. You chuckled softly and leaped over. "Can you truly see?" Upon hearing your voice, the figure turned in surprise, momentarily stunned. "Who are you?" Following closely behind, another small head appeared, gazing at you in confusion. To your astonishment, 2 individuals were engaged in the act of spying, 1 male and 1 female. The young man was handsome and valiant, with a hint of worry in his brow, while the young woman was gentle and charming, radiating an innocent exuberance. Upon scrutinizing their features, you noted several resemblances to Ying Zheng. "I recognize him. 18th brother." The girl examined you closely, exclaiming, This person is even more beautiful than I am. There's only one person in the entire world who can rival me. The young man nodded in agreement. The most beautiful in the world is my sister. Anyone more beautiful than her must be Ming, who has mastered the 10,000 poisons cultivation technique to enhance his appearance. The young girl approached you, inspecting you with admiration. You are truly stunning. No wonder Ling Cho dared to break into the Zhengyang Palace to rescue you, slaying the sword wielder, and Nangong Qingru practice forbidden arts for your sake, incurring the wrath of righteous masters. You felt a twinge of annoyance. Who are you? What are you doing on my roof? The boy chuckled awkwardly. Gu brother. I am the 18th son of that man inside. My name is Hu Hai. He glanced at the girl. She's the most favored daughter of that man, Yin Mei. The girl nodded. You may also call me Yin Zi. So these are the two. While they are certainly not the Hu Hai and Yin Mei you are familiar with, you still found their presence intriguing. I sincerely hope this world's Hu Hai does not execute Yin Mei or dismember her. Can you truly see from here? No, not really. It's more about the ambience, Yin Mei replied nonchalantly. You shook your head, uninterested in wasting time with them. Please continue to enjoy the atmosphere. Jumping down from the rooftop, you prepared to return to your room for cultivation. Besides the toxins delivered by Ying Zheng, numerous other guests had also brought gifts, promising another opportunity for advancement. Wait a moment. Yin Mei jumped down. As the host, will you not take us for a tour? Hu Hai followed closely, his gaze toward you somewhat peculiar. From childhood, apart from Ying Zheng, others have shown them great respect, addressing them as prince and princess, while you remained indifferent, fostering a sense of ease. I still have to cultivate, perhaps another day. You shook your head and continued forward, leaving behind two bewildered noble youths. Hold on, Gu Ming. I heard you raised a white snake using the secret techniques of the 5 poisons cult. May I see it? Yin Mei pursued you, her eyes filled with anticipation. Oh, what can you offer me in return? Yin Mei fell silent, then turned to Hu Hai. 18th brother, I recall father rewarding you with a treasure recently? Hu Hai sighed in resignation. Ah, Yin Mei, I rather like that treasure. I don't care. I want to see the white snake today. Reluctantly, Hu Hai retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket. Here, this is it. You examined it with curiosity. What is this? Hu Hai pressed a button, and the jade pendant transformed into half a mask. The mask depicted a deity, entirely white. Though its features were somewhat fierce, it radiated a sense of purity. The mask is worn on the right side of the face. This is a mechanism mask crafted by Master Oyezi. It is said he once made one for someone else, and based on that experience, he created a more convenient version. It can be worn as an ornament, and when needed, one may activate the mechanism to use it. It also conceals one's aura. He pressed it again, and the half-mask reverted to its jade pendant form. See, it's quite convenient. Yin Mei gazed at you with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling. What do you think? Can this allow us to see the white snake? You recalled the mask Ling Cho had given you, also crafted by Oyezi. That mask was a demon mask on the left, while the one in Hu Hai's hand was a deity mask on the right. Very well. You seized the jade pendant and led them deeper into the Gu residence. The white snake is inside. Follow me. After passing through several doors, Hu Hai and Yin Mei beheld the white snake, Su Su, coiled gracefully in the garden. Years have passed, and Su Su's injuries have healed. Her size has not changed significantly, now measuring 35 meters. Her coloration remains predominantly white, with 10 whiskers adorning her head, mainly around her mouth. A few scales on her abdomen have turned black, creating a rather peculiar sight. Wow, so majestic! Yin Mei exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Susu. She stepped closer, extending her right hand. Hu Hai looked on with concern. Susu, you called out, and the immense serpent lowered her head to meet Yin Mei's gaze. The close proximity of such a colossal snake was somewhat daunting, yet Yin Mei showed no fear and even reached out to stroke her. What a gentle snake! Gu Ming, can you teach me? I wish to raise one too. Yin Mei's eagerness was palpable. You handed her the 5 poisons cultivation technique. It's simple. Just follow the instructions provided. Chapter 50. The End of Life. Gazing at the technique in her hand, Yin Mei shook her head and tossed it to Hu Hai. 18 brother, you should practice this. Remember to bring me the snake to play with later. Hu Hai, at a loss for words, replied, Dear sister, our family is not lacking in such techniques. Why should I trade a treasure for it? He continued, "If you want a snake, just have someone raise one for you." This repulsive technique, never mind. E-Man made a face at him. What's wrong with that? As if facing two elementary school students who, feeling displeased after sending away the reluctant E-Man, ordered his servants to bring back numerous toxins to the training room. In total, there were 3,000 types. These individuals had indeed invested significantly. You couldn't fathom it. Was Guhan truly so formidable? Did Yingzheng regard him with such esteem among the world's heroes? It wasn't as if there hadn't been extraordinary talents before. You gradually cast the toxins into the bathing tub, absorbing them drop by drop, continuing to strengthen your physique. 3 days later, you had refined all the toxins, amassing over 11,000 in total. At this stage, the changes in your appearance had become minimal. The primary improvements were in toxin resistance, potency, and physical enhancement. With a powerful punch, immense strength combined with dense astral energy coalesced into a terrifying black serpent in the air, menacing and fearsome. Continue. At this moment, the servants also brought the toxins and unparalleled techniques sent by Yingzheng. The quantity was considerable. Having annihilated 35 tribes, Yingzheng managed to acquire 3,000 types of toxins, primarily designed to paralyze the nerves, rendering one incapable of controlling their body. You accepted them all without hesitation. The total amount of toxins reached 14,000. Across the realm, the western edge of Xixia bordered the vast river. The eastern edge of Dongzhou met the eastern sea. The northern extremity of Qin encompassed various undeveloped lands and primitive tribes, while the southern region of Xixia was an endless expanse of primitive forest. If one day you unified the four nations, you would undoubtedly be able to collect even more toxins. You awaited that day with anticipation. Time continued to flow. In the year 133, you had reached the age of 148. The lifespan of true bones was merely 150 years. You had only 2 years left. Since that banquet, you had gained 2 friends, Guhai and Inman. They would visit the Gu family from time to time, and each time you took them along, mainly to watch Su Su play with the two. Though these two appeared quite young, they were actually both over 100 years old, having been born late in Yingzheng's reign. During this period, you often heard news suggesting that Yingzheng's life was drawing to a close. According to the history of this world, Yingzheng ascended to the throne over 700 years ago, having occupied the imperial seat for a full 7 centuries. Including his time as crown prince, it was indeed nearing its end. After all, the lifespan of a Tiangang expert only reached 1,000 years. Notably, such a situation had never occurred before. Most emperors, preoccupied with governance and maintaining balance among the factions, had little time for cultivation. Typically, an emperor would reign for just over 100 years. The current state of the realm was truly peculiar. Whether it was Yingzheng of the North Qin, Emperor Yu of the South Xixia, King Wu of the East Zhou, or King Zhou of the West Shang, all had reigned for over 500 years. This was unprecedented in any historical period. Gu Ming, Kin Yinao Su. Lost in thought, Yiman spoke up, her eyes fixed on you. Wide and sparkling, utterly adorable. Su. You clapped your hands, and Su effortlessly lifted Yiman by the head, taking her along as they crawled and jumped around the Gu residence. Yiman grasped Su's whiskers, delighting in the experience as if on a roller coaster. You envied how happy your sister could remain. Huhai stood beside you, reflecting, "Aren't you the same?" Huhai shook his head. "Father found me a teacher yesterday. Starting tomorrow, I must." Sigh, never mind. He looked displeased. Life was going well. Why must I study? I wish to be a slacker. Free to play every day. That would be wonderful. You suddenly inquired, "Do you know the teacher's name?" "I heard it's Zhao Gao, who used to cook for our family. I don't know why father would do this." So was Zhao Gao. You felt no ripple of emotion within. After all, you were about to die. Despite your efforts over the years, your progress in cultivation had been minimal, largely stagnating. You suspected it might be due to your physical condition. With only 2 years remaining, you had no intention of continuing your cultivation. Peacefully spending this time was quite sufficient. In the year 134, at the end of the year, you calculated that you could live at most another month. A month. This was the longest you had lived in all your simulations, and it had been the most eventful, with the most complex emotions. On a clear, sunny day, you bid farewell to Guhan, preparing to leave North Qin. Where are you going? Gu Han asked, visibly anxious. You replied calmly, Father, I'm grateful for your care during this time. My time is short. In this final month, I wish to go out and see some old acquaintances. Gu Han patted your shoulder. Son, I understand you. But it is not entirely safe for you alone, especially since you were once Nangong Qingros. Therefore, I request His Majesty to send a skilled protector to accompany you. You shrugged indifferently. That afternoon, a carriage arrived at the Gu residence. Two figures emerged first. Gu Ming, where are you planning to run off to? I begged Father for quite some time before he agreed to let us come out and play with you. It was Unyielding man. You were surprised they had come along. You were indifferent to how many people accompanied you on this journey. It held no significance for you. A young man jumped down from the front of the carriage. Young Master Gu, I am Zhang Han, dispatched by His Majesty to escort you. Han Han, a notable figure indeed. You nodded and said, Everyone, the mountains are high and the roads long. The carriage is quite inconvenient. I have decided to walk. I hope you all can accept this. No problem. Certainly. And so, the journey began, dressed in black, wearing two masks, and carrying the Buzhou sword. You set forth on the road to the West Shan. One mask depicted a demon, the other a deity. Hu Hai and Yin Man excitedly flanked you, while Zhang Han maintained a distance of 50 paces, moving at a measured pace. After more than 10 days, you traversed the snowy mountains, exited Qin, and entered the West Shan. With Zhang Han present, no chaotic incidents occurred, and everything proceeded smoothly. On the 20th day, you encountered someone in the West Shan. Chapter 51. Conclusion of the simulation, Brother Gu. You came to the West Merchant without informing me. Though, who had a rather familiar demeanor, approached, carrying two hefty axes. I have heard about your affairs, alas. He patted your shoulder, continuing, You must understand that some individuals are geniuses like myself. Only geniuses have the opportunity to carve their own path as masters. I highly recommend that you cultivate other techniques. At the very least, strive to break through to the master stage to extend your lifespan. I have encountered countless people throughout my life, but you are the most exceptional. I genuinely do not wish to lose you as a friend. Zio's expression darkened. Everyone has their own pursuits. Do not take it to heart, you gently remarked, realizing that your body had significantly weakened by this point. This is merely a matter of these past 2 days. Very well, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you, he declared. Old man, you felt as though this fellow was taking advantage of you, but it mattered little. From that day forth, you gained a travel companion named Zio. Hu Hai and Yin Mei remained largely oblivious. Their presence scarcely felt throughout these days. Having a child like this accompany you on your travels was a secret joy. 2 days later, you arrived at a dense forest in the southern region of the West Merchant. You stumbled alone into its depths, the three behind you having not followed. Yin Mei shed tears, saying, I have heard that 2 women beloved by Gu Ming are buried there, along with those 2 demon sect leaders. Hu Hai nodded, sighing, indeed. In the final moments of Gu Ming's life, he must have wished to be with them. Zio wiped his axe, exclaiming, Alas, I am deeply moved. Soon, I shall bury all 3 of them together. By the way, were those 2 sect leaders strong-willed enough to share a husband? He added cheekily. Zhang Han stood at a distance, quietly drawing his sword. You sat on the ground, devoid of any burial marks, placing 2 masks and the unmatched sword against a tree. Life is but a fleeting 150 years, not counting the first 15. I do not regret my life. Your breath grew increasingly faint as the images of this simulation flooded your mind. From the initial search for Nangong Qingru to the deaths of 2 individuals to the present. In the next simulation, I will certainly keep my distance from you all, damnable stand-ins. The earthly embodiment of my white moonlight. How utterly repulsive. You cursed vehemently, your strength waning further. Lying on the ground, gazing at the azure sky above, a faint smile graced your lips. Ling Chou, Nangong Qingru, we shall meet no more. You sense your impending demise. Who goes there? Your Highness, flee. Just then, you heard Zio's piercing scream. You looked up to find a multitude of black-armored soldiers surrounding you, clad in the garb of the Heavenly Guard. They relentlessly attacked, slaughtering the hidden soldiers of the West Merchant. Zio's face changed drastically. Zhang Han, what do you intend? This is my great merchant. Are you Qin State preparing for war? Zhang Han remained silent, stepping forward as sword light flashed. Zio's head flew off, landing on a distant tree. In the next moment, he knelt on the ground. "We welcome your majesty." The surrounding guards of the heavenly guard bowed in unison. Two figures descended from the sky. Zheng, draped in a black dragon emperor's robe, adjusted his crown with a smile. "Zhang Han, well done." Turning, he beamed even brighter. "Brother Gu, your turn is next." Gu Han nodded, approaching you step by step. "Gu Ming, I ask you to die." His face was filled with sorrow as tears streamed down his cheeks. He picked up a sword. "You were incredulous, never expecting such a turn of events." "Damn it, I am about to die. Must you do this now? Could you not wait until I am gone?" From a distance, Zheng laughed heartily. "To forge a heart through those dear to you, only to abandon them in the end. Such is the final step to breaking through the infinite sword record, stepping into the heavenly gang, and achieving the pinnacle. Gu Han, you are truly a talent. Only someone like you could assist me in achieving my grand ambitions." Hu Hai and the others were left in disbelief. "Father, this, you..." Inmei lowered her head, unable to face Zheng. Zheng gently stroked Hu Hai's head, lost in thought. "My child, for a sovereign, the greater good prevails." He infused himself with 14,000 toxins, a feat unprecedented throughout history. By taking his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, blood, and bones, I shall surely refine the divine elixir. Even if granted another 150 years, I would not object. My time is limited, yet I am unwilling to relent. Regardless, I shall unify the realm and conquer the three kingdoms. Zheng declared fiercely. "Soon, I shall have Gu Han, Ganya Meng Tian, and Bai Qi, the four who stand at the pinnacle. My years of plotting in the three kingdoms will finally commence. Together, these four will ensure that my great Qin unites the seas and dominates the universe." His demeanor had descended into madness. Hu Hai bowed his head in fear for the first time towards his father. Meanwhile, Gu Han pressed the sword against your heart. "My son." The sword's aura flowed, wiping away his tears. "To achieve the pinnacle, I have no regrets. I was able to kill your mother and my brother. Now, I can also kill you. From this day forth, I shall have no kin in this world. But I do not care. I need no family." Gu Han looked recklessly, then thrust the sword through your heart. You uttered not a word, for it held no significance. The sword's energy pierced your heart, and your life came to an abrupt halt. In the final moments of your life, you could only grasp a handful of soil beside you. Until we meet again in this world. Beneath the tree, Gu Ming awoke. His emotions were a tumultuous mix. He had not anticipated such a multitude of renowned figures from previous lives, nor the complexity of his own identity. He had not expected Ling Chou and Nangong Qingru to treat him thus. There were far too many unforeseen circumstances that impacted his feelings, even as an observer. There was no time for sorrow, no time to inherit his cultivation. The bandits before him were already charging forth. From the text of the simulation, there were a small squad of the Southern Xia Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, tasked with gathering forces with soldiers from the government 300 miles away to besiege the mountain stronghold. Gu Ming retreated, realizing they had no intention of harming anyone, merely a group of passing soldiers. The murderous aura emanating from them was simply a special presence born of years of battle. Once they had passed, Gu Ming activated the simulator, eager to assess the gains from this experience. He took flight. Chapter 52. Conclusion of the simulation. Discovery of the mission. Seamless transition. The simulation has concluded. Acquired True Bone Peak Realm Cultivation. White Lotus Annihilation Technique. Acquired Step-by-Step Lotus 5th Layer. Acquired Heavenly Gate Breakthrough 8th Layer 15th Layer. Acquired Heavenly King's Radiant Technique 2nd Level. Acquired Golden Grasp T. Lu Spear. Unbroken Sword Divine Mask Evil Spirit Mask. Acquired 10,000 Toxins Nourishing Skill 14,551 types of toxins. Acquired 300 Premium True Bone Pills, 800 Premium Bone Cleansing Pills, 1,000 Qi Recovery Pills, 500 Blood Boiling Pills, 555 Tranquility Pills. Acquired 150,000 Tails of Gold, 2,566 sets of black clothing, 3,000 Jin of food, 58 tons of drinking water, 168 jars of strong liquor. Acquired 15 True Yang Palace tokens, 18 Gu family tokens, White Lotus sect tokens. Acquired 189 supreme techniques can be cultivated to celestial rank. 999 pinnacle techniques can be cultivated to earth rank. 36,000 first-class techniques can be cultivated to master. Acquired all memories from this simulation. Acquired all cultivation experience from 134 years. Acquired all combat experience from 134 years. Acquired pet white snake. Susu. 35 meters long. Highly venomous immutation. Will you inherit? Gazing at the myriad rewards before him, Ming felt exhilarated. Such an abundance of resources was truly remarkable. Inherit. Inheritance successful. A wave of inexplicable pleasure coursed through his entire being, prompting Ming to steady himself against a nearby tree. His cultivation and techniques were now completely under his control, causing his combat prowess to surge instantaneously. Reaching the true bone peak, his vital energy could now extend 800 meters. Everything had transformed. Furthermore, the enhancement from the 10,000 toxins nourishing skill amplified his physical strength. Lifting his right hand, he marveled at his fair and delicate skin, exclaiming, "This is too much. How could I look so good?" In his previous life, he would have been inundated with offers for cosmetics. With a sigh, Ming felt a tinge of regret. For a straight man like him, such appearance, alas. It was simply splendid. Who wouldn't relish becoming more attractive? Quickly adapting, Ming retrieved 2 masks from the simulation space, donning one on each side of his face. He then unsheathed the unbroken sword with a swift motion. How striking. Ling Cho, that woman, shared quite similar tastes with him. If he could acquire another unbroken sword and fuse them together, it was entirely plausible. As he journeyed westward, Ming perused the records of this simulation. His time spent with Nangong Qingru had indeed been beautiful, yet the woman was a Yandera and regarded him as a mere substitute. Damn her. Ling Cho was not much different. She too viewed him as a replacement. Fortunately, he was unaffected by the emotional disturbances of the simulation memories. Otherwise, he would have been tormented. As he traveled westward, everything proceeded smoothly. Along the way, he encountered many individuals but did not come across any simulation tasks, which left him with a sense of regret. 2 days later, he arrived at a small town and took a rest on the first floor of an inn. Extracting a book, Ming flipped through its pages while awaiting his meal. The path of the self-master was his next primary task. True Bone had only a lifespan of 150 years, and he would likely need to undergo several simulations to break through this stage. After flipping through a few pages, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Kid, are you reading about internal skills?" Ming turned to see a burly man with an impassive expression, reeking of alcohol, glaring at him with slanted eyebrows. Though his cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of body refinement and slightly weaker than Ming, he was still a formidable presence in this small town. Indeed, the burly man extended his hand. "Let me have a look? Damn it, you've got some flavor." While he feigned interest in the book, his hand reached toward Ming's lower body. Nearby patrons quickly distanced themselves or fled outright. Even the waiter stood at a distance, holding the food and drink, too afraid to speak. It seemed this man had a certain influence here. Ming sighed in resignation. He needed to eat, and, naturally, he could not wear a mask while doing so. Upon removing it, he inevitably attracted attention. Whoosh! A chopstick from the table shot forth, swiftly piercing the burly man's head. He staggered back 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, sleeping soundly. Ming continued to peruse his book and, after a moment, looked up and said, "Bring the food." Hearing this, the waiter cautiously approached, placing the dishes on the table. "Cough, cough, customer, you're too much." Fearful, he turned and fled, unable to articulate his words. This was terrible. Even the waiter was in danger. I must return to the village to farm and hunt. I shall never enter the city again. Ming heard the young man's panicked voice and shook his head. He summoned the chopsticks from the nearby table, ready to take a bite. This young man still needs to mature. However, his chopsticks suddenly hovered in midair. "Wait!" An urgent voice called from upstairs, followed by a rotund figure hastily descending. "Customer, your esteemed presence deserves better than this food and drink. I shall have the kitchen prepare something extraordinary for you." The stout manager signaled, and 2 attendants came forth to remove the dishes from the table. Ming sighed, aware that the food was poisoned. Yet, he feared not the poison. Consuming it would pose no threat to him. After 2 days of travel, he merely wished for a place to rest. Yet so many complications arose. Li Dazue, quickly, prepare our guest a special dish from Furong Town. The stout innkeeper bellowed. From the kitchen came a resonant voice. Coming. Gu Ming set down his chopsticks, about to speak, when he spotted an increasingly large exclamation mark on the stout man. Oh, another simulation task has emerged. A thought crossed his mind. The exclamation mark expanded, transforming into a line of text that materialized before his eyes. Simulation task, task description. There are countless villains in Furong Town, yet they dare to provoke you. They must all be eradicated. Task details. Black Tiger Gang, 1-1263. Wong Family, 0-2694. Task reward. 1 simulation opportunity. Task penalty. None this task. Excellent. It seemed the abnormal ones belonged to the Black Tiger Gang, while the inn was associated with the Wong family. Gu Ming rose, spreading his legs wide as he stretched lazily. Awakened, it's hunting time. An invisible, colorless, an odorless toxin radiated from him, rapidly expanding outward under the influence of his vital energy. Bang, bang, bang. The bewildered crowd collapsed to the ground, sleeping peacefully. Chapter 53. Not a single one left in less than 2 seconds. The entire inn fell silent, with approximately 30 individuals lying down. Although the data before him reflected minimal change, it seemed that a portion of them had been inadvertently harmed. Gu Ming exited the inn, heading straight towards the headquarters of the 2 major factions. The matter was straightforward. It sufficed to resolve everything. As he departed, the toxins continued to pervade, consuming all the corpses entirely, only to disperse with the wind. The inn remained eerily quiet, as if nothing had ever transpired. Donning 2 masks, Gu Ming cloaked himself in black attire and a conical hat before making his way to the Wong family. Outside the expansive courtyard, he seized a moment when a gust of wind blew, releasing a substantial amount of toxins, causing dozens more to collapse. Soon, chaos erupted within the Wong family as some began to struggle, seeking survival. However, it was futile. Gu Ming stood atop a building, observing as one after another succumbed to the effects. His heart remained unperturbed, icy to the core. In no time, his perception revealed that only 10 individuals within the Wong family were still alive. These were the ones he had deliberately spared, each possessing advanced physical refinement. With one even at the lower tier of energy condensation, all high-ranking members of the Wong family. Gu Ming rose and approached them step by step. The individuals inside clearly heard the commotion and hurriedly emerged. Who dares to act against my Wong family? Are you not afraid of retribution from the authorities? We control numerous enterprises in Furong Town, providing substantial benefits to the government each year. One middle-aged man, a lone energy condensate, hastily spoke, hoping to instill fear in Gu Ming. Enough with the idle chatter. Tell me how many branches your Wong family has and the approximate number of people involved. Gu Ming waved his hand dismissively, causing 3 more to collapse. The middle-aged man broke into a cold sweat. This man was a ruthless killer, more insane than he could fathom. At least he had some semblance of emotion while committing murder. My honorable hero, the middle-aged man knelt, pleading. My Wong family has conducted business honestly over the years. Please spare us. I am willing to relinquish all our enterprises to you. Have we truly conducted ourselves honorably? Gu Ming chuckled. Indeed, you excel in that regard, merely on a physical level. Another few individuals fell. At that moment, only the last middle-aged energy condensate remained alive. Hero, please. Leave me a shred of dignity, he pleaded desperately. Gu Ming, unable to tolerate the imploring any longer, infused a faint toxin into his body, causing him excruciating pain and relentless screams. I will tell you everything. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Wong family head, Gu Ming swiftly eliminated 15 of their enterprises. With little left to accomplish, he took hold of the Wong family head and wandered nearby, dispatching a dozen beggars, over 30 soldiers, and even several high-ranking gang members. The Wong family indeed had a presence everywhere in Furong Town. At this juncture, only one remained. Hero, I have divulged all I could, Wang Yudao lamented. Gu Ming shook his head. There's still one more. Please just kill me. Gu Ming utilized his poison. Moments later, Wang Yudao could no longer endure. Hero, I will lead you to it. After a series of twists and turns, they returned to the Wang residence. Upon entering, however, Wang Yudao hesitated, gritting his teeth. No, I will not reveal it. Drawing a dagger from his leg, he lunged at Gu Ming in a frenzy. You have already revealed it. Gu Ming retorted as he turned to leave. The poisonous mist enveloped him entirely. Wang Yudao's actions were swiftly concluded, leaving nothing behind. As he walked through the small courtyard of the Wang family, Gu Ming casually retrieved a flask of wine, removing half of his mask, sipping as he strolled. A minute later, he arrived at a water tank. Little one, your hiding place is rather poor, he remarked, placing the unfinished wine back into the simulation space. He then pushed aside the water tank, unveiling an entrance to an underground tunnel. He was too lethargic to descend, opting instead to release a wave of poisonous mist. Within moments, the underground space filled with the noxious fumes. Ah, villain, I will surely avenge you. I will, a tender voice piped up, sounding no older than 15 or 16. Gu Ming turned and staggered away. Next was the Black Tiger Gang. I seem to be only 15 as well. No one owes anyone anything. After a belch, he donned the demon mask once more, departing step by step. The tactics of the Black Tiger Gang mirrored those of the Wang family, albeit with significantly less strength and loyalty among the members. Gu Ming swiftly penetrated several of their branches in Furong Town, leaving all gang members fallen, lifeless. As night fell, only 3 targets remained. In the hall of the Black Tiger Gang, within a brothel, a burly man with a beard knelt, pleading, "Hero, you are magnanimous. Please spare us. Though I have committed many wrongs in my life, the child is innocent. He has never taken a life nor committed a single misdeed. He aspires to be an official and change this world." Gu Ming held a finely crafted wine cup, sighing, though he has erred. He has also enjoyed the conveniences you have provided him, has he not? Speak plainly, and I can grant you a swift end. You have seen how quickly those before you perished, without suffering, correct? The burly man clenched his fists tightly. Hero, are you not a chivalrous figure? Just kill me. I am the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, and he will surely become a good person. I care not, Gu Ming interrupted, dispatching an individual concealed between the 2nd and 3rd floors. He unleashed more toxins, erasing traces while pressing for information. It proved that before various toxins, all were equal. After a series of maneuvers, he acquired specific locations. Minutes later, Gu Ming discovered his target in the sewer adjacent to the brothel. It was indeed a mere child, albeit with an unusual appearance. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, bewildered, rushed forward, grasping the individual. It was a pitiful girl. Xiao Chui, why are you here? Where's Along? He inquired anxiously. The girl, named Xiao Chui, sobbed. Along said there was danger and told me to hide here. He is still upstairs. Why? Why isn't he coming out? Xiao Chui trembled, her voice quaking. He just killed that woman's 2 sons before her husband. Gu Ming smiled. Indeed, they are all cut from the same cloth. He chuckled as he brought an end to the lives of both individuals before him. Of course, I'm no paragon of virtue either. Chapter 54. The 5th Simulation, Mission Accomplished. Once again, another opportunity for simulation presented itself. Gu Ming did not initiate the simulation immediately. Instead, he chose to lodge at a different inn. After a considerable amount of activity, it was time to enjoy a warm meal. On the 3rd floor of the inn, after indulging in food and drink, Gu Ming settled before his bed and commenced. Simulation begins. On the first day, you continue your cultivation in Furong Town, engrossed in reading and practicing, thereby accumulating experience. 3 months later, feeling a lack of progress, you depart from Furong Town. Throughout this time, the downfall of the Black Tiger Gang and the Wang family had no bearing on you. Surveying the 4 realms of martial arts, you reflect: North Qin, South Xia, East Zhou, West Shang. Having traversed all, yet undeniably, the most breathtaking scenery belongs to the vast ocean of East Zhou. The only matter that warrants attention is the looming threat of Ling Chou in the 20th year. A month later, you arrive at an island in East Zhou, resolved to settle there, to cultivate while paving your own path to mastery. For convenience, you opt to remain in a secluded area, relying on the abundant resources of the simulation space, negating the need for human interaction, while occasionally venturing out to fish, ensuring self-sufficiency. This island differs greatly from the last, boasting superior scenery and tranquility. By the end of the first year, on the sea's surface, you recline on Su Su, your right hand holding a book, savoring its contents. Su Su glides steadily across the waters, occasionally opening her mouth wide to devour the large fish and shrimp nearby. This lifestyle is quite pleasant. You find immense enjoyment in it. The only dissatisfaction arises from the stagnation in your progress. Time is fleeting. Accumulation must continue. You return the book to the simulation space and grasp Su Su's whiskers. Giddy up. Su Su comprehends your intent, accelerating and stirring up a frothy wake. Seizing the opportunity, you gather several large fish from the apparatus attached to Su Su. Dinner tonight will be splendid. By the 10th year, you remain engrossed in reading. The Tianwang Yao Shijue has progressed only slightly. Lacking Tianluo Dan, you must adhere to the conventional method of cultivation, 1 layer every 100 years. Tianmin Hengguan has reached the 11th layer and wielding the Nozhou sword. Your power has increased significantly. As for toxins, there is absolutely none. You suspect that most toxins have already been collected, and Ing Zheng's mention of 35 tribes may very well be an excuse. After all, he too requires your body for alchemy. Such is the obsession with longevity among the ancestors of every world. Standing on a beach, you utter a sigh of reflection. In the 20th year, the routine persists. You have perused all the martial arts manuals countless times, memorizing them thoroughly. Yet, clarity regarding your path to mastery remains elusive. Tianmin Hengguan has been cultivated to the 13th layer, and your combat prowess continues to strengthen. This year, you don a new white robe, deciding to venture into the world. My theoretical experience is sufficiently rich. What follows is the need to experience, to feel, and to attain enlightenment in dire circumstances. This is the common pattern among most masters. With a Nozhou sword slung over your shoulder, you don 2 masks, intentionally changing direction to avoid Lingqiu. The expanse of the 4 nations is vast, yet due to the urgency of travel, it appears diminutive. One can traverse from one nation to another in a month. However, if one were to wander leisurely, a month might not suffice to explore even a single city. This time, in pursuit of experience, you deliberately slow your pace. In March of the 20th year, you once again encounter bandits. Feeling spirited, you refrain from employing toxic fog, opting instead for direct confrontation. With each punch, you release the various negative emotions within. The bandits, physically frail, are easily vanquished with a single blow, blood and flesh scattering as if it were raining. You use your chi to cleanse away all filth, reveling in the slaughter, your blood boiling with exhilaration. Within mere seconds, hundreds of bandits, along with their horses and even 15 small dogs, are eradicated. Their strength barely exceeds the external level, pathetically weak. Well done, good brother. Just as you finish, a figure rushes forward, excitement gleaming in their eyes. These bandits deserved their fate. You nod, your gaze lingering momentarily on their neck and chest. Brother, your disguise is lacking. The throat is visible, and those pectorals are quite exaggerated. A woman in Taoist robes pouts. I am not disguising as a man. I was born this way. Ah, stubbornness. You turn to leave. Wait, brother, where are you going? Let us go together. You do not decline. After all, you have your preferences, an affinity for beauty, strength, and impressive physique. Her various attributes align well with your fantasies, so perhaps sharing the journey is acceptable. You can endure a little discomfort. Most importantly, her cultivation level is indeed at the pinnacle of true bone, indicating she too aspires to the path of mastery. Perhaps inspiration awaits you in her presence. As you travel together, laughter and conversation ensue. You soon discover that this woman hails from the Zhengyang Palace. Zhengyang Palace. Indeed, situated in the Great Zhou, that is no issue. Moreover, she is a direct disciple of El Chuanxiu. Egu, what path to mastery do you intend to pursue, sword or spear? On the official road, the female Taoist Feng then inquires. Mastery of martial arts does not confine itself to specifics. There exists a multitude of techniques, including fist techniques, leg techniques, spear techniques, and sword techniques, along with pure internal martial arts. Sword, I suppose. You have only utilized knives, swords, and spears. Knives are seldom used, owing to the nature of your techniques. Between spears and swords, your preference leans towards the latter. Sword master? Feng Nen lifts her sword and nods. Many traverse this path in the martial world, yet few reach its end. I have heard from my master that only 3 have reached the pinnacle of greatness. She speaks with a hint of yearning. One is the legendary leader of the demon sect, Ling Cho. Another is Zhao Wuxing, the leader of Weiman. And the last is my senior brother, the sword-bearer of Zhengyang Palace. You have heard of all 3, primarily from Nangang Qinru. Aside from Zhao Wuxing, whom you have not encountered, the other 2, you have shared a bed with Ling Cho. The sword-bearer nearly took your life, subjecting you to prolonged torment from sword qi. Take your time. Feng Nan sighs. I doubt I will ever achieve mastery. Simply breaking through to that level would be a blessing. You chuckle. This female Taoist is merely 30 years old. There is ample time ahead, and she will undoubtedly break through to mastery. After all, her master is El Chuanxiu, a true pinnacle of the Tian gang. Keep at it, Taoist sister. I have faith in you. You encourage her while your mind continues to ponder your own path. 10 days later, you arrive at a small city named Tianing in the Great Zhou. Chapter 55, Preparation. In the city, you walk side by side with Feng Nan. She is donned in a light blue robe, her hair adorned with a jade hairpin. Strolling and pausing, exchanging laughter and conversation. You two observe the scenery of the city, seeking something that might lead to a breakthrough. Upon reaching the city center, Feng Nan exclaims, Ergo, look over there. There's a martial arts competition for marriage. The beauty of the young lady captivates me, and I can't help but rush forward. With that, she dashes into the crowd, leaping onto the stage. You gaze at the 2 figures on the platform, your lips twitching. I've kept my distance, yet here you are, competing for marriage. Is this a national tour? The one presiding over the competition is none other than Ling Cho. She feigns a delicate demeanor, her enchanting eyes fluttering, and she is already engaged with Feng Nan. The exchange between them is brief and shallow. After a couple of glances, you contemplate fleeing, but this is too blatant. So you ultimately decide to stay, wearing 2 masks. Surely, it should be fine. Master Oyezi, one must have faith. However, last time, from the eastern Zhou to the western Shang, no matter how I tried to evade, I was still discovered. After watching for a while, Feng Nan, realizing she cannot prevail, voluntarily retreats, jumping off the stage. The onlookers gasp in surprise, not expecting such prowess from both of them. You reflect on the image of them together, your heart stirring. The orange hue is promising, incredible. Let's go. This must be a quest for life and amusement. Feng Nan makes an astute observation. Fighting me is akin to my senior brother feeding me moves. With a pout, she pulls you along. Ling Cho does not pursue, and you breathe a sigh of relief. Feng Nan purchases numerous trinkets in the small town, masks, tassels, rouge, cold drinks. Eventually, you arrive at an inn. Ergo, I feel this is not cultivation. This is pure indulgence. Feng Nan takes a large sip of sweet water, speaking without reservation. You nod in agreement. Indeed, it feels that way. The waiter approaches, serving a variety of dishes as you eat and engage in light-hearted conversation. Just as you are about to finish, a figure approaches. Ladies, may I join you? Ling Cho beams at you both. Feng Nan nods. You eat, I'll treat. This individual bears no semblance of a nun. She resembles a Taoist master more. Ling Cho sits down. I am Gong Sun Jiejia. For the past 2 years, I have been seeking a husband stronger than myself. But it seems that is a mere fantasy. 666. Not a glance given. Is this the same small account? Xingyang Palace, Feng Nan. Wandering cultivator, Wang, ergo. After a round of self-introductions, Ling Cho begins to eat without further ado, like the wind sweeping away clouds. She finishes the meal in a few breaths, then leans back in her chair, unabashedly burping. Today's condition is off. I'm not very hungry, so I only ate half full. You witness this wild side of the leader for the first time. What a hero, truly a hero. Feng Nan muses, then shakes her head. No, it should be a good woman, or rather a good lady. She counts on her fingers, unable to finish her thoughts. Ling Cho suddenly sits beside you. My dear sir, why haven't you been eating? And why wear a mask while dining? You wave your hand. I'm not hungry either. Ling Cho's eyes glint, and she unexpectedly reaches out, removing your mask. Sir, the craftsmanship of your mask is quite unique. Ling Cho examines the ghastly mask with keen interest. Your expression shifts. Could it be That Ling Cho has known about this all along. Indeed, she possesses a certain awareness. Perhaps that mask was meant for her. Feeling an unsettling surge, you retort, "If you like it, take it. I have matters to attend to, farewell." With that, you make your exit. Feng Nan, perplexed, hastily follows. Ling Cho's eyes dart around, just as the waiter blocks her. "Miss, the bill hasn't been settled. It's a mere 300 taels." Ling Cho tosses a gold ingot, clutching the mask, and turns to leave. On the path outside the city, you run breathlessly until you slow your pace. After a while, Feng Nan catches up. "Ergo, why did you run so fast? Do you know the Gongsun Jejia?" She inquires, bewildered. Your emotions and expressions are poorly managed, or perhaps you haven't acted at all, revealing your feelings quite plainly. "It's nothing." You sigh, your gaze shifting towards the western Shang, contemplating another interview with that noble figure, who must possess a wealth of experience. You recall the golden grasp you received earlier. Convincing him to speak is not impossible. Ladies, why the haste? Are you seeking a secluded place for sweet nothings, shedding garments under the moonlight, staring at the stars without sleep? Ling Cho approaches, smiling, her gaze sharpening. You stare back, your expression unfriendly. After a tense exchange, Ling Cho suddenly reaches out, and the sword behind you, the unmatched sword, is drawn and grasped by her. She then unsheathes her own sword. Feng Nan exclaims in disbelief. Identical. There exists a sword just like this in the world. Even the decorations and engravings are precisely the same. You say nothing, having prepared yourself for this moment. Next time, I must keep my distance from this woman. Ling Cho inspects for a moment, shaking her head. There are still some differences. My sword has been reforged 2,996 times, while his has been reforged 3,165 times. She observes meticulously, with a flick of her sleeve. She tosses the unmatched sword back into your sheath. Ergo, and Feng Nan, until we meet again. Waving her hand, she departs. Your thoughts whirl. What does this woman truly mean? Feng Nan ponders. Ergo, do you know her? I see, you were childhood sweethearts. But then you let her down and left her. With no other choice, she has been competing in various cities for a husband, gathering travel expenses to find you. Women truly are full of drama. You adjust the divine mask on your face, shaking her head. Taoist lady, the green hills remain unchanged. What are you planning to do? Feng Nan asks, puzzled, then quickly adds, Are you going to find her? You shake your head, turning to leave. I have heard from many friends that breakthroughs in the realm of masters often occur between life and death. I intend to journey westward, challenging the masters along the way, forcing a breakthrough. Here, I seek everyone's opinions. You may comment in the corresponding section, and I will consider the majority's reactions. Thank you. Regarding the simulation duration, do you feel that using brackets throughout affects the visual experience? Would it suffice to use them only once per simulation? Others, I will frequently come here for reference. Thank you. Chapter 56, The Alliance of Heaven and Earth. Feng Nan gazed at you in disbelief. My master has also mentioned it, but between life and death. You cannot control this balance at all. If you mishandle it, you will perish. Then let be death. If I cannot break through, I would rather embrace my demise. The pressure brought by Ling Cho was overwhelming. You detested this sensation. You had grown weary of feeling feeble. You yearned for strength. With your sword slung over your back, you walked forward in silence. Ergo, I will accompany you. Feng Nan hastened to catch up. You remained indifferent. In the 20th year, March, in a mountain stronghold of the Great Zhou, you executed a peak Earthgang warrior with a single sword strike, surveying the countless lifeless bodies around you with an impassive expression. A figure leaped down from the sky, astonished. Ergo, you are simply inhuman, yet at the pinnacle of true bone. You had slain a peak Earthgang warrior, directly transcending 2 major realms. You sheathed the unmatched sword, sighing, the only ones capable of pressuring me are likely the Celestial Gang warriors. The lifeless body at your feet marked your 4th kill of a peak Earthgang warrior. It was truly no challenge. With the augmentation of 14,000 poisons, coupled with the Heaven's Gate and the unmatched sword, you dispatched peak Earthgang warriors as easily as one would slay chickens. However, the Celestial Gang was an entirely different matter. A Celestial Gang warrior undergoes a qualitative transformation. They are no longer mere humans. and the disparity between the two is immense. Thus, you resolve to challenge a celestial gang warrior. You grip the unmatched sword tightly. I have no retreat. Toxins were released, consuming all the corpses around you as you turned and dashed further away. Feng Nin seemed contemplative, yet followed suit. Along the way, as you traversed the dense forest, a beam of sword light suddenly flickered from afar. You instinctively dodged, only to realize Feng Nan was right behind you. While you might evade, she might not be so fortunate. Without a second thought, you tackled her to the ground, then rose, coldly gazing at a figure in the distance. Clad in yellow brocade, adorned with various ornaments, wielding 2 swords, the figure smiled at you. Little brat, having slain so many of my Qingfeng Stronghold's men, today shall mark your end. This individual was a celestial gang warrior, seemingly one who had just broken through. Looking at the striking ornaments atop his head, you withdrew the unmatched sword. Feng Nan, there is no need. Not far away. Feng Nan's eyes widened. Ergo. What did you just say? You stepped past her, softly saying, what I seek is a true life and death battle. Having others suppress me is simply too real. The celestial gang warrior before you was indeed from Zhengyang Palace. You recalled him vividly. During the previous 2 simulations, he had participated in the siege against Ling Chou, only to fall to Ling Chao's unmatched sword each time. His distinctive head was hard to forget. Feng Nan exclaimed in disbelief. Ergo, how do you know he is from Zhengyang Palace? I just wanted to help you. Why do you wish to assist me? We have known each other for less than 3 months. Feng Nan clutched a fallen leaf from your garment. Is 3 months not enough? I have come to know everything about you. My master also replied. He said you are a remarkable person worthy of lifelong trust. You were a loss for words, yet again faced with such inexplicable affection. I do not harbor feelings for you. Do not seek me out again. You looked at her coldly. Take care of yourself. Gu Ming. Feng Nan's eyes turned red as she called out her birth name. Evidently, Zhengyang Palace had thoroughly investigated you, and she had learned everything herself. Clenching the hem of her garment, Feng Nan attempted to pursue you. The celestial gang warrior in yellow could not bear to watch any longer and blocked her path. Junior sister, is it necessary to chase after a mere man? With the likes of him, Zhengyang Palace has an abundance, you. The yellow-clad commander continued, but Feng Nan halted, turning to scream, Get lost. She then crouched down, tears streaming down her face. You paid them no mind, rushing forward. With no suitable targets in the eastern Zhou, you decided to venture into southern Xia. There were 3 promising candidates there. Among them was the Alliance Master of Heaven and Earth, Meihua 56, an ordinary celestial gang warrior who had just broken through a century ago, quite suitable indeed. Years ago, Ling Chou had single-handedly penetrated the Alliance of Heaven and Earth. Utilizing their leader for your own breakthrough seemed quite reasonable. 10 days later, you arrived without incident. Standing at the headquarters of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth, you leaped onto the enormous statue before you. I, the Lord of the Solitary City, Yi Baiyun, have come today to challenge the Alliance Master of Heaven and Earth. As the wind blew, your garments billowed. Everyone at the headquarters of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth heard her voice. What audacity! A mere true bone dares to challenge our Alliance Master. A figure stepped forth, treading on Gang Qi, charging towards you with a spear. A master, with the 4 directions and 5 elements technique, the thunderclap spear, you instantly recognized his foundation. Subsequently, with a sweep of your long sleeves, a sword chi erupted. Bang! The lotus-like sword chi sent the master flying, crashing to the ground, leaving him dazed for a long time. The explosive Gang Qi also restricted all his capabilities. You did not take a life, after all. Your intent was merely to break through and experience pressure. Impressive technique. Esteemed guest. A peak Earth Gang warrior approached, his face brimming with excitement as he spoke while rushing forward, only to be swiftly defeated before he could finish his sentence. Another instant kill. Bring your Alliance Master forth. Beneath the Celestial Gang, I am invincible, you declared softly. Upon hearing this, the numerous disciples of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth below were displeased, yet seeing the disheveled state of their Earth Gang elder, none dared to provoke further. Whoosh! Not far away, a blue light flickered incessantly, and soon, a figure wielding a long spear appeared before you. She was petite, seemingly only 5 feet tall, yet her spear extended to 2 meters. She stood before you at a towering structure, bending slightly. Yi Baiyun, do you challenge me? Meihua 56's gaze was icy. It has been many years since I've encountered someone as audacious as you. Another little girl? And yet she was the Alliance Master? You were increasingly convinced that this world resembled an anime realm. Observing the divine mask upon your face, she suddenly laughed. Then unleashed her spear like a dragon, executing the thunderclap spear toward your face. You were exceedingly familiar with this spear technique. The unmatched sword emerged as you evaded and countered. Meihua 56's expression shifted continuously. Who exactly are you? How do you possess the footwork of my alliance? The 4 directions and 5 elements technique and thunderclap spear were part of a comprehensive set of martial arts. You had long since mastered them, integrating them into your own system. Often these techniques manifested instinctively, entirely driven by reflex. You had anticipated this reaction. Instead of replying, you continued your offensive. Chapter 57. Qingfeng Temple. Thoughts flowing like a fountain. The path of the master unfolds beneath after a brief confrontation. Plum Blossom 56 swung her spear, unleashing a torrent of celestial force that sent you crashing to the ground. The white jade tiles shattered into hundreds of pieces as you clutched your waist, slowly rising to your feet. The disparity between celestial and terrestrial forces was immense. You could sense the terrestrial energy and even counter it with your own. Yet the celestial force was truly enigmatic in this world, where terrestrial power stems from the earth and celestial power from the stars. The gap was not trivial. Plum Blossom 56 landed beside you, twirling her spear to dislodge the mask from your face. No wonder you wore a mask. It revealed you to be quite the impudent one. With a lewd chuckle, she turned away, saying, I know what you intend to do. You are rather audacious. The path to becoming a master is not easily traversed. Not every celestial being will spare your life, as I have. I am unaware of how you acquired the techniques of the Heavenly Alliance, but should I hear of anyone misusing my name in the martial world, I will hunt you down. As you struggled to your feet, her domineering words stirred a complex mix of emotions within you. You found yourself drawn to this stark contrast. Surely, I am not destined to be a mere fool, you mused. The aura of energy swirled around you, cleansing the dust, as you donned half of your divine mask once more. By the way, the floor beneath you is worth 10,000 taels. Do remember to compensate. With a sigh, you calmly responded, Fear not. I, Yi Baiyun, am a man of my word. I shall repay it. As you departed, you picked up a piece of tile. Examining it closely, truly, it held little value. The little lowly aimed to swindle you, but that would not come to pass. Without hesitation, you fled, leaving the repayment for another lifetime. In addition to Plum Blossom 56, there were 2 other leaders of the Heavenly Alliance in Nansha, one of whom would likely be more suited to you and probably would not kill you, given that this individual belonged to the Buddhist order. Indeed, your next target was Qingfeng Temple, the very sanctuary where your Dharma name resided. It was said that a monk named Tianqi had just broken through to celestial power. You hastened your journey, reflecting on your battle with Plum Blossom 56 and contemplating your own path as a master, forcing various martial arts to coalesce within your mind until it felt as though your head might burst. 5 days later, you arrived at Qingfeng Temple. True to its nature as a temple, the grounds were vast, adorned with a multitude of palatial structures, and at the center stood a towering edifice. This was more akin to a royal palace than a mere temple. How do monks earn such wealth? You felt an involuntary twitch at the corners of your mouth before boldly entering Qingfeng Temple. After a series of leaps, you reached the summit of the Grand Tower, exuding a powerful aura as you proclaimed, I am Jianduzen Wang Fugue, here today to seek guidance from Elder Tianqi. In the realm of martial arts, reputation is paramount. Figures emerged from various edifices, and you instantly felt the weight of numerous intense gazes upon you, 3 of which radiated a palpable murderous intent. You swallowed hard, surely. Those of the Buddhist order would be compassionate, would they not? From the resplendent hall ahead, 3 figures emerged. The monk clad in golden robes spoke calmly. Tianqi, you may proceed. The white-robed monk to his left nodded and bowed. I shall obey. With that, he approached you unarmed, standing in opposition. Tianqi, a celestial power of Qingfeng Temple, had broken through in less than 10 years. You chuckled softly and drew your sword. A golden light enveloped Tianqi, his expression grave, resembling a true Buddha as he emanated a formidable sword energy. Tianqi's countenance shifted. Are you preparing to use me for training to break through? He discerned your intentions. An unease crept across his features. Who would relish being treated as a mere tool? You remained silent, continuing your assault. Tianqi refrained from striking hard, opting instead to defend and observe your techniques and patterns. Just then, a solemn voice echoed. Though Qingfeng Temple is a sacred Buddhist site, embodying compassion and benevolence, our strength is not to be underestimated. Tianqi understood the abbot's intent, and his gaze toward you grew increasingly fierce. There was no need for restraint when faced with such a challenge. Come again, he declared, charging forward with fists raised, celestial energy rampaging behind him, forming the silhouette of a towering Buddha. His aura transformed, brimming with murderous intent. The very essence of his being became sharp and menacing. This monk intended to kill you. You felt a sense of foreboding but steeled yourself. Should you perish on this path, you would harbor no regrets. Unleashing the full extent of your skills, you battled fiercely, yet the celestial force proved too elusive. After 3 breaths, you were sent flying by the Buddha's shadow, spitting blood as you landed 300 meters away at the temple gate, rolling down the steps. An oversight on your part. The full power of celestial energy was indeed formidable. You were left severely injured, the internal damage suffusing your body with the remnants of heavenly might, leaving you in a daze. In the haze, a familiar voice reached your ears. Junior sister, this fellow is far too arrogant. A mere true bone dares to challenge the celestial realm without any backing. If he does not die, who will? Senior brother, save him. Gradually, your consciousness slipped away. When you awoke, you found yourself in an ancient chamber, its walls adorned with Taoist scriptures and various talismans, a grand portrait of a Taoist immortal looming before you. This place was piecing together your memories before losing consciousness, you surmised. Fonan must have brought me to Zhengyang Palace? The situation appeared grim. Zhengyang Palace was the territory of El Chuanxiu, and that old Taoist had a reputation for being rather sinister. As you assessed your condition anew, you realized the severity of your injuries. Your body, burdened by over 14,000 toxins, could scarcely withstand the celestial force. You replayed the moment Tianqi had sent you flying, desperately searching for a glimmer of hope for breakthrough. In that process, the martial arts you had practiced and witnessed surged back into your mind. A thought began to form. Is it possible that all masters in the martial world follow a singular path? Sword, saber, spear, arrow, whip, internal, external? Could I perhaps amalgamate all martial arts to forge a true path of a master that encompasses all? Your thoughts became increasingly fluid, and soon you delineated the 5 pillars of your path as a master: internal cultivation, lightness skills, weaponry, hand-to-hand combat, and body refinement. The essence of the master's journey primarily revolves around these 5 directions. Memories of myriad martial arts danced through your mind, intertwining and coalescing, and in that moment, you smiled. The path to becoming a master was thus unveiled. Chapter 58. The infinite method of all laws in this world. Regardless of whether it pertains to internal or external martial arts, swordplay, or boxing techniques, masters can only choose one primary discipline for in-depth study, while others serve merely as supplementary skills. The reason for this limitation lies in the frailty of the physical body, which cannot endure the impact of multiple forces simultaneously. The solution, however, is rather simple: the creation of a technique capable of reversing yin and yang, balancing all things. Unfortunately, such a technique has yet to be discovered. I, however, am different. I have cultivated the 10,000 poisons nourishing technique, which has fortified my physique, enabling me to withstand these challenges. Your thinking is rather simplistic. To practice the myriad martial arts as one integrated entity, each discipline embodies the path of a master. Although these martial arts were devised by others, possessing the overarching principle that can dominate and subdue all is uniquely yours, and thus is not entirely unfeasible. The 5 primary sections: internal energy, boxing and kicking, weaponry, lightness techniques, and body refinement, are all gradually being supplemented by you. Soon, a comprehensive technique will emerge, the infinite method of all laws. The core of this technique lies in the 10,000 poisons nourishing technique, akin to integrating toxins, merging all martial arts into your own system. These martial arts are further divided into the aforementioned 5 parts, each with its respective methods of cultivation. Upon creating your unique, masterful technique, you immediately endeavor to integrate the White Lotus Annihilation Technique into the internal energy section. The unique energy of the White Lotus Annihilation Technique flows within you, and soon, an intense pain, far beyond your imagination, surges through your being. You grit your teeth, enduring this suffering. Within moments, the White Lotus Annihilation Technique has become part of your internal energy, harmoniously blending together. With the integration of the White Lotus Annihilation Technique, your cultivation level experiences an instantaneous breakthrough, ascending from the pinnacle of true bone to the lower tier of master. Your strength is comprehensively enhanced. The sole drawback, however, is time. You sigh, acknowledging that to fully integrate new techniques, one must successfully cultivate them. Only then can they be wholly assimilated into oneself. Yet, time is not something you lack. From now on, the internal energy absorbed will augment my true qi, the total amount and intensity of my energy. While weapon techniques can enhance my offensive capabilities, lightness skills can improve my agility and physique, and boxing techniques can elevate my agility, attack power, and physical strength. Many martial arts encompass attack, agility, and physique. You exist within each other, as they do within you. Your thoughts become increasingly profound. Before long, you find yourself on the bed, integrating previously mastered techniques, such as the step-by-step lotus and thunderous spear, feeling a distinct enhancement in your physical prowess. Next, you realize the necessity of cultivating methods to heal internal injuries. After assessing your severely injured body, you contemplate the significance of internal energy, not only for elevating your cultivation, but also for enhancing the total volume of your true qi. With abundant energy, any endeavor becomes more manageable. Ordinary techniques can heal internal injuries in 3 days, while a sufficient amount of true qi can accomplish this in the blink of an eye. You swiftly locate a technique for healing internal injuries, the Heavenly Wood one-line technique, and commence your practice. Given that the White Lotus Annihilation Technique has already merged with your body, this does not constitute a mere change of technique. Moreover, the ample true qi and robust physique significantly accelerate the speed of your internal cultivation. Consequently, as you cultivate your internal energy, the pace at which you learn other techniques will snowball, accelerating rapidly. Half an hour later, you successfully integrate the Heavenly Wood one-line technique, enduring the accompanying excruciating pain. Subsequently, you fully activate the technique to recover from your internal injuries. It will take approximately 3 months for complete recovery. Gaining this accurate time frame, you pause. Then proceed to practice additional healing techniques. 2 hours later, you integrate 3 more internal techniques, and, upon activating them, you discover that the recovery time has shortened to 2 months and 15 days. Marvelous, indeed. This exemplifies the terrifying potential of the Master's path. There are no limits, and one can endlessly enhance oneself. The primary reliance remains on the fortified physique acquired through the 10,000 poisons nourishing technique. Were it an ordinary person, they would have succumbed the moment they attempted to integrate techniques, their bodies violently rupturing from the imbalance of yin and yang. Even if one could endure the integration, they would be unable to withstand the accompanying agony. After all, the 10,000 poisons nourishing technique is already painful, and the infinite method of all laws is bound to be even more excruciating. You continue your cultivation, the path ahead now appearing smooth and your spirits elevated. Before long, you hear footsteps prompting you to halt. The door swings open, revealing a familiar figure. Feng Nan, her face alight with joy, leaps before you. Ming, you have succeeded. You truly have embarked upon your path as a master. Her incredulous gaze reflects her delight for you. Behind her, a middle-aged Taoist steps forward, observing you with keen interest. This young benefactor is indeed remarkable. Benefactor? You ponder, recalling the fortune-telling masters in your social circle. Should not a Taoist refer to themselves as benefactor or layperson? Feng then helps you lean back against the bed and introduces Gu Ming. This is my senior brother, Su Shiji. Greetings, senior brother Su. You respond with a smile. Please take your time healing, Su Shiji states, refraining from prolonged interaction before closing the door behind him, leaving only Feng Nan. Quickly, tell me how you conceived of your master's path. What path are you following? She inquires eagerly. You shake your head. I cannot precisely articulate it, but I feel that to break through to the master level, one must undergo a genuine life and death crisis where the opponent truly seeks to end your life. Feng Nan sighs. The probability of that is exceedingly low. It cannot be that simple, or else there would be countless self-proclaimed masters in the world. Are you following the sword path? She asks, curiosity evident in her tone. You shake your head. Perhaps at that moment, my will to survive was intense, leading me down the path of internal energy and healing. As you channel your energy, vibrant streams of qi surge forth from your body. Feng Nan's eyes widen in astonishment. Is there truly such a method in the world? She has genuinely never heard of it. After conversing for a while longer, she eventually takes her leave. You exhale in relief. From Feng Nan, you learn that this place is not Eastern Zhou, but still part of Southern Xia, specifically a division of Zhenyang Palace. It has been 3 days since you were grievously wounded by the heavenly pool. In this tranquil environment, you continue to practice the simple healing techniques, integrating them with a fierce countenance. 2 days later, you have successfully merged a total of 151 basic healing techniques, completely mending your internal injuries. The accumulation of healing energy has significantly enhanced your body's recovery capabilities, now exhibiting signs of accelerated regeneration. Additionally, the total volume of your true qi far exceeds that of other masters at your level. In simpler terms, it translates to increased health recovery, replenished energy, elevated energy limits, and enhanced vitality. Chapter 59. Cultivation and strengthening after your injuries healed. You continue to merge your internal energy techniques, reaching a pinnacle in your training speed. You mastered ordinary internal techniques within 10 seconds, supreme skills in an hour, and unparalleled arts in 3 hours. Seizing the moment, you diligently practiced the content of your internal energy manual, continually integrating new methods. During this time, Feng Nan frequently sought your guidance, eager to learn more about the key points for breakthroughs. Time passed in an endless cycle of cultivation. A month later, having integrated all that you had learned, your strength reached its zenith. Your true energy surged like the ocean, overwhelming in quantity, leaving you in awe. The variety of internal techniques was vast, with some designed specifically for offense and others for defense, and you wielded them with unprecedented prowess. At this moment, the aura emanating from you extended 3,000 meters. The myriad enhancements from your internal techniques further fortified your physical form, endowing your released aura with properties like fire and ice. Your combat power had dramatically increased. Now, you ponder your proximity to the celestial force of Tiangang. However, you decided not to dwell on it. The limits of Tiangang were exceedingly high, necessitating further accumulation. Subsequently, you began to train in foundational weapon skills, such as swordplay and knife techniques. These fundamental martial arts consumed little time, yielded quick results, and could continuously accelerate your training speed, making them the optimal choice. Regrettably, the majority of the martial arts you possessed were internal techniques, with weapon skills and hand-to-hand combat being scarce. Another half-month passed, and you had successfully mastered 531 weapon techniques, including the previously acquired Tiangmen Hengguan. Your strength surged once again, prompting you to refocus on the first-rate, unparalleled, and supreme techniques in your possession. After another half-month, you realized that internal energy and weapon techniques significantly differed. The training for most internal techniques was comparatively simpler, while other methods possessed various levels and complexities. By the end of this period, you had only cultivated 3 first-rate weapon techniques, reaching a maximum of master level. Though this pace was commendable, you felt unsatisfied. One day, while practicing swordplay in the Taoist temple, Feng Nan arrived again, her expression oddly peculiar. "What's wrong?" you inquired, piercing a nearby tree with your sword. Feng Nan shook her head, My master has sent me back to Dongzhou. My father has fallen ill. Bingo, you urged. I'll miss you, Ming. I'm happy and at ease with you. Come back to Dongzhou with me. Feng Nin gazed at you with eager anticipation. Brother, I harbor no feelings for you. Yet you wish to introduce me to your family. You replied, your expression growing increasingly strange as you sheathed your sword. Feng Nin refrained from further persuasion, engaging in brief conversation before departing on horseback, unexpectedly shedding a few tears, leaving you bewildered. Have I truly become a temptress? You mused, donning half a divine mask and deciding to leave Nanxia in search of a tranquil place to focus on your cultivation. Your path had become entirely clear, and it was time to strive diligently. Dressed in a new white robe, you journeyed southward. The southernmost region of Nanxia was replete with undeveloped primeval forests, characterized by complex terrain and sparse human presence, perfect for your seclusion. 3 days later, having traveled halfway, a figure suddenly appeared before you. It was a Taoist, wielding a curved blade, blocking your path. Are you Ming? The Taoist in white robes asked coldly. You nodded, puzzled by his youthful appearance and lack of distinguishing features. Are you the one who steals women from me? With your confirmation, the Taoist became enraged and charged at you with his blade. Your thoughts immediately turned to Feng Nan. In this lifetime, she was the only woman you had any connection with, and she was indeed a Taoist. Observing the flaws in his approach, you shook your head and swiftly subdued him with a kick, pinning him to the ground. The Taoist struggled fiercely, yet to no avail. You glanced back and remarked, Zhengyang Palace is renowned throughout the land, with disciples who uphold justice and punish evil. Surely, they would not resort to bullying the weak. At this moment, you sensed a powerful aura approaching, an aura of a Tiangang master. With the presence of a Tiangang, your identity must be significant. You quietly raised your foot and declared, Dao brother, I hold no feelings for Feng Nan. It is all a misunderstanding. Farewell. Unbeknownst to you, the impact of your words struck the Taoist deeply. Ding Hong spat out dirt, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Ming, you shall perish. Brother, help me kill him. The intense malice radiating from him made you frown. Without hesitation, you drew your sword. Swish! A head flew off, blood erupting like a fountain. You concentrated your true energy, combining it with the volatile toxins within you, warily observing the approaching Tiangang. Gripping your sword tightly, the battle was imminent. Indeed, as a self-proclaimed master, a master could slay a Tiangang as easily as slaughtering a chicken. The Tiangang slowly revealed himself, clad in coarse Taoist robes and worn straw sandals, with a disheveled beard. Do you wish to try? Tiangang, I have yet to kill one. After 3 days of practicing lightness skills and integrating them into your repertoire, your strength had substantially increased. Tiangang, if you were to give it your all, you might not be without a fighting chance. Shenhe shook his head. My junior has always been arrogant. If a layman kills him, it could be seen as a service to the people. We shall meet again. You cast a final glance at him, departing with a sense of regret. You truly had no assurance of victory. Once you left, Shenhe exhaled a sigh of relief, his body drenched in fine sweat. How has this fellow trained? Just a low-tier master, yet he instills such fear in me. He could distinctly sense that should a real confrontation occur, his life would be at stake. The sensation was terrifying. Having roamed the martial world for years, he had not experienced such trepidation in a long time. It was peculiar. He felt compelled to report this to the palace master. After reattaching Ding Hong's head, Shenhe hastily departed with the corpse, moving increasingly swiftly. 10 days later, you had ventured deep into the primeval forests of southern Daxia. The humidity was overwhelming, teeming with snakes and beasts. Fortunately, your rich, true energy and protective aura rendered you indifferent to these threats. After another 5 days, you discovered a cave deep within the forest. After a brief tidying up, you commenced a new phase of your cultivation. Chapter 60. Exiting the cave and securing the Heavenly Alliance, you possess an abundance of martial arts techniques, all of which were meticulously gathered for you by Guhan and Yingzheng during the time of Beiqin. You fervently immersed yourself in the rudimentary techniques of lightness, weaponry, hand-to-hand combat, and body refinement. Time was allocated with utmost efficiency, every moment consumed by your cultivation, akin to a marionette in relentless training. In your 22nd year, you harmonized all forms of lightness techniques, among the most scarce in martial arts. Upon completion, your physical agility and strength surged significantly. You could traverse 30 meters in a single stride and, with ample chi, walk through the air for 35 steps, mastering the art of aerial movement. By your 23rd year, you unified all body refinement techniques, which, as the name implies, focused on enhancing the physical form. Numerous parts were fortified, even your teeth. After concluding this segment of your training, your appearance became notably more robust and sunlit, aligning with your aesthetic preferences. More importantly, the body refinement practices endowed you with greater physical prowess as your bones, muscles, and various body parts underwent a second phase of development. When exerting yourself fully, you could instantaneously transform into a 5-meter-tall giant, a form you dubbed your second state. In your 25th year, the integration of thousands of martial arts techniques significantly elevated your strength. By the 28th year, you amalgamated the remaining weapon techniques, mastering various armaments and further enhancing your combat abilities. Having reached this juncture, you concluded this extensive period of cultivation. To continue your ascent, further integration of martial arts was imperative, constituting the primary method of elevating your mastery. You remained at the realm of a master, merely a step away from the next tier, likely requiring the assimilation of several hundred additional techniques. Within the cave, you embarked on new endeavors. Armed with more theoretical knowledge and practical experience, you prepared to create and incorporate more martial arts techniques, fostering a self-sufficient practice. In your 29th year, through continuous experimentation and refinement, you developed 108 martial arts techniques. However, constrained by your current realm, the training limits of these techniques remained at the master level. They encompassed various styles, including fist techniques, swordplay, lightness arts, and inner strength. After their synthesis, your strength and mastery continued to ascend. By your 30th year, the creation of additional techniques led to a formal breakthrough in your cultivation, allowing you to step into the intermediate stage of mastery. In the cave, you radiated vigor and confidence, realizing that you were not far from the peak of your potential. Stepping outside, you reflected on the necessity of continual growth. Relying solely on past achievements would eventually stifle your creativity in developing new techniques. Just as one must consume to relieve oneself, so too must you seek new martial arts to sustain your inspiration. Venturing into a nearby city, you ponder a return to the Heavenly Alliance, a renowned entity in southern Xia with a rich history. Securing it could yield immense benefits and serve as a crucial test of your abilities. Can a master truly overcome the formidable Tian gang? Such a scenario had never been witnessed throughout history. In March of your 30th year, you arrived at the Heavenly Alliance, observing that the once opulent floor tiles have been replaced with cheaper blue bricks, indicating a recent decline in their economic status. Stepping forward, you confronted the statue overhead. "Where is Mei Hua Wushi? With a single sword strike, I shall defeat you today." Your aura intensified, pulsating with energy. A crimson light emerged, and a familiar voice echoed, "It's you again, the worthless debtor." From the opposite rooftop, Mei Hua Wushi gazed at you with surprise, recognizing your transformation into a self-proclaimed master. The disparity in your presence was evident, setting you apart from the average master. Without hesitation, you drew the Buzhou sword and charged forward, dismissing her as a mere minor master. Mei Hua Wushi sneered and rushed at you with her spear. You concentrated vast amounts of qi to counter her strike, and upon contact, a jolt of realization struck you. Her strength was alarmingly feeble. With a single palm strike, she was sent sprawling. "Is this truly how weak I have become?" You mused, astonished by her fragility. Mei Hua Wushi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the crack in her spear, unable to fathom that you had shattered her Tian gang power with mere qi. Standing atop the statue, you swung the Buzhou sword vigorously, unleashing a fierce sword qi. With a resounding crash, Mei Hua Wushi was forced into retreat, ultimately coughing up blood and collapsing amidst the rubble. This was your strongest, unrestrained attack. sufficient to annihilate an ordinary Tian gang master. The surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Alliance gasped in shock, rushing to their leader's aid. Alliance leader, are you all right? You must have been careless. The disbelief was palpable. The notion of a master defeating Tian gang seemed impossible. You leaped down from the statue. The chi radiating from you repelled the disciples of the Heavenly Alliance, preventing them from advancing. Mei Hua Wu Shi, it appears I no longer owe you any debts. With a mere gesture, you dissolved the sword chi within her and transformed it into healing energy, restoring her injuries. Mei Hua Wu Shi opened her eyes, blood lingering at the corners of her mouth. Who are you? She demanded. You assisted her to her feet, smiling as you replied, names are but labels. What truly matters is whether you wish to live. Do you want the Heavenly Alliance to survive? You asserted, casting a shadow of intimidation. Mei Hua Wu Shi glared at you through gritted teeth. What do you want? Very simple. From this day forth, the Heavenly Alliance shall heed my command. Are you dreaming in broad daylight? You extended your finger, a multitude of sword chi swirling around you, emanating a chilling menace. Are you repeating yourself? With a reluctant smirk, Mei Hua Wu Shi conceded, fine. Internally elated, you released a plume of black mist from your mouth, merging it with her essence. What is this? Just a controlling toxin, a fusion of over 14,000 varieties. Fear not, you will not perish. At this moment, you could effortlessly shatter her Tian gang defenses and assert complete control over her. Chapter 61, Kindred Spirits. Previously, you found it difficult to overpower your opponent due to the protection of the Heavenly Gang, but now, the tables have turned. All shall kneel before me. As for the potential backlash regarding gratitude turned to enmity, one must consider that when you initially challenged, Mei Hua 56 spared your life, which for a Heavenly Gang warrior is indeed a favor. You remain utterly indifferent. As long as your objectives are fulfilled and your strength augmented, moral considerations are unworthy of your attention. Feeling the poisonous energy coursing through you, Mei Hua 56's expression shifted dramatically. You vile sorcerer, you shall face dire consequences. You shrugged, declaring, I seek no favorable fate. I only desire strength. By subduing Mei Hua 56, you gained control over half of the Heavenly Alliance, and you proceeded to dominate the onlookers, implanting the same poison within them. Most of the spectators were high-ranking members of the Heavenly Alliance, including a familiar face, the young man who had once come to avenge the bandits, who had also contributed some cultivation resources, such as the 4 directions and 5 elements technique and the thunderclap spear. In the aftermath of this confrontation, you felt considerably liberated. To survive, you must obey. With a gentle motion, you lifted Mei Hua 56's chin, softly whispering. She glared at you, her countenance dark and silent. Yet you had effectively seized control of the Heavenly Alliance. That night, Mei Hua 56 presented you with all the martial arts gathered by the Heavenly Alliance. 300 internal cultivation techniques, 500 martial arts, 100 lightness skills, 50 body refining techniques, and 500 weapon techniques. Is this truly the extent of the Heavenly Alliance's accumulation? You pondered. Being a top-tier force in Nansha, it seemed somewhat lacking. Mei Hua 56 nodded. This is all the martial arts we possess. As the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, I cultivate the 4 directions and 5 elements technique and the thunderclap spear. What use are the other martial arts? Very well, you mused. Such arrogance could indeed lead to one's demise. You commanded Mei Hua 56 to withdraw, turning your focus back to your training. The East Gate breeze will return in 3 days. Prepare yourself. Halfway through, Mei Hua 56 suddenly spoke, Master Sister. You furrowed your brow. In your understanding, was Mei Hua 56 not the strongest in the Heavenly Alliance? How could there be another Master Sister? Mei Hua 56 replied, Years ago, our Master took in 56 disciples, but only 3 remain. The rest have perished. I am the youngest and least gifted, thus inheriting the Heavenly Alliance, remaining here day and night. The Master Sister and the 13th Sister chose to wander the world, continuing their arduous training. You picked up a manual on internal cultivation, inquiring as you practiced, what are their strengths? All are Heavenly Gang warriors, with the 13th Sister at mid-level and the Master Sister at peak level. Unlike you, They are ordinary Heavenly Gang warriors. Can you handle the Eastgate breeze? Meiwa 56 observed you with a semblance of amusement. In that moment, having successfully cultivated your internal technique, you set down your notebook and seized Meiwa 56. Are you mocking me? Meiwa 56 shook her head. I would not dare. No, you possess considerable audacity. On the following dawn, Meiwa 56 left your room, her expression complex. Throughout the night, you both experienced growth. You conducted numerous experiments on Meiwa 56, fully confirming your current combat prowess. A standard strike could severely injure a low-level Heavenly Gang warrior. A full-force attack could potentially be fatal. If you employed techniques, the effects would be even more formidable, but you refrained from testing this, wary of the possibility of truly harming Meiwa 56. After a night of torment, she had entirely submitted to you, and her gaze toward you had shifted to something decidedly more peculiar. You commanded the Heavenly Alliance to mobilize its resources in the search for martial arts throughout the realm, while you dedicated yourself tirelessly to your training, enhancing your own strength. 3 days later, you mastered all the techniques you had acquired, significantly bolstering your power. Moreover, you distilled from the myriad martial arts, creating 2 crucial skills. The first, the triple water severing sword, consumes the majority of your internal energy to unleash a single, formidable strike, capable of emitting 9 intense sword energies in an instant. Within a radius of 5,000 meters, you can lock onto and pursue any target. The second skill, the Annihilation Sword Chi, amalgamates all the sword techniques you have mastered into a unique sword energy with immense potential for growth. The more sword techniques you cultivate, the stronger the effects. One day, as the winds were gentle and the clouds sparse, you departed the Heavenly Alliance headquarters early, making your way to a nearby city. You were not a fool. Master Sister Meiwa was at peak Heavenly Gang level. If she were merely mid-level or high-level, you might have entertained the thought of challenging her. However, against a peak-level warrior, you felt utterly uncertain. Regardless, you had procured a wealth of martial arts resources from the Heavenly Alliance, rendering their potential betrayal inconsequential. It was worth it. In the end, as dusk fell and darkness enveloped the sky, you sat before your bed, savoring tea when a shadow suddenly leaped up, tapping against your window. "Who is knocking at my window?" you inquired. "My lord, this is the complete collection of techniques gathered today." You opened the window, and the figure promptly handed you 10 packages, containing approximately 300 martial arts techniques in total. Very well, you nodded in acknowledgement, dismissing the person. It felt oddly clandestine, akin to a spy rendezvous. You quipped before extracting the techniques and continuing your training. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, you concluded your practice. As the number of integrated techniques increased, your progress accelerated, and your overall strength improved marginally, which was satisfactory. As dawn broke, you had rested sufficiently and prepared to pursue your next target, another premier power in Nansha, the Qingfeng Temple. According to prior knowledge, both the Heavenly Alliance and the Qingfeng Temple were each guarded by a single peak Heavenly Gang warrior. However, the situation was undoubtedly more complex. Given the current state of the Heavenly Alliance, the Qingfeng Temple would likely be even stronger. Caution was prudent. A day later, you arrived near the gates of the Qingfeng Temple, gazing at the expansive complex before you, once again marveling. What wealth! You had no intention of forcing your way in. All you sought were techniques, and the temple's scripture repository perfectly aligned with your desires. In the dead of night, you traversed the air, stealthily entering the Qingfeng Temple. Having honed your lightness skills extensively, your agility had reached its zenith, allowing you to evade detection with ease. Even if discovered, you were confident in your ability to escape, which emboldened you to challenge the Heavenly Alliance and infiltrate the Qingfeng Temple. The Qingfeng Temple was vast, encompassing various areas. Within the temple, the golden statues of Buddha gleamed splendidly, and resources were abundant. After a prolonged search, you finally located the scripture repository, cautiously opening the door and stepping inside. "Who goes there?" a voice inquired sharply as you crossed the threshold. You glanced over, spotting an individual clad in dark attire, their face obscured by a mask, appearing even more sinister than yourself. Clearly, they were a kindred spirit. Chapter 62. Discovery upon arriving at Qingfeng Temple for study. You casually replied to the presence you sensed nearby, recognizing that he was also a formidable figure, a celestial warrior of no insignificant rank. You did not underestimate him. After speaking, you fixed your gaze upon him, prepared to engage in a fierce struggle if necessary. The man in black regarded you intently and remarked, "If you're here merely to read, please proceed." With that, he stepped aside, granting you passage. You acknowledged him with a slight nod and ventured deeper into the sutra hall. Having enhanced your strength, your night vision had become second nature. However, to your dismay, you found not a single martial arts manual amidst the myriad of scriptures. What a disappointment, you mused. Who keeps only scriptures in their library? Then it struck you, perhaps the martial arts were hidden within the texts themselves. With that thought, you began to peruse the volumes one by one. After a quarter of an hour, you had thoroughly combed through 5 layers of the library, but the frustration mounted as it became evident that it was indeed only scriptures. In the midst of your confusion, the man in black approached, offering a light chuckle. "If you seek the martial arts of Qingfeng Temple, you must go to the northeast corner of the 3rd floor. There lies a mechanism. Once activated, it shall yield treasures." Upon hearing his words, you scrutinized him and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." You swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor, where, as promised, you discovered a conspicuous mechanism concealed within an unopenable book on the shelf. Upon activating the mechanism, the bookshelf opened to reveal a vast secret chamber filled with rows of shelves adorned with tomes of various hues. You swallowed hard and stepped inside, retrieving a book. You confirmed it was indeed a martial arts manual. You calmed your thoughts and eagerly began to absorb the knowledge, not practicing but rather committing it to memory. Though your talents had only been enhanced once through the Celestial King's Radiance technique, your innate ability to learn quickly proved sufficient for such foundational tasks. You became engrossed in your reading. Meanwhile, the man in black stood quietly on the 3rd floor, observing you with a contemplative demeanor. "An intriguing young one," he mused. The night passed in silence, and as dawn approached, you reluctantly took your leave. In total, you had memorized 3,000 martial arts manuals, which was barely a fraction of what was available. Yet it filled you with exhilaration. Silently departing from Qingfeng Temple, you refreshed yourself at an inn before diving into your practice. You prioritized internal energy cultivation, which could enhance your blue energy limit, recovery speed, and various additional attributes. Its effects were particularly pronounced. After a full day, you had assimilated over 300 internal energy techniques, all of considerable rank and rooted in Buddhist practices. Perhaps this was why your progress felt significantly slowed. The 300 Buddhist internal techniques imbued your aura with righteousness, lending you a more dignified presence. How remarkable that Qingfeng Temple alone harbored so many techniques. What might the foremost Buddhist sect, Duin Temple, possess? And what about the Wanfo Temple? Only slightly inferior to Duin Temple? Beyond these, one could only imagine the wealth of knowledge held by other renowned sects. For the history of martial arts in this world spanned millennia. You found yourself eagerly anticipating what lay ahead. For the next 10 days, you visited Qingfeng Temple nightly, documenting various techniques. Each evening, you encountered the man in black, and through your exchanges, you became acquainted. His name was Lung Shui, burdened by a profound blood debt, yet lacking the strength to confront it directly. Thus, he devoted himself to seclusion in the Sutra Hall, seeking power to exact revenge. Upon learning his name and background, your expression shifted dramatically. It seemed that even a humble janitor could emerge as a formidable figure. On the 10th night, you arrived at the final section of the bookshelf, with only over 3,000 manuals remaining unrecorded. During these 10 days, you had absorbed more than 3,000 internal techniques, significantly boosting your strength and cultivation. By your calculations, a single basic attack could now eliminate over 100 opponents of the Meihua 56 rank. Should you unleash a skill, that number would multiply tenfold or more. It was then that you grasped the reality of the situation. When Ling Cho faced 300 celestial warriors alone, it was likely that the majority were of little threat. Only those at the pinnacle of celestial warrior rank warranted her attention. The disparity between self-cultivation and the paths of predecessors was vast. Naturally, your gap in strength with them would only widen, for you possessed no limits. Armed with 10 days of experience, you recorded all martial arts in merely half the time required previously. Accomplished, you prepared to depart. Lung Shui approached, looking perplexed. Young friend, did you come here solely to document these martial arts? Qingfeng Temple was notoriously territorial. Should you disseminate their techniques, you would surely incur the wrath of the monks, leading to considerable trouble. You shook your head, assuring him, rest assured, I have no intention of spreading this knowledge. My sole aim is self-cultivation. Self-cultivation, huh? Young friend, do you intend to master all these martial arts? Remember, there are always those more capable than you, realms beyond your reach. One cannot be overly ambitious. Before he could finish, strange sounds echoed around you. Suddenly, figures emerged, and lights ignited in the rooms outside the Sutra Hall, illuminating the surroundings. Who dares to steal from Qingfeng Temple? Such audacity! You have been discovered. Young friend, you must leave now. I will hold them off, Lung Shui stated calmly. This is not my first encounter with such a situation. I am well acquainted. You drew your sword, a smile on your lips. Even with 8 celestial warriors at their peak, do you think you can escape? 8. Indeed, your senses confirmed that 8 peak celestial warriors had gathered outside the Sutra Hall. Moreover, more skilled practitioners were converging, effectively surrounding you. You gazed at these 8 individuals and noted a marked difference among them. Lung Shui's expression changed drastically. Young friend, this is dire. There are experts from Duan Temple and Wanfo Temple among them, including the abbots and elders of these 2 prominent Buddhist sects. What brings them to Qingfeng Temple? I received no warning whatsoever. It seemed the 2 leading Buddhist sects had indeed come. It is you? The abbot of Qingfeng Temple recognized you, his expression shifting. I spared your life once, out of respect for the disciples of Zhengyang Palace. Yet here you are, brazenly trespassing into the sacred grounds of the Buddhist sect. Truly, you tempt fate. The other monks looked on with curiosity. Chapter 63. Cultivation. As the abbot of the Qingfeng Temple faced his tribulation, the gathered crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. A young acolyte had remarkably transcended to the level of a self-master, a promising future indeed. Suddenly, the abbot of the Wanfo Temple spoke, only to shake his head solemnly after. Alas, your journey ends here today. In the realm of Buddhism, no one may trespass. The abbot Shuangguan of Wanfo Temple turned his gaze towards the Tribulation Master, urging him to demonstrate the prowess of his temple. With 1 pinnacle master and 1 mid-tier master present, it seemed a trivial challenge. On the other side, the abbot of Duan Temple, Shai, inclined his head respectfully, inviting the Tribulation Master to proceed. The Tribulation Master acknowledged them, aware that the visit from the 2 abbots was primarily a means to consolidate power. The Qingfeng Temple had found it increasingly difficult to thrive in the southern summer. Thus, aligning with stronger allies was imperative. Now was the moment to exhibit their capabilities. Observing the Tribulation Master's darkening expression, a sense of inexplicable anticipation surged within you. Could I perhaps slay a pinnacle master? With the unyielding sword raised, eagerness coursed through your veins. Yet cold blood stepped in front of you, urging, friend, you must flee. We have formed a bond, and I will do everything in my power to ensure your survival. With a heavy sigh, Cold Blood lamented that he had not anticipated the arrival of such formidable opponents. Realizing that retreat was no longer an option, it seemed inevitable that he would perish. The only course left was to ensure your escape, the last vestige of his worth. Cold Blood, whether one lives or dies, is not for others to dictate, you declared, stepping forward to stand behind the Tribulation Master and unleashing a strike. A torrent of sword energy surged forth, colliding with the Tribulation Master's protective aura. His expression shifted as he exclaimed, "What formidable sword energy!" He countered with a palm strike, radiant golden light flickering continuously. "If I allow you to survive, you may become another Ling Cho." Easily evading his attack, you charged forward, wielding your sword with relentless precision. The Tribulation Master indeed possessed skill. His basic attacks and minor techniques were ineffective against you. After a brief exchange, you retreated, realizing you could not exhaust your energy against other masters present. Kill. With the unyielding sword gleaming, you thrust forth, unleashing the destructive sword energy. As your blade flashed, the Tribulation Master's demeanor shifted dramatically. Recognizing the nature of your attack, he hastily evaded but was ultimately struck, his protective aura severed, leaving him wounded. Is this merely a light injury? You mused, but then smiled. Tribulation Master, enjoy your suffering. As your words fell, the Tribulation Master's complexion drained, and he plummeted from the sky, having succumbed to your venom. A concoction of 14,000 varieties, not a pleasant experience. Seize him and ensure his survival, Xuanguan and Shai ordered, hastening to catch the fallen Tribulation Master and administer an antidote. Meanwhile, 5 Pinnacle Masters closed in on you, turning to witness Coldblood engaged with them. The realization dawned. You understood your own combat prowess. While a direct confrontation might only inflict light injuries, you could leverage the venom to eliminate them. Without hesitation, you unleashed the destructive sword energy upon the 5. After a brief skirmish, you executed a precise strike, deftly claiming the life of 1 Pinnacle Master, then channeling the majority of your energy. Threefold water severing sword. Your energy waned as 9 sword energies materialized, hurtling toward another Pinnacle Master. The shifting brilliance culminated in a decisive blow, shattering his protective aura as though it were mere parchment. The 9 sword energies collided violently within him. The impact was tremendous as he shattered into countless pieces, consumed by the relentless toxins. Your assault left onlookers in awe. The remaining 3 Pinnacle Masters hesitated, rooted in place, while you had no intention of lingering. With a call to Coldblood, you took your leave. Qingfeng Temple, Duan Temple, Wanfo Sect, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Coldblood, bewildered, fled the scene. The remaining monks exchanged incredulous glances, while Xuanguan and Shai exchanged knowing looks, grasping the severity of the situation. He must die. Their past grievances demanded closure. Rising from his seat, Xuanguan observed the collapsed figure of the Tribulation Master, whose breaths grew faint. Shai relinquished his efforts, allowing the Tribulation Master to succumb. Though he is but 50 years of age, he has traversed the path of self-mastery and even possesses the strength to slay Pinnacle Masters. Xuanguan chuckled bitterly. Not only that, he wields an astonishing mastery of myriad poisons. It seems only an absolute pinnacle can bring him down, Shai replied, shaking his head. 1 absolute pinnacle is unreliable. Xuanguan, you must also take action. Nodding, Xuanguan resolved to journey to the imperial capital of the Xia Kingdom, the Dongzhou Zhenyang Palace, to eliminate future threats. This youth is arrogant and merciless, even more unpredictable than the Ling Chou of yore. He must not be allowed to grow, otherwise righteousness across the realm shall be endangered. Unaware of their discourse, you had already distanced yourself from Qingfeng Temple, striding 30 meters with each step, hastening southward. The Wanfo Temple and Duan Temple would undoubtedly pursue you, perhaps even issuing a manhunt. As you traversed the path, your expression shifted. Time was of the essence, and you could afford no distractions. After a moment's hesitation, you veered westward, determined to maximize your advantages. While on the move, you engaged in cultivation, focusing on lightness techniques to enhance your speed. 10 days later, having integrated half of your lightness skills, your velocity surged, allowing you to cover 50 meters in a single bound and leap 100 steps in midair. Your prowess in other disciplines also flourished. After another 10 days, you found yourself deep within the territory of the Western Shang, seeking refuge in a cave nestled among the mountains, where you fervently immersed yourself in martial arts, lightness, internal energy, boxing, body refinement, weaponry. A significant enhancement awaited you. In the unadorned cave, you sheathed the steel whip, concluding this phase of your training. After half a year, you had successfully absorbed all the martial arts from Qingfeng Temple. Your boundless myriad techniques advanced further alongside a notable elevation in your cultivation level. While cultivation was secondary, the true essence lay in your newfound strength. At this moment, you had integrated over 60,000 martial arts forms, predominantly focusing on boxing and weaponry, followed by internal energy, body refinement, and lightness techniques. Your overall prowess ascended to new heights, particularly the efficacy of your destructive sword energy, which surpassed the previous threefold water, severing sword in power. Your second form increased from 5 to 7 meters in reach. Just as you mastered your newfound skills, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Who could it be? Chapter 64. Encounter with Nangong. As you stepped out of the cave, you unsheathed your sword. A few paces later, you encountered a group of individuals at the cave's entrance. Clad in purple Taoist robes, their cultivation at the earthly barrier level, they appeared vigilant. Upon spotting you, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. "You are Ming," inquired a middle-aged Taoist at the forefront. You recognized their identities, 15 practitioners from Xinjiang Palace. "It is I," you replied coldly, aware that their intentions were far from benign. The middle-aged Taoist forced a smile. "We are Taoists from Xinjiang Palace. The palace master has sent us to escort you back." "To find me? How did you manage that?" you asked, curiosity evident in your tone. The Taoist shook his head. "Perhaps it was mere coincidence." "That is inconsequential. Ming, come with us quickly. Feng Nan has been waiting for you. She is gravely injured and wishes to see you one last time." "Is that so? How did she sustain her injuries?" You probed. "She is lovesick," came the reply. You fell silent for a moment, then advanced a step. A cloud of poisonous mist enveloped you, instantly shattering the protective energy around them and invading their bodies. The lethal toxin surged violently, and they collapsed, unable to contain their agonized screams. The pain was more intense than that experienced in the cultivation of the 10,000 poisons nourishing technique, slightly less than the infinite method, but still formidable. Few could withstand such torment. Relishing their cries, you leaned against a tree and inquired, "Now can we converse meaningfully? How did you find me? What has happened to Feng Nan?" The Taoists continued to writhe in agony, their faces taut, teeth clenched, refusing to answer your questions. Their determination was commendable. "Since you were so loyal to Xinjiang Palace, then perish here," you declared with a smile, preparing to depart. Wait. Just 3 steps away, one could no longer endure. "Kill me, and I will tell you," a young Taoist gasped, struggling. You retracted the toxin from him and nodded. The young Taoist panted heavily, pain etched across his face. "The 8 great sects of the righteous path have allied with the royal families of 4 nations, the 10 prominent families, and all factions in the martial world to capture you. They jointly issued a decree to eliminate you. It was indeed a coincidence that we found you. It was merely a matter of numbers. Feng Nan has been confined by the palace master. We haven't heard of any incidents." "Is that so? The entire martial world seeks my life. This scale is even greater than when Ling Cho sought me." You felt no fear, only exhilaration. The remaining Taoists continued to struggle, occasionally cursing the young Taoist for his supposed betrayal of the palace master's grace. "Farewell," you said, turning to leave. The young Taoist, bewildered, pondered why you had spared his life. In the next moment, a surge of energy enveloped them, immobilizing their bodies, and a shadow descended from above. In the forest, you strolled leisurely as a massive white python pursued you, regurgitating a multitude of items. A brief glance revealed only 3 martial arts manuals. The rest were trivial detritus. You effortlessly absorbed the 3 manuals, integrating them into your being. Susu frolicked beside you, occasionally flicking her tongue and uprooting trees. Over the years, her size had grown to 40 meters, and since reaching this point, she had not increased further. The whiskers on her head had morphed into 16 strands, and the scales on her abdomen turned entirely black, gradually spreading outward, hinting at an expansion that might engulf her entire body. "Susu, what has become of you? I hope you haven't been mutated. I was looking forward to you becoming Little White." Susu, unable to comprehend your words, remained blissfully happy. After playing with her for a while, you returned her to the simulated space and continued westward. Since you have been exposed, you resolved to seize everything in sight. You headed straight for the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. Along the way, you encountered numerous small to medium-sized sects and families. Without hesitation, you raided them, confiscating their martial arts manuals, which you swiftly refined. In doing so, you had completely exposed yourself. 3 days later, on a narrow path just 15 miles from the White Lotus sect's headquarters, you abruptly halted. Figures rushed towards you from behind, exuding murderous intent. Magic sword Ming. Today marks your end. Ming died. Before the scripted lines could finish, you suppressed them on the spot, draining their life force. Beneath the peak of the celestial barrier, they all fell in an instant. In less than 3 seconds, the dozens charging at you lay lifeless. You tapped your mask, rifled through the corpses, and obliterated all traces of the encounter. This group posed no challenge, their strongest member merely at the earthly barrier's pinnacle. You absorbed over 30 manuals, instantly assimilating them into your essence. Just as you prepared to move forward, a red figure appeared, blocking your path. It was Qingfeng, the leader of the White Lotus sect. Are you intending to invade my White Lotus sect? She questioned coldly. You sensed her strength. She was at the pinnacle of the earthly barrier, easily subdued with a single hand. Removing your mask, you smiled. Is that not permitted? Upon seeing your face, Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. You are. You stepped closer, gripping her neck. The sword energy flowing forth pierced her protective barrier. Then, a torrent of toxins surged into her body. Before Qingfeng could finish her sentence, you silenced her. Enough. If you wish to live, heed my words. You guided her through the air, silently arriving at the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, a cave nestled in a cliff. You placed her on the bed, skillfully retrieving a peculiar wine cup from a nearby cabinet and a jar of yellow wine from beneath the bed, pouring yourself a cup. With a gulp, you drank it all down. Refreshing. Qingfeng's confusion deepened, but you paid it no mind, stating, I need your assistance in gathering all martial arts from the White Lotus sect, and, if possible, from the martial world as well. You caressed Qingfeng's cheek, sister. You will help me, won't you? Otherwise, I may not be inclined to provide the antidote. At your words, Qingfeng let out a soft laugh. How could I not assist you? You are so obedient and adorable. You smiled in return, tightening your grip on her neck. Then, sister, be swift in your efforts. You were exhilarated. The tables had turned. Now, it was your turn to seize control of everything. However, something felt amiss. Qingfeng displayed no signs of humiliation or displeasure. Rather, she seemed quite pleased. Sister, who altered your demeanor in such a way? Chapter 65. The desire to kill at the pinnacle regardless of the circumstances, the unfolding events proceeded rather smoothly. Qingfeng swiftly delivered a copious amount of martial arts texts, their quantity surpassing that found within the Qinglian temple. In just 3 days, there were over 40,000 volumes. Furthermore, it appeared that even more were on their way. These are the accumulated martial arts of our White Lotus sect over the years, and the martial art from our affiliated forces are also gradually arriving. She remarked with a playful smile while nestled against you. You felt a surge of overwhelming emotion, though you had always considered yourself rather extraordinary. In comparison to this innate and delicate individual, you felt somewhat lacking. For the time being, it suffices, you said, waving your hand. I intend to enter seclusion for a while. Unless it's of utmost importance, I would prefer not to be disturbed. Qingfeng nodded in understanding. By the way, I've noticed many forces lurking in the vicinity. Are they all here for you? She inquired with curiosity. Indeed, they're all here to kill me. You replied with a hint of confidence. But soon enough, they shall all meet their demise. You gently placed her on the other side of the bed and turned to enter the secret chamber, carrying with you all the martial arts texts. Susu, having been released, stood guard before you. Although her formidable size suggested power, her actual combat strength was merely at the earthly gang level, which rendered her incapable of effectively protecting you, serving only as a warning. Watching you depart, Qingfeng sat up, biting her lip, her expression gradually becoming distant. Inside the secret chamber, you embarked on an intense training regimen, focusing on internal energy, martial arts, agility, weaponry, and body refinement. Prioritizing internal energy cultivation, you had approximately 8,000 volumes to assimilate, and your speed of training had accelerated remarkably, conservatively estimating completion within 3 days. With continuous training, your various attributes began to experience exponential growth. You sensed that upon emerging from seclusion this time, you would be invincible, capable of slaying even the most formidable foes with a single stroke of your sword. 2 days later, you successfully integrated the over 8,000 internal arts. In the process, your cultivation broke through, elevating you to the high rank of a master. Susu lay motionless before you, seemingly lifeless. You retrieved 1,000 pounds of flesh from the simulation space and tossed it to her, prompting her to react and swallow it whole. You settled your thoughts and resumed your training, moving on to agility, totaling over 5,000 volumes. The relentless pursuit of mastery ensued as days passed. Within a day, you conquered the 5,000 agility texts, followed by 1,000 more martial arts 3 days later, and thousands of weapon techniques thereafter. Finally, after another day, you completed all body refinement exercises, achieving a total of over 40,000 martial arts texts in just 10 days. A remarkable acceleration compared to your previous progress. You carefully attuned to your physical state. Your mastery was but a step away from the pinnacle, with evident enhancements in all aspects. You felt stronger, capable of much more. Suddenly, a cacophony of chaos erupted outside the chamber, prompting you to rise and investigate. What you encountered was a scene of disarray. Masters of the White Lotus sect were engaged in battle with various factions, while further afield, Nangong Qingru was besieged by numerous earthly gang warriors. When did it come to this? You pondered, noting the speed of their actions. You summoned Susu back and made your way toward Nangong Qingru, releasing tendrils of poison that swiftly eliminated all opponents beneath the earthly gang level. For those above, a single wave of your sword aura was sufficient to dispatch them as well. Your total chi far surpassed that of others in the same realm, and your recovery speed from chi consumption had reached astonishing levels, recovering 1% in a second and 50% in 20 seconds. At this juncture, you had fully matured, standing at the apex of this world. Gradually, your presence captured the attention of all. In mere moments, hundreds of masters lay slain, making it impossible not to draw their gaze. Nangong Qingru caught sight of you, an involuntary smile gracing her lips as she retreated to stand before you. It seems your skills have reached remarkable heights, she observed, her joy palpable. You casually healed her injuries. Is it considered mastery? You mused. A group of individuals stood apprehensively before you, comprising the 8 top sects, 10 prominent families, and 4 royal clans, though the most elite among them were conspicuously absent. How dull, you remarked, observing them quietly as you raised a hand. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped them, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Ming, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back to find a shore. Ming, you are still young. Do not stray onto the path of no return. Let us discuss any matters together. Resorting to violence solves nothing. You scoffed at their attempts at reason. The moment they sensed your strength, their demeanor softened dramatically. You pointed, unleashing a torrential barrage of sword aura, diverse in color and attribute. Like a rain of arrows, they descended, obliterating all earthly gang warriors in a seamless execution, leaving no survivors. Following this, you released further toxic mist, eliminating the remaining rabble. Are there any more martial arts left? You inquired. Nangong Qingru nodded. Approximately 30,000, all belonging to the affiliated forces of the White Lotus sect. Understanding her response, you commanded, consolidate the remaining forces and gather the martial arts from these corpses. I shall continue my seclusion. Your demeanor was unflinching. What I have slain are merely the secondary level masters. The next time, true powerhouses will come. Those at the pinnacle. Your anticipation surged. I wonder what level these individuals truly possess. You re-entered the secret chamber, entrusting everything to Nangong Qingru. With the foundation laid from your previous training, your speed of cultivation accelerated further, particularly as these martial arts were predominantly of lower tiers, easily surmountable with a glance. However, the sheer quantity of over 30,000 was still substantial. By the dawn of the next day, as the sun began to rise, a beam of light illuminated the chamber. You placed your palm in the radiant glow and exited the secret chamber. At this moment, you had broken through, ascending to the pinnacle of mastery, with significant enhancements across the board. In addition to the 30,000 martial arts, you had also assimilated over 3,000 techniques from the slain foes. Now, your internal chi was robust and ceaseless, thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary earthly gang master. Your agility had reached its zenith, covering 300 meters in a single stride, while your body refinement had attained its highest form, achieving a second form of 15 meters. As you emerge from the cave, Nangong Qingru approach your side. Ming, they have arrived. You offered no reply, instead directing your gaze towards several figures atop the distant mountain peak. 15 individuals stood before you, each one a master at the pinnacle. Either I perish, or you shall, you proclaimed, your demeanor frenzied. Chapter 66. Victory. You step forward to confront them. Among the 15 formidable figures, many names are familiar to you, yet their backgrounds vastly differ. A weathered, middle-aged swordsman advances, his gaze peculiar, and he sighs, a genius, truly a genius. Such youthful mastery, with the prowess of a grandmaster and formidable combat strength. Regrettably, you're a victim of your era. His emotions are profoundly intricate. He is Gainia, the foremost swordsman of the Qin state and the greatest sword of the world. He is no ordinary master of the sword. His techniques are devoid of extravagance, designed solely to vanquish foes. Once an assassin, he is now a hero. An elder beside him shakes his head, chuckling. If he is not eliminated, the world shall remain in turmoil. Such an anomaly should be dealt with promptly. He is Jiangxia, the chancellor of the Eastern Zhou, whose wisdom is remarkable but often loses patience over trivial matters, leading to his own disasters. Ming, you should take your own life, he declares. After your demise, I can ensure Feng then accompanies you in death. El Chuanxiu suddenly interjects. Accompany in death? She is your disciple. El Chuanxiu scoffs. I do not possess such obstinate disciples. You comprehend the gravity of the situation. No longer holding back, you draw the unyielding sword and launch an assault. Observing this, El Chuanxiu draws his sword to counter, exclaiming he wields Ling Chao's sword. This connection to the heavenly demon's sect necessitates his demise. The chaos of battle erupts. You stand invincible, drawing upon Pang Bo's vital energy. A devastating sword strike sends El Chuanxiu retreating, blood spilling from his mouth as his face pales. Beware, he has infused many toxins. Do not let him breach the Tiangang defense. He retreats hastily, extracting a pill to dispel over 14,000 mixed toxins. You grasp their levels of capability and respond with an even more ferocious assault. Your defense is astonishing, yet they are numerous, each a peak expert, their attacks terrifyingly potent. In mere moments, your attire is shredded, and your body bears numerous wounds. However, 3 of them lie severely injured, unable to fight, engaged in detoxification. 11 remain. Ming, your survival is improbable. It would be prudent to surrender. A distant roar echoes, followed by a black arrow soaring toward you. You shatter it with a punch, laughing. Then come and kill me. Not far away, Ho Yi sighs, continuing to aim for your vital spots, unleashing a barrage of arrows. Gradually, you begin to falter. Indeed, as a marksman, their attacks are formidable. Threefold water, severing sword. You suddenly launch a counterattack, 9 sword energies surging toward Jiangxia. His expression shifts dramatically. Gainia thrusts his sword to defend, yet he is repelled, his blade shattering into 8 fragments. Ultimately, both he and Jiangxia sustain grave injuries, compelled to withdraw from the battlefield. At this juncture, only 9 peak experts remain. You two are significantly drained from your recent strike, yet it matters little. Your recovery is swift. Stepping back, your visage contorts with ferocity. Kill. In an instant, your mask and the unyielding sword vanish into the simulation space, your form expanding rapidly. You transform into a 15-meter-tall titan, muscles rippling, long hair cascading down your shoulders. Alas, you lack the green giant's shorts, your attire in tatters. Yet, you remain unconcerned. Staggering forward, you charge at the crowd. In your second form, your strength, defense, and speed surge dramatically, as does the totality of your vital energy. With your enlarged frame, the pathways and acupoints within your body expand as well. Your power amplifies exponentially, and crucially, the second form has no cooldown, allowing for its permanent utilization. In essence, this second form represents your true self. The common form is merely a facade for social existence. Your sword energies whirl incessantly, elevating your combat prowess. instilling fear in the remaining 9 peak experts. With another punch, the armor of Bai Qi from the Qin state shatters, sending him crashing through 3 trees, collapsing amidst the ruins. 80. Your momentum surges, unrelenting in your assault. 80. Each punch carries immense force, the sharp sword energies overwhelming. Shishan's Wenzhong and Li Jing retreat in succession, and the last king of Qin, Wang Qian, falters as well. In your second form, they can no longer inflict damage upon you, while every strike you deliver leaves them grievously wounded. The disparity is insurmountable. Moments later, only 2 adversaries remain to face you. These 2 are masked, and their identities remain uncertain. Yet it matters not. They are destined for death. You revel in the slaughter, your aura intensifying. Seizing an opening, you launch a punch that sends one flying, the dense vital energy swirling within him as he endures excruciating pain, collapsing amidst the debris. Ganliu. Gai Nie rushes forward to aid him, but the toxins infiltrate deeper with every exertion, and he collapses after just a few steps. So it is Ganluo, the prodigy often spoken of in your youth. You turn your gaze to the final opponent. To withstand you for so long, he possesses extraordinary capabilities. Clad in black and masked, he is rich in combat experience, consistently evading your strikes and countering effectively. Undoubtedly, he is the strongest among them. Boom! You clash with him. The robust vital energy and Tiangang force enveloping the area, obliterating more structures and flora. After 15 exchanges, you step back. He advances, falling into your trap, exposing a significant vulnerability. You hold nothing back, delivering a powerful punch. Destruction. The mightiest technique erupts. Impressive skill. The man suddenly laughs, only to be violently struck down. Lying on the ground, his breath faint. Cough, cough. Even Emperor Xian is no match. Jiang Zia exclaims incredulously from afar. Emperor Xn, so it is him. The monarch of the Shishan kingdom, Zishou, known as King Zhou. To discover this figure is also a peak expert is truly unexpected. But this is where it ends. You gaze upon the remnants of their forces, slowly raising your right hand, a torrent of vital energy surging forth, poised to annihilate them entirely. Just at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appears, blocking you with a cane. Young one, let mercy prevail where it is possible. Chapter 67. A different version, with a furrowed brow. The ease with which he deflected your attack speaks volumes of his prowess. More importantly, you recognize him. Tattered garments, a grimy cane, and that face etched with wrinkles. He is the fortune-telling blind man you encountered in your earlier simulations, to your astonishment. He turns out to be the hidden boss of this realm, more formidable than those monks, Taoists, or renowned historical figures. Who are you exactly? The blind man sets down his cane. I am merely a passerby. These individuals are masters from the courts of the 4 nations and the martial world. To slay them would surely plunge the world into chaos, and from such chaos, heroes will inevitably arise. The blind man shakes his head. A world brimming with heroes is hardly desirable. This rationale appears hastily concocted. It is absurd beyond measure. You squint, sensing the precariousness of the situation, yet it is not entirely dire. Very well, I have said enough. Should you take action, I shall end your life. You may slay others, but not them. Moreover, I have one more piece of information for you. Someone who cares deeply for you is trapped on Mount Taibai and is on the brink of death. Mount Taibai, the very snow-capped peak that obstructs the path between Nansha and Beijing. Just as you are about to inquire further, the blind man departs, vanishing without a trace, a glitch in the matrix. You thought this world lacked a sweeping monk, only to encounter a figure akin to Li Xiaoyao. Glancing at the individuals on the ground, you step closer. Remember this from now on. I shall be the master of this world. Though he forbids you from slaying them, it does not grant you the audacity to act recklessly before me. Your demeanor radiates authority. The youngest among them, Ganluo, pulls down his mask and suddenly asks, "Could you please put on some clothes?" His face flushes. The visual impact is rather overwhelming. You regain your composure slowly, donning a new outfit and replacing your mask. Ganluo, you have no connection to Fusu, do you? After changing, you pose the question, this fellow feels inexplicably odd. No, How could I possibly have any relation to His Highness the Crown Prince? I am but an unremarkable chancellor. Gan Luo vehemently denies it, yet his gaze betrays something peculiar. Unfazed, you proceed to dispel the poison within their bodies and state. Within a month, deliver all martial arts texts to the White Lotus sect. Not a single one must be missing. Should any be lacking, I shall personally come to collect. While I cannot end your lives, I can annihilate your entire clan. Finally, you produce a piece of paper, infused with a potent energy. Inscribing a line of text before tossing it to Gan Luo. Show this to Ingzheng. Having concluded matters here, you approach Ningong Qingru. Speaking gently, the next steps are in your hands. I must eventually journey to Mount Taibai. At this moment, you have discerned the identity of that individual. After all, only a few truly care for you. Ningong Qingru nods, burying her head in your embrace. You must return swiftly. I rather enjoyed your earlier demeanor. Another episode of frantic emotion. You depart with grace, heading northward. To take a shortcut, you traverse through Nansha, passing by Qinglian Temple. Without further ado, you unleash a cloud of toxic mist, obliterating all the monks. The remaining Wanfo sect shall not escape your wrath. They must be dealt with thoroughly. As for who is right or wrong, I am already the foremost in the world. Why should I concern myself with such trivialities? You hasten your pace, ascending through the sky at an ever-increasing speed, reaching Mount Taibai in less than a day. Amidst the vast snow-covered mountains, you search diligently, releasing Susu for assistance. A man and a serpent continuously seek. In less than a quarter hour, you spot the familiar figure atop the peak, dressed in black. Sitting cross-legged in the snow, a sword planted beside her, her complexion shifting from purple to green, red, and black. You approach on the horizon, landing beside her. Ling Cho, it has been days. Why do you seem so weary? You are somewhat bewildered. Ling Cho maintains her meditative pose, yet she appears to be in a state of turmoil. Moreover, the surrounding remnants of bones indicate that many innocents have perished here. You reach out, intending to alleviate her internal injuries. Swoosh. The Unzao sword launches toward you. You grasp it with one hand. Ling Cho, what has befallen you? Placing her hand on her shoulder, Ling Cho reacts intensely. Brother, please do not leave me. She murmurs, finally opening her eyes wide. Upon seeing you, she suddenly spits out a mouthful of dark blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Brother, is it truly you? Is it? As she speaks, she can no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground. You catch her. Brother? Is that the legendary Zhou Bu? You have little fondness for stand-ins. In that instant, you contemplate abandoning her, leaving her here. Yet ultimately, you lift her in your arms. You possess an inexplicable feeling that leaving her behind would bring you great misfortune. As if she holds immense significance to you, of utmost importance. Could it be that my body is the reincarnation of Zhou Bu? You ponder this sensation. Cradling Ling Cho, you seize her Unzao sword and, riding on Susu, head westward toward the Shang. Throughout the journey, you continuously employ healing techniques to mend her injuries. Yet you discover that her wounds are merely superficial, with only slight internal harm. As for her state of turmoil, it has vanished entirely. The moment she laid eyes on you, it dissipated completely. Before nightfall, you return to the White Lotus sect in the west. Ningong Qingru is directing her subordinates to repair the structures, plant trees, and tend to flowers, striving to restore the place to its original state. Upon seeing you, she beams with joy, but upon noticing Ling Cho, her expression shifts. Is it her? The one who cares for you so deeply? Ningong Qingru appears jealous. You nod, placing Ling Cho in a room deep within the wooden house. Then, sitting upon a nearby stone, you quietly gaze at the distant twilight. Ningong Qingru, tell me more about Ling Chao's story. You suddenly inquire. More? Ningong Qingru is taken aback for a moment, then responds. Ling Cho, she's a tragic figure. She lost her parents at birth, becoming a young beggar, surviving alone in a small town. Until the age of 8, she lived a hellish existence, uncertain of her next meal, until she encountered a person, a poor scholar named Zhou Bu. You are slightly taken aback. Ningong Qingru did not mention this during your last conversation. Chapter 68. Absorption. Did this woman deceive herself? Or is every simulated world different? You lean towards the former. The latter seems rather absurd. Zhou cared for her like an elder brother, and Ling Qiu was no longer a beggar. She had found a new home. However, it was not long before, at the age of 10, the scholar took a wife and had children. His wife looked down upon Ling Qiu and made her life difficult. In the end, she even resorted to poison, attempting to kill Ling Qiu, and all this was tacitly approved by the scholar. Once again, Ling Qiu became aware of it all. Instead of retreating, she retaliated by killing the scholar and his wife, then fled the small town, mingling with gangs in the martial world, practicing her skills. From Nangong Qingru, you receive an entirely new version. Perhaps the misery of her childhood made her gradually obsessed with strength. She sacrificed everything to become stronger. Nonetheless, the warmth of those years when she was 8, 9, and 10, fostered by the scholar, has lingered within her until now. Thus, I'm still merely a substitute. No, I'm truly a scholar. You cannot help but ponder whether reincarnation exists in this world. After Nangong Qingru finished speaking, you inquired, "And what about you? Give me a reason." "What reason?" "You know in your heart." Nangong Qingru took 2 steps back, shaking her head. "I do not understand what you are saying." You smiled and leaned closer, caressing her face, ultimately grasping her neck. "I'm not fond of being someone else's substitute. It would be wise for you to refrain from uttering those nauseating words before me." Releasing your right hand, you patted her on the mouth. "Go on. Continue your work." Nangong Qingru smiled, slowly turning around and tying her hair into a ponytail. The 31st year, one day, you were sound asleep in the bamboo loft. In a daze, a sword rested against your neck. You opened your eyes to see Ling Qiu, pale-faced, dressed in a strapless outfit, her high ponytail accentuating her formidable physique. Her icy gaze fixed on your face. "What have you done to me?" You donned your clothes, deflected her unyielding sword, and instantly cornered her against the wall. "Must you treat your savior this way?" After speaking, you paused. "What is happening? When did I become a domineering CEO?" The previous actions were utterly uncontrollable. You felt perplexed, then turned to leave. "We owe each other nothing. Return the mask to me, and you may depart." Ling Qiu did not anticipate your strength. She lowered her unyielding sword and retrieved a ghostly mask from below. "Who are you? Truly?" She approached, questioning. I sought Unyielding, who assured me that he had never crafted this mask for anyone else. Yet the marks upon it undoubtedly bear his handiwork. The 2 masks are identical, without any distinction. Ling Qiu's gaze gradually became entranced. Moreover, the unyielding sword. I showed your sword to Unyielding, and he confirmed that he personally forged it. The only difference lies in the number of reforgings. He was astonished, for this sword bore numerous reforging techniques he had never witnessed. It turns out she had swapped the 2 swords back then, and you had not noticed. You interrupted her. "What is your point? We are both adults. Let's not waste time." Ling Qiu stepped closer, producing another ghostly mask that fit perfectly with the first, forming a complete mask. "Are you Zhou? Are you here to save me?" She asked, then continued. "Brother, back then I had no choice but to kill you and your wife. But I did it intentionally." Tears streamed down her face, her expression shifting dramatically. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her breath weakening once more. This woman has once again succumbed to madness. Is she not over 800 years old? Why is she still acting this way? You are utterly speechless, extending a hand to support her. "I am not Zhou. I am Ming. There are no saviors in this world. The only one who can save you is yourself." Healing energy surged forth, mending her external wounds, and you continued. "Your time is limited. Do not squander it. The celestial realm grants a lifespan of a millennium at most, and Ling Qiu, at over 800 years, is nearing her limits." You exited the room. The sunlight outside was particularly blinding. Nangong Qingru approached respectfully. "Young master, the 8 great sects for royal clans, and 10 prominent families have sent all their martial arts resources." She gestured towards a seemingly endless convoy of carriages in the distance. Your eyes sparkled with intrigue. "How many are there?" Nangong Qingru pondered for a moment. "Including duplicates, there are approximately 800,000 in total. But the truly exceptional ones do not exceed 2,000. The rest are merely dross." You had anticipated this and were not surprised. Afterward, Nangong Qingru handed you 2 bags. Young master, these are the heavenly net pills sent by Ying Zheng, crafted using the entire resources of the Qin state, day and night. You weighed them in your hands, estimating over 300 pieces. Not enough, far from sufficient. You gave Nangong Qingru an encouraging look, informed them to utilize all resources to produce more heavenly net pills for me. Additionally, urge those old fellows to create more techniques. Lastly, I require a substantial amount of energy for cultivation at the celestial realm. With that, you approach the techniques laid before you. So many carriages, the horses must be exhausted. Casting a glance, you felt immense satisfaction. Just as you were about to begin your practice, 2 figures emerged in the distance. They were 2 elderly monks, clad in white, respectfully kneeling on the ground. Benefactor, the abbot of the 10,000 Buddhist temple and the Duan temple, along with all those who acted against you, have been dealt with. Please spare our 2 sections. These are the 2 pinnacle figures of the 10,000 Buddhist sect and Duan and temple. You scoffed coldly. Spare you? You showed no mercy back then. Benefactor, do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? Our 10,000 Buddhist sect and Duan and temple have countless followers with far-reaching influence. Are you not afraid? You remained silent, delivering a swift slap that sent both crashing to the ground, the dense, sword energy shattering their protective barriers. Both were severely injured, struggling on the ground. You snapped your fingers. Someone take them back. The 2 monks appeared unwell. It seems they will need time to recuperate. Chapter 69. I am no longer human. I have grown stronger. 120 meters. If you prohibit me from taking lives, then I shall incapacitate them. That should pose no issue, right? There are countless paths to tread. As long as one can walk, it suffices. After vanquishing 2 supreme beings, your thoughts became clear, allowing you to return to your secluded chamber and embark on a fervent journey of cultivation. With 800,000 martial arts techniques at your disposal, this time you had ample material to work with. You eagerly anticipated the day of your triumph. Within the confines of the chamber, Ling Cho approached silently, gazing at you without uttering a single word. What do you intend to do? I wish to remain by your side. From this day forth, wherever you go, I shall follow. You pointed your hand, unleashing a sword aura that repelled her. I am in seclusion. Keep your distance. As you spoke, you summoned Su Su to guard the entrance of the chamber. You shall remain outside and bring me books. Be obedient. Ling Cho nodded in response. You began the relentless fusion of martial arts, during which you also created new techniques, diligently practicing the Celestial King's radiant art. Although your theoretical knowledge was unparalleled and your combat prowess unmatched, your realm still fell short of the ability to forge even more formidable and transcendent techniques. You continuously sought to enhance yourself. In the 32nd year, you successfully integrated all, creating over 100,000 martial arts techniques, and furthermore, you advanced the Celestial King's radiant art to its 4th tier. Everything reached an optimal state. In the 33rd year, other factions provided you with additional martial arts, all of which you mastered and controlled. You began to pursue the breakthrough to the earthly barrier. The earthly barrier realm transcends the confines of martial arts. Its cultivation revolves around harnessing the power of the earth. Within 3 days, you grasped the entire process and broke through in one breath. By mid-33rd year, you officially stepped into the earthly barrier realm. All factions served you, continuously supplying martial arts, breakthrough resources, and the heavenly Luo pill to aid your cultivation. Your strength grew ever more formidable. Coupled with the nearly 1 million techniques previously accumulated, your speed of cultivation accelerated dramatically. In the 35th year, you reached the pinnacle of the earthly barrier. By the 36th year, you prepared to break through to the celestial barrier, a process requiring the comprehension and absorption of stellar energy. This was destined to be a lengthy journey. Even for you, it demanded a full year of enlightenment. In the 37th year, after a year of profound meditation, you finally ascended to the celestial barrier, witnessing a surge in your powers across the board. In the 38th year, cultivation continued, relentless as ever. In the 39th year, the total number of martial arts you had integrated surpassed 110,000, elevating you to the high tier of the celestial barrier. By the end of the 40th year, you had absorbed over 120,000 martial arts techniques, achieving the pinnacle of the celestial barrier. And yet, this marked the end. No matter how much you created or integrated, you could no longer elevate yourself. Both your realm and celestial power were stagnated. In the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, within the cave, you opened your eyes and exited the chamber, surrounded by scattered tomes and remnants of the heavenly Luo pill. After 7 years of seclusion, you had undergone tremendous transformation. At this moment, you stood at the pinnacle of the celestial barrier, nearing perfection in the Celestial King's radiant art at its 8th tier. Remarkable changes had also occurred in other aspects. With over 120,000 martial arts techniques, your celestial power became immensely robust, seemingly inexhaustible, akin to a perpetual motion machine. Regardless of how much you utilized, it would regenerate instantly to full capacity. In terms of agility, you could traverse 10,000 meters in a single step, effortlessly crossing voids without relying on celestial power. Your mastery of weapons and martial arts reached its zenith. You were proficient in all, excelling in every discipline. Each technique was in its most refined state, a human-shaped assassin, an encyclopedia of a human body. The most significant transformation was within your physical form. With the integration of countless body-refining techniques, along with enhancements from martial arts and weapons, your second form had transcended humanity entirely. With a single stride, you departed from the White Lotus sect headquarters, leaving a bewildered Ling Cho and Su Su behind. In the boundless expanse of the Western Commerce region, amidst the vast river, you unleashed a thunderous roar, transforming into a colossal giant. Your stature soared to a towering height of 100 meters. Your skin had turned a vivid crimson, armored with impenetrable scales that shielded your entire being. Your delicate features, eyes, nose, and other vulnerable areas were concealed beneath this layer of blood-red armor. Your fists, arms, thighs, and knees bristled with retractable spikes, glistening with a deadly toxin. Atop your head, a 30-meter-long horn adorned with mysterious patterns radiated an aura of enigma. Your hair had vanished entirely, replaced by a cloak of darkness that billowed behind you, ready to burst forth at any moment. As you opened your mouth, thousands of sharp teeth lined your maw, and your digestive capabilities had exponentially increased. Most alarmingly, you possessed a long, resilient tail, also 100 meters in length, adorned with various white spikes. At first glance, one might perceive you as human, possessing limbs. Upon closer inspection, however, it was clear you had become a monster. You grinned menacingly, then plunged your right hand into your chest, extracting a white bone sword stretching over 150 meters in length. This weapon, forged from your own bones, wielded immense power. As you felt the explosive force coursing through your veins, your heart brimmed with complexity. With a single punch, you unleashed your celestial power upon distant mountains, obliterating them and countless lives within. With a flick of your tail, waves of celestial power surged forth, stirring the great river below and claiming innumerable aquatic lives. Such was merely a casual display of strength. In terms of size, speed, recovery, health, and energy reserves, you had attained the apex of existence. I'm no longer human, and I have grown stronger. In this state, even the annihilation of an entire world would merely be a matter of time. In comparison to the so-called pinnacle of the celestial barrier, you had surpassed it by an unfathomable margin. Gently, you caressed the white bone sword in your hand. Am I now capable of vanquishing that blind one? You chuckled as you plunged the bone sword into your chest. A surge of intense pain engulfed your entire being, yet you remained indifferent. You were entirely immune. The integration of martial arts was excruciating. You had endured over 120,000 instances. Pain was merely a trivial sensation to you. It held no sway over you. At present, the only means to further augment my power likely lies in the 10,000 poisons nurturing technique. You reverted to your usual form, the garments you had previously worn cascading from the air, which you promptly donned. This was a new method you devised. Although lacking the green giant shorts, it allowed you to shed your clothing post-transformation, embedding them within your flesh, and utilizing celestial power to cleanse and deodorize them. This was your utmost limit, yet it still proved somewhat inconvenient. You were contemplating how to utilize your bones, skin, and flesh to craft a new set of garments. First, you would merge all toxins, then seek out the blind one. With your long hair flowing and an air of fearlessness, you declared, Chapter 70. How could I possibly be wrong? In the third month of the 40th year, various sects and families across the realm began delivering a plethora of toxins at your command. While many were duplicates, a significant number were novel, and the quantity was considerable. You were immensely satisfied. Indeed, with the collective efforts of the world's powers, there were surely many unintegrated toxins remaining. By the 5th month of the 40th year, you had acquired over 20,000 types of toxins, pushing the limits of your capacity. You had thoroughly depleted the 4 nations. To obtain new toxins, exploration of undeveloped regions was imperative, such as the eastern sea of Dongzhou, the vast river of Xishang, the northern tribes of Beijing, and the primitive forests of Nansha. You devoted 3 days to the integration process, resulting in an astonishing total of over 38,000 toxins within you. Your physical strength was markedly enhanced, and your appearance transformed yet again, retaining your striking handsomeness. With your power elevated once more, a newfound confidence surged within you. By the 6th month of the 40th year, you arrived in Beijing, and, while passing by the Gu family, you collected another batch of Tianluo Dan from them, sufficient for your final breakthrough. At this time, Gu Han remained immersed in arduous training, seemingly oblivious to the events around him. The Gu family enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, maintaining a beautiful relationship with the royal family. The following day, you reached the foremost Buddhist temple, Duin Temple. You recalled a previous simulation where you had met your demise at the hands of its monks. Standing atop the nearby mountain, you leisurely raised a hand, addressing the 2 heavily injured monks, yet you remain hidden. What if I were to eliminate you both? A smirk graced your lips as you spoke coldly. In the next moment, 9 colossal sword chi erupted from your fingertips, propelled by formidable force towards the entirety of Duin Temple. Each sword chi expanded as it surged, a swirling mass of dark energy intermingled with toxins spreading around them. Boom! Without surprise, the 9-sword chi detonated within Duin Temple, causing a cascade of buildings to collapse. Numerous disciples of Duin Temple perished instantly. In that moment, regardless of their cultivation, all were equal. You gazed quietly at the scene, observing as the bodies were gradually eroded by the toxins, vanishing without a trace. Your heart remained unperturbed, devoid of any sense of vengeance, instead overshadowed by a subtle melancholy. Turning away, you ventured to Dongzhou, repeating your previous actions and effortlessly annihilating the entire Wanfo sect. Standing in the heavens of Dongzhou, you sauntered towards Zhengyang Palace. Having slain 2 peak experts and obliterated 2 major Buddhist sects, the blind man had yet to make an appearance. What could this mean? Were you now feared? You prepared to confront another foe. As you approached Zhengyang Palace, you discovered a lively celebration. Evident from the joyous symbols adorning the surroundings, a wedding was underway. Floating above, you beheld the scene in its entirety. Indeed, it was a marriage between the disciple of Zhengyang Palace, Feng Nan, and He Dao Wang, the esteemed elder's protege. Your time with Feng Nan was brief, making it difficult to harbor any feelings for her, yet witnessing her wed stirred an inexplicable discontent within you. Perhaps it was possessiveness at play. Descending from the sky, you strode directly towards the end of the red carpet where Lu Chunxiu stood. Gu Ming, he exclaimed upon spotting you, his expression shifting dramatically. The mere utterance of your name sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing everyone to scatter in panic, leaving only a handful behind. Feng Nan approached you first, removing her red silk and hair ornaments. Gu Ming, aye. Rest for now, you interrupted, incapacitating her with a single gesture before expelling her from Zhengyang Palace, releasing Susu to guard her. After ensuring her safety, you leisurely made your way towards Lu Chunxiu. Gu Ming, what are you here for? He inquired, anxiety creeping into his voice. If you have feelings for Feng Nan, we could discuss this. I believe the elder will willingly annul the engagement. Lu Chunxiu's expression shifted to one of terror. Do not act recklessly. Do not forget the words of that divine being from long ago. You cannot kill me. His fear intensified as he retreated until his back met the wall, leaving him with no escape. Gu Ming, do not overstep. This is my Taoist sanctuary. The elder beside him prepared to voice his objections. only to be sent flying by your palm, crashing through the roof and dissolving into a cloud of blood mist, utterly vanquished. Simultaneously, you unleashed waves of sword chi, infused with endless toxic mists, intent on eradicating every last trace. Lu Chuanqiu's face paled. Ming, we have been working for you all these years, utilizing countless resources and manpower to gather techniques, toxins, and refine Tianluo Dan. At that moment, disciples within Zhengyang Palace began to fall. The sound of destruction echoed as sword chi swept through everything in its path. Finished speaking? Then it is time to die. Your movements were deliberate, yet time slipped away without the blind man appearing. Gazing into Lu Chuanqiu's despairing eyes, you sighed. It seems you are not held in high regard in his eyes either. With a swift motion, a blast of chi pierced through Lu Chuanqiu's chest. Goo. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, his form gradually dissipating. Simultaneously, Zhengyang Palace met its obliteration. Those who dared pursue you were destined to face the consequences of death, a fair retribution. Emerging from the ruins, you approached Susu. Fengnan had regained consciousness, tears streaming down her face as she beheld the destruction of Zhengyang Palace. Ming, what have you done? My master was indeed in the wrong, but the others were innocent. Fengnan embraced you tightly, her fists pounding against you. How could you kill them all? Where is your compassion? Do you not possess a shred of mercy? Her tears flowed uncontrollably, her gaze towards you laden with complexity and resentment. Having grown up within Zhengyang Palace, she held deep affection for all it represented. Witnessing its annihilation truly pained her heart. You gently wiped her tears away. I am sorry. I truly am. I was wrong. You held her shoulders tightly. Fengnan's right hand grasped a concealed dagger hidden within her leg. You continued to hold her firmly. With a sudden burst, a cloud of blood mist erupted in your embrace as the dagger fell to the ground, clattering audibly. Was I wrong? You crushed the dagger underfoot, your expression darkening. How could I possibly be wrong? This is absurd. With a decisive step, you trampled upon Susu's head, advancing towards the imperial family of Dazhou. You had declared before, not a single one would escape. Chapter 71, The Weasel. The development continues suddenly. You came to a halt on your journey. A frail figure barred your path, hunched over in tattered clothing, gripping a cane. His hair was a disheveled mass of gray. You have arrived, he said. You knew I would come? I awaited your attempt on my life. You may take the lives of others without remorse, but you must not, under any circumstances, harm those two monks or El Chuanqiu. And what can you do to me? I can only kill you. The blind man lifted his head, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a piercing silver light. You retracted your weapon, descending from the air. The blind man's aura grew increasingly inscrutable. His power was beyond your comprehension. 3 nutrients. I have awaited them for 3 millennia. Alas, what a pity, he mocked, as a dark energy surged from his right hand. Insignificant mortal, you will never grasp the chasm that separates us. As his words faded, his cane transformed into a 3-foot-long sword, piercing through your chest with a swift thrust. You lowered your gaze, blood trickling from the corner of your mouth, your heart shattered and in ruins. The blind man retracted his blade, his gaze frigid. I had no intention of fighting in this desolate land. Your expression remained impassive, and in the next instant, you surged forward. Your powerful physique healed the wound to your heart almost instantaneously. Channeling your internal energy, the unyielding sword appeared in your grasp. The annihilation sword chi. A torrent of sword energy erupted forth, striking the blind man with ferocity. He was evidently taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure, stepping forward and summoning an unusual force that absorbed your strike. To have reached this level as a mere mortal, you are indeed a prodigy. With a flick of his hand, he dissipated your sword energy into nothingness, his dark power intensifying. But this is your limit. You sighed then, with a hint of madness, exclaimed, Mortal, mortal! I wish to see just how strong you truly are. Your second form activated. You transformed into a towering giant. Your strength magnified. Drawing forth a bone sword from your chest, you unleashed a powerful tail swipe. Boom! The sheer force exploded in the air, catching the blind man off guard and sending him flying. In midair, he gazed at you in disbelief, spewing forth a torrent of hot blood. This makes no sense. You denied him the opportunity to retaliate, wielding the bone sword, the triple breakwater sword. 9 streaks of sword energy surged forth, directly targeting the airborne blind man. He reacted swiftly, attempting to evade, yet found himself unable to escape the relentless pursuit of the 9 sword energies. Forced into a defensive stance, a mere mortal has managed to push me into such a predicament. The blind man crossed his right arm over his chest as explosive energy erupted from within, forming a barrier to block your assault. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 streaks of sword energy descended one after another, exploding upon impact, causing the blind man to retreat, his defenses growing increasingly frail. If this is all you possess, then perish. Observing his disheveled state, you shook your head in disappointment, then unleashed 2 more triple breakwater swords. After a brief depletion of energy, you quickly regained your full strength and continued your onslaught. In less than 2 seconds, you executed 15 strikes, totaling 135 streaks of sword energy. The blind man's expression shifted dramatically. This is absurd. In the next moment, he found himself besieged by 135 streaks of sword energy, his defenses waning. Puff! The final streak of sword energy cleaved through the blind man's body, severing him in 2, and he crashed to the ground, reduced to a darkened mass. You sheathed the bone sword, returning to your normal form, donning your garments once more. Approaching the remnants, you lifted them with your energy. On the surface, it appeared to be a corpse, but upon closer inspection, a weasel? You were taken aback. You had anticipated this old man to be a master from the celestial realms, only to find he was merely a weasel. A creature? Your speculations about this world deepened and became more complex. Following the conventional narrative, you should have been invincible. It was time to change the landscape. Could this be a world nurtured by the demon race? Your imagination ran wild as you contemplated the myriad of ways you might meet your demise. Shaking the charred remains of the weasel, a jade pendant suddenly fell out. You examined it closely from a distance of 30 centimeters, an unremarkable jade pendant, save for its peculiar patterns. Upon closer inspection, it became clear. This is a Pisces pendant. The engravings on both sides depicted 2 fish, albeit somewhat hastily done. Should you take this item? You hesitated momentarily, ultimately deciding against direct action. Instead, you controlled your energy to bury the pendant underground, along with the weasel's remains. Erasing all traces seemed futile. If the pendant was discovered and the adversary possessed formidable power, they could easily track you down. This simulation had already brought you great satisfaction. Your greatest desire now was to clarify the path ahead. What lies beyond the celestial realm? Surely, it cannot be that humanity transforms into demons for cultivation. The concept of human-demon hybrids? The blind man was indeed powerful, effortlessly dispatching peak experts. Yet before you, he was insufficient. After activating your second form, defeating him was a trivial matter. Upon reaching the Eastern Zhou dynasty, you refrained from annihilation and instead employed poison to control them. You then continued your journey, using toxins to manipulate all the martial experts and factions across the realm. Rather than eliminate them, it was wiser to keep them alive for your own purposes. In July of the 40th year, you achieved absolute control over the entire realm for the first time. The Eastern Zhou, Western Shang, Northern Qin, and Southern Xia were all under your dominion. All peak experts became your subordinates, though the few remained unyielding. What could you do but eliminate them? You did not alter the existing power structure of the 4 nations. You merely consolidated their strengths. Your numerous subordinates began to act, exploring the borders of the 4 nations in search of new toxins. You even constructed a 7-tiered pagoda atop the weasel's remains, naming it the Demon Suppression Pagoda. As for yourself, you returned to the Western Shang, entering seclusion at the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. Though your cultivation had reached its pinnacle, there remained room for the development of the Heavenly King Radiant Technique and new skills. Ling Chou and Nangong Qingru remained by your side, acting as guardians. You paid little mind to their thoughts, consumed by the desire to enhance your power in preparation for the forces behind the weasel. You hoped someone would seek vengeance for him. Surely someone would. In the 45th year, you expended a considerable amount of celestial luo pills, breaking through the Heavenly King Radiant Technique to its 9th peak. Your talent reached the limits of humanity, your innate abilities and comprehension unparalleled. In the same year, you also devised numerous remarkable techniques, making substantial modifications to your second form. Chapter 72. Conquest. Among your enhancements, the triple sword of water severing has undergone significant elevation, achieving a more thorough mastery this time. You expended all your internal energy to forge 81 sword energies, each meticulously calibrated for pursuit and tracking attacks. The resultant potency has surged to an astounding 9 times its original strength. In your second form, a single strike is sufficient to vanquish a weasel. The obliterating sword energy also holds potential for further enhancement. During this period, you have mastered tens of thousands of sword techniques, both those conceived by others and those of your own invention, each exhibiting even greater power. Your cultivation, physique, speed, and defense remain unchanged. Thus, augmenting your offensive capabilities must rely on the invention and modification of skills, a path that is not without its own merit. In addition to these 2 ancient skills, you have also birthed new abilities. The first is called Fury. Upon activation, it consumes 50% of your vitality, thrusting you into a frenzied state that significantly amplifies your attributes. The visage of your second form has been subtly altered under your guidance. Your true form remains that of a 100-meter-tall beast, yet your once rigid scales have transformed into a garment that can shift at will. This attire, whether in your first or second form, boasts remarkable defensive prowess. Your hair has been gathered anew, radiating an ethereal aura. Each strand now serves as a weapon, capable of both offense and defense, with exceptional flexibility extending up to 50 meters at its farthest reach. Upon concluding your seclusion, you emerge from your dwelling, stretching languidly at the entrance. Reflected in the mirror before you was a perfectly proportioned physique, fair, luminous skin, and fluid muscles, akin to a masterfully sculpted work of art. The contours were exquisite, a true feast for the eyes. You beckoned with a finger, your skin contorting painfully as a new garment manifested upon you. This attire bore no significant difference from conventional clothing. With a mere thought, it transformed from black to white, and black boots appeared upon your feet. Though clothed, an unsettling sensation of nudity lingered. Shaking your head, your hair autonomously rose, coalescing into a ponytail, while a few strands danced playfully before your forehead, imbuing you with a more radiant demeanor. "Is it over?" Ling Cho inquired as she approached. You nodded, gliding past her silhouette as you departed the bamboo loft, making your way towards the hall, with Ling Cho closely trailing behind. "Have you encountered any amusements during this time?" she asked. Shaking her head, she replied, "Since you have subdued those individuals with the poisonous grasp, the world has grown remarkably quiet. There is scarcely any friction between nations or factions. Peace reigns." "Then I have done a good deed?" You mused. "It appears so," she confirmed. After traversing a few paces, Nangong Qingru suddenly leaped forth from distance. "Gu Ming, someone wishes to see you." "Someone?" Your attention was piqued. "Indeed, the messenger is a small beggar. He claims that this individual wishes to meet you in 7 days at the Demon Suppressing Tower." "The Demon Suppressing Tower?" Your certainty regarding the identity of this individual solidified. Likely a relative of the weasel, perhaps a serpent, insect, rodent, or ant. "I shall see who meets their demise." A grin spread across your face, heightening your sense of exhilaration. 7 days later, clad in a crimson robe with your hair cascading freely, you arrived at the Eastern Zhou, standing before the 7-story tower dedicated to demon suppression. Drawing a deep breath, you savored the familiar scent. It seemed yet another weasel awaited. Squinting, you gazed up at the pinnacle of the tower, where a slender figure stood. She donned a flowing pink gown, the wind sculpting her silhouette into an enchanting form. With a fleeting glance, you smiled and remarked, "What a delicate figure bearing exquisite fruit." Stepping forward, you positioned yourself opposite the woman. She flared her nostrils, then furrowed her brow. "So it is true that you killed Xiao Qi." "Xiao Qi?" You inquired. "Is she part of family?" You nodded. "If you refer to the weasel buried underground, then indeed that is him." "Pray tell, what connection do you have to him?" The woman's eyes glowed crimson, her visage abruptly transforming into that of a weasel. I am his mother. Boom! A colossal tail lashed out towards you, yet you stood resolute. Your flowing black hair surged forth, morphing into countless tendrils that ensnared the tail. The woman struggled fiercely but found your strength astonishing, unable to break free. Her power was merely a shade stronger than that of the weasel you had defeated, insufficient to match you. You, who are you? She stammered in disbelief. Just as you were about to respond, her strength surged immensely as she stepped closer, unleashing a burst of red light that detonated against your chest. Boom! The demon-suppressing tower crumbled into ruins, propelling you backward 13 steps, bending at the waist mid-air. You shook your neck. My dear lady, if this is your full strength, you may as well perish. In an instant, your second form activated, expanding in size and girth. Though in a monstrous shape, you adorned yourself with an immense black armor, save for the unaltered sharp spikes upon your head. Your hair elongated and transformed into a black cloak fluttering behind you. Drawing forth your bone sword, you swung it with intent. The triple sword of water, severing, unleashed 81 sword energies that shot forth, imbued with a formidable aura, racing towards the woman. She was clearly taken aback, hastily attempting to evade. However, your attacks possessed a tracking nature, making evasion futile. Ultimately, she was compelled to summon all her strength to endure the onslaught. With arms crossed, you observed the unfolding scene, your cloak billowing in the wind, the spectacle decidedly surreal. Following your strike, your energy had fully replenished, ready for further engagement. Boom! Boom! The air reverberated with continuous explosions. After the sixth sword energy dissipated, the woman was grievously injured, reverting to her true form, a 10-meter-long weasel, its countenance twisted in rage as it braced for defense. Upon the conclusion of the 10th sword energy, the weasel was gravely wounded, on the brink of death. You retracted the remaining sword energies and approached her. The weasel, bloodied and battered, lay on the ground, its forelegs broken and blood seeping from its maw. Lord Huang, I was compelled. After uttering a silent thought, you smiled gently. A strand of hair detached from your being and effortlessly penetrated the weasel's body, infusing it with poison. With a sweeping motion, you descended with the weasel amid the ruins. Having been unable to restrain yourself previously, you now sought to examine the matter more thoroughly. You initiated your healing arts, gradually mending her injuries. You also released Su Su from confinement. Oi, would consuming her benefit you? Su Su, still in her 40-meter form, cautiously sniffed the weasel, her eyes lighting up in excitement as she nodded vigorously. Excellent. It seemed the previous encounter with the weasel had proven advantageous for Su Su, though this one lay charred and devoid of value. You retrieved the dual fish jade pendant from the ground, reverting to your usual form, leaning against Su Su as you quietly observed the weasel before you. At this moment, under your assistance, she had regained 20% of her vitality. Chapter 73. A turning point? She transformed back into human form. Upon opening her eyes, she gazed at you in disbelief, a mere mortal. How is that possible? You beckoned with your finger, causing the poison within her to erupt. She instantly felt a pain worse than death. My lady, I trust you do not wish to lose your life. Next, I will inquire about certain matters, and you must answer truthfully. After struggling for a moment, the woman reluctantly nodded. You seem in good spirits. With her hair tied back into a ponytail, you asked, are you aware of what follows after a warrior reaches the heavenly gang? This is what concerns you most. The woman replied expressionlessly. The heavenly gang is already the pinnacle of mortal existence. To advance further is to attain the realm of cultivators. Cultivators? Indeed. Do you know the subsequent realms? She nodded. There are 9 realms for cultivators, ranked from weakest to strongest, from 1 to 9 transitions. My child and I are at the first transition. 9 transitions? Immortal Sovereign, please reveal to me the method of cultivation for this stage. The woman sighed. We are but minor demons. How could we possess the methods of human cultivation? However, if you wish to cultivate, there exists an immortal island in the western expanse of the river, where many mortals annually venture to practice on the island. An immortal island? Indeed. The immortals, there are human cultivators, part of a family known as the Bai. The strongest among them is at the 3rd transition's pinnacle. Upon hearing this, You remain silent for a long time. According to the weasel's words, the area you inhabit is an island, suggesting that in any direction, the sea is visible. As for the Bai family in the western expanse of the river, what level of strength does my power correspond to among cultivators? You inquired again. The woman pondered. Perhaps it is at the pinnacle of the first transition. You intended to continue questioning when suddenly a cacophony of thunder erupted in the sky, followed by a torrent of lightning descending. Reacting swiftly, you struck the woman dead, then tossed her into the mouth of your pet, Su, before transforming into your second form. Boom! The lightning struck, causing your armor to tremble violently, leaving behind massive cracks and injuring your flesh under such an assault. With a grim expression, you channeled your vital energy to mend your wounds. Looking up, you beheld the assailant, tall and clad in a purple robe, wielding a sword radiating with lightning. He stood upon a cloud. You scoundrel! You dare slay my wife! The robed man bellowed. If I do not kill you today, I have wasted my existence. Balai, what a ridiculous name! He swung his sword, unleashing another barrage of lightning towards you. Drawing your bone sword, its tip aimed at Balai. Human cultivator? Kulme. You laughed heartily, unleashing a sword strike, a torrent of sword energy clashing with the lightning, ultimately canceling each other out. Stepping forward, you struck again. Threefold water, severing sword. 81 sword energies surged forth, crashing towards Balai. Repugnant mortal. Balai flicked his right hand, conjuring a white barrier that absorbed all your attacks. Then he discarded his sword, placing his right hand upon his chest. Kill. The sword transformed into a flying dragon, charging towards you. So this is a human cultivator. He seems far stronger than the weasel, possibly at the second or even third transition. You exerted all your strength, unleashing 10 sword strikes, with 810 sword energies densely flying forth, frantically assaulting the dragon. However, the dragons might surpass your imagination, devouring all the sword energies, then spitting them back at you. You braced yourself against the onslaught. Your black armor shattered in many places, yet gradually began to restore itself. You overestimate yourself, thinking you can contend with me by slaying a few insignificant minor demons? Who bestowed such courage upon you? You are nothing but trash. Not even having entered the Tao. Perish. Not enter the Tao. His words left you perplexed. What realm is this? In the next moment, Balai, riding the cloud, approached you, the long dragon transforming back into a sword, which he grasped tightly. For my beloved, you shall be buried alongside her. Huh. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the next moment, the sword, shimmering with terrifying lightning, pierced straight through your chest. Your recovery was severely hindered. Moreover, the sword's edge carried a peculiar force that spread wildly within you, corroding everything from its center. Moments later, your immense form dissolved into droplets of putrid liquid. You perished. Furong Town. In. Guming's heart burned with fervor. Life or death mattered not. What was significant was the wealth of knowledge gained from this simulation. Although the duration of existence was brief, the information was exceedingly abundant. This simulation has concluded. You have attained the pinnacle of the heavenly gang realm, infinite 10,000 methods. You have acquired the threefold water, severing sword, destruction, sword chi, and rampage. You have obtained the heavenly king S radiance technique, 9th layer. You have amassed a repertoire of 128,000 martial arts. You have acquired the 10,000 poisons body cultivation technique, 38,000 poisons. You have received a mask, a double fish jade pendant, and the unraveled sword. You have secured fundamental resources. You have retained all memories from this simulation. You have accumulated all cultivation experience over 45 years. You have garnered all combat experience over 45 years. You have obtained a pet white snake, Su, 40 meters, highly toxic, continuously mutating awakening. Will you inherit? Gu Ming remained unfazed. Yes, a torrent of violent power surged within him. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. His cultivation surged from the pinnacle of true bone to the pinnacle of the heavenly gang in a single breath. The energy within him became increasingly tempestuous and formidable, especially in his second form. Gu Ming lay upon the bed, taking a considerable time to calm himself. He had truly become invincible in the world. Achieving this milestone took him less than 10 days. His current success was solely due to his diligent efforts. The Deep Blue, no, the simulator. This simulation brought about a comprehensive enhancement. He had also learned of the subsequent 9 transition realms. Su Su had devoured the weasel, likely presenting an opportunity for mutation. That by a lie. Could he be from the Bai family of the Immortal Island? Did he mate with a weasel? Was the blind one his offspring? Gu Ming mused in wonder. Could this be the reason for their apparent weakness? A hybrid of human and demon isn't supposed to be feeble. Alas, until the end, he remained oblivious to the opponent's precise realm. Bai Lai claimed he hadn't even entered the Tao. Yet that weasel said he was at the pinnacle of the first transition. Was the mother weasel deceiving him? Extracting a flask of wine from the simulation space, Gu Ming savored it while contemplating. The next steps would be simple. Set sail and search for traces of cultivators. For safety's sake, it would be best to execute these plans during the simulation. With 10 hours remaining until the next simulation, he decided to rest for now. Chapter 74. The 6th simulation awakening at 8:30 in the morning. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and had breakfast. In the inn's ground floor, near the entrance, Gu Ming was sipping soy milk and nibbling on fried dough sticks, accompanied by a bowl of tofu pudding. After taking a few sips, he frowned. Waiter, why is your tofu pudding sweet? The waiter, draped in a towel and resembling an NPC, forced a smile and replied, "Oh dear guest, you must be mistaken. Look around. Which of the 4 nations does not serve sweet tofu pudding? Our tofu pudding is the most authentic in the entire Furong town." The statement nearly made Gu Ming retch. Waving his hand, he pushed the tofu pudding aside and focused on his soy milk and fried dough sticks. Sweet tofu pudding? An abomination. After a hearty meal, Gu Ming returned to his room on the 2nd floor, tidied up briefly, and then made his escape. An hour later, with approximately 30 minutes remaining until the simulation, Gu Ming found himself at the banks of the West Merchant River. He sat cross-legged by the sea, patiently awaiting the next simulation. The primary objective of this simulation was to embark on the path of cultivation. Though he had already lived a millennium, it was still insufficient. His aspiration was pure eternity. In just 6 short days since arriving in this world, he had experienced much of which had transpired within the simulations, yet it had significantly impacted his psyche. Much like a child who, after reading a few martial arts novels, dreams of wielding a sword and acting heroically in the martial world. Gu Ming's current aim was eternity, eternal life. Soon, the cooling period came to an end. Gu Ming closed his eyes. Simulation begins. On the first day, you release Su Su, carefully scrutinizing her. At this moment, Su Su retained her length of 40 meters, yet her scales had turned entirely black, transforming her into a black serpent. Not only that, but her chin, mid-chin, and lower jaw were adorned with whiskers. She appeared rather bizarre, resembling a disheveled old man. You reached out and tugged at Su Su's whiskers. "Show me your strength." Su Su struggled with all her might. 2 seconds later, you chuckled. Originally, Su Su possessed combat prowess equivalent to the earthly realm, cultivated meticulously through toxins and the 5 poison sex techniques. Yet now, having consumed a weasel, she astonishingly matched the celestial realm. "Do you still wish to consume the weasel?" You inquired. Su Su feigned ignorance. You pondered, realizing that Su Su was oblivious to the events of the simulation. Retrieving Su Su, you journeyed westward, to the Bai family of the Immortal Island. "Here I come." 3 days later, after an unceasing journey, you finally beheld an island. This island was significantly larger than the one you had previously inhabited, or perhaps it was simply land. You wandered about, gathering information. 7 days later, at an inn, you appeared spirited and in good spirits. Grabbing a cup of wine, you instinctively downed it in one go. This island was not the Immortal Island, but a mortal island. However, unlike other mortal islands, it was rife with tales of cultivators. You were intrigued. It was said that the great unified dynasty of the island, the Song Kingdom, was founded by a cultivator, a disciple of the immortal sect. After his death, he passed on his legacy to his descendants, and periodically, royal disciples set sail, allegedly to partake in the ascension assessment at the Immortal Island. After finishing your drink, you made your way towards the palace ahead. According to the information you had gathered, Although there were many royal experts, their power had not reached an absurd level. For thousands of years, there had been no reports of cultivators existing. The notion of royal disciples setting sail was unknown to you. Exploration had to be undertaken personally. Under the vast heavens and in broad daylight, you quietly approached the palace. Upon entering, a sound reminiscent of wind and thunder resonated. Upon looking closer, you witnessed a dragon accompanied by 35 phoenixes. Quite scandalous. You swiftly bypassed the crowd and headed directly to a palace nearby. Beneath a large tree by a pond, an elderly eunuch was fishing. You approach him directly. The old eunuch appeared horrified. Before he could finish his sentence, a strand of your hair shot forth and pierced his body. Toxicity invaded, and the old eunuch immediately became docile. He was the strongest in the entire palace, a peak expert. You picked up a fishing rod and casually flicked it. I ask, you answer. Otherwise, you die. The old eunuch nodded repeatedly. This individual could subdue even himself in an instant, a testament to his strength. It was prudent to be somewhat cautious. Is there a method of cultivation within the royal family? The old eunuch's pupils constricted. Then he exhaled in relief. Indeed, there is. You were somewhat taken aback. If the young hero seeks this information, I shall lead you there. His attitude was quite agreeable. You nodded, setting down the fishing rod, and followed him into a study deep within the palace. In today's Song dynasty, martial experts are rampant, and the royal family is weak. We are all striving to maintain balance, lacking the time and energy to explore those elusive legends. The old eunuch said helplessly while searching for a book, "Since the young hero seeks this, I shall provide it all to you. From now on, the son of heaven of the Song dynasty can focus on ruling the nation." Seconds later, he produced an ancient-looking scroll. The old eunuch unfurled it on the table. You glanced at it, unable to decipher the characters. Upon inquiry, you learned that it was created by the founding emperor Zhao Yaowang, intended to pass down the methods of immortality. You spent 20 minutes in the study, mastering all the characters. This astonished the old eunuch, who exclaimed you were a genius. Looking again at the scroll, you discovered it was a letter. It introduced the author's identity and subsequent cultivation realms. The writer was none other than the founding emperor of the Song dynasty, named Zhao Yaowang, originally a mountain farmer. He fortuitously saved an injured immortal and subsequently received the other's legacy and promise. After reading, all your doubts vanished. Above the celestial realm lies a new world, transitioning directly from martial arts to cultivation. Cultivators visualize the universe, enhance their primordial spirit, and progressively break through, augmenting their power and extending their lives. Before formally cultivating, there exists a preliminary realm of entry, consisting of 9 stages, primarily focused on visualizing the universe and nurturing the most basic primordial spirit force. The weasels you encountered earlier were all of this level. The combat capability of the entry realm is significantly stronger than that of the celestial realm, exceedingly remarkable. Through primordial spirit force, one can perform various primordial spirit secrets, delivering a dimensional blow to martial artists. Only after entering the entry realm does one embark on the path of 1 to 9 transformations. Each transformation entails a qualitative change, with power differing vastly. According to the description above, that white entity was merely a transformation. The hallmark of the first transformation is the ability to ride clouds and summon rain. Chapter 75, Cultivation. First transformation, the founding emperor, Zhao Yaowang, possessed rather mediocre talent, having only attained the 9th level of the Tao before reaching his limits. Exhausting the lifespan granted by the heavenly gang for a millennium and an additional millennium in the Tao, he could not break through to the first transformation. Ultimately, in the last century of his life, he established a nation and left a legacy. Aside from a method that could glimpse the second transformation, he bequeathed numerous mysterious techniques of the primordial spirit. Additionally, he left behind 15 celestial ascension tokens, which permitted unconditional entry into the celestial sect of a certain immortal. This immortal's faction was known as the Uelu Sword Sect, located in the northern continent of the Song dynasty, readily identifiable upon arrival. However, as the years went by, No one from the Song royal family managed to break through to the Dao realm. They had ventured to sea 14 times, yet none returned, likely perishing. For those princes and princesses were merely ordinary martial artists, the strongest among them being at the Earth Gang level, though guarded by heavenly gang protectors. The perils of the ocean were insurmountable. The frequent consumption of elite guardians gradually weakened the royal family of the Song dynasty. You grasped the scroll and received a celestial ascension token from the old eunuch's hand. The token was merely the size of a half-palm, inscribed on both sides with an elegant character for sword, surrounded by engravings of broken swords. After inspecting it closely, you felt a strange familiarity. Upon further examination, you realized it bore a striking resemblance to the tokens belonging to the Gu family. Retrieving one from the simulation space confirmed your suspicion, aside from the differing inscriptions. Every detail matched perfectly, including the intricate designs and patterns. What an extraordinary turn of events. The old eunuch also noticed and exclaimed, "Young hero, it seems you have a fateful connection with the immortal." You cast a sidelong glance at him, asserting, "I possess principles. If you bestow these upon me, I shall stabilize the realm for the Song dynasty." To this, the old eunuch bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. Your principles, it seemed, were quite adaptable. The fact that the immortal had gifted Zhao Yaoguang 15 tokens spoke volumes about their relationship. The myriad techniques of the primordial spirit filled you with apprehension. You feared that being too ruthless could lead to your demise. Every simulation was invaluable and must not be squandered. Moreover, these matters felt as trivial as daily routines to you. You departed with the scroll and token. 2 days later, a startling revelation spread throughout the martial world of the Song dynasty. The 6 major sects, the 3 great demonic factions, northern nomadic tribes, southern barbarians, and various reclusive families, along with powerful local officials, met with mysterious deaths. The realm was in an uproar. The court promptly dispatched experts to uncover the truth behind these incidents. Meanwhile, the court was gradually consolidating control over these factions, and after many years, the royal family of the Song dynasty regained its grip on the world. In the deep of night, on the eastern coastline of the Song dynasty, you contemplated the visualization technique in your hand, lost in thought. Cultivation primarily revolves around visualizing the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, which can be categorized into numerous types, resulting in a plethora of visualization diagrams. The diagram you held depicted a black serpent, known as the Black Cloud Immortal Art. You diligently practiced according to the mental method, striving to enter a state of visualization. However, after considerable time had passed, you found it difficult to settle into concentration. It seemed your aptitude was lacking. According to Zhao Yaoguang, practitioners with stronger talents could enter the visualization state more swiftly. An hour had elapsed, yet there was no progress. After another 2 hours, as dawn approached, you finally grasped a fleeting sensation and successfully entered the visualization state. At some point, you found yourself in a small town, confronted by a massive black python. Comparable in size to Su Su, the serpent slithered through the streets, wreaking havoc and claiming lives amidst a scene of terror. After observing for a while, fatigue washed over you, prompting your exit from the town and return to reality. Immediately, you felt a surge of change within you. The true qi and gang qi in your body ignited with fervor. Concurrently, your appearance and physical form underwent a dramatic transformation. After several seconds, the metamorphosis ceased. This situation left you feeling somewhat conflicted. Just moments ago, you had practiced the visualization method, converting your martial power into pure primordial spirit energy, allowing your cultivation to leap from the Earth Gang directly to the first transformation, bypassing the Dao realm entirely. This was quite normal, as Zhao Yaoguang had mentioned. Most practitioners began their journey as martial artists, only formally cultivating after their vitality had reached its peak. Only true geniuses could directly engage in visualization. Shaking your head, you rose to your feet, acutely aware of the changes within your body. With a thought, a beam of black light erupted from your hand, hurtling towards a mountain several miles away. Boom! The mountain crumbled into ruins, and alongside the devastation, A shadow of the black serpent flickered for an instant amidst the debris. Thanks to your prior foundation, your current primordial spirit energy and physical strength surpassed that of an ordinary first transformation practitioner by 100-fold. Your base combat power could easily overwhelm your former self. And once you mastered the primordial techniques in your possession, you would undoubtedly grow even stronger. You shook your body, and in the next moment, your second form was activated. To your surprise, this form shrank down to 15 meters in height, with no significant changes in appearance. Yet, your combat prowess increased rather than diminished, and the power unleashed in this second form was approximately 5 times greater than in your normal state. You calculated roughly. This was truly exhilarating. Now, facing the previous Balai, you could deliver a lethal blow in a single strike. You might even dare to challenge those at the second transformation level. Thanks to your training during your martial artist phase, you were significantly stronger than others at the same cultivation level. Upon entering the first transformation, most of your skills became obsolete, although they could still be utilized. They could not be enhanced by primordial spirit energy. However, the toxins from the 10,000 poisons cultivation technique remained, still capable of unleashing considerable destructive force. Now, you still possessed an attractive appearance, having completely shed the youthful charm of your previous self. Your aura had become profound and unfathomable, ethereal and transcendent, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. You chose not to leave the Song dynasty, but instead dedicated yourself to focused cultivation. Visualization was fundamental. Cultivation did not require the consumption of spiritual stones, elemental stones, or the essence of heaven and earth. Practitioners could cultivate anywhere. Primordial spirit energy was a synthesis of spirit and energy, useful for attack and wide-ranging searches, offering great convenience. As the first year came to a close, you acknowledged that your aptitude for cultivation was indeed lacking. It took an entire year to successfully master the primordial techniques within the Black Cloud Immortal Art. Both techniques were offensive in nature, one of which was named Black Python Devouring Heaven, allowing you to transform into a black python, significantly enhancing both attack and defense. Chapter 76, Normal State, Serpent State, Frenzied State, Ultimate State. Another technique known as Black Serpent Guard, consuming spiritual energy to condense 9 black serpents, which can be utilized for defense and offense. Although the name may sound somewhat unrefined, its effectiveness is remarkable. On the coast, with a mere thought, your form shifts, transforming into a 10-meter-long black serpent, your scales hard and smooth, your head sharp and triangular, embodying stability. As you sense the myriad of changes within, you continue to explore. In the Black Python state, all aspects are enhanced. Your strength is considerable, yet it pales in comparison to the second form. However, you twist your serpentine head and, in the next moment, leap into the air, your body rapidly expanding, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 100-meter-long black giant python. Soaring in the sky, you flex your muscles, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within you once more, and you revel in the experience. How fascinating, truly fascinating. You exclaim in awe. Under normal circumstances, upon taking the form of a black python, practitioners typically enhance their physical bodies and defenses, while the total amount of spiritual energy remains constant. Yet you are an exception. After transforming into a black python, both the total amount and intensity of your spiritual energy have seen a substantial increase, approximately 50-fold. After circling the air for a while, you revert to your normal state, your heart gradually calming. Now my strength has greatly improved. Not only that, but I have also acquired several new forms. Shaking your thigh, you muse aloud. Henceforth, my current appearance shall be the normal state. The black python form will be the serpent state. The second form of the giant will be the frenzied state. And the final 100-meter giant python will represent the ultimate state. Normal state, serpent state, frenzied state, ultimate state. All 4 forms can be utilized permanently. In normal state, I stand at 1.8 meters. In human form, the weakest, yet even this frailest form surpasses ordinary practitioners by far. Thanks to the previous fusion of 100,000 martial arts, in black serpent state, 10 meters in length, serpent form, strength increased 3-fold. In frenzied state, 15 meters, monstrous form, strength increased fivefold. In ultimate state, 100 meters giant python form, strength increased 50-fold. With a slight smile, you gather a mass of black clouds beneath your feet, propelling yourself across the entire island. Moments later, you arrive at the imperial palace of the Song dynasty. 1 year has passed, and the world's landscape has dramatically shifted. The Song dynasty has regained control over everything. Inside the palace, you discover that a new emperor has ascended the throne. Evidently, the previous one did not align with the interests of the majority. The new emperor sits at the throne, holding a brush in his right hand, painting with an air of artistic sophistication. Beside him, an old eunuch grins obsequiously. Your Majesty's skills have improved tremendously. Should these paintings circulate among the populace, countless would vie for them, even at the cost of injury. The young emperor shakes his head. Old Li, painting is ultimately a sideline, not the main affair. Now that the world is unified, my greatest aspiration remains the celestial sect. If someone from the Zhao family could successfully cultivate this secular dynasty. Sigh. He muses. You push the door open, drawing the attention of both individuals. Old Li hastily approaches. Young hero, what brings you here? How have you progressed with the task I assigned you? Old Li quickly nods. Rest assured, young hero, over the past year, we have collected over 35,000 types of toxins, all new and distinct from the 30,000 you provided. You nod in satisfaction. This old fellow knows how to conduct himself. Leave me there. You wave your sleeve. Old Li swiftly moves, but the new emperor suddenly intercepts you. Young hero, that celestial ascent token you possess, might I request its return to the Zhao family? Please, feel free to voice any demands. Zhao Xian gazes at you with a composed expression. You smile, then retrieve the token, marred with broken swords. You wish to have it? Zhao Xian nods earnestly. Just as you are about to respond, a colossal figure suddenly appears outside the palace. Through the perception of spiritual energy, you discern the full visage of the entity. Standing 5 meters tall, it bears the characteristics of various ferocious beasts, yet at its core lies a human, with a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from within. Zhao Xian, are you threatening me? Your voice turns icy. Old Li's expression shifts, his gaze darting anxiously toward Zhao Xian. Your Majesty, what have you done? The creature's strength far surpasses that of an ordinary pinnacle being, yet it remains unaware. Cultivating to immortality is a dream cherished by many. The last celestial ascent token must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Zhao Xian steps forward. Old Li, even without him, I could sweep across the entire realm. For centuries, he has depleted resources in his fief, collaborating with the Black Cloud immortal method to create that killing machine. And he has long been confident of seizing everything. Now, ascending the throne is merely a means to draw you out. You chuckle coldly. It seems you are oblivious to the disparity between us. Gazing at your impassive visage, Zhao Xian claps his hands. The creature outside the palace charges in, exuding a murderous aura. You cast a glance. Its overall strength lies above Tiangang. Likely at the 3rd level of Dao attainment. You summon Susu. Would you like a taste? Susu nods eagerly. Creak. A surge of spiritual energy flows forth, cleaving the creature's body in two. Susu enthusiastically rushes forward, her mouth agape, ready to consume. The scene is too horrifying, leaving both Old Li and Zhao Xian stunned. Young hero, you've already entered that realm. Old Li stammers to instantaneously summon a black giant python. Such a feat could only belong to an immortal. Change the emperor, and additionally, deliver to me what I desire. You stride purposefully towards the throne. Zhao Xian, drenched in sweat, pleads, misunderstanding, young hero, it is all a misunderstanding. My ancestor hails from the celestial sect. You ignore him. Old Li reacts swiftly, raising his sleeve as a gleam of cold light shoots forth, striking Zhao Xian's crown. The new emperor stares in disbelief, his eyes widening before he collapses lifelessly to the ground. You glide past his corpse, seating yourself upon the throne, offering Old Li a slight smile. I told you, sir. You're the most adept at managing affairs. Just as Old Li is about to respond, Zhao Xian's corpse begins to dissipate, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist, vanishing without a trace. Young hero, please hold on. Oldly hastily departs. Once he leaves, Su, having feasted, approaches you, her mouth smeared with blood, brimming with joy. Can you truly consume monsters to grow stronger? You reach out to wipe the blood from her face, then tap her lips lightly. As you gaze upon Su's slender form, an inexplicable urge surges within you, a desire to enter the serpent state and entwine with her. How depraved, my sordid heart. Afi. Chapter 77. Heartfelt Brothers. Su opened her mouth gently, nibbling at your shoulder as if wanting to lift you and place you on her head. You playfully pinched her nostrils. Oh, serpent maiden, you have a foul breath. How beautiful it used to be in white. Now it has turned dark and unappealing. After a while, Oldly arrived with a large supply of new toxins. You immediately began to experiment. Upon absorbing one, your complexion soured. The myriad poisons nourishing my body could no longer enhance my physique, beauty, and toxins alike. The situation appeared grim. Yet, it was somewhat expected. After all, this technique was crafted by mere mortals, constrained by various factors, rendering it ineffective for practitioners. Alas, the creator has long since departed from this world. You felt a profound sense of regret. You had not disturbed the imperial family of the Song dynasty significantly. You merely supported a new emperor to ascend and swiftly eradicated Zhao Xian's subordinates and kin. After accomplishing these deeds, you departed the island with a clear conscience. In mid-air, you rode upon a cloud, continuing your westward journey, transcending realms, riding the winds and summoning rain. This sensation was utterly extraordinary. 10 days later, continuing westward, you arrived at another island, and after a brief respite, you realized it was not far from the Bai family's celestial island. You could reach it in approximately half a day. Only you could achieve this. For other practitioners, it would take half a month of flight. As for mortals, merely reaching it in their lifetime would be quite an accomplishment. This island was predominantly inhabited by mortals, yet there were practitioners as well. In the bustling heart of the city, at the top floor of an inn, you sat facing a young man. The young man, dressed in green, bore a handsome visage and an ethereal aura. He was the sole practitioner in this small town. His cultivation was at the lower tier of the first transformation. Friend, what value does the Bai family hold? Going there would only make you their dog, whereas the freedom one enjoys among mortals. The green-clad man poured you a glass of wine, laughing heartily. I have relished my freedom on this island for 2 millennia, indulging in various pleasures. This is true leisure. You nodded. Such a life is indeed delightful, yet my aspirations lie beyond this. I seek greater strength and longevity. The green-clad man shook his head. How long is considered long? Mortals can live 1,000 years, and upon entering the path, they too can reach a millennium. That is 2,000 years. Upon the first transformation, one gains an additional 3,000 years, and with every significant breakthrough, another 3,000 are added. I still have about 500 years left, surrounded by joy as I admire flowers, moonlight, and beauty. You were disinterested in continuing this conversation, sighed, and took a sip of your wine. The green-clad man also drank from his cup. However, soon he clutched his chest, his brow furrowed. This wine seems off. I brewed it for 1,000 years, yet it carries an odd flavor. It was slightly bitter with a hint of sourness, intertwined with a touch of spice. The green-clad man nodded. Your description is quite accurate. Indeed, for I had laced it with poison. You remarked nonchalantly. The green-clad man's eyes widened in disbelief. Friend, how could you be so ungracious? I kindly invited you for a drink, and you. Feeling unwell, he covered his mouth, his hand stained with dark blood. You leaned back in your chair, calmly stating, My apologies, but I need to procure something from you. Setting down your cup, you summoned your spiritual force, opening the wine jar to pour yourself a glass. I wish to see your visualization chart. The green-clad man shook his head with a wry smile. If you wish for it, I shall provide it. I, Song Gong, am always at your service. Song Gong, an intriguing name. Soon, on the table, he laid out a drawing. It depicted a crane, soaring freely in the sky. You examined it thoroughly. This visualization chart, titled The Ascension of the White Crane, could only be cultivated to the peak of the first transformation, and it lacked any accompanying spiritual secrets. Truly meager. Song Gong shook his head and smiled bitterly. How I wish to continue my cultivation, yet the risks are too great. To grow stronger, I must seize resources and contend with others. But that could lead to death. I possess but one life. Rather, I prefer to indulge in life's pleasures. A glimmer shone in his eyes. My aptitude is inferior. Perhaps this is my fate. Your interest piqued. You engaged him in further dialogue. From him, you glean new insights. The aptitude of practitioners is categorized based on their ability to visualize the heavens and condense spiritual force, reflecting their cultivation speed. This aptitude is termed as spiritual essence. Only those possessing spiritual essence can cultivate. Some are born with it, while others may acquire it through martial training. Yet many will struggle their entire lives without it. Your own situation was one of acquisition through martial practice, and upon meticulous exploration, you discovered it was likely due to the Heavenly King's Radiance technique. The 9th level of this technique awakened your potential for cultivation. Moreover, you discovered that this technique could only be practiced by the Gu family lineage. Others, even with the Tian Luo Dan, could not enter its fold. Intriguing. The Gu family, the Yu sword sect, your interest deepened. Spiritual essence also has levels, categorized from lowest to highest as Ding, Bing, Yi, and Jia. Jia grade aptitude allows for 9 transformations. Had this world not primarily focused on spiritual force, you would suspect you had entered a realm of celestial beings. What if, upon reaching the pinnacle of my cultivation, I discover this is merely a celestial cave, perhaps even a fragment of someone's soul? Then break through the cave, leading to a grand battle with celestial bodies, TSK. Your mind wandered, thoughts trailing further afield. Friend, Song Gong interrupted your reverie, returning to reality. Based on your cultivation speed, your spiritual aptitude was merely of the Bing grade, superior to ordinary individuals, yet still limited. Is there a way to enhance one's aptitude? Song Gong chuckled. In this vast world, surely there is. However, I cannot say what it is. You pondered. For the entirety of the following day, you engaged in deep conversation with Song Gong, extracting much information from him, including details about the Bai family's celestial island to the west, as well as nearby maps. You found a remarkable connection with him. Fate had brought you together too late. You shared drinks throughout the night, and the next day, you unraveled Song Gong's poison, preparing to set off for the Bai family's celestial island. Song Gong bid you farewell. May you achieve your desires. You gazed at his serene face, nodding, farewell, friend. In the next moment, you took a step forward, your hand piercing through his heart. Friend, what were you doing? Song Gong stared at you in disbelief. Aren't we good brothers? You chuckled. Indeed, we are heartfelt brothers. Chapter 78. Joining it is with a sense of resignation and stark reality that one observes the adept performance of the eunuch Song, whose acting is both natural and fluid. Yet within certain nuances, an undercurrent of malice can be felt. To prevent future repercussions, one must endure a degree of indignity on his behalf, despite his impeccable conduct throughout the entire affair. With a crunch, the heart was crushed, and the essence flowed forth, reducing his corporeal form to mere fragments. Su appeared, vigorously shaking her head, seemingly disinterested in practitioners, preferring instead to feast upon monsters. You meticulously erased all traces left upon the ground, subsequently scouring the island to dismantle the forces established by eunuch Song and all of his vassals. The scale of this slaughter far exceeded any prior encounters. Once assured that no complications would arise, you departed upon a cloud. Susulaya your feet, akin to a loyal hound, emitting soft gasps, occasionally emitting a regal growl. After a considerable duration, you successfully arrived at the so-called Immortal Island, the territory of the Bai family. You cleansed yourself of any residual aura and withdrew Su, adorned in a black garment crafted from skin and sporting a ponytail. You confidently stepped into the domain of the Bai family. Senior, please pause. As you set foot on the island, 2 shadowy figures descended from the sky, riding upon clouds. Clad in black armor, they resembled sentinels, their cultivation at the entry level, seemingly at the 9th rank. Upon approaching, the pair bowed and stated, Senior, this is the Bai family's domain. High-altitude flight is prohibited. Additionally, may I inquire as to your origin, so we may register you? Not sentinels, but rather security. You replied, I am Morong Longsheng, hailing from Dandong, here to pay respects to the esteemed Bai family and exchange insights on the Tao. You spoke earnestly. If there is hope, I wish to join the Bai family. Oh, at your words, they regarded you with renewed respect. A practitioner of the first rank seeking to join the Bai family would be a fortuitous development. The scarcity of practitioners weighed heavily upon the expansive territory of the Bai family, and the addition of new members would alleviate much of the burden. Senior, please follow us. The two entry-level figures bowed and gestured for you to proceed. Joining the Bai family was a straightforward affair. In the central area of the island, you encountered a senior member of the Bai family, a middle-aged man at the pinnacle of the second rank. After assessing you for a moment, he consented. Rest assured, joining the Bai family brings numerous advantages. From this day forth, we are all family, sharing fortune and adversity alike. Listening to this middle-aged man's words, you felt as though you had boarded a pirate ship. His name was Bai Yi, one of the law enforcement elders of the Bai family, holding significant status within the clan. Bai Yi waved his hand, presenting you with a patched storage bag. Dao's friend, this is a storage bag containing a month's worth of cultivation resources for our disciples. 30,000 miles east of Ice Condensation Island. There lies a Dragon Earth cave in need of guardianship. From henceforth, you shall cultivate there. This scheme bore a striking resemblance to the tropes found in mundane novels. You accepted the storage bag with a nod, expressing gratitude for the elder's guidance. Then, the previously encountered entry-level security approached, escorting you eastward. Senior, the Dragon Earth Cave nurtures a multitude of low-tier monsters for the Bai family. To guard is indeed a fortunate position. The Dragon Earth Cave? The name instilled a sense of foreboding within you. Along the journey, you opened the storage bag, discovering its limited space, barely the size of a basin, housing a tome and 3 bottles of elixirs. Upon examining the elixirs, you discerned from the labels that they were sleeping pills. Consuming them would guarantee entry into a meditative state within half an hour. The name was intriguing. There were 2 bottles of sleeping pills, each containing 300 pills, and another bottle labeled as Unaware Pill, containing only 50 pills, also intended for cultivation, expediting the meditative process. Such scant resources for cultivation felt somewhat hasty. You shook your head and retrieved the final book, a foundational visualization manual of the Bai family. Although rudimentary, it could facilitate cultivation up to the low tier of the third rank. Titled Fortune Generates All, it detailed 2 secret techniques for the essence, both auxiliary in nature, meant for nurturing spiritual plants and pacifying monsters. In less than a day, you successfully arrived on a small island. Upon entry, you were immediately struck by the overwhelming presence of monsters. The entry-level security explained, Senior, the Bai family's primary source of income lies in nurturing spiritual plants for alchemy and raising monsters for sale. The Dragon Earth Cave serves as a breeding ground for monsters. Currently, there are over 30,000 dragon beasts, all at the entry level. We have dedicated individuals for cultivation. Your task is simply to guard this place against external threats. The dragon beasts are akin to serpents. The Bai family is indeed intriguing. Soon, 2 practitioners at the 9th rank emerged from the island, showering you with compliments. They were the overseers here. One was named by Tian, the other by D. Senior, please take your time to acclimate. We shall return to report. You nodded, and under the guidance of Bai D and Bai Tian, you continued to familiarize yourself with the island's circumstances. 2 days later, your worldview had been reshaped several times over. In the center of the island, atop a colossal tower, you sat in the highest structure, your expression one of complexity. The monsters in this realm are peculiar upon enlightenment. They can transform after entering the Tao, and many possess enchanting appearances and graceful forms. Consequently, numerous human practitioners cultivate them to amass resources. The Bai family operates in such a manner. Here, there are individuals specifically tasked with instructing those sentient serpents to cultivate, transform, and then nurture them based on their transformed appearances. Alas, no matter the location, this world remains persistently dark. Humans consume humans, monsters consume humans. It is a cycle of predation. As the guardian of the Dragon Earth Cave, You were permitted to consume 2 monsters each month, with potential for future increases. You quickly adapted to life here, utilizing the monthly allocation of sleeping pills and unaware pills provided by the Bai family to enhance your strength. With the assistance of resources, your cultivation progressed significantly. Simultaneously, you employed your monster consumption limit to nurture Susu. Susu relished the consumption of monsters, indifferent to whether they had transformed or not. You did not conceal this fact, and gradually, the entire island became aware of your penchant for tormenting monsters, subsequently feeding them to the giant python. Your reputation was thoroughly tarnished. Your subordinates feared you, while the serpent monsters loathed you. By the end of the second year, after a full year of cultivation, your prowess had improved considerably, yet the time for a breakthrough had not arrived, remaining at the low tier of the first rank. However, Susu, having consumed over 20 serpent monsters, finally reached a breakthrough on this day. In the subterranean cave at the island's edge, you gazed expectantly at Susu before you. Chapter 79. The transformation of Susu. This cavern, crafted by your own hands, stretches 300 meters deep, serving as your sanctuary for cultivation. Following the consumption of a pitiful snake demon, Susu's ebony form began to tremble slightly. Gradually, swirling clouds of dark energy coalesced around her, her scales shedding in layers and gathering together. Her body also began to compress and transform. Under the cloak of dark energy, her aura intensified. 5 minutes later, the dark vapor dissipated, revealing an enchanting woman, devoid of any clothing. Susu, you called out, clapping your hands. The woman shook her head and then crouched down, eagerly extending her neck to bite at you. Master, let us play. You grasped her neck firmly, lifting her up. Now you have truly entered the realm of cultivation. You must strive diligently. Play. Is it the behavior of a good demon? Let us roll them up together. Susu exclaimed excitedly, sticking out her tongue. You were at a loss for words, bemused by her lack of intelligence. She evidently retained more of her primal nature than other newly transformed demons. Reluctantly, you took it upon yourself to guide her, correcting her behavior little by little. After a month, Susu had returned to normalcy, her speech becoming much more fluid. She had evolved into a commendable assistant, capable of aiding you in various aspects. At this stage, she could still strengthen herself by devouring demons, and her progress was not sluggish. Time flowed gently in this unremarkable routine. By the 10th year, you had accumulated a substantial amount of sleeping pills, yet no elixirs, as frequent cultivation had consumed them all. The intensity of your practice had led to rapid advancements in your skills. After 9 years of arduous training, you finally stepped into the intermediate stage of the first transformation. Your capabilities had significantly strengthened. Susu had also ascended to the peak of the 9th level of the path through her consumption of snake demons, on the verge of breakthrough into the first transformation. Typically, demons possess their own inherited memories upon transforming, often enhancing their powers through cultivation. However, Susu lacks such memories and could only grow stronger by consuming other demons. She was devoid of any profound techniques, rendering her combat capabilities unreliable. At most, she could serve as an assistant. Fortunately, you did not require her for battle. As the 10th year drew to a close, you were still immersed in your cultivation when a knock resonated at the door. Young master, the steward is looking for you. Susu's delightful voice chimed. You nodded, concluding your day as training and stepping out of the cavern. Before you stood Susu, adorned in a vibrant long dress, her head adorned with sparkling decorations, smiling as she awaited your arrival. Over the years, you had not intentionally trained her. Instead, she had naturally evolved from a pet into a role akin to that of a maid. Let us go. Casting a glance at Susu's long legs, you felt no stir of emotion. Outside, the steward had been waiting for quite some time. Upon your appearance, he rushed forward, greeting you with a hushed tone, boss. 2 days from now, a significant figure will arrive from Ice Condensing Island. We must ensure they are well received. Though the steward himself was only at the first transformation, he had a father who had attained the third. This esteemed guest is particularly fond of mingling with various demons, he continued. I have arranged everything with Old D. You merely need to make an appearance. A distinguished guest? You replied with a nod. Rest assured, I understand. in the realm of cultivation. You often felt as though you were simply an employee at the Bai family, earning a meager salary. Not only that, but you also had to curry favor with superiors, flattering them excessively. Susu, I shall continue my training. Call me when needed, you declared, turning back to the underground chamber. Susu nodded vigorously. Don't worry, young master. I'm all set. Soon, the esteemed guest arrived, and the dragon cave was prepared to extend the highest level of hospitality. The steward presented the strongest snake demon he had recently cultivated, eager to ingratiate himself. You suddenly realized, I am merely a brothel keeper. A white cloud descended from above. I have arrived at the dragon cave. You recognized the voice and saw a familiar face, Bai Lai. The one who had previously attempted to kill you. It was evident he was at the first transformation. Oi, are you the guardian here? You look rather dull. Come over and introduce me to the attractions here. I hope I won't have come here for nothing. You held your head in dismay at his tongue-twisting remarks. The steward rushed forward, enthusiastically providing introductions. In the midst of the conversation, Susu appeared from a distance. Young master, can I eat a demon today? My teeth are itching. Upon seeing Susu, Bai Lai's eyes widened in surprise. This little demon is quite something. He was eager to try. Guardian, is this your prodigy? You nodded. What a clutch scenario to unfold in my life. After a brief lament, you introduced her succinctly. Bai Lai swallowed hard. Not bad, not bad. In that case, I want to hold back. His eyes narrowed with intent. I'll give you 20 years. You must cultivate a replica of her. I prefer something with more presence and dominance. A fiery little pepper would be ideal. You sighed in relief. Indeed, this fellow was merely lecherous, not devoid of intelligence. Leave it to me, you assured him, patting your chest. Bai Lai erupted in laughter and spent 10 days at the Dragon Cave, successfully charming 300 quality demons. Satisfied, he departed without hesitation, claiming he was off to explore further weasel territories. Boss, those demons he used are no longer viable, the steward lamented. The other steward sighed. These losses cannot be reported directly. It's fine. We'll take the loss, you replied. I'll send Susu to deal with those demons. You need not worry. Days later, after consuming a few spicy snacks, Susu finally broke through to the first transformation. She grew stronger, though not excessively so. Continue striving, you encouraged, patting her head. And thus, the monotonous cycle of cultivation resumed. By the 20th year, the sleeping pills you had accumulated grew increasingly abundant, filling your storage bag beyond its capacity. The small bag was insufficient for your needs. While your cultivation showed no signs of breakthrough, your combat prowess saw a slight enhancement. This existence was far from what I desired. Gazing at the shadowy cavern surrounding you, you rose, pondering the significance of this relentless routine of arduous training. Yet, this life remained stable and secure, its only drawback being the painfully slow progression of your strength. After a moment of reflection, you resumed your grueling practice. Chapter 80. Mutation working for the Bai family indeed provides stability, a stability that has persisted for 2 decades without a single mishap. Setting aside the temptations of those enchanting sirens, it has been nearly 20 years since you last engaged in combat. Your bones still possess a peculiar itch, a yearning for action. You are indeed a scoundrel. In the 30th year, you have yet to ascend to the high tier of the first transition. While Susu has already made her way to the mid-tier of the first transition, her progression significantly swifter than yours. Each day merely requires the consumption of flesh and blood. As your tenure in the Earth Dragon Cave extended, your privileges expanded. The monthly loss limit has risen to 100. Moreover, during the training and nurturing process, substantial losses occur, which benefits Susu. This prolonged exposure has ignited her interest in training monsters, leading her to learn gradually, and she has now become a skilled technician. Her craftsmanship is beyond reproach. Each year, numerous serpent demons graduate under her guidance, presented as gifts by the Bai family for sale. In the 40th year, after 30 years of arduous cultivation, you finally broke through, your cultivation slowly rising to the high tier of the first transition. Susu had already entered the high tier 5 years prior. Although she advanced early, a single firearm could still easily subdue her. After all, aside from her potent venom, she possesses no other enhancements. You have thoroughly acclimated to the serene life within the Earth Dragon Cave. enjoying various pleasures, sipping wine, and watching Susu dance, which is quite delightful. Time continued to flow. In the 50th year, the cycle repeated. By the 60th year, Susu had reached the pinnacle of the first transition, on the verge of the second transition, while you still lag far behind. In the 70th year, Susu officially broke through to the second transition. Upon sparring with her, you realized that in a normal state, you were no longer her match. However, in your serpent form, you could easily overpower her with a single tail. This encounter deepened Susu's feelings for you, as she began to cling to you daily, resembling a devoted follower. In the 80th year, your cultivation was on the brink of breaking through to the pinnacle of the first transition. You yawned, stepped outside, and casually relieved yourself without concern. In the 90th year, you still had not achieved a breakthrough, yet you remained composed, calmly shattering a distant island with a mere gesture. By the 100th year, you finally broke through, officially stepping into the pinnacle of the first transition. This endeavor astonishingly took a full 60 years, transitioning from high tier to pinnacle within 60 years. Would the final breakthrough require over 100 years? Exiting the cave, at over a century old, clad in a flowing blue robe, your hair cascading freely, you were greeted by the sounds of entwined voices emanating from the surrounding buildings. These were the serpent demons undergoing their arduous training. Upon sensing your presence, a shadow descended from the heavens. "My lord, you have emerged," Susu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She wore scant armor fashioned from serpent scales, covering only the essential areas, her alluring figure fully on display. You frowned slightly. "Why do you wear so little clothing?" "Change it back," you instructed. Susu nodded with a smile. "As you wish, my lord." With that, she transformed the serpent scales into a form-fitting black gown, devoid of any gaps. Susu then produced a handful of shimmering golden ornaments, adorning her head with them. This serpent, akin to a Western dragon, had a penchant for all things golden and glittering. Observing her increasingly enchanting visage, you shook your head. Susu had advanced to the mid-tier of the second transition a year prior, her strength escalating rapidly. Your serpent form could no longer contain her. Only in a frenzied state could you hope to match her. Beyond her strength, Susu had also experienced significant growth in other areas. Now serving as the direct leader of the entire Earth Dragon Cave, commanding the day-to-day operations. "My lord, shall we enjoy a drink to refresh our spirits?" Susu suggested, wrapping her arms around yours. "I have concocted a new snake whip wine, infused with fragrant peach blossoms. The effects are delightful." "Let's drink a few cups," you replied, seizing her hand, your heart ablaze. Susu beamed with joy, transmitting a mental command to her subordinates to prepare immediately. In a room atop the 7-layer tower, Susu guided you, waving her sleeve to illuminate the hundreds of candles surrounding you. An enchanting aroma wafted through the air as you both settled at a transparent, exquisitely crafted table embedded with pentagrams. "My lord, cultivation is a gradual process. One cannot rush," she remarked. At just over a century old, achieving the pinnacle of the first transition is already the dream of many. After all, you have over 2,000 years of lifespan ahead. There is no need for concern. Pouring you a glass of wine, a more intoxicating fragrance emerged, filling the air with its delightful scent. You nodded, lifting the cup to take a delicate sip. Susu rested her chin in her hands, gazing at you with anticipation. "Delicious wine," you praised generously. Just as you were about to utter more compliments, a violent explosion erupted, followed by a wave of ferocious and sinister auras approaching. Your expression shifted, and you swiftly enveloped Susu in a simulated space before leaping through the roof, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, 5 figures materialized around you, standing atop dark clouds, emanating a terrifying killing intent. "Waste of the Bai family, your doomsday has arrived," one of them roared. "After years of breeding and tormenting my demon kin, today the 3 kings shall strike, and you shall all perish. You pathetic fools. Today, my brothers, and I shall consume you all." The leader bellowed, transforming into a 50-meter-long black serpent, charging towards you. The other demons revealed their true forms, attacking the others to rescue the serpent demons still undergoing training. You observed closely. All 5 possessed strength in the second transition. Fortunately, only one was of high tier, while the others were either low or mid-tier. The end of the Bai family. It seemed that your stable life was about to conclude. You felt a twinge of regret, yet a hint of excitement lingered within. Humans, prepare to die. Though the intelligence had some discrepancies, having transitioned from low tier to pinnacle, it was of little consequence. I shall torment you thoroughly, avenging my kin. At that moment, the black serpent charged forth, the strongest among them, a high tier of the second transition. You scoff, torment me? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Mystical art of the soul. Black python swallows heaven. The ultimate form unleashed. In an instant, you transformed into a 130-meter-long black serpent. As your cultivation broke through, your size expanded correspondingly. Aside from your normal form, all other shapes evolved. With your size increasing, your strength surged dramatically. The black serpent collided with your impenetrable scales. Completely unprepared for such a turn of events. After the impact, it swayed dizzily, its body spinning gently. You cast a sidelong glance at it. Why do you force my hand? Mystical art of the soul. Black serpent shield. Chapter 81. Northward, 9 shadowy black serpents, equal in length to yours, surged forth, ensnaring the opposing black serpent with a gentle exertion. A sudden splatter echoed as blood rained down from above. The devastation was thorough. After vanquishing a second-tier high-level foe, the 9 serpentine shadows rushed towards the remaining monsters. You commanded Su, quickly devour. Her excitement was palpable as she transformed into a 50-meter-long black serpent, opening her maw wide to consume the deluge of flesh and blood. Until now, her feast had comprised mere lowly entities. This marked her inaugural consumption of a second-tier monster, and the experience was undeniably different from before. Master, I feel a breakthrough coming. Su's expression shifted, her voice tinged with reluctance. This cursed thing is going to give me a little serpent stomach. You shot her a disapproving glance before withdrawing her into the simulated space. Meanwhile, the 9 black serpentine shadows had concluded their battle. The other 4 monsters lay lifeless, utterly crushed beneath the weight of your assault. With the fight concluded, Tian approached, exclaiming, "Boss, you are truly formidable." He continued, "I never anticipated you possess such capabilities. Without you, our Earth Dragon Cave would have surely succumbed to the onslaught of those 5 second-tier attackers." You shook your head. "I apologize, everyone." The current situation was complex. Numerous monsters were besieging the Bai family, and it was evident that their downfall was imminent. Remaining here was not an option. The main company had collapsed, and as a mere security guard overseeing the storage, what purpose did you serve? "Boss, what are you planning?" Tian suddenly felt an ominous premonition. You exhaled a lengthy serpent's tongue, your pupils turning white. "Farewell." With that, the 9 serpentine shadows surged forth, effortlessly dispatching your 2 subordinates before annihilating everything within the Earth Dragon Cave. Your combat prowess must remain a secret, and you required a flawless excuse to depart. Thus, you had no choice but to burden them with this fate. In your next life, strive to be a better person. You exterminated all the serpent monsters, leaving no trace behind. The Earth Dragon Cave held no valuable treasures, having just joined the Bai family. They were understandably reluctant to entrust you with their true sources of wealth. Releasing toxins, you meticulously eradicated all evidence. Upon thorough inspection, your most significant find was a number of storage bags filled with resources of no utility to you. Sighing, you moved to the side where 4 corpses lay. Surrounding their remains were various tomes, elixirs, and treasures. Just as humans possess storage bags, monsters too have their own spaces, often containing personal belongings. For instance, Su scales. Upon their demise, their storage spaces became inactive, spilling forth their contents. Were these the legacies of their techniques? A glance revealed that they were all beyond your capacity to cultivate. After all, humans and monsters tread divergent paths, and forceful cultivation could lead to death. The elixirs, too, held no discernible value. After a cursory examination, you deemed them worthless. This round of combat yielded nothing of significance aside from the storage bags. The true victor was Su, who was on the verge of a breakthrough thanks to the monster's essence. You place the monster's belongings into the storage bags before obliterating them entirely. Ensuring no evidence remained, you maintained your ultimate form as you plunged into the sea, propelling yourself towards the horizon. Thus, they would only discover that a serpent monster had devastated the Earth Dragon Cave. 5 days passed, and Su had yet to awaken, still in the throes of her breakthrough. You had distanced yourself from the Bai family's influence, returning to your normal state as you continued northward. This time, your destination was the Ulu Sword sect. Aligning with a minor family faction merely relegated you to a security role with a meager salary. You were curious how larger sects operated. Half a month later, on the sea's surface, you stood upon a small boat, harnessing your spiritual energy to propel forward. Master, I am ready. A voice suddenly resonated in your ear. It was Su, startling you. Until now, she had been unable to communicate with you while in the simulated space. What had changed? Not only that, but you sensed a new piece of information. You could leave a mark on Su, granting her the ability to traverse the simulated space at will. Tentatively, you placed the mark. Su emerged from within, her bare feet dancing upon the water's surface, exclaiming, "Master, I have broken through to the second-tier high level. Wonderful, wonderful. You've truly made a breakthrough." You were genuinely unperturbed. After all, what was the pinnacle of the second tier to you? Ultimately, in your ultimate form, it would amount to a mere flick of your wrist. To this day, you had yet to engage in a full-scale battle utilizing your ultimate state, but conservatively estimating, your combat strength was likely at the apex of the second tier, a formidable leap in power. As time progressed, this disparity would likely diminish, for the gap between major realms only widened in magnitude. Indeed, you were remarkable. Su beamed as she sat on the small boat, splashing her feet in the water. Master, your form is astonishingly grand, so lengthy and impressive. I am certain many serpent monsters would find you appealing. You shook your head. It matters not, as long as I am strong enough. As you spoke, you presented her with all the techniques and elixirs from the storage bags. Are there any you can utilize? Su glanced through the items before retrieving a new technique. They're all too feeble, but this one is suitable. It was likely the legacy technique of that second-tier high-level black serpent. She collected the techniques and elixirs, her eyes sparkling. Though I cannot cultivate the main technique, those spiritual secrets are within my reach. 5 monsters, 10 techniques in total. Once I master them all, I shall become even stronger, and then master. You will no longer be my equal. Wonderful, Su, you possess such potential. What are the elixirs? I cannot comprehend them. I fear death. Hence I dare not consume them. Su spoke candidly. What a remarkable serpent you are. With a swift motion, you shattered the small boat beneath your feet, a cloud of white rising up. Su followed closely as you quickened your pace towards the Ulu Sword sect. A decade passed, and you found yourself lost, having traversed for a full 10 years without encountering a single island. The scenery around you had grown monotonous, unchanging, as if trapped in a mirage. One day, above the ocean, you soared on a cloud. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow breached the water's surface, lunging towards you with its mouth agape, a foul stench wafting through the air. Chapter 82. Fortuity. As you fix your gaze, you are met with the sight of a colossal octopus. Each of its tentacles stretches several dozen meters in length, and at this moment, it leaps from the ocean's depths, thrashing its numerous appendages in a frenzied assault. Second transition peak. Sensing the creature's aura, your interest is piqued. Essence of the spirit's secret art. Black python devouring the heavens. The ultimate state unfolds. The tentacles of the black octopus collide with your body. However, it reacts swiftly, curling around you in an attempt to ensnare you. Essence of the spirit's secret art. Black serpent guardian. You lift your head, surveying the creature from above. 9 black serpents, each 130 meters long, dive downward, launching a relentless offensive. Before long, the octopus can no longer withstand the onslaught. Its body is marred with wounds, and several of its tentacles have been severed by the serpents. In a flash of light and shadow, it hastily transforms into a bald, muscular man. Spare me. O exalted one, I acted impulsively. Please forgive me. Impulsively? By now, you have discerned the general extent of its power and formed a judgment in your mind. You soar forward, your massive form obscuring the bald man's line of sight entirely. Very well, I shall not take your life. I am inclined toward benevolence and wish to cease further bloodshed. Your resonant voice reverberates. When will grievances be resolved? The bald man exhales in relief. Thank you, exalted one. I shall no longer harm others. From this day forth, I vow to be a benevolent creature, aiding others daily. He breathes a sigh of relief, continuing, It seems you are merely a foolish cultivator, so kind-hearted. Perhaps I can flatter you enough for a chance to retaliate. The bald man muses contentedly. Your immense head shakes slightly. Enough, you may leave. I shall spare you. The bald man nods, feeling more at ease, and turns to depart. At that moment, 9 black serpents surge forward simultaneously. Moreover, a beam of black light shoots from the horizon. Boom! The surface of the sea roils violently. Before the bald man can transform, he is crushed and slain by the twin assaults. He reverts to his original form, his massive corpse floating serenely upon the water surface. Master, is my essence of the spirit's secret art formidable? Susu approaches your side, brimming with pride. You nod. A full force strike can annihilate a creature of the same realm. It possesses considerable merit. In a decade's time, Susu has mastered the essence of the spirit's secret art of the second transition high-level black serpent, significantly enhancing her power. Yet in your presence, she still pales in comparison. After the recent battle, you are more certain than ever that your combat prowess far exceeds the second transition peak. Perhaps even the third transition could be within your grasp. Thus far, you have yet to unleash your full potential. In combat, an ultimate state and a black serpent guardian suffice to resolve matters. Go now, dispose of his corpse. A second transition peak essence of the spirit's secret art will surely suit you better. After leaving a remark, you continue your flight upon the clouds. Susu promptly opens her mouth and springs into action. In the sky, you have returned to your normal state, reclining comfortably upon the white clouds. Susu's figure suddenly appears, excitedly exclaiming, Master, after consuming its flesh and blood, I feel on the verge of a breakthrough. Good. You have just reached the second transition peak, and now you're about to ascend to the third? This serpent is remarkably swift. In the 120th year, after devouring a second transition giant fish, Susu successfully advances to the third transition. However, she still lacks inherited memories. Conversely, due to mastering the octopus's essence of the spirit's secret art, her strength has escalated to new heights. Yet her physical growth remains sluggish. Even at the third transition, she is still 50 meters long, which is undeniably strange. Having soared across the sea for 2 decades, you show no signs of a breakthrough yourself. In fact, having exhausted all resources accumulated from the Bai family, your cultivation pace has slowed. Along the way, you engage in a skirmish with Susu, who has now transcended to the third transition, and you conclusively ascertain your own combat strength. In facing a third transition opponent, you realize your power still falls short. At best, you can achieve a stalemate. But defeating her proves exceedingly challenging. In the 131st year, you finally encounter a small island. This is quite a rarity. Since departing from a Bai family, you have encountered only 2 creatures, with not a single human in sight, truly peculiar. You descend from the clouds onto the island. Upon landing, you sense a series of agile auras, all at the third transition, on par with Susu. Simultaneously, several third transition beings swiftly approach you. They are human. The cultivation techniques seem somewhat familiar. Hey, from where do you hail? You regard them warily, slowly stating, Esteemed seniors, I come from the Bai family in the south. You recount the events that transpired with the Bai family, 8 parts truth, 2 parts fabrication. Upon hearing this, the trio shows no signs of doubt. One of them steps forward, shaking his head. You wish to join the Ulu Sword sect, do you not? Indeed, you are too late. The Ulu Sword sect no longer exists. The speaker, a youth clad in white, smiles wryly. 5,000 years ago, the Ulu Sword sect was obliterated by several major demon clans, with hundreds of thousands of disciples perishing. The Ulu Sword sect is gone. This is quite a shock. Far too swift indeed. Your expression reflects your dismay. How unfortunate to have ventured here in vain. Young one, your luck is rather unfortunate. You sigh. Thank you, esteemed senior. For clarifying, after exchanging a few more words, you learn that they are disciples of the nearby Murong clan, tasked with safeguarding these peripheral islands. The Murong clan's influence is extensive, with countless such islands under their domain. The scarcity of demons along your journey is also a testament to the Murong clan's efforts. To eradicate the aberrant, they have slain all that they could. Regrettably, you depart from the Celestial Island. To join the Murong clan, you must continue northward. Yet, you find yourself disinterested. After 2 decades of relentless travel, it is best to find a place to rest. Stowing away the Ascension token, you journey eastward. 2 months later, you arrive upon a continent. Indeed, this is a continent, not an island. It is vast, with a myriad of factions present. As it lies outside the Murong clan's domain, it is teeming with demons. You release Susu and proceed onward. Months later, you arrive at a mortal city where you settle down. Susu takes charge of everything, and you live comfortably. In the 135th year, although your cultivation has progressed, it remains at a glacial pace, and the time until your next breakthrough is uncertain. By the 140th year, having enjoyed your respite, you prepare to delve deeper into your pursuits. You and Susu venture further into the continent. Along the way, you encounter numerous demons, all swiftly dispatched and consumed by Susu. In the 145th year, you discover a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 83. The Wisdom Stone in the northern part of the continent. There exists a legacy of a fifth-turn powerhouse, and many practitioners have ventured forth to explore it. Fifth-turn legacy? You ponder. As a mere first turn, wouldn't that be akin to courting death? You scoff, reflecting on how opportunities can often herald the onset of peril. At merely over a century old, you are not keen on meeting an untimely demise. The complexities of the continent present numerous dangers. You have faced life and death battles before, primarily against monsters, emerging victorious, yet ultimately benefiting Susu. In the 150th year, you and Susu arrive at the edge of the continent. After much deliberation, you decide to join the Murong family. Over the years, you have gleaned substantial information. The Murong family wields considerable influence in this region and is guarded by a seventh-turn powerhouse. You journey northward, arriving at the territory occupied by the Murong family. The environment here is markedly tranquil, thriving with life. Upon expressing your intentions, the Murong family promptly assigns you to an island in the eastern part of the continent. Atop a mountain, a burly man with a thick beard claps you on the shoulder, saying, "Young brother, your task is simple. Oversee these spiritual plants. Each year, we shall send someone to harvest them." He hands you a storage bag, stating, "This is your annual remuneration." With little danger nearby and the work not overly taxing, you settle into this role. After a thorough admonition, the bearded man departs. Opening the storage bag, you are greeted by familiar formulas, a cultivation technique for nurturing spiritual plants, with the essence spirit's secret method yielding similar effects. Inside, you find 20 bottles of sleeping pills, each containing 500 pills and 30 bottles of unconscious pills, each with 30 pills. Overall, this compensation dwarfs that of the Bai family. Is this what it means to be part of a prominent family? You muse. Or is it merely another form of labor? Shaking your head, you begin to adapt to this new life. The tasks are uncomplicated. A daily glance suffices, allowing you to focus on your cultivation. With Susu accompanying you, the experience is relatively pleasant. With resources at your disposal, your training speed accelerates significantly. More importantly, you are keenly aware of the contribution points accrued while working here. Each year, you can accumulate points, and after a century, you can exchange them for a cultivation method leading to the third turn. Flipping through the small booklet in your hands, excitement ignites within you. Contribution points. This process feels so familiar. In the 171st year, as you practice your celestial methods, visualizing the heavens and earth, you find yourself in a trance. You witness a black python rampaging through the town, devouring souls. However, this time, an extraordinary sight unfolds. A streak of sword light descends from the horizon, effortlessly severing the python's head. As the creature writhes in agony upon the ground, everything comes to a swift conclusion. Upon emerging from your visualization, you are astonished to discover that your century of practice with the Black Cloud celestial method has transformed. You have comprehended the advanced celestial method, the wind and cloud sword technique. Bewildered, you marvel at this newfound knowledge. It can manifest in such a manner. At this moment, the visualization of the black serpent in your mind morphs into an image of a long sword, shimmering with various hues and subtly trembling. From the information you've gathered over the years, the Black Cloud Celestial Method is merely the foundational method of the Yu Sword sect, lacking any advanced variant. The only peculiarity about you is the simulator. Could it be that the simulator bestows upon you the deep blue attribute, enabling the active upgrade of your celestial methods? Yet, that doesn't quite add up, as such phenomena had never occurred prior to your cultivation. Suddenly, realization dawns upon you. It is the Ascension Order. During your practice, the Ascension Order beside you shattered, revealing a small white crystal. This crystal, no larger than a thumb, exudes tendrils of black mist that you absorb. Throughout this process, you notice a marked enhancement in your visualization speed, prompting you to intensify your training. In the 171st year, as the black mist within the crystal dissipates, you conclude this phase of your practice, the Wind and Cloud Sword Technique. Being an advanced version of the Black Cloud Celestial Method allows you to cultivate without changing your foundational technique. It is a year. You not only break through to the second turn, but also master two Essence Spirit secret methods of the Wind and Cloud Sword Technique, significantly augmenting your power. One technique, Sword Shadows, enables you to condense a sword from your Essence Spirit power for an attack. The other, Blazing Sun Sword Chi, expends all your Essence Spirit power to unleash a fiery sword Chi, boasting tremendous might. As you quietly assess your current situation, you conduct further trials. Having surpassed the second turn, you can now dispatch Su in a single strike. Your serpent form extends to 20 meters, the frenzied state to 30 meters, and the ultimate form to 150 meters. The four Essence Spirit secret methods enhance your capabilities considerably, especially following your ultimate transformation. After conducting tests, you find that Sword Shadows consumes merely 1% of your Essence Spirit power, allowing for immediate recovery. After all, your Essence Spirit power remains 100-fold that of others within the same realm. Conversely, Blazing Sun Sword Chi depletes all your Essence Spirit power, a significant loss that requires at least 10 seconds for full recovery. Nevertheless, these limitations are acceptable. Feeling exhilarated, you pick up the crystal for further examination, but find no unique properties. In the 200th year, having worked for the Morong family for 50 years, you have accumulated a wealth of information from the disciples who come annually to harvest. This world is known as the Blazing Sun Realm, divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. The Morong family resides in the southern region, which consists of a small continent and several islands, separated from the other 3 regions by oceans. The other 3 regions form a contiguous landmass. The Morong family is a neutral force, occupying vast territory and engaging in cooperation with both human and demon races, while publicly maintaining a facade of exterminating demons to uphold their righteous image. Beyond this, you have also learned about the crystal's nature, the Wisdom Stone. When activated, it temporarily enhances a practitioner's cultivation speed and comprehension. Such an item is invaluable and exceedingly rare. Could it be that the Ascension Orders of the Yu Sword sect are all Wisdom Stones? You speculate. Then, you produce a Gu family token, utilizing your Essence Spirit power to shatter it piece by piece. In the next moment, small crystals emerge, releasing streams of black mist that you absorb. You swiftly enter a state of cultivation. By the 203rd year, the enhancement effects have worn off, and all the crystals revert to their ordinary forms. In the process, your cultivation level surges, propelling you into the intermediate stage of the second turn. Chapter 84 Departure. The utilization time of each Wisdom Stone is limited to 1 year. The Gu family tokens, numbering 18 in total, possess effects comparable to 3 Wisdom Stones, which implies that 6 Gu family tokens are equivalent to a single Ascension token. Quite impressive indeed. The allure of swiftly breaking through one's cultivation is truly intoxicating. If only there were more Wisdom Stones, even my mediocre talent could potentially be elevated. However, it remains insufficient. I must devise a method to enhance my aptitude. the wind and cloud soar technique, as an advanced version of the black cloud immortal method, can ultimately be cultivated to the pinnacle of the fifth transformation. In the short term, I need not worry about the issues of cultivation methods. Casting a glance at Susu, whose cultivation remains unchanged, I shake my head in pity for her. Susu's cultivation relies entirely on devouring monsters. Her continuous arduous practice is futile. What are you saying, young master? Shall we drink? Susu inquires, producing a flask of wine. This is my latest brew, made with cow whip, tiger whip, snake whip, and horse whip. In total, 351 materials have been used, and I have named it the Fierce Sun wine. Such a remarkable fierce sun wine. Who would still harbor darkness after consuming this? I tentatively take a sip, only to fall into a prolonged silence. What is the meaning of life? Why must I endure? Why not simply seek death, which would end everything? After 5 seconds of bewilderment, I suddenly regain my senses. That sensation was dangerously overwhelming. What poison have you infused into this wine? It disrupts my spirit. My eyes gleam with curiosity. Susu, appearing innocent, responds, "There is no poison at all, not a single drop. All are pure, green, and untainted materials." Very well, I concede. The quality of these materials is indeed exceptional. Casting a glance at the unchanged spiritual plant, I shake my head and prepare to continue my cultivation. This small island cultivates a spiritual plant known as the azure skygrass, primarily utilized for alchemy, and its efficacy is decent. In the 210th year, I emerge from the cultivation chamber, seeking a moment of relaxation. However, upon exiting, I encounter a disciple of the Murong family who has come to harvest the azure skygrass. His eyes light up upon seeing me. "Brother Lin," I nod in acknowledgement. A mere greeting. He is a recent addition to the Murong family, named Qingfeng, a fellow worker, not someone with whom I need to become too familiar. "Brother Lin, I never anticipated you would quietly break through to the second transformation." Qingfeng exclaims. "Lin Bei, this is your alias within the Murong family. Your rapid advancement with such mediocre talent is remarkable," he adds, astonished. I wave my hand dismissively. "It's merely luck." "Ha ha ha, Brother Lin. I have a lucrative proposition for you. Would you care to consider it?" Qingfeng leans closer, whispering, "Once it's accomplished, I guarantee you will obtain 3,000 yuan spirit pills." In the cultivation world, while there are no spiritual stones or yuan stones, trade still exists. After extensive development, yuan spirit pills have become a common medium of exchange. These pills can restore depleted yuan spirit energy, but that is their sole purpose. No one would use them for cultivation, as they are primarily for trading. 3,000 yuan spirit pills represent a substantial sum, sufficient to acquire numerous cultivation resources in the Murong family's marketplace. "Fellow cultivator, to elaborate on the specifics, I inquire further. You possess a characteristic of never recklessly offering yourself up. Engaging in perilous endeavors is out of the question." It is quite simple. Just assist in eliminating a target, a low-level third transformation cultivator. There is a bounty of 6,000 yuan spirit pills for his demise. Qingfeng reveals. Having recently broken through to the pinnacle of the second transformation and mastered a formidable yuan spirit secret technique, I am confident in my ability to take him down. All I require from you is to provide cover. To take down a third transformation cultivator while you are merely at the pinnacle of the second transformation? I shake my head. "Fellow cultivator, the probability of success is far too low. We shall reconsider. Given that my combat strength is likely at the pinnacle of the third transformation, I am not particularly afraid, yet acting recklessly would undoubtedly expose my trump cards. Unless I were to eliminate Qingfeng post-mission to silence him, it is hardly worth it for 6,000 yuan spirit pills." "Very well, you truly are cautious." Qingfeng laments as he departs. In the 223rd year, I discover that a new individual has taken over the transport of supplies. Upon inquiry, I learn that Qingfeng has died. Such an abrupt demise. He scarcely had time to turn the page before meeting his end. I am not surprised, merely curling my lip in disdain as I continue my cultivation. In the 235th year, there's been no breakthrough on my part. Susu remains in a similar state. The outside world is fraught with danger, and with so many humans around, I cannot trust her to venture out alone. Thus she remains by my side. In these years, apart from cultivation, I have familiarized myself with the Yuan spirit secret techniques in my possession, and my strength has significantly improved. Susu has mastered all the Yuan spirit secret techniques, greatly enhancing her combat power. However, it is regrettable that she still cannot match me. When the ultimate form emerges, it crushes all in its path. This year, Susu suddenly appears, young master, someone is seeking you outside. I am puzzled, as I have been engaged in solitary cultivation within the Murong family, with no friends to speak of. Who could possibly be looking for me? Stepping out of my cave, I encounter a young man clad in a white robe, his expression one of distress. Are you Lin Bei? I am, I reply. I will count to 3. Tell me who is behind Chung Tai, or I shall kill you. As I sense the third transformation cultivation emanating from him, I am taken aback. I do not know. I retort. Do not feign ignorance. I have already uncovered that Chung Tai had contact with no one else but you before his death. The young man's gaze grows increasingly cold. Tell me, who is it? His aura radiates menace, and I find myself at a loss for words. I am utterly unaware. This is absurd. The city gates are on fire, yet the fish in the moat suffer. He is indeed a man of resolve, but it is unfortunate that I have vowed to act with ferocity. Unable to endure further, I activate my madness state, transforming into a 30-meter-tall giant. Unsheathing my bone sword to strike, fierce sun, sword chi. Without hesitation, I unleash my might. Wen Xiao appears taken aback, not expecting my sudden aggression. Yet, by the time he regains his composure, the scorching sword chi, composed of flames, is already upon him. How audacious! A mere second transformation dares to strike at me. He sneers, raising his hand in response. Boom! The surrounding mountains tremble. Wen Xiao takes a step back, successfully intercepting the sword chi, a faint flush appearing at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, a second transformation can indeed wound me. It seems my madness state is insufficient to subdue him. I revert to my normal state, my Yuan spirit energy gradually recovering. The opponent is of the low third transformation. Susu. In the next moment, a beam of sword light suddenly descends from the horizon. It is Susu's Yuan spirit secret technique, as she has been lurking nearby, eagerly awaiting her opportunity. Wind Xiao's expression shifts dramatically. Chapter 85. Escape and cultivation. He had not anticipated the presence of a third-tier entity, seemingly a demon, in this place. It is widely recognized that demons possess lifespans exceeding those of ordinary humans, and their overall strength far surpasses that of human cultivators. He braced himself as the sword light descended, immediately employing a protective technique of his primordial spirit. With a resounding crash, the cave was utterly destroyed, unable to withstand the clash of 2 third-tier beings. He felt a pang of regret, realizing he would soon have to trouble Susu for a new dwelling. After the onslaught, Feng Xiao was gravely injured, half kneeling on the ground, his garments tattered, and his expression a portrait of disarray. Damn it, you, a mere human, dare to collude with a demon. He spat, his disdain palpable. After casting a venomous glance in your direction, Feng Xiao turned to leave. Lin Bei, I shall report this to the elders. Prepare for your demise. Reporting to the elders? You narrowed your eyes. In the next instant, you activated your ultimate form. I am afraid such words will not be tolerated. In truth, you had no intention of allowing him to escape. In your ultimate state, your power reached its zenith. The serpent's head swayed as 9 illusory figures surged forth, intertwining as they charged toward Feng Xiao. A muffled thud echoed through the air. In less than 10 seconds, the 9 black dragons returned, bringing with them the remnants of Feng Xiao's shattered corpse. He perished swiftly, yet his ability to endure until now marked him as a formidable opponent. Susu arrived, her expression anxious. Young master, what shall we do? She too sensed the gravity of the situation. You retrieve his storage bag, astonished by its immense size, over 100 cubic feet, brimming with an absurd wealth of resources. You extracted a token, your lips twitching in disbelief. Susu gasped. It's an elder's token. This individual had a master who was an elder. Only those of a 6th tier could hold such a position within the Murong clan. Qingtai, why did you go and kill him? You lamented. Isn't that sheer folly? If ignorance of the opponent's identity could be excused, knowing it yet still acting was nothing short of foolishness. Let us go. In less than 2 seconds, you seized Susu and, reverting to your normal state, headed north in haste. The Muron clan was no longer a safe haven for you. As a mere second-tier cultivator, you were hardly more than a servant within their ranks. Regardless of your justifications, having slain an elder-esque disciple would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. You fled for your lives, continuously tallying your gains. 100,000 primordial spirit pills, 3 celestial techniques, one of which could be cultivated to the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Among the 3 celestial techniques, 10 primordial spirit secret arts could also be cultivated to enhance your strength. In addition to these, you discovered a trove of high-grade elixirs to expedite your cultivation. Finally, you uncovered 3 wisdom stones, an unexpected find indeed, befitting a disciple of a 6th-tier elder. By the end of the year 225, you were on the verge of breaking free from the influence of the Muron clan, preparing to step into the expansive southern territories. Throughout the year, you had not squandered your time, successfully cultivating 3 primordial spirit secret arts, thereby augmenting your combat prowess. A few days later, you successfully departed from the Muron clan's territory, exhaling in relief, astonished at how effortlessly you had managed to escape. Yet, something felt amiss. It had been a year. Surely they could trace you. Sensing the complexities of the situation, you brushed it aside, for the important thing was that you had survived. In the year 230, you journeyed northward to a new continent. After a period of exploration, you grasped the general circumstances of this land. This was the Wind and Cloud continent, situated in the central southern region, and home to some of the largest islands in the south. Numerous cultivation sects thrived here, densely packed and innumerable, rendering the situation exceedingly intricate. Upon entering the continent, you sought out a site of auspicious energy to establish your cave dwelling, intending to cultivate in peace for a time. With 3 wisdom stones in your possession, it was imperative to utilize them wisely. Each wisdom stone could sustain a year of cultivation, and with 3 at your disposal. Inside your cave, Susu stood guard for you. You took out the 7th-tier celestial technique acquired from Feng Xiao, the Supreme Peace Ghost God Record. This technique surpassed the Wind and Cloud sword art in every aspect. After a brief examination, you decided to switch your cultivation method. Changing techniques would not hinder your ability to practice other primordial spirit secret arts, thus having no adverse impact on your strength. The Supreme Peace Ghost God Record comprised 5 primordial spirit secret arts, 3 offensive, 1 defensive, and 1 auxiliary. The offensive arts included Supreme Clarity Talisman, Evil Suppression Sword, and East Wind Rift, all of which boasted greater attack power than the Solar Flare Sword Qi, and they consumed less primordial spirit energy. The mightiest among them, the Evil Suppression Sword, consumed primordial energy to forge a sword of lightning, delivering devastating attacks with various additional effects against demons. The remaining 2 were better suited for minor applications. The defensive secret art was known as Thunder Dragon Golden Body, a progressive technique that could be enhanced through the absorption of thunder, culminating in an indestructible golden body. The final auxiliary secret art, Corpse Puppet, allowed one to refine a corpse into a controllable puppet. Taking a deep breath, you began to switch your cultivation method, diligently practicing. Susu transformed back into her original form, her massive body circling around you, her head alertly facing the cave entrance. In the year 240, you successfully transitioned your cultivation method, mastering 5 primordial spirit secret arts and significantly boosting your power. This year, you employed the 3 wisdom stones, dedicating yourself to cultivation in hopes of achieving a breakthrough. Your comprehension and cultivation speed surged, and you seized the opportunity to consume various high-grade resources in your possession, hastening your progress. Through this endeavor, your cultivation rapidly ascended. By the year 242, you had broken through to the high tier of the 2nd level. With only 1 year left, reaching the final pinnacle was unlikely, so you set aside the last wisdom stone for future use. Young master, when shall we venture out to hunt? Upon seeing you awake, Susu inquired, her tone tinged with boredom. As a serpent, she could hardly endure the monotony. Patience, you reassured her, patting her head as you stepped out of the cave. Now, you prepared to cultivate the Thunder Dragon golden body. With a wave of your hand, a colossal bolt of lightning appeared, which you grasped and refined in an instant. Attaining the first tier allowed you to summon the winds and rain, ride the clouds, and command thunder, merely child's play. After absorbing a bolt of lightning, you felt invigorated. Susu, I require your assistance in my cultivation. Susu transformed into her human form, stretching languidly as she began to summon lightning and thunder in various postures. You absorb it all, your body shimmering with arcs of lightning. The Thunder Dragon golden body was on the horizon, and you eagerly anticipated its completion. Chapter 86 Battle. In the year 248, your Thunder Dragon golden body remains in the midst of its cultivation, still far from completion. This is indeed a gradual process. The Thunder Dragon golden body comprises 3 layers, each capable of significantly enhancing physical defense and strength, serving as a body-refining technique among practitioners. You allocate your time judiciously, devoting half to elevating your cultivation and the other half to refining your Thunder Dragon golden body. In pursuit of strength, Susu ventures into the world, and this time, you do not deter her. The environment here is chaotic, a mixture of demons and humans, ensuring that Susu will not be immediately targeted and harmed upon her arrival. In the year 260, your Thunder Dragon golden body nears the first layer, your physique having improved considerably, with traces of lightning coursing through your primordial spirit. By the year 270, you officially step into the first layer of the Thunder Dragon golden body. Outside the cave, you stretch your limbs, electrifying arcs of lightning dancing across your skin, resembling the awe-inspiring Sequoia. With a flick of your hand, a bolt of lightning shoots forth, shattering a nearby pond into fragments. Your offensive power is commendable. In addition to the accompanying thunder, you acquire a new ability, Crackling. As your primordial energy circulates, a blue dragon composed of lightning bursts forth from your chest, measuring a mere dozen meters in length, guarding you with a majestic and fierce demeanor. This is the protective thunder dragon, akin to the black serpent guardian, yet its offensive capacity far surpasses that of the latter. Moreover, your serpentine form, frenzied state, and ultimate transformation now bristle with an abundance of thunderous energy, appearing even more resplendent. You keenly perceive all of this, gradually becoming enraptured. In the 300th year, Susu returns, her body marred with injuries, yet her expression is resolute, having ventured into the world for decades. Her cultivation has ascended considerably, now reaching the high tiers of the 3rd transformation, appearing somewhat weathered by her experiences. Young master, the outside world is terrifying? Susu sticks out her tongue. Indeed, you nod, patting her head, then shake your own. Continue to strive. We are still too weak. Susu feels this deeply. You unleash a surge of primordial energy to heal her wounds, and she peacefully drifts into slumber in your embrace. You place her within the cave behind you and continue to summon thunder, refining your golden body. For years, this has been your daily routine, never faltering, relentlessly persevering. Lacking talent? Then compensate with time. You possess unwavering determination regarding this. In the 303rd year, Susu remains at home, saying she needs to calm down before re-entering society. You pay her little mind, continuing your cultivation of the Thunder Dragon golden body, though the second layer proves significantly more challenging, suggesting that immediate advancement is unlikely. By the 310th year, you are deep in your training. Susu has adopted a mouse, playing with it outside the cave, while the little creature trembles, paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a beam of sword light hurtles towards you from the distance. You frown slightly. Is the assailant targeting you? Taking a step forward, you flick your sleeve, unleashing a surge of lightning that obliterates the sword light. Moments later, a youthful figure appears on the horizon. Were you the one who killed Feng Xiaoxiao? Clad in a purple robe and wielding a sword, he observes you with keen interest. Not yet 500 years old, and you've already reached the high tier of the 2nd transformation. You possess some talent. Regrettably, Feng Xiaoxiao's master has triumphed, and you, little mouse, must perish. Murong Xian of the Murong clan shall claim your life today. The implications of his words are abundant. and you begin to piece together the truth. You believe you can take me down with such confidence? In your perception, he is unmistakably a practitioner of the fourth transformation. You, being merely at the second transformation, is that sufficient? Ah, I relish your inexplicable confidence. Wretched creature, prepare to meet your end. With a flourish of his sword, Murong Xian attacks. You stow Susu away behind you, and in the next moment, transform into your ultimate state. In an instant, you morph into a terrifying black serpent over 180 meters long, crackling with lightning, exuding an even more eerie presence. Murong Xian is astonished. This is the Black Cloud Immortal technique of the Yulu sword sect. How curious that you have cultivated it to this extent. He raises his sword. You harbor secrets. I am intrigued by your mysteries. His sword sweeps through the air, charging towards you. You take a step back, and 9 illusory black serpents and lightning dragons burst forth from your body, each over 180 meters long. Together, they intercept Murong Xian. Sword light flickers and shoots forth, as Murong Xian, in disbelief, exclaims, "This is the Thunder Dragon Golden Body. Cultivating from a Murong clan's techniques, today, you shall not escape death." His murderous intent is palpable as his sword instantly divides into thousands, transforming into beams of light that pierce through the black serpents and lightning dragons. Truly, a practitioner of the fourth transformation possesses formidable abilities. Yet in this moment, you're also prepared. Pointing your right hand, East Wind Split. This is one of the minor techniques from the Supreme Peace Ghostly Deity record. A torrent of black wind rushes forth, prompting Murong Xian to retreat 2 steps, struggling to withstand it. With the power of your formidable primordial secret technique, could I slay a fourth transformation practitioner? Seeing the expression of disbelief on his face, you wave your hand. Supreme Clarity Talisman. Golden talismans fly from your hands, transforming into a radiant golden sword that hurtles directly towards Murong Xian. Upon witnessing this, Murong Xian shakes his head frantically. Impossible. You are merely at the second transformation. How can your primordial energy be so potent? Your abilities shatter his worldview. Brother, if this is your limit, then you may as well perish. You turn away, wearied by his presence. Primordial secret technique, exorcism sword. A tremendous amount of primordial energy drains from you, and a massive black sword materializes behind you, crackling with lightning and exuding an overwhelming aura. Is this the exorcism sword? Murong Xian grits his teeth, forcefully shattering the previously cast Supreme Clarity Talisman, then conjuring a massive exorcism sword of his own. Lin Bei, today your expression changes. The exorcism sword shoots forth. Do not dare. Murong Xian swiftly counters. The 2 exorcism swords collide, unleashing waves of terrifying energy that shatter a significant portion of the surrounding cave. You squint your eyes, then conjure another exorcism sword. Go. Better to be safe than sorry. More swords are advantageous, for your primordial energy recovers swiftly. Feeling the impending aura, Murong Xian's face pales. Spare me, spare me. If you kill me, the Murong clan will never forgive you. Spare me, and I can help you. You must trust me. It appears this fellow is truly on the brink of collapse. Apologies, but I trust no one. Chapter 87. Here again, the cave had collapsed, necessitating a change of map. You waved your sleeve, and the Jinxia sword flew forth, effortlessly piercing through Murong Xian's chest. His body gradually disintegrated, shattering into countless fragments amidst the tumultuous lightning, a scene so harrowing it was difficult to behold. You approach your opponent step by step, acknowledging that while the Jinxia sword was indeed formidable, Murong Xian's 4th-tier cultivation was somewhat lacking. After this battle, your understanding of your own strength deepened. With no need for additional skills, a mere basic attack could annihilate opponents of the same realm. In your ultimate state, a single slap could eliminate a peak 3rd-tier adversary. Due to the ineffectiveness of your other abilities against 4th-tier foes, you could only rely on the skills from the Taishang Pinyin Guation record. The East Wind Split and Taishang Qingfeng could inflict damage on 4th-tier opponents, and a Jinxia sword could vanquish them. As the power of your primordial spirit radiated outward, you began reassembling the remnants. My apologies for reducing you to such a state. After a brief period of assembly, You lost interest and summoned Susu to continue the task. Young master, what are you doing? She inquired. You chuckled, practicing. Within the Taishang Pingyuan record, there existed a secret method of the primordial spirit called corpse puppet. It was essential to utilize it on a low-tier, fourth-tier being. Susu, though perplexed, found the assembly process quite engaging. After searching for a while, you finally discovered a ring on a finger, crafted from an exquisite wood. You tossed the finger to Susu, who grasped the ring with her primordial spirit, revealing its contents. Indeed, it was a storage ring, an advanced version of a storage artifact. The ring's interior space was limited, hardly half the size of the surrounding area, and its contents were meager. 30,000 primordial spirit pills, a single spell, which happened to be the one you were currently practicing, and not a single wisdom stone in sight. After a thorough search, you were left speechless. There was not a single valuable item, leaving you somewhat disheartened. At that moment, Susu triumphantly announced her completion. Young master, look, is it intact? You gazed at the skeleton before you, your lips twitching in disbelief. Not quite, my friend. Where's his flesh? It's gone, apparently corroded by the Jinxia sword. All right. You sighed, realizing a skeleton might still be sufficient. Never mind, let's go. The Murong family will undoubtedly return. You summoned a dark cloud, taking Susu and the skeleton with you as you fled. Throughout your journey, your mind was occupied with dual tasks, rushing forward while attempting to refine Murong Xian into a corpse puppet. 330 years passed as you ventured deeper into the stormy cloud continent, arriving at a desolate mountain range. The temperature here was frigid, with relentless snowfall year-round. Susu, do you like this place? You asked. Clad in white, she replied. I do, it's cool and perfect for sleeping. Numerous monsters roamed the area, making it convenient for battles. You nodded and, with a wave of your hand, summoned a skeleton from your grasp, none other than the former Murong Xian. At this moment, he had become your puppet. You could manipulate him flawlessly through your primordial spirit, devoid of his previous memories, but retaining an intellect comparable to that of an average person after several years. His primordial spirit cultivation remained intact, and his combat prowess was normal, though two limitations persisted. First, he could not regenerate flesh, existing solely in skeletal form. Second, his cultivation could not advance, his ultimate limit being low-tier, fourth-tier. You patted Murong Xian's head, and he nodded understood. His voice emanated from his primordial spirit, devoid of emotion. Resembling a robot, Murong Xian extended his hand, channeling a surge of primordial spirit energy to excavate a series of caves within the snow-capped mountains, subsequently laying out various living necessities from the storage bag: tables, chairs, wine flasks, teapots, sofas, food. You stood in the snow, clad in white, reflecting unknowingly. I have practiced for over 300 years, yet it feels utterly devoid of sensation. As you pondered, a white figure descended abruptly, showering you with snow remnants. Susu burst into laughter, conjuring a snowball with a 10-meter radius. How about it, young master? Do you feel anything now? You seized a handful of snow from your face. Frustration evident. Goose Susu, it seems I must teach you a lesson today. Susu's cheeks flushed, no mischief allowed. You let out a cold chuckle, transforming into a serpent form, a massive black snake over 30 meters long. Susu, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely your serpent form, one she could still endure. Young master, strength is uncertain, she remarked. As she spoke, she reverted to her true form, transforming into a 50-meter-long black serpent, adorned with whiskers, standing alongside your bare form, almost appearing more masculine. In a fierce struggle, you returned to your cave, preparing for rest. Susu sighed, the serpent form is dull. Next time, we should try the ultimate state. Furthermore, you had mentioned that upon achieving the third layer of the Thunder Dragon Golden Body, you could transform into a true Thunder Dragon. A true dragon would undoubtedly be even more powerful. You commenced a new round of cultivation. The scenery of the snowy mountains invigorated you. Susu frequently took Murong Xian outside, and each time they returned, they bore the marks of fierce battles, their strengths continually rising. By the 345th year, your cultivation broke through, ascending to peak second tier, finally reaching this milestone. Simultaneously, your Thunder Dragon golden body advanced to the second layer. The protective Thunder Dragon had grown stronger, now far surpassing 9 black serpents. You and Murong Xian engaged in a spar, discovering that the protective black serpent could still not inflict harm upon him. The Thunder Dragon could wound him, but not kill him. The Taishang Qingfu and East Wind Split could severely injure him. The moment the Jinxie sword emerged, Murong Xian could hardly withstand it. Originally human, he had now transformed into a somewhat sinister puppet, making him even more vulnerable to the Jinxie sword's damage. With your newfound strength, you felt exhilarated. That year, Susu also elevated her cultivation to peak 3rd tier by devouring monsters, leaving her merely 1 major realm behind you. Life in the snowy mountains remained tranquil. After all these years, no one from the Murong family had approached, indicating they likely faced their own challenges. You retrieved the unused Wisdom Stone. It can be utilized in the next simulation. Wisdom Stones were indeed precious items. In the 350th year, while engrossed in your cultivation, Susu descended from the sky, crashing heavily before the cave, young Master Muro. Her breath was faint, and her expression weary. Chapter 88. Murong Changlong. Suddenly, a colossal thunder dragon soared from the horizon. Susu trembled in fear, too intimidated to move. You gazed upward, where the thunder dragon, stretching over 30 meters in length, crackled with arcs of electricity as it circled in the sky, its horns fierce and menacing. Linbei, having slain 2 disciples of the Murong family, do you not dare to face your demise? How amusing. Just a few years ago, it was said that the Murong family would not come here. Yet now they have arrived at my doorstep. You reflected on the situation, feeling a mixture of awe and dread as you stared at the thunder dragon above. The opponent's cultivation was formidable, so much so that you could hardly discern his realm. With a swift motion, you summoned Susu and prepared for battle. In this dire circumstance, fighting was inevitable, yet you were unwilling to surrender your life so easily. You reached out, and the skeleton of Murong Xian materialized. Do you care for him, members of the Murong family? The Thunder Dragon's expression shifted. Xiener, transforming into a middle-aged man. His tone was fervent, his face twisted with rage. You wretched creature, you have dared to turn my son into a corpse puppet. The anguish was palpable in his gaze, now brimming with fury. Behind him, a sword of suppression silently coalesced. Sensing the overwhelming power emanating from him, your expression shifted. He must be at least at the 5th transformation. Do not approach. You grasp the skeleton of Murong Xian. Take 1 step closer, and I shall shatter your son into fragments. Murong Changlong bowed his head, his son's predicament weighing heavily upon him, transformed into a pawn that his enemy wielded against him. Unable to contain his emotions, he seethed with indignation. You vile creature, how dare you threaten the living with the dead? What gives you such audacity? The sword behind him gleamed ever more fiercely. The specter of Murong Xian before you was on the verge of disintegration, prompting you to hastily store him within your spatial ring. Desperation surged. Secret technique of the soul, Black Python devouring heaven. Secret technique of the soul, Black Serpent Guardian. Secret technique of the soul, Thunder Dragon Golden Body. Your reactions were swift. In your ultimate form, 9 black serpents and a thunder dragon charged forward. You turned to flee. The massive form of the dragon, intertwined with terrifying thunder, stirred a tempestuous gale in the air. Retreating again, was this the daily life of a low-tier cultivator? Murong Changlong narrowed his eyes. No wonder you are the one who killed my son. You possess some skill. The sword of suppression effortlessly obliterated your every attack as he surged toward you with increasing speed. You maintained your composure, flying northward without pause. Though your understanding of the surrounding powers was limited, you were aware of several major factions through years of cultivation. To survive, you must harness their strength, for after all, he was a 5th transformation cultivator. Your soul power surged wildly, your body nearly smoking from strain. Murong Changlong pressed on relentlessly. I will see just how far you can run. Having killed 2 disciples of the Murong family, today, your death is certain. Listening to his words, you remained silent, yet quickened your pace, occasionally unleashing more black serpents, thunder dragons, and other secret techniques to disrupt his pursuit. Though these tactics could not harm Murong Changlong, they significantly impeded him, slowing his advance. With peak second transformation strength, you have managed to. Murong Changlong felt a chill of apprehension. The most alarming part was that he could not catch up to you in the short term. It would take at least a quarter of an hour to match your speed. Time passed slowly. You exerted all your strength and reached a mountain shrouded in mist. Master of Tianya Pavilion, we are under attack from the Murong family. Upon entering the mountain, you shouted. Murong Changlong frowned slightly, pausing at the mountain's edge, unwilling to enter recklessly. This was the territory of Tianya Pavilion, where several six transformation cultivators resided. Surely they could intercept the Murong family. But the odds did not seem particularly favorable. Soon, a figure emerged from Tianya Pavilion, a young man with flowing beard and wild hair. He sighed. Is it the Southern Murong family? 3,000 years ago, I debated with Murong Santian for 500 years. A sense of foreboding washed over you. Murong Changlong bowed. Junior Murong Changlong pays respect to the senior. Murong Santian is the head of my family. Very well. You regained your composure, standing upon a cloud. Your excitement palpable. Since they were indeed from the Murong family, you thought it wise to let them be. The young man shook his head and turned away. A wave of energy surged forth, sending you sprawling as Murong Changlong seized your garment. Escape? Where do you think you can flee to? He sneered, a thunder dragon erupting from him, coiling around your form and binding you. Bowing, he said, Thank you, senior. I will report back to the family. Regret filled your heart. Murong Changlong did not kill you outright, but instead took you southward. The wind whistling is the family head's direct disciple. Let the family head decide your fate. Despair crept into your heart as you listened to him. Is this truly the end after merely 350 years? Brother, this is rather unreasonable. 3 days later, Murong Changlong led you beyond the wind and cloud continent. You continued to fly southward over the sea. He spoke not a single word while you pondered your escape. Uncle, you appear rather dashing. In truth, I admire you. If you would just let me go, I could be with you. Let's traverse the ends of the earth together, witnessing the bloom of flowers. Murong Changlong's complexion darkened. Do not think I lack the resolve to kill you. You sighed, shifting your approach. How about this? You have lost a son, and I have no parents. Let us make do together. Oh, father, please allow me to bow before you. A smirk tugged at the corner of Murong Changlong's mouth. Individuals like you are truly rare. It seemed that your efforts had been in vain. After employing 2 skills, you decided to cease your attempts at conversation. A month later, as you drew closer to the Murong family, you surrendered to despair. Let death come. This life has been sufficient. On that day, Murong Changlong retracted the thunder dragon surrounding him. The protective thunder dragon could not persist indefinitely. It required periodic resummoning. You could only maintain it for less than 15 minutes. Murong Changlong was stronger, but could only sustain it for 3 days, necessitating the use of soul techniques to bind you anew. You did not waste time, training daily using the power of the thunder dragon, refining your thunder dragon golden body. Chapter 89. Mutation. 30 years the atmosphere was thick with tension as you found yourself entwined with the thunder dragon, whispering to its majestic head, My dear, electrify me with all your might. Resolute in your determination, you endeavored to engage in various abstract activities to pass the time, conversing with the thunder dragon being one of them. In all honesty, I'm a traveler from the M28 Nebula, a true native Cayman rider. As a citizen, I was bestowed with a free summoning device for the Black Rhino armor and the ability to control the Qingfeng Vajra upon my birth. Gazing at the head of the thunder dragon, you recounted your last moments before your journey, recalling how you were watching a meteor shower in Pegasus when a group of Trisolaran aliens accused you of stealing a certain energy crystal and a city guard token. Murong Changlong listened intently, occasionally amused by the absurdity of your tale, which he had never encountered before. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. In the sky, 2 beams of light streaked past, nailing Ghost City, perish. A commanding voice boomed, demanding the celestial divine record in exchange for mercy. In a daze, you barely heard their words before Murong Changlong's anguished scream pierced the air. The sea churned, revealing a pitch-black abyss beneath, while ominous clouds gathered overhead, thunder rumbling incessantly. A torrent of chaotic spatial currents emerged, accompanied by lethal assaults capable of claiming countless lives. Despite Murong Changlong's efforts to defend himself, he was swiftly torn apart, his form disintegrating into countless fragments. The Thunder Dragon's hold on you dissipated, and you found yourself vulnerable. With more attacks crashing down, the residual power rendered your limbs useless. A blinding blue light enveloped you, and in the blink of an eye, you lost consciousness. Had you perished? Certainly not. In a darkened chamber, you slowly opened your eyes, bewildered by your surroundings. It was too dim to discern anything clearly. To your dismay, you realized your cultivation had vanished, reducing you to an ordinary person. However, your limbs remained functional. What was the meaning of this? You struggled to recollect the events that led you here. Murong Changlong had brought you back to the Murong family, and upon encountering two formidable beings, we were caught in their wake. You deduced that you had been drawn into a nearby spatial rift, arriving in this unfamiliar place. It seemed you were alive, yet, as you sensed the absence of your spiritual energy, frustration washed over you. I have trained for 350 years. How could it simply vanish? Without spiritual energy, you could not access your storage space, but thankfully, the simulation space remained accessible. Just as you prepared to summon Susu, a sudden sound of a door creaking open caught your attention, followed by a brilliant light shining upon your face, prompting you to shield your eyes. You are awake, a joyful voice exclaimed, and a figure approached you. She gently touched your wrist and forehead, nodding with a smile. It appears you have recovered well. Lowering your hand, you beheld a delicate visage, her smile revealing two charming fangs. She looked exquisite. It's good you've recovered. You appear quite delectable. In an unexpected twist, the girl burst into laughter, her voice taking on an eerie tone. I have been cultivating here for 1,000 years, and you are the first man of your kind I have encountered. She draped her arm over your shoulder, her right hand gliding over your face. What a fine specimen you are. I can only imagine how delightful you would taste. You felt little in response, recognizing that the world was vast and its changes were to be expected. Are you a monster? You inquired, even daring to lick her hand afterward. The girl was taken aback. You're not afraid of me. Shaking your head, you replied, your demeanor makes it difficult to fear you. She stepped back, determination evident in her eyes. Fine, I shall demonstrate my prowess today. With a slow turn, her face morphed into that of a canine. A dog-headed girl. You sat up from a bed, reaching out to pat her head. You have quite a bit of fur. Take care of yourself. Stepping out of the small wooden house, you found yourself amidst a lush forest, surrounded by verdant trees, with only the modest dwelling behind you. The girl nudged your back. This is absurd. You are not afraid of me, yet you are not human. How can this be? My mother once said that even the mightiest of humans would not stand a chance against my finger. You glanced back at her, recognizing her naivety. This dog demon was either inexperienced or entirely oblivious to the world. Devoid of your powers, you could not discern her strength. Exiting the cabin, you approached a tree. With a thought, Susu materialized before you, clad in white. How are you? I am well, my lord. After 30 years of cultivation, I have fully healed. And you, my lord? Susu's expression shifted as she noticed your depleted powers. What has happened to you? As she turned to see the dog demon behind you, realization dawned on her. A transformation? You patted her head. The situation is dire. You claim to have cultivated for 30 years? This does not add up. Could it be you had been asleep for 30 years? No, you were certain of your recollections. Leaning against a tree, you looked at the dog demon. Excuse me, where are we? The dog demon bowed her head, trembling in fear, overwhelmed by Susu's imposing presence, and too frightened to speak. Susu, please inquire, you suggested, shaking your head, feeling increasingly absurd. Minutes later, the truth unfolded before you. You were in the northern region. The nearby mountain was known as the Weiyun Mountain Range, home to several demon factions, the strongest being of the second transformation. Below lay human villages and cities. I truly slept for over 30 years. Or perhaps, during the spatial transition, 30 years had elapsed. You retrieved a mirror, gazing at your unchanged reflection, pondering the enigma of it all. In the 380th year, you had fully adapted to this realm. You took out the Taishang Ping Ghost God record and continued your cultivation, only to discover that your powers had not vanished but were sealed by a force. Fortunately, that force was gradually dissipating, conservatively estimating in 1,000 years it would surely fade away. In 1,000 years, would you still be alive? As you observed Susu, who was training a dog not far off, you lowered your head, lost in contemplation. Chapter 90. Contemplating life, you remain uncertain whether your lifespan has changed, leaving the future shrouded in mystery. However, this uncertainty can be validated. If you live to 100, it would imply that your longevity remains unaltered, providing ample motivation to continue your journey. From this day forth, your life descended into a profound tranquility, one that surpassed the monotony of prior cultivation, infusing your existence with newfound joy. After all, the path of cultivation is often tedious, spent in the confines of cave, where the blink of an eye might encapsulate a lifetime. Now, however, you revel in life's pleasures. Susu, alongside Mu Rongxian, took it upon themselves to expand your dwelling, transforming the modest wooden cabin into a grand villa. Each day, you indulge in tea and literature, occasionally wandering through human cities with Susu. The dog has seamlessly integrated into your life. Though you cannot fully control her, she proves to be quite well-behaved and pleasant. In the 4th century, you enjoyed 2 decades of leisurely existence, with spirits high among all. Your appearance remained unchanged, suggesting your lifespan had indeed not shifted. Over the years, aside from cultivation, you endeavored in martial arts. An absence of self-defense felt painfully awkward. Alas, the power within you imposed constraints on your progress, and it appeared that only time could resolve these issues. By the 450th year, a battle erupted in the woods surrounding you, with various demon factions clashing relentlessly. Unable to bear the ruckus that disturbed your sleep, Susu intervened, dispatching them with ease and unifying the forest under her command, asserting dominance over all the creatures. The few at the 2nd transition realm were simply too weak. Seizing the opportunity, Susu devoured a considerable number, elevating her cultivation, though she remained some distance from a breakthrough. Moreover, she acquired a wealth of mysterious spiritual techniques, diligently honing her skills and growing increasingly powerful. The dog demon became a charming mascot by your side, serving little purpose beyond being a delightful ornament. In pursuit of a better life, you relocated to the heart of the Wuyun mountain range, dwelling amidst the demon populace, which surrounded you in abundance, creating a pleasant lifestyle. You found joy in the company of cat girls, bunny girls, foxes, ladybugs, and other whimsical creatures. These demons remained fiercely loyal to Susu, holding little regard for you due to your perceived weakness. However, with the protection of Mu Rongxian's skeletal form, a formidable 4th transition adept, your safety was assured. By the 6th century, you had fully immersed yourself in this gentle existence, each day brimming with happiness. You pondered the beauty of life if it could persist in such a manner. In the 7th century, Susu ventured out, devouring an unknown number of demons, causing her strength to ascend to the pinnacle of the 3rd transition, with the 4th transition within reach. You found great satisfaction in her progress and often reveled in her vibrant energy. In the 8th century, as you lay in bed contemplating the meaning of life, you mused whether existence was merely for enjoyment. A smile graced your lips as you seized a fox, declaring, "It is indeed for enjoyment, if I do not indulge. What purpose does my life serve?" You were neither a hero, nor did you wish to perish in this realm. You merely sought to vent your frustrations. You resolved that once capable of cultivating again, you would engage in relentless visualization, determined to overcome your adversaries. For now, it was merely a period of rest, entirely normal. In the 1000th year, you found yourself filled with anticipation for the future. In 300 years, your strength would be fully restored. On this day, Susu approached you with urgency, exclaiming, "My lord, something has happened." Emerging from your den, disheveled and bleary-eyed, you inquire, "What is it?" With a serious expression, Susu placed a hand on her abdomen and revealed, "I am pregnant." Your surprise was palpable. Unable to contain her excitement, Susu burst into laughter, then added, I have broken through. I am now a fourth transition master. Fourth transition, you exclaimed, feeling a pang of envy as you had yet to achieve the third. Turning to the delicate bear beside you, you solemnly declared, "The vices of indulgence have ensnared me. I find myself trapped in their grasp." Reflecting on your initial aspirations, you stood resolute, discarding your garments, and vowed, "From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol." Filled with hope and confidence in you, Su awaited your next move. The next day, you indeed vacated the tree hollow, leaving the bear's den behind. As you traversed the terrain, the night brought treacherous paths, and unexpectedly, you stumbled upon a gathering of lizards. Under the dim light, you furrowed your brow, contemplating that there is no better time than the present. In the 1200th year, your physique had thinned considerably, yet you persevered. Su expressed her concern. "My lord, do you fare well?" Unfazed, you reassured her, "I am fine." By the 1300th year, you concluded centuries of extravagance, focusing on nurturing your body in preparation for the cultivation ahead. The restrictions within you began to diminish, and you felt yourself nearing recovery. It was regrettable that despite your extensive experience, you had yet to devise a method to enhance your cultivation through particular means. Creating a cultivation technique is no simple task. It is far more challenging than ordinary martial arts. You lamented the years wasted on clinical trials. In the 1350 year, you proclaimed, "I am Ming, and my dream is to await the end of restrictions, embark on my cultivation, and ultimately dominate the universe, wielding control over heaven and earth." With only 30 years remaining until your limitations ceased, you never anticipated that a significant event would unfold. Embracing your shoulders, you stood upon a stone, gazing upward with a complex expression at the figure in the sky. "Demons of the Wuyun Mountain, today, I, Limyun of the Taitsong Mountain, shall capture you all, ensuring the people below can live in peace and happiness." The youth in the sky drew his sword, glaring fiercely, exuding the essence of a second transition pinnacle adept. Shaking your head, you called out, "Friend, slaying demons here is futile." You continued, "The demons here cultivate daily and pose no threat to the populace. At worst, some untamed beasts might cause harm, but even they are swiftly subdued by the villagers, who take them home for soup. Have you considered that the plight of the people below may stem from poor governance by the city lord, who oppresses them excessively?" Upon hearing your words, the young Li Muyun stood in stunned silence. He stepped closer, wide-eyed, and asked, "Could you elaborate?" With a smile, you patted his shoulder and inquired, "Do you know the meaning of a certain term?" Li Muyun looked bewildered. "Do you understand the concept of surplus value?" His confusion deepened. You shook your head and began to elucidate the true essence of the teachings of the Ma family. As your discourse deepened, Li Muyun became increasingly enraptured, filled with fervor and excitement. Chapter 91. The Transformation of Su. 10 days later. My name is Ming. I once believed my dreams would end in failure. Yet unexpectedly, I have succeeded. The threat of Wuyun Mountain has vanished. At the foot of a mountain, Li Muyun, with a solemn expression, expresses his gratitude. "Comrade, thank you for enlightening me. After 1,300 years of cultivation, I finally comprehend everything today." He firmly grasps your hand, his countenance grave. In this world, the strong control everything, monopolizing all resources, leaving no opportunities for the weak. It is time for this to change. You shake his hand. This path is destined to be arduous. I am not afraid. Li Muyun, with longing in his eyes, I shall impart this invaluable knowledge to my successors. If I cannot succeed alone, then let countless versions of myself rise together. You sigh, wishing to say something, yet feeling it would be futile. Li Muyun grows more resolute, smiling as he departs. "Comrade, you were mistaken from the very beginning. The term surplus value does not exist in this world. After all, there are no capitalists on telephone poles here. However, your ideas are indeed valuable. I will gradually change this world. The human race shall shine among the stars." You stare in astonishment as he leaves. "Good luck, my friend." In the year 1380, you lie in bed, feeling the resurgence of your peak second transformation cultivation. Exhilaration courses through you. It has all returned. Everything is back. You are utterly elated. Without hesitation, You commence your cultivation. From now on, I shall press forward unceasingly. Retrieving the visualization chart, you continue your training in the Supreme Peace Ghost and Deity Record. In the meantime, you engage in combat with Murong Xian and Su Su to confirm your strength. Murong Xian seems to have relied on external substances, her cultivation somewhat lacking, allowing you to easily surpass her. However, Su Su is different. She is genuinely cultivating and truly striving. In your ultimate form, you put forth your utmost effort and manage to sever a scale from Su Su. This is still under the various enhancements of the Jinxie sword. Su Su comforts you. It is perfectly normal, my lord. After all, the gap between the second and third transformations is substantial. You must recognize your own shortcomings. This fellow, having led the demon race for so long, speaks in a continuous stream of words, filled with grandiosity. All right, back to training. In the year 1400, you realize that your cultivation speed is excessively slow, without high-level resources. It is challenging to break through to the third transformation in a short time. You leave Wuyun Mountain. It is time to seek methods to enhance spiritual aptitude. You resolve firmly. Su Su and Murong Xian accompany you on your journey. The differences between the northern and southern regions are negligible. Conflict is omnipresent. Along the way, various monsters and humans attack you, only to be slain, thus enriching Su Su's collection. You also acquire numerous weak human cultivation techniques, yet they are still usable. In the year 1500, after traversing a century, you have experienced much, with each of you growing in your own way. On this day, you encounter a swarm of magma monsters in a volcano. They appear suddenly, launching an attack on you. You refrain from engaging, allowing Su Su and Murong Xian to handle them. These monsters are at most of the third transformation, pathetically weak. Su Su devours all the monsters, claiming their cultivation techniques. On the third day, while flying, Su Su suddenly changes in demeanor. My lord, my body seems to be undergoing a transformation. She clutches her abdomen, at a loss. You carefully sense her, but find nothing amiss. Do not panic. You guide her to a nearby mountain. Su Su has fainted. In a shocking turn, she transforms into her true form, a 100-meter-long black python. Upon breaking through to the fourth transformation, her physique has evolved to this extent. Upon close observation, you notice a crimson pattern emerging around her eyes, which is spreading outward. What is happening? Did she consume those magma monsters and mutate? You exclaim in disbelief. On the third day, Su Su remains unconscious, with 1/3 of her body already transformed into red. In the deep of night, as you peruse recently acquired text to broaden your understanding, my lord, something has happened to Su Su. Murong Xian, draped in a black cloak, approaches urgently. You step out of the cave, discovering that Su Su's head emanates beams of crimson light, with the remaining 2/3 of her body continuously changing, increasingly tinged with red. Her entire form is undergoing numerous transformations beneath this glow. She has sprouted more scales. Her tail has become thinner, and a fringe of red fur now adorns the back. The most significant transformation is her head. While her whiskers remain, a massive black horn has emerged atop her head. You reach out to touch it, only to be forcefully repelled. Looking at your hand, you see it stained in bright red, dripping with blood. When the world has caused this mutation, on the morning of the fourth day, Su Su awakens. She regains her human form, appearing refreshed. My lord, I have become formidable. She conjures a blazing sphere of fire, engulfing her entire being. In an instant, her white dress transforms into a crimson gown. Her figure remains slender, yet her eyes are adorned with vibrant red shadows, enhancing her allure. While 2 horns sprout from her hair, you reach out to touch her. The texture feels pleasant. Your true form is a single horn. How has she manifested too? You express your astonishment. Su Su appears equally perplexed. It's not a problem. I'm simply stronger now. This snake is truly intriguing. Is this inherent to her nature? Or does it relate to the one poison nourishing method and the secrets of the 5 poison sect? You ponder thoughtfully. Initially, Su Su was merely a small snake. Could it be possible to replicate this transformation? Your interest is piqued. If I could have several Su Sus, my safety would be significantly enhanced, and I would find it easier to pursue other endeavors. In the year 1503, You discover a highly poisonous lizard and decide to experiment with it. As you tame this vividly colored lizard, you traverse the northern region, seeking methods to enhance your aptitude, all the while diligently cultivating. Throughout these centuries, both your cultivation and the Thunder Dragon Golden Body have seen substantial progress. In the year 1530, adhering strictly to your previous methods, you have made no modifications. The little lizard is growing larger. It has now reached a length of 10 meters, and in addition, it has developed considerable spirituality, yet it remains far from awakening intelligence. Though Susu is somewhat displeased, she is nonetheless assisting earnestly. Could it be that the combination of these two techniques can catalyze the emergence of various powerful monsters? You're taken aback by the thought. Years ago, you acquired a spider and a toad, preparing to continue your experiments. However, after nurturing the spider, you received a notification. It was a message from the simulator. Pet has reached the current limit. Suddenly, it dawns on you. By a small river. You gasp in realization. This is the work of the simulator. Of course, the secrets of the 5-poison sect and the 1-poison nourishing method are certainly beneficial as well. Chapter 92. The Emperor's Qi Nurturing Technique. The simulator granted Susu the ability to enhance her strength by devouring monsters. Currently, it seems this method can only be used to cultivate 2 monsters. You placed the frog into the lizard's mouth, thinking it would suffice for now. You grasped the lizard's tail and shook your head, saying, Susu, from now on, this one will be your younger brother. Susu approached, curious. How do you know it's a younger brother and not a younger sister? It's hard to tell. You looked closely and indeed found no distinct features to differentiate them. It was impossible to discern their gender. With such an unattractive appearance, calling it a younger brother seemed fitting. You were eager to see what form it would take later. Susu laughed, then let us give it a name. Considering it was a lizard, you suggested Little E. That sounds a bit off, Susu countered. My name is a repetition of 2 characters. It should be the same for him. How about E or E? You pondered aloud. Suddenly, inspiration struck you. I have it. From now on, you shall be known as Cici. Cici, that name sounds lovely, Susu agreed. Susu grabbed Cici's tail and swung it, causing Cici to fall from the air moments later, landing safely in her grasp, unconscious. You both continued your journey, seeking ways to enhance your spiritual talents. As you soared through the skies, a thought crossed your mind. Having a snake and a lizard, I not becoming the 3rd brother? The years passed, and in the 1500 year, you traveled north to an endless snow-capped mountain. Your efforts over the years bore fruit, despite your modest aptitude. You successfully broke through to the 3rd tier low level, perfecting your Thunder Dragon Golden Body and advancing to the 3rd level. Your combat prowess significantly increased. Although Susu had elevated herself to the mid-tier of the 4th transformation through consuming monsters, she was still no match for you. In your ultimate form, defeating her was merely a matter of a single strike. Even with her protective Thunder Dragon, she was powerless against you. With the 3rd level of the Thunder Dragon Golden Body, you acquired the ability to transform into a Thunder Dragon, a magnificent creature stretching 200 meters, adorned with claws and horns. After your training, you merged with the ultimate form of the Black Snake, elevating your capabilities further. All was gradually improving. One day, at the foot of the snow mountain in a cave, you and Susu eagerly gazed at a gigantic lizard, over 40 meters in length. Over the years, Cici had absorbed a considerable amount of toxins and consumed numerous monsters, reaching the stage of enlightenment, on the verge of a breakthrough. Susu, brimming with excitement, retrieved a piece of monster meat from her pocket, noting its quality indicated it was from a peak 3rd-tier monster. I'll use this as a gift for him shortly. You leaned against the stone wall, patiently waiting. Minutes later, the giant lizard suddenly erupted, and before you stood a stunningly beautiful woman, naked and radiant. Susu dashed forward. So it's a little sister. This is going to be fun. After all, she was a unicorn snake. Master. After transforming, Cici crawled towards you, incessantly seeking food and rest. You stepped forward, lifting her gently. Come on, little one, give it your all. I hope you catch up to Susu soon. Susu sliced off a piece of meat and fed it to Cici, who licked it once and promptly fell asleep. The flesh of a 3rd-tier monster was beyond her current capacity. You wrapped Cici in a blanket, reminding yourself to proceed gradually. Susu nodded. I will take good care of her. In the 1600 year, under Yoren Susu's guidance, Cece gradually took shape, successfully breaking through to the first transformation. Susu taught her several profound techniques, and her combat power flourished. While Susu exhibited a strong, passionate, and combat-loving character, Cece was more reserved, spending her days either practicing or sleeping, resembling a hibernating snake. After centuries passed, you had yet to discover a method to enhance your aptitude, but fortunately, the vast northern realm held countless unknowns, suggesting many opportunities awaited you. In the 1800 year, you attained the mid-tier of the third transformation, while Susu reached the high tier of the fourth, and Cece broke through to the second transformation. That year, while wandering through a human market, you encountered numerous cultivators displaying various techniques, artifacts, and elixirs. Such markets were plentiful in the northern realm, and you visited each area, hoping for a fortuitous find. As you strolled along the narrow path, a particular token caught your eye. Surrounded by broken swords, it bore a prominent character, Gu. Is this the Gu family token? How could the Gu family from the southern realm appear here? You were startled and asked the stall owner, a burly man with a beard and the cultivation level of the third transformation. Fellow, where did you acquire this? He picked up the token and shook his head. Found it on the ground hundreds of years ago. That claim was surely dubious. How much for it? The bearded man stretched his limbs. This token is of little use. Just 100 essence pills will suffice. You nodded, relinquished the appropriate essence pills, and took the Gu family token. After exploring a few more stalls, you discovered something that had long captured your interest. You gazed in astonishment at a technique displayed on the shelf. The Emperor's Qi nurturing technique, consisting of 12 levels, designed to enhance spiritual aptitude. The third level grants the rank of Ding, the sixth level the rank of Bing, the ninth level the rank of Yi, and the 12th level the rank of Jia. A significant feature of this technique is that only upon reaching perfection can one receive the full enhancement of aptitude. Merely reaching the third or sixth level is utterly insufficient. Moreover, each level requires a staggering 10,000 years of cultivation. To attain the pinnacle of the 12th level, one would need a minimum lifespan of 120,000 years. 120,000 years. Cultivators can only extend their lifespan by 3,000 years with each breakthrough. What does that even mean? Even a 9-turn powerhouse cannot hope for sufficient longevity to cultivate it. After all, a 9-turn cultivator can only live for a maximum of 29,000 years, which includes 1,000 years for entering the Tao and another 1,000 as a martial artist. Having roamed the northern realm for years, you had never heard of any means to extend lifespan. Longevity is undoubtedly paramount. Only the demon race may possess the qualifications to practice such a technique. Yet the labeling indicates it is solely for human cultivation. Chapter 93. Rigorous cultivation. You sensed a profound connection between the celestial techniques, the celestial sovereign's radiance, and the imperial Qi nourishing method. Moreover, the previous Gu family's token lingered in your thoughts. The Gu family's Tianluo pill could undoubtedly expedite the cultivation of the celestial sovereign's radiance. What about the imperial Qi nourishing method? You inquired. How much for this technique? The shopkeeper glanced at you dismissively. That item has been collecting dust for years. Few have shown interest. If you desire it, 3,000 essence pills will suffice. Your expression remained stoic as you replied, I shall take it. The shopkeeper, taken aback by your determination, warned, do not regret your decision, friend. You nodded, placing the essence pill on the table and tucking away the imperial Qi nourishing method before turning to leave. Although you acquired the technique, you felt little excitement. After enduring numerous experiences, few occurrences could stir your emotions. Brother, are we finally taking flight? The suppression has been unbearable. Having traversed the path of cultivation for over 1,800 years, with a millennium spent idly, you reunited with Susu and Cece outside the market, ready to depart. At that moment, shadowy figures cloaked in black approached, hovering in the air to obstruct your path. Hand over the essence pill, and we may grant you a swift demise. One of them threatened. You surveyed your surroundings and chuckled, recognizing the familiar scenario of robbery. Luckily, you anticipated this, choosing to visit only lesser markets where the strongest were merely at the 4th tier. The assailants, mostly at the 3rd tier, had only one at the 4th. Susu, Eliminate them. With a swift motion, Susu unleashed a formidable strike, shattering the skull of a third-tier foe. Radiant energy surged forth, obliterating all other third-tier attackers in an instant. Colluding with monsters. Traitors. The remaining fourth-tier cultivator's expression shifted drastically as time slipped away from him. Transforming into her true form, Susu unleashed searing flames that coalesced into serpentine dragons, charging towards the adversary. With a thunderous explosion, the confrontation concluded. Susu hastily collected the storage bags, rings, and remnants of the fallen bodies. Upon her return, Cece instinctively covered her nose. "Sister Susu, you smell somewhat foul." Susu raised an eyebrow. "Young master, can we spare the unnecessary corpses next time? One Morong Sien suffices." You shook your head. "More bodies mean easier tasks for you. And please, be gentler next time. There's not a scrap of meat left." Susu fell silent, grasping Cece as they commenced their assembly. A month later, you had refined all the fallen into corpse puppets. Including Morong Sien, you now possessed 2 fourth-tier puppets, both of low caliber, with the recent additions surpassing Morong Sien, who relied on potions. The remaining 15 third-tier puppets were adequate for your needs, and you ventured south to a dense forest for rest. The myriad skeletons cleared the area, forming a protective perimeter. You examined the various visualization techniques obtained from your foes. Even the fourth-tier adversary possessed only a single technique peaking at the 5th tier, a clear indication of their meager resources. After reviewing the techniques, you memorized 2 offensive methods, enhancing your combat repertoire. Setting these aside, you retrieved the Gu family token and crushed it, revealing a small wisdom stone within, which you pocketed with a hint of excitement. Sitting cross-legged, you endeavored to cultivate the imperial qi nourishing method. The technique felt peculiar, its practice awkward. After some attempts, you consumed a Tianluo pill and resumed your cultivation. Indeed, the Tianluo pill significantly accelerated the cultivation of the imperial qi nourishing method, though it paled in comparison to the celestial sovereign's radiance. You keenly noted this distinction. The imperial qi nourishing method likely had corresponding elixirs, with the Tianluo pill merely resembling them in attributes. The 2 techniques were undoubtedly interconnected. While the Tianluo pill's effects were limited, its utility remained, and a sufficient quantity could greatly hasten your cultivation. You retrieved all your Tianluo pills, numbering over 3,000, remnants from prior simulations. Surveying your surroundings, you determined this was not an ideal cultivation site and promptly departed. Cece protested, "We haven't even settled yet." Susu pulled her up. "No matter, I'll warm you up shortly." With favorable circumstances, in the year 1850, you wandered with your 2 companions, ultimately halting in a small nation in the southern region of the northern border. Despite its size, it surpassed many islands in area, boasting an astonishing population. Countless cultivators resided here, though most were merely at the 1st tier, lamentably weak. Through a series of maneuvers, you eliminated numerous individuals, becoming the revered national master of this nation, Wan, surpassing even the emperor in status. You established a dwelling, commanding your skeletal subordinates to oversee the cultivators, who began producing increasing quantities of Tianluo pills for you. Thus commenced a period of stable and harmonious cultivation. In the year 1900, utilizing a substantial supply of Tianluo pills, you elevated the imperial qi nourishing method to its 3rd tier. Overjoyed, you realized you could indeed enhance your aptitude through this technique. Anticipation for the future surged within you. Susu, accompanied by Cece, indulged in feasts around the vicinity, elevating her cultivation to the 3rd tier. The strongest monsters in the area were merely at the 2nd tier, limiting their challenge. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, both of their cultivation stagnated. You gestured for them to venture forth independently while you continued your rigorous training within the National Master's estate. Time flowed unceasingly. In the year 1995, your imperial qi nourishing method ascended to the 5th tier, maintaining a rapid pace. That year, Susu and Cece returned, both bearing injuries and appearing quite disheveled. Upon inquiry, you learned they had encountered 3 peak 4th tier monsters in a fierce ambush. Fortunately, Susu, wielding her vast array of offensive techniques, had vanquished them, achieving a narrow victory. Having devoured the three-peak fourth-tier monsters, Susu surged forward, breaking through to the fifth tier, while Cici, seizing the remnants, ascended to the peak of the third tier. Chapter 94. Conclusion. Upon their return, they continued to cultivate the mysterious art of the primordial spirit by your side, striving to enhance their strength. Everything transformed into a more harmonious and stable state. The Kingdom of Wan was engaged in alchemy daily, expending untold resources in the process. Moreover, at regular intervals, you would collaborate with those alchemists to modify the formula for the Tianluo pill, aspiring to concoct auxiliary elixirs more suitable for the Emperor's qi nurturing technique. Yet, after all these years, the results have proven to be less than satisfactory. In the year 1999, in the deep of night, you suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching. A sense of foreboding washed over you, prompting you to awaken Susu and Cici. As you stepped out of the cave, a gray-robed elder descended from the heavens. "You are the national teacher," you exclaimed. The elder immediately spotted you, his excitement palpable as he licked his lips. "Hand over the Tianluo pill formula," he demanded, his gaze greedy as he unleashed a formidable power of the fifth realm. Susu's expression shifted with alarm. "Young master, this." It was not just any fifth realm power, but the pinnacle of the fifth realm. Even she could not contend with him. In the later stages, unless one was a true genius, each minor realm posed an insurmountable barrier for the vast majority. You shielded them behind you, narrowing your eyes. "How do you know about the Tianluo pill?" "Your alchemical endeavors have been closely guarded. Each alchemist mastered only a specific procedure, ultimately handing over the final product to their puppets for unified production, theoretically preventing any leaks. Of course, I extracted it from those worthless minds," the elder replied, licking his lips again. "Youngling, relinquish the formula, and I may grant you a dignified end." You shook your head, retracting Cici and casting a glance at Susu. In the next moment, without uttering a word, you entered your ultimate form, transforming into a 200-meter-long lightning dragon, crackling with energy. With a roar, 9 illusory lightning dragons surged forth, charging at him. This was an upgraded version of the Black Serpent's protective technique, significantly enhanced in effectiveness. Simultaneously, a protective lightning dragon circled around, ready to strike at any moment. Additionally, a multitude of primordial spirit techniques were unleashed, shooting from various directions and striking his face. The gray-robed elder remained composed amidst the chaos. Though surprised by your abilities, he did not panic. A torrent of primordial energy surged forth, morphing into a flurry of leaves that floated towards your onslaught. The ground shook with the sound of explosions as the national teacher's residence was utterly destroyed, and numerous streets and buildings crumbled, claiming the lives of countless mortals. It was the dead of night, and they perished in their slumber. The question of whether it was a stroke of luck or misfortune left unanswered, a glimpse of hell on earth. You possess some skills, but to challenge me is to overestimate your own capabilities. The elder scoffed. Soon after, a small leaf drifted towards you, and you pointed decisively. East wind split. A gust of black wind arose. It could not affect the leaf. Moments later, the leaf detonated, sending you hurtling backward with a surge of potent primordial energy. Susu rushed to intercept your massive form. "Young master, what shall we do?" she inquired anxiously. You steadied yourself, extending your dragon claw forward. "He is already aware of the formula. One among us must perish. Is it merely the pinnacle of the fifth realm? Though you are only at the mid-stage of the third realm, you, with a flick of your tail, a colossal sword, 200 meters long, materialized in the air." Susu quickly bowed her head, unable to meet the sword's gaze. The suppression sword from the Taishang Pinyin Ghost God record remained your most potent weapon. The sword's edge glimmered as you fixed your gaze upon your adversary. The elder was taken aback. Such a technique, quite intriguing. Yet he dismissed it. "But this is where it ends. Your formula and these techniques shall belong to me." He conjured an even larger leaf, sending it drifting toward your suppression sword, a fragrant aroma wafting through the entire capital. Your expression shifted as you sensed the overwhelming force before the leaf even detonated. Without hesitation, you withdrew Susu and turned to flee. A wave of formidable residual energy surged toward you, causing you to spit blood, unable to withstand the might. Is this the pinnacle of the fifth realm? You pondered. Collapsing amidst the ruins, your attire tattered and in disarray. The elder approached, panting. Fascinating, truly fascinating. A mere third realm can unleash such intensity of primordial spirit attack. He sees your collar. But it all ends here. Your fortunes are now mine. You spread your hands and suddenly proclaimed, villains perish through excessive chatter. The elder, perplexed, could not comprehend your words, yet this did not deter him from acting. A leaf flew toward your forehead, embedding itself there. Let me see what manner of being you truly are. Within the leaf, a deep primordial force began to infiltrate your body. This fellow intended to extract your soul. Wasn't he such power exclusive to the seventh realm? Your mind swirled with confusion as your consciousness began to wane, thoughts slowing, memories on the verge of being seized. Just then, time flowed naturally for a second. In the year 2000, the sky erupted with light. A beam of brilliance flashed from afar, illuminating the entire world. The elder halted his actions, gazing up in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Amidst the dazzling radiance, a shadow ascended, wielding a broken sword, standing at the zenith of existence. In a moment of hazy clarity, you realized that the figure's gaze was fixated upon you. Was it an illusion? The figure, sword in hand, floated in the air, long hair cascading as it stood dominantly over the world. Heaven and earth return, falsehoods perish. It declared, all nonsense of Tao and Dharma shall be extinguished. It laughed unabashedly, the broken sword radiating scorching, resplendent light. Kill. The elder was stunned. What in the world? Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming force surged forth. The heavens and earth shattered, everything succumbed to annihilation, and none could thwart this destruction. In a blinding flash of light, the elder met his demise. His form reduced to a skeleton by the terrifying shockwave. In a critical moment, you managed to store his corpse in your storage pouch and grasped his storage bag as well. With a faint sting, your consciousness faded completely, along with the entire world. Simulation concluded. Chapter 95. Harvest, Simulation Task at West Merchants. Ming opened his eyes and gently rubbed them. Is this really the end? It feels rather perfunctory. At this moment, countless questions swirled in his mind, yet regrettably, no one could provide answers. Acquired mid-level third transformation cultivation, Supreme Peace Ghost God Record. Acquired secret technique of the primordial spirit, 55 doors. Acquired 72 storage bags. Acquired Pet Su, Unicorn Fire Python. Low-level 5th transformation, Pet Shishi Rainbow Lizard Peak 3rd transformation. Acquired Emperor's Chi cultivation method, 5th level. Acquired. Acquired a peak 5th transformation skeleton, along with its storage bag. Acquired all memories from this simulation. Acquired 2,000 years of cultivation experience. Acquired 2,000 years of battle experience. Do you wish to inherit? Ming rose from the riverbank, nodding slightly. Everything descended upon him. He transitioned directly from a mortal to mid-level 3rd transformation, his power soaring dramatically. His mind was flooded with vast amounts of cultivation and battle experience. To his dismay, a portion of that battle experience included a millennium of idleness. How absurd! He couldn't bear to look at it. Instantly, he mastered everything with no side effects. Ming stroked his chin and gazed into the storage space, where all the storage bags lay. Among them was the skeleton of a dog in the mountains. Why not call it dog thing? Stretching lazily, Ming began experimenting with various secret techniques by the seaside, finding them all quite fluid. His sensitivity was commendable. For the martial artists of this world, he was akin to a celestial being, one exhilarating feeling. Soon after, he carefully reviewed the 2,000 years of simulated memories. If that were the case, Ming's expression grew grave as he pondered. The fox is indeed intriguing. The bear is quite authoritative. No. What am I thinking? He cast aside these chaotic memories and conjured a token out of thin air, the Gu family token. Opening his memories, he gazed at the shadow from the final scene. The broken sword appeared, rather unremarkable. From the visuals, it was evident that the figure was indeed watching him. What connection did he have with the Gu family? And what are the final words spoken? Taoism, Buddhism. Then, Ming's expression shifted. You damn it well. You could be considered my savior. Without that individual intervention, he would have surely been devoured by the dog in the mountains. Now, it turned out well. He had seized the opportunity to obtain the other's bones, which could be refined into a corpse puppet, and his storage bag likely contained treasures as well. However, the time for refinement was not now. Who knew what their identity was? If they traced him based on this, it would be catastrophic. Better to wait for the next simulation to act. With a casual wave, two figures emerged, one clad in a striking red dress, exuding confidence with deep eye makeup, and the other in white, demure and timid. Do you know who I am? This question was of great significance. Susu nodded and leaned closer. You are our master. Indeed, Shishi added. But do you know what just transpired? Susu appeared bewildered. What are you saying, master? Didn't we just... At this point, she suddenly covered her head. Shishi looked equally uneasy. Immediately, a notification from the simulator echoed in Guming's ears. Would you like to transfer the simulated memories to your pets? In addition to the prompt, there was a brief memory segment. Upon transferring the simulated memories, the pets would become aware of every detail from the simulation. However, Guming could reclaim these memories at any time, and no one aside from him could delve into their recollections. Excellent. This protective measure is quite thorough. He initiated the transfer with a snap of his fingers. In the next moment, Susu and Shishi suddenly regained their senses. Master, what just happened? What about that old man? Guming waved his hand dismissively. He dead, all dead. He smiled as he recounted the final scene of the simulation to them. Both were astonished and now understood the nature of the simulation. Guming was unperturbed, knowing he could always retrieve their memories, and outsiders could not pry into them. Master is truly remarkable. Guming clapped his hands. Keep it low-key, low-key. With that, he rose and returned to the central city of West Merchants. The Gu family was of utmost importance. Whether it was the Heavenly King's radiant technique or the Gu family token, both were extraordinarily unique. Yet, now is not the time to uncover the truth. All would have to wait until the next simulation for action. This was the most prudent approach. In an inn, Gu Ming relished his drink. As he sipped, he found himself drawn to the opposite entertainment hall. Ascending to the second floor, melodious flute music wafted through the air, quite delightful indeed. Excuse me, young master. A lightly made-up woman approached. Are there any artists you find familiar? Gu Ming shook his head. Just bring me 2 random ones. I'm not picky. He decided to stay here for 3 days, and once the time was up, he would simulate. A few minutes later, he arrived at a private room on the 3rd floor, where 3 raggedly dressed, pitiful-looking women approached, one playing the guqin, another pouring tea, and the last dancing. The atmosphere grew increasingly delicate. The woman in the pink dress stepped forward. Young master, this is the town's unique true dragon tea. Do have a taste. He took the teacup, and, at that moment, a massive exclamation mark suddenly erupted from the woman's chest. Gu Ming was taken aback. Damn, your timing is impeccable. Upon closer inspection, the exclamation mark transformed into a complete simulation task. Simulation task. Task description. The 3 young ladies are newcomers with kind hearts. Please persuade them to abandon their dark paths and embrace the true emotions of the world. Task details. Please persuade Lu Rushi, Su Xiaoxiao, and Li Shishir to reform. Task rewards. 1 simulation opportunity. Task penalty. None. Well, this task has potential. And their names. How intriguing. Gu Ming took the teacup and chuckled. Sisters, why have you embarked on this path? The one playing the guqin, Lu Rushi, lowered her head. My father is a gambler. My mother is a spendthrift, and my brother frequently visits brothels. The dancing Li Shishir also paused. My father is a spendthrift, my mother is a gambler, and my father often visits brothels. Su Xiaoxiao set down the teapot, about to speak, but Gu Ming interrupted. Your mother frequents brothels, your brother is a spendthrift, and your father is a gambler. The 3 nodded, continuing the dialogue. He sighed deeply. How pitiful. Bang. With this thought, he slammed his palm on the table. A surge of power emanated, an invisible killing intent enveloping and pressing down upon them. Sisters, I believe you ought to consider changing your profession. After all, this line of work is quite deadly. The 3 looked perplexed. Lu Rushi raised her head, struggling. Children are often born here. How could it be deadly? He smiled. Taking a sip of tea, it's easy to be killed by me. Upon hearing this, the 3 immediately fell silent. He reached into his pocket, actually probing the simulation space, retrieving 3 gold ingots and a stack of silver notes. You must think carefully. Li Shishir, Su Xiaoxiao, and Lu Rushi hesitated not at all. Hesitation would be a disrespect to themselves. They split the money on the table, hastily promising never to engage in such activities again. A prompt appeared. Another simulation opportunity was available. Chapter 96. The seventh time Ming waved his hand, and the three individuals departed. He felt a surge of gratitude, yet he uttered no words, considering it merely an act of kindness, a trifling matter. Pouring himself a cup of genuine Longjing tea, he savored it thoughtfully. After organizing his thoughts, Ming prepared for simulation, aiming to elevate his qualifications to the highest grade. With this aspiration in mind, he felt invigorated. On the first day, you leisurely exited the brothel and made your way to the Gu family estate. The Gu family members were perplexed, unaware of your identity. With a single swift motion, you shattered numerous structures, prompting them to behave more submissively. The head of the Gu family approached, gazing at you in terror. "Bring me all your tokens," you commanded, and they hastily complied, gathering a total of 180 tokens to present to you. With a casual grip, you discovered 60 fragments of wisdom stones, each merely a small piece. 6 tokens equated to 1 complete wisdom stone. You rubbed them together, transforming them into 10 wisdom stones. Also, prepare me a substantial quantity of Tianluo pills, you instructed. Subsequently, you inquired in detail about the tokens and the Gu family's history. History is often without significance, you noted. But the tokens yielded one valuable piece of information. 5,000 years ago, a genius from the Gu family departed from the Qing dynasty, heading northward, the destination unknown. It was not until 2,000 years later, 3,000 years ago, that he returned to the Gu family, gravely injured. After a few years, he could no longer endure and passed away. Before his demise, he entrusted the 60 tokens to us for safekeeping. Listening to the head of the Gu family, you entered a deep contemplation. What was the name of that genius? Gu Xian, he replied. He holds considerable importance in our family. To this day, no one knows how he acquired so many tokens. How did he obtain them? Surely through storage bags or rings, you mused. One more question, you continued. Who created the Heavenly King's radiance technique? Why can only those of the Gu lineage cultivate it? The head of the Gu family pondered. This technique is reputed to be the second most marvelous in the world, said to have been created by our ancestor due to limited aptitude, after enduring countless hardships. The first most marvelous technique is the 10,000 poisons nourishment technique, you interjected. What was the name of our ancestor? You inquired. His name was Gu Ji. The head replied. Where are Gu Ji and Gu Xian buried? You asked, pressing for the final question. The head's expression shifted. Young hero, one must not be too ruthless. He stood, his demeanor resolute. Even if you were to annihilate the entire Gu family, we would not betray our ancestors. Observing his steadfastness, you contemplated. This head of the Gu family was akin to your grandfather, and during a previous simulation, you had ended his life. If you remain silent, I may indeed have to destroy the Gu family. Should you annihilate the Gu family, who would concoct pills for you? The head, Gu Jingzhou, feigned strength. I am not unaware of the formulas. Do not provoke me unnecessarily. With a swift motion, you summoned a dozen skeletons. Gu Jingzhou was startled by their ghastly appearance. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Very well, I shall take you, he conceded after much internal conflict. Nodding impassively, you commanded the surrounding puppets, go to Ice Island and investigate the Bai family secrets. If the opportunity arises, gain control of the Bai family. Unlike before, when you were merely employed by the Bai family, circumstances had shifted. I have risen. A mere third-tier opponent is no challenge. Understood. 2 fourth-tier skeletons, accompanied by other third-tier skeletons, soared into the skies, their speed escalating. Gu Jingzhou was again taken aback and hurriedly led you toward the ancient Gu family tomb. As you traversed the courtyard, he abruptly glanced back, sighing repeatedly. You halted, sensing an unusual aura. Young hero, what is this? You unexpectedly posed a perplexing question. Who killed that courtesan from years ago? Gu Jingzhou's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon him. Was it you or him? Meeting your profound gaze, he quickly turned away. Young hero, it was I who did it. If you seek revenge, I will continue. This incident had transpired 15 years prior, and the unexpected recollection in such circumstances was astonishing. Shaking your head, you declared, you are lying. It appeared that Gu Han's previous assertions were indeed true. He had murdered this body's mother and later the elder brother, Gulong. With a swift motion, You grasped a frail figure from the courtyard, pulling him into your grasp. Gu Han struggled. Who are you? Gu Jingzhou urgently pleaded, young hero. It was I who killed that woman. I also deliberately spared the child's life. You shook your head and retrieved the technique from Gu Han's pocket. With a flick of your wrist, you cast it to the ground, the technique unfurling before you. Is this the endless sword record? You marveled. The technique involved engaging with others, nurturing emotions, and then striking when those emotions peaked, thus harnessing the sword energy of the universe to forcefully break through. After examining it briefly, your interest waned, for it was merely a martial technique of little significance to you. You tossed the technique to Gu Jingzhou. You won't eliminate such a son? Will you keep him around for festivities? Are you waiting for him to obliterate the Gu family in pursuit of a breakthrough? Gu Jingzhou gazed blankly at the endless sword record, gradually becoming entranced. On the other hand, your interest had dissipated. With a flick of your wrist, a drop of spiritual power fell upon Gu Han's head. Farewell, old fool. Do not misunderstand. My intent is not revenge. I simply find you displeasing. With a hum, the spiritual power descended, swiftly eroding his flesh. Spiritual power is a force of a higher order, possessing immense destructive capability, akin to a potent poison for ordinary individuals. Gu Jingzhou set the technique aside, only to discover that his son, Gu Han, had been reduced to mere rubble. Why endure this? Even if you were nothing, even if you were merely a waste, I would willingly raise you until my last breath. Han, why must you pursue such? Gu Jingzhou choked, tears streaming uncontrollably, like a child, despite being hundreds of years old. Chapter 97. The blind box. All right. Do you not have a son and grandson? Let us proceed to the ancient tomb. You gently patted the old man's shoulder. Gu Jingzhou wiped away his tears and continued on with you. A few minutes later, you arrived deep within the Gu family's forbidden grounds. Here stood countless gravestones, densely packed, stretching endlessly before your eyes. As you surveyed your surroundings, you suddenly inquired, do any of these individuals possess a token? Gu Jingzhou nodded. Indeed, there are some, but they are not from the batch brought back by our ancestor Gu Xian. Then it holds little significance. He led you toward the